Chapter 1. The Onlookers at the Draft. The Orlando Magic select Dwight Howard from Southwest Atlanta Christian Academy. The sudden announcement jolted Yin Ze from his daze, prompting him to survey his surroundings. Where was he? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, all tinged with familiarity, as if he had witnessed this scene before like a tea that moment. A towering figure brushed past him, striding confidently toward the stage ahead. In an instant, Yin Ze found it difficult to breathe. The elderly gentleman on stage with white hair was unmistakably David Stern, the NBA commissioner he had seen countless times on television. The imposing figure beside him appeared to be none other than Dwight Howard. The star center of the Houston Rockets, though, he looked remarkably youthful. At that moment, Howard donned a cap emblazoned with the Orlando Magic logo, a shy smile illuminating his face, revealing a dazzling set of teeth as he grinned widely, exuding an exuberance that sparkled with the vitality of youth, that he lacked the intimidating aura of the Superman he would later become, appearing instead as a mere young man brimming with potential. Wait, what had he just heard? Orlando Magic, Southwest Atlanta Christian Academy, Dwight Howard. The draft? Dwight Howard, the first overall pick? In 2004? The overwhelming influx of information left Yin Ze utterly bewildered. He was indeed set to participate in the NBA draft and was poised to become the first Chinese guard to enter the league as the first overall pick. Yet, how could he have been thrust from 2017 into the whirlwind of 2004? Calm down. Yin Ze meticulously recalled the events leading up to this moment, struggling to ascertain which past deity he might have offended. It seemed he was en route to a workout with the Philadelphia 76ers, who held the coveted first pick. The team had expressed a strong interest in him, and he had dreamt of leading the rebuilding franchise. The workout was merely a formality, a means to enhance his leverage for a future contract. His last memory was of dozing off in the car, and then nothing. He blinked awake in Madison Square Garden, seemingly transformed into a lamb awaiting selection at the draft. Suddenly, Yin Ze stood up, drawing the attention of many around him, some of whom snickered, likely perceiving him as a fool desperately yearning for the title of first overall pick. That he quickly sat back down, and after a prolonged wait, he did not experience the typical trope from online novelsa, sudden headache followed by a flood of clarity. Who was he now? Yin Ze glanced down at his hands, pale-skinned, and desperately tried to recall the white players from the 2004 NBA draft. Unfortunately, a gap of 13 years separated him from that era. Yin Ze could scarcely recall much. He only remembered a certain bylines who had made a name for himself with the Golden State Warriors. Beyond that, he had little impression of other Caucasian players and there was also Humphreys, who married the socialite Kardashian. If he were to become that fellow, it would indeed be a misfortune, destined to find himself in a predicament of envy. Alternatively, he might simply end up as a mere footnote in the draft, going undrafted, then languishing in the development league, ultimately fading into obscurity. In a state of uncertainty, Yin Ze felt utterly despondent. Who could provide a hint? As Yin Ze's mind wandered, several young men were consecutively called, their names echoing in the hall. All the chosen rookies erupted in jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable, while others looked on with envy and resentment, feigning grace as they applauded to convey their congratulations. That in the realm of American basketball, there are few who fit the mold of the affluent and handsome. Even those from middle-class backgrounds are a rarity. Countless youths on the street courts yearned to alter their destinies through basketball. For them, entering the NBA is akin to ascending to the heavens. Yin Ze recalled that this year's NBA draft lacked the glamour of its predecessors compared to the previous year. It was of an entirely different caliber. One must remember that the 2003 draft showcased prodigious talent such as LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, alongside David West, Chris Bosh, and Josh Howard, among numerous other gifted players. However, this year's rookies also included several promising individuals, such as the first overall pick, Dwight Howard, the second pick, Emeka Okafor, and the third pick, Ben Gordon, along with Devin Harris, Luol Deng, Andre Iguodala, and Al Jefferson, who all carved out their own niches. Yet the dilemma for Yin Ze was his current identity. He was not merely an observer, but rather a participant, watching rookie after rookie ascend the stage to shake hands with David Stern, stepping into the limelight of the NBA, while his own turn had yet to arrive. Even if it were his turn, he had no idea what number he would be. Yin Ze had always been a rather thick-skinned individual. He quickly accepted the notion of rebirth. Regarding his past life, aside from the potential glory of being the first overall pick, there was little worth reminiscing. His parents had divorced when he was still in elementary school, and he was raised by his grandparents. By the time he reached middle school, he was selected by a professional team, marking the beginning of his basketball journey. With his exceptional skills, Yin Ze rapidly ascended to the professional league and earned a spot on the national youth team at the age of 22. After helping his club secure the CBA championship, he decided to enter the NBA draft, only to inexplicably find himself transported back to 2004 at this very moment. Given the circumstances, he felt like nothing more than a mere fish in the draft. The Los Angeles Lakers have selected the international player Sasha Vujacic from Maribor, Slovenia. Vujacic, indeed, he is the loyal companion of Kobe Bryant, a player known for his lack of intellectual engagement on the court, often deemed a mere bystander for the Lakers. Beyond this, what lingers most in Yin Ze's memory about Vujacic is his remarkable romantic fortune. This NBA enthusiast managed to court the stunning Russian tennis star Maria Sharapova. However, their relationship was short-lived, ultimately ending due to the distance, leading Sharapova to end it with a swift kick. When Yin Ze first heard this news, he was still quite young and had just begun to grasp the complexities of relationships, which left him feeling unexpectedly elated for quite some time. Curious, he craned his neck, hoping to catch a glimpse of the unfortunate man who had been cast aside by Sharapova, wondering what he looked like now. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no one stood up. Suddenly, Yin Ze sensed an unusual focus of attention upon himself. All eyes seemed to be directed his way. Could it be? "Hey, buddy, hurry up. Don't forget to enjoy the moment," exclaimed a towering Caucasian man seated at the same table. He had a rugged appearance and, despite sitting down, seemed to stand nearly 2 meters tall. It appeared he had also been selected, ranking quite high, almost breaking into the lottery zone. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was that this giant was addressing him directly. Yin Ze felt momentarily stunned. Was he truly Sasha Vujacic? His mind went blank, and he could hardly comprehend how he stood up, approached the stage, accepted a cap handed to him, and then shook hands with David Stern. Stern seemed to offer him a few words of encouragement, but Yin Ze's mind was moving at a snail's pace, leaving him only capable of a foolish grin. Sasha Vujacic. What a fitting twist of fate. Just moments ago, Yin Ze had mocked Vujacic's tumultuous romantic endeavors, and now he found himself assuming that very identity. What on earth? Why did he have to reincarnate as this awkward figure? Among his Caucasian peers, Vujacic's physical prowess was commendable. However, amidst the sea of African-American athletes in the NBA, he would certainly become a target of ridicule. What troubled Yin Ze the most was the fact that this version of Vujacic was destined to join the Los Angeles Lakers, to be mentored by the newly appointed leader, the Black Mamba, who was struggling with hormonal imbalances due to the team's poor performance. Yin Ze was indeed a shooting guard, confident in his abilities in that position, but in the Lakers, who could possibly compete with Kobe? If Rebirth was to be, then so be it. He would accept being Vujacic. Yet, Yin Ze had no desire to languish under Kobe's shadow for the entirety of his life. It was evident that if he remained with the Lakers, he would likely spend his days forever eclipsed by Kobe's brilliance. Certainly, Yin Ze has the potential to alter his position. However, the crux of the matter lies in his towering height of 201 centimeters, which, coupled with a physique that lacks robustness, renders him ill-suited for the competitive arena of the NBA, particularly as a small forward, AS for playing shooting guard. Regrettably, Yin Ze lacks the requisite court vision, and his fervent offensive mindset precludes him from embracing a supporting role on the court. Dazed, he returned to his seat, and no sooner had he sat down than a towering Caucasian extended his hand. "Congratulations, mate. Honestly, I envy you. You're headed to the Los Angeles Lakers." With a wry smile, Yin Ze shook his hand, replying, "If you consider living in the shadow of Kobe Bryant a stroke of luck, I would gladly relinquish this opportunity to you." Upon hearing this, the other man pondered momentarily, his previous envy swiftly morphing into sympathy. "Cheer up, mate. By the way, let me introduce myself, Chris Humphries." "Hello. What did you say your name was?" "Chris Humphries." Humphries. Gazing at the sincere expression of the man before him, Yin Ze suddenly felt a flicker of illumination in his new life. Humphries, the man once deceived by Kim Kardashian in matters of the heart. In contrast, Yin Ze ought to count his blessings. At least Sasha Vujacic possessed a more appealing appearance than all the rookies of this draft class. It would indeed be a tragedy if he had transformed into the overly dramatic Dwight Howard. With these thoughts in mind, Yin Ze felt a sense of relief. "Hello, Sasha Vujacic." From that moment forth, the identity of Yin Ze ceased to exist. Only Sasha Vujacic remained. Chapter 2. The Lakers Training Camp. Thud, thud, thud. Within the training facility of the Los Angeles Lakers, the atmosphere was electric, filled with the resounding echoes of basketballs bouncing and the cacophony of voices. Several players, under the watchful eye of their coach, were engaged in rigorous training, and Vujacic was naturally among them. NBA-level training is not as one might envision. It does not consist of a cadre of spring-loaded athletes soaring through the air, showcasing a plethora of acrobatic dunks to illustrate their superiority. In truth, training with an NBA team is often monotonous, involving sprints, strength training, shooting drills, and ball handling exercises fundamentals that even the most talented players must diligently complete each day. Of course, the team's star players, such as Kobe and Odom, were absent, still basking in the leisurely embrace of their offseason. At this moment, the training facility was populated solely by rookies like Vujacic, lower-classmen, blue-collar players, and aspiring free agents, all fervently pouring sweat into their pursuit of a place in the NBA. They say that comparison breeds contempt, and one should never measure oneself against others. Individuals may bask in the sun and revel in the beach with their wives, girlfriends, or even the spouses and partners of others. Yet these very individuals must exert every ounce of effort to secure their position within the team. In recent days, Vujacic has encountered numerous celebrities, figures he could only admire from afar on television in his past life, including the unconventional power forward, the defensively challenged Brian Cook, the exemplary progeny of a notable lineage, Luke Walton, among others. Some have arrived and remained, while others have come and swiftly departed. At this juncture, regardless of one's stature or experience, even those seasoned veterans with years of NBA tenure who cling tenaciously to their positions must adopt a humble demeanor, akin to a fashion show, continuously moving in and out of various training facilities, striving with all their might to seize every opportunity for tryouts. Their singular aim is to secure a contract before the commencement of a new season. In the realm of basketball, how many players emerge from affluent backgrounds? The majority hail from impoverished neighborhoods, growing up without parental guidance, often crammed into dim, damp quarters exposed to theft, drugs, and the underbelly of society. None can predict which friend may succumb to violence by dawn's light. Basketball represents their sole avenue for altering their destinies and those of their families beyond the court. They possess few, if any, life skills. How many players can ascend from laborers to owners, akin to the illustrious Michael Jordan? Most find that once they step off the court, they are immediately plunged into destitution. To maintain a life of privilege, they persist in their relentless pursuit on the court, often disregarding their dignity. The public perceives only the glitz of NBA players, yet few comprehend the multitude of newcomers vying for a place in the league each year, nor the countless who face elimination. Initially, the Los Angeles Lakers boasted another rookie alongside Vujacic, Marcus Douthit, who, however, vanished after a mere 3 days at the training facility, evidently failing to secure the coveted NBA contract. Unlike many players who fade into obscurity without recognition, Douthit transitioned through various international leagues and even acquired Filipino citizenship, participating in the 2011 Asian Championship. Douthit's departure went largely unnoticed, eliciting a fleeting sense of melancholy from Vujacic. After all, they were both novices in this unforgiving arena, where rookies wield little power. Such newcomers, still grappling with a rudimentary understanding of the NBA, possess no choices. Their sole recourse is to showcase their potential before coaches as if they were mere commodities, striving to demonstrate their exceptionalism and worthiness in hopes of securing a contract and officially joining the NBA fraternity. However, to find warmth within this fraternity is but a delusion. Wherever there are individuals, competition thrives. The NBA is no exception to the societal law of survival of the fittest. If one proves to be of value to the team, respect is naturally bestowed, and the right to endure is assured. However, should one reveal a lack of adaptability or worth, the fate of elimination becomes inevitable. This environment is devoid of warmth or compassion. The Lakers staff, who could be seen scribbling notes at the sidelines, serve as the arbiters for players like Vujacic. Their ability to secure a contract for the upcoming season rests entirely in their hands. As for the head coach, Phil Jackson, Vujacic has yet to lay eyes on him. But a renowned figure and a hallmark of the NBA, he has little time to extend hospitality to inexperienced rookies. Furthermore, with Phil currently entangled in a passionate affair with Miss Buss, the daughter of the Lakers owner, he is even less inclined to attend to those who are mere half-formed prospects, always at risk of being cast aside by the league. The treatment of Vujacic can be considered favorable. During his previous training stint with the Lakers, the coaching staff recognized his prodigious talent. However, that esteemed reputation was earned by the former Vujacic and bears no relation to the current iteration, who seems to have undergone a transformation. Everything must commence anew. Despite his unwavering confidence in his abilities, from the perspective of the NBA, Vujacic remains a novice. To secure a rookie contract, he must demonstrate his true capabilities. Otherwise, he risks being cast aside, a fate resting solely on the words of the Lakers management. Nevertheless, there are advantageous aspects for Vujacic. This season, the Lakers find themselves in a pivotal phase of reconstruction. Following the disheartening defeat of the previous season's F4, Malone has announced his retirement, and Payton has opted to depart. The most significant blow to the Lakers was the fallout between Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, resulting in the former's departure. After a tumultuous decision-making process, the team has chosen to rebuild around Kobe as the cornerstone. With the loss of numerous key players, the Lakers, although anchored by Kobe, have inevitably transitioned from a position of grandeur to one of underdog status. This presents a golden opportunity for Vujacic. Should he manage to convince the team's management of his prowess, he could secure ample playing time in the upcoming season. Thus, from the outset, Vujacic has approached every training session with utmost seriousness, garnering unanimous praise from the Lakers staff. However, his outstanding performance has also attracted the envy of some peers. Standing out is not always a blessing. The arrival of a newcomer inevitably implies that someone's position may be jeopardized, particularly for those whose roles may conflict with his. In recent days, Vujacic has faced numerous provocations. Had it been his old self, he would have retaliated with a swift punch. In his previous life, he was a celebrated prodigy, and his remarkable abilities had fostered a defiant demeanor. He had never bowed his head to anyone. Yet this time, Vujacic has chosen to endure. For the sake of securing a contract, he must temper his temperamental nature. He is unwilling to be perceived as a troublemaker, risking expulsion from the NBA before even having the opportunity to showcase his talents. What Vujacic yearns for most is for Phil Jackson to visit the training facility and witness his abilities firsthand. Unfortunately, thus far, the most prominent figure he has encountered is merely an assistant coach from the Lakers. What Vujacic remained unaware of was that Phil Jackson, despite his physical absence, maintained a daily connection with the team through the coaching staff, keeping himself informed about every newcomer and departure. In fact, each decision regarding these players was ultimately made by Phil Jackson himself. Naturally, he paid particular attention to the first-round rookie, Vujacic. In previous seasons, with a wealth of talent at his disposal, Phil had often dismissed rookies lacking standout abilities. Opportunities would still be granted, but should they fail to demonstrate exceptional potential within a stipulated time frame, their chances of being cut were imminent. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. The new season's Lakers were essentially being reconstructed from the ashes. With the formidable Shaquille O'Neal as a bargaining chip, they acquired Karen Butler, Lamar Odom, and his former Chicago Bulls player, Brian Grant, none of whom were truly the athletes Phil desired. Although the upper management had set no immediate expectations for performance, this year marked the inception of the Kobe era. A dismal record could tarnish Phil's esteemed reputation as a coach. Rebuilding was evidently a long-term endeavor, and Phil's current objective was to lay the groundwork for a new dynasty while maximizing internal potential. Selecting Vujacic in the draft was Phil's own decision. He perceived this Slovenian lad as possessing average physical attributes, yet noteworthy potential. He exhibited a fair shooting ability, albeit inconsistent, and showed promise in his ability to drive. Though his slender frame might pose challenges against more robust opponents, his defensive skills were mediocre, yet his awareness of team dynamics was commendable, making him a player worth developing. In Phil's grand design, the most suitable role for Vujacic was as a backup to Kobe. Furthermore, should Vujacic enhance his passing skills, there was the possibility of exploring his capabilities as a point guard. If nurtured effectively, he might even evolve into a sixth man akin to Ginobili. These notions had initially stemmed from Vujacic's earlier impressions on Phil Jackson. However, recent feedback from the coaching staff suggested that Vujacic had undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to a dramatic roller coaster ride. Phil Jackson pondered, is this truly the same individual? Chapter 3. The diligent young man today. Vujacic drove to the Lakers training facility as he usually did, his spirits buoyed by the recent acquisition of his long-coveted NBA contract, 3-1, for years for $5.7 million. Though not particularly lavish, in comparison to the struggles of those whose salaries barely scraped the seven-figure mark, it was indeed commendable. One cannot expect to secure a record-breaking rookie contract akin to Kobe Bryant's $50 million over 5 years upon entering the NBA. At the very least, this contract signified the team's regard for him. By affixing his signature, Vujacic was assured of being a restricted player for the first 3 years. Should the Lakers choose not to trade him, he would be bound to the team for that duration. Following those 3 years, he would enter the final year as a restricted free agent, with the Lakers retaining the right to re-sign him. If they opted to extend his contract, he would be unable to depart, regardless of his own desires. Conversely, if the Lakers declined to renew, he would be free to explore opportunities elsewhere. And by the 5th year, he would be a free agent, able to select his desired team. However, Vujacic had no intention of remaining with the Lakers for an extended period. His rebellious nature prevented him from ever being content as a subordinate. Of course, should the Lakers trade Kobe, or if Kobe were to humbly accept a supporting role under him, Vujacic would not mind dedicating his career to the Lakers. Unfortunately, such scenarios were virtually improbable. The Lakers were unlikely to part with Kobe, and Kobe would never relinquish his newly acquired position of leadership. Thus, it was preordained that Vujacic would merely be a transient presence within the Lakers. Nevertheless, he had no plans to engage in lackluster efforts. The Lakers represented his inaugural platform to the NBA, a stage he intended to maximize. Upon entering the training facility, Vujacic was struck by an unusual atmosphere. A palpable difference from the typical camaraderie displayed by his fellow players. Even Cook, who often indulged in laziness during practice, seemed intensely focused on his sprints today. Moreover, there appeared to be a significant increase in the number of participants at training. Checking the time, he realized he was not late. He proceeded to the locker room to change, but in his preoccupation with organizing his gear, he failed to notice as he exited and collided with a large figure. "Hey, rookie, have you not yet learned to keep your head up while walking?" The tone was unmistakably deliberate. Vujacic looked up to see a massive individual who resembled a giant meatball. "My apologies, but to try to avoid staring at the ceiling while you walk." In that brief moment of surprise, Vujacic slipped past him, rubbing his chin, while the meatball chuckled, an amusing rookie. At this moment, Vujacic finally comprehended the reason behind the influx of individuals at the training facility. Considering the timeline, there were only a few days remaining until the commencement of the NBA preseason, prompting several key players to return to the team, including Lamar Odom, whom he had just collided with. Vujacic was perplexed. How could Odom, with his lackluster demeanor, manage to wed the foremost beauty of the Kardashian clan? Surely, it must have been that winged, bare-bottomed child who had indulged in too much drink. While engaging in warm-up exercises at the sidelines, Vujacic then noticed that the legendary coach, Phil Jackson, whose name he had only heard but never seen, had also graced the training facility with his presence today. As Vujacic glanced back, he unexpectedly locked eyes with DeFayer, who, to his surprise, smiled at him. That old rascal. In his previous life, Vujacic was oblivious to the nuances of social interactions, and thus he could not discern between admiration and ambiguity. The training was led by the assistant coach, while Phil stood at the sidelines, attempting to exude an aura of coolness. Before the training commenced, Vujacic frequently cast glances in Phil's direction, puzzled by the presence of this esteemed figure, who had seemingly abandoned Miss to observe a group of seasoned men in training. However, once the training began, Vujacic forgot all his musings and immersed himself completely. For basketball was his singular passion, the only pursuit capable of capturing his attention. He understood that this period was crucial for his future with the Lakers. Indeed, within the NBA, leaving no room for carelessness or negligence. In any environment, one fears comparison, juxtaposed with the seasoned veterans who had long mingled in the NBA. Vujacic stood out as an anomaly. He approached each training session with unwavering effort, his dedication bordering on excessive seriousness. "That young man is truly remarkable," Phil finally spoke. Having observed in silence since the training's inception, assistant coach Brian Shaw, who had served as Phil's aide since his arrival at Staples Center, had forged a profound friendship with him over the years. Brian understood Phil all too well. He recognized that the fortunate Slovenian had successfully captured the attention of his old friend. Brian held Vujacic in high regard. Though the young man exuded the typical bravado of youth, his earnest approach to training and his avoidance of trouble marked him as somewhat solitary, yet not nearly as reclusive as the Black Mamba. Among his peers, he indeed deserved commendation, not solely for his skill and talent, but for his earnest attitude towards basketball. Reminiscent of Brian himself, Phil, taken aback by Brian's remarks, gazed at him incredulously, like Kobe. "Brian, are you certain you are serious?" Phil's expression mirrored that of someone just getting to know Brian, for within the Lakers, Brian Shaw was renowned for his strictness. Any hint of slacking off during training would surely result in a stern reprimand. Even the Black Mamba was not exempt. Brian shrugged. "Of course, I believe my assessment is entirely justified. Do you recall the section of your training report regarding that Slovenian lad? After completing his training, he practiced shooting an additional 500 times. It is essential to note that this was not a mere whim. Rather, he has been consistently dedicated, adhering to the oft-despised regimen of strength training with utmost seriousness. Such commitment from a young man is a rarity, as I have yet to encounter anyone who embodies this level of diligence, not even the legendary Bryant during his early days. I recall that after signing his rookie contract, Bryant was often tardy to practice for an extended period. Yet, in this young man, I perceive neither impatience nor arrogance. This assessment is indeed high praise. A player may possess average skills or limited talent, but the crux lies in one's attitude. If a player fails to recognize their own limitations, believing that securing an NBA contract grants them immunity from self-scrutiny, then they are truly beyond redemption. Should Vujacic be as industrious as Bryant suggests? There is indeed reason for optimism. However, Phil Jackson is not one to offer praise lightly. He is known for his critical eye. I recall advising players to continue their training beyond the regular sessions, Brian. As the assistant coach, you must oversee their physical well-being and, when necessary, rein in those overly enthusiastic young athletes to prevent overexertion. Once they sign a contract, their bodies become the team's invaluable assets. Brian clearly anticipated Phil's response. All right, my friend. I cannot stifle a diligent young man's desire to improve. That would be irresponsible. Now, you ought to consider other matters. Shouldn't such a hard-working rookie be rewarded? Perhaps with playing time, which I believe would be the finest gift. Phil remains silent. He seldom makes promises, even to superstars like Kobe, let alone to a rookie without any NBA experience. Diligence and a serious training attitude alone do not suffice to draw any conclusions. Vujacic's true capabilities require further observation. After many years in coaching, Phil has encountered countless training-oriented players who appear exceptional in practice yet falter in actual games. He certainly holds expectations for Vujacic, but how to utilize him effectively must be tested in competition. Meanwhile, Vujacic, engrossed in his training, remains oblivious to the fact that he has captured the attention of Coach Phil. He need not concern himself with such matters. As a young man with the spirit of a Chinese soul, he has always adhered to the principle that diligence ultimately reaps rewards. The presence of the head coach at the training facility ignites a fervor among the players, amplifying their enthusiasm several-fold. Their potential contracts or positions in the upcoming season hinge on their efforts during these critical days. Demonstrating their abilities in front of the head coach is undoubtedly more advantageous than practicing in solitude, for Phil is the one who will ultimately determine their fates. Vujacic naturally wished to leave a profound impression on Big Phil. However, he was preoccupied with a more pressing matter, swiftly acclimating to his current physique. In stark contrast to his previous life, this body differed significantly in height, weight, speed, jumping ability, strength, flexibility, and agility. Most importantly, he needed to adapt to his new hands, mastering the sensation of the basketball with urgency. While diligently practicing his dribbling, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation. Inexplicable and entirely unanticipated. Grasping the basketball firmly, Vujacic lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the training facility, and his expression instantly transformed. Chapter 4. The Black Mamba. No one could have predicted that Kobe would appear at the training facility. As the team's leader and superstar, he was accustomed to absolute privileges. Theoretically, he could continue to enjoy a leisurely holiday, accompanying his angelic-faced wife and daughter until the conclusion of the preseason. However, Vujacic, with knowledge from a future perspective, understood that it would indeed be peculiar if the Black Mamba did not make an appearance. Having ousted Shaquille O'Neal and ascended to the throne of team captain, Kobe faced his first significant challenge in the eyes of the public during his inaugural season. With Kobe's proud disposition, he would never willingly accept any form of defeat, regardless of the widespread acknowledgement that the Lakers were currently in a rebuilding phase. He alone would not use this as an excuse. He was determined to prove that the Lakers he led were superior to those of the iconic Shaq-Kobe duo. Moreover, there was an additional aspect that Kobe found particularly intolerable. Shaquille's move to Miami to partner with Dwayne Wade had suddenly transformed the Miami Heat into formidable championship contenders. Should O'Neal and Wade secure a championship while Kobe's Los Angeles Lakers failed to even reach the playoffs, it would be an immense humiliation for the Black Mamba. Upon entering the training facility, Kobe disregarded his training teammates, making a beeline for Big Phil, where the two exchanged a few brief words before heading to the locker room. Upon encountering Kobe, Vujacic exhibited only a fleeting moment of excitement, not due to the presence of an idol, for he had never been an admirer of Kobe in his previous life. His sole idol was the legendary Michael Jordan, while all other players striving on the court in his world were merely his rivals. The training continued. Following Kobe's arrival, it became apparent that the focus of several players had shifted away from their practice. Some were preoccupied with ingratiating themselves to the team's leader, a survival tactic within the NBA. In a team setting, failing to cultivate a proper relationship with the leader could spell disaster for one's career. Often, the words of the team leader held more weight than those of the head coach. A quintessential example within the Lakers was Brian Cook, an alternative power forward who shied away from physical confrontation and exhibited minimal prowess in rebounding and defense, yet fervently pursued three-point shots. His prolonged tenure with the Lakers and temporary dominance in a starting position could largely be attributed to his adeptness at ingratiating himself with the right individuals. Despite repeated attempts to release him from the roster, the team endured his increasingly lackluster performances due to Kobe's influence. Cook understood the dynamics of favor and adeptly followed Kobe, sacrificing much in loyalty. However, he ultimately lacked the requisite skill, leading to his eventual trade to the Houston Rockets when even Kobe could no longer tolerate his shortcomings. Vujacic observed the eager demeanor of Cook with a profound sense of disdain. He had no intention of clinging to the coattails of others. What significance did a seemingly solid relationship hold? Even if he had been as close to Kobe as to stand guard outside during the incident involving the sexual assault of a hotel attendant, it would not have spared him from the inevitable fate of being cast aside if he lacked intrinsic value. To thrive in the NBA and to secure a comfortable existence, the simplest strategy was to demonstrate one's worth, rendering oneself indispensable. This was the true path to success. Kobe emerged after changing into his gear, initially warming up at the sidelines, adopting a stoic facade, yet Vujacic perceived an undercurrent of turmoil in him. There was no alternative. This summer, the Lakers management had performed dismally. The rift between Kobe and O'Neal had escalated to an irreparable point. Ultimately, the Lakers hierarchy was forced to make a choice. But the prospect of trading O'Neal for players capable of swiftly revitalizing the team was utterly implausible. Moreover, rival teams had clearly identified the Lakers' vulnerabilities, collectively seizing the opportunity to exploit them, which ultimately benefited the Miami Heat. Looking at the current roster, Vujacic felt that the Lakers' aspirations to carve out a path through the increasingly competitive Western Conference this season seemed almost unattainable. As Vujacic lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the basketball gracefully passing through the net. Turning his head, he beheld Kobe, who was still poised in his shooting stance. It seemed that Kobe sensed Vujacic's gaze, as he briefly glanced over, yet swiftly averted his eyes. What does this imply? Does it suggest a disdain for others? Vujacic, with a swift motion, released the ball. Swish. Once again, it found the net without touching the rim. After days of rigorous training, Vujacic had nearly reclaimed the shooting finesse he possessed in his previous life. During his tenure in the CBA and the national team, his shooting had always been his formidable weapon, particularly in mid-range shots. His accuracy soared above 70 as long as he wasn't double-teamed. Just as Kobe intended to approach another player designated as a key member of the team, he abruptly halted, gesturing for the ball. Cook, eager to assume the role of a devoted supporter, promptly passed the ball to Kobe. Upon receiving it, Kobe effortlessly lifted his hand and shot, executing the motion flawlessly, resulting in yet another swish. Vujacic was not afforded such favorable treatment, nor did he have sycophants to cater to him. He had to personally will a cart of basketballs to the sidelines. Grabbing one, he launched it towards the hoop, and it swished through the net effortlessly. Subsequently, it seemed as though the two were caught in a competitive spirit, each taking turns to shoot. Initially, their antics failed to capture the attention of others, but gradually, the training session came to a halt as onlookers gathered at the periphery, witnessing this impromptu mid-range shooting contest between the two players. Wait, it should be three, as Cook, the subordinate who passed to Kobe, was also involved. What on earth were they doing? Phil raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Brian Shaw widened his eyes in disbelief. What was this? The promising rookie's first encounter with the veteran had triggered such an unexpected scenario. It appeared that the young man was not one to be underestimated. The two players seemed to be intentionally provoking one another, neither willing to concede defeat. For every shot one took, the other replied in kind, transforming the training court into a battleground for their duel. As the team leader, Kobe could not afford to lose face to a rookie. He knew he must not relent at this juncture. Initially, it may have been a mere matter of pride, but now, perhaps due to his nature, he perceived Vujacic's actions as a challenge. And when faced with a challenge, Kobe felt compelled to respond. As for Vujacic, his thoughts were far less convoluted. He simply sought to engage in a contest of wills. If you wish to compete, then I shall rise to the occasion, regardless of who you are. Let us see who falters first. Phil made no attempt to intervene, leaving everyone to observe as these two perpetual adolescents squared off on the court. At first, they may have deemed Vujacic overzealous, but as both players sank 100 shots each without a single miss, perceptions began to shift. While these were merely uncontested shots from a stationary position, the feat of hitting 100 consecutive baskets without error was indeed astonishing. It is important to note that shooting, while a fundamental skill in basketball, demands more than just accuracy. It tests one's feel for the ball, rhythm, and stamina. Even holding one's arms aloft without a ball can be quite taxing. Phil, you must intervene. If this continues, I fear for Brian, Shaw suggested. Worry etched on his face. Yet Phil remained unfazed, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Calm down, Brian. Are you concerned that the Slovenian lad's provocation of Kobe might lead to trouble? Brian remained silent, yet it was evident that his concerns lay here. Having spent many years with the Lakers, he had served as an assistant coach long before the arrival of Phil Jackson. When Kobe first joined the Staples Center, it was Brian who was responsible for his training. He possessed an intimate understanding of the Black Mamba's character for the position of team leader. He had relentlessly contended with Shaquille O'Neal, ultimately driving him to Miami. Given Kobe's proud disposition, it was inconceivable that he would tolerate any challenge to his authority. Phil waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Brian, your worries are unfounded. If you believe Kobe would be concerned about that Slovenian lad challenging his authority, I can only say you are rather naive. Kobe would never regard him as a rival. Frankly, he is simply not worthy. Phil's assertion was accurate. Kobe had little regard for Vujacic. His competitive spirit was not driven by any desire to best Vujacic, but rather to assert who truly reigned supreme within the Los Angeles Lakers, and to convey that anyone wishing to thrive here must closely follow his lead. With a resounding thud, as both players reached their 178th shot, Vujacic finally faltered, having miscalculated his physical stamina. More significantly, he had yet to fully acclimate to the nuances of his own hands. Observing Vujacic's missed shot, Kobe cast the basketball aside and turned, striding purposefully towards the weight room. Vujacic sank directly to the ground, panting heavily. During the game, he felt nothing amiss, but now that he had paused, his arms felt as if the very bones had been extracted, limp and lifeless. Upon seeing Kobe about to leave, Vujacic was incensed. The word failure did not exist in his lexicon. Hey, you think you can just run away after winning once? Kobe hesitated for a moment, not bothering to look back. Rookie, what more do you desire? You've already lost, and I have no inclination to entertain you. Play, that scoundrel. Vujacic cursed inwardly. Rising to face Kobe, this matter is far from over. I have never lost to anyone in shooting. Upon hearing this, Kobe chuckled and turned to Vujacic, saying, Rookie, you might want to utter that phrase again when you can actually make a basket during a game. Chapter 5. The first trial during their previous encounter at the training facility, Vujacic found himself facing a rather unpleasant consequence. Following their competitive session, the assistant coach informed him that he was to clean the training facility for an entire week on the grounds of disrupting the team's training regimen. What a ludicrous justification. After all, it takes two to tango. He was not the sole saboteur of the training, and it was hardly as though he had seen Kobe groveling at the coach's feet. Why should he escape unscathed? Brian Shaw's ultimatum was clear. Either scrub the training facility for a week or forfeit his participation in team practices for the same duration. How outrageous. This was beginning to feel like a threat. He was no Sakuraji Hanamichi. Why should he be relegated to cleaning duties? Yet, the power dynamics were unmistakable. The blade was firmly in their hands. With the preseason looming, missing out would significantly hinder Vujacic's standing within the team. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the coaching staff's intentions. This was merely a tactic to humble his pride. After all, as a mere rookie, challenging the authority of the team's leader was a grave transgression, regardless of contracts or what was deemed significant. The consequence of being sent to the development league to await his fate was a very real possibility. However, could Vujacic's unparalleled and independent spirit truly be quelled by such trivial matters? As the subsequent week unfolded, each day after practice, he watched his teammates depart one by one. As they reached the exit, each would turn back to offer him a mocking smile, their eyes brimming with derision. Laugh all you want, fools. This unique treatment you envy will never be yours. Nevertheless, Vujacic's standing among the team was undeniably poor. He had no friends, and his training sessions were solitary endeavors, with hardly anyone willing to engage him in conversation. Yet, he paid them no mind. In the realm of brilliance, the presence of mere mortals was irrelevant. Sasha Vujacic now awaits the arrival of the preseason, which he perceives as a genuine test. The rest, such as the team's deliberate undermining and the isolation from his teammates, are mere trifles. For the Los Angeles Lakers, currently undergoing reconstruction, the preseason holds paramount significance. While previous preseasons were merely for warm-ups and refining the bench, this year's preseason is undeniably profound in its implications. The indecision of the Lakers management regarding the OK duo has resulted in a glaring inadequacy in the roster this season. Not only has the once opulent interior, which has dazzled for decades, succumbed to a void, but more critically, Kobe Bryant lacks a formidable supporting player on the wing. Though Lamar Odom possesses considerable talent, he often commits inexplicable errors, giving an overall impression of unreliability. Last season, the team surged into the finals with a roster so lavish it was almost dizzying. Yet this season, the team's shortcomings are painfully evident. Phil Jackson's primary task is to assemble a cohesive roster for the Lakers before the new season commences, encompassing not only the starters but also the bench. The number of players currently in the Lakers training facility highlights Jackson's compelled strategy of casting a wide net, hoping to discover one or two promising talents in the preseason. Vujacic is acutely aware of his current predicament. The preseason serves as both a test and an opportunity. Even if he fails to secure a starting position, though such an outcome seems improbable, as the Lakers would not cast aside Shaquille O'Neal only to relegate Kobe to the bench, Vujacic is eager to vie for a spot as a primary substitute or even the sixth man. However, in the first preseason game against the Sacramento Kings, Vujacic found himself benched, with the starting lineup featuring center Chris Mim, power forward Stanislav Medvedenko, small forward Karen Butler, shooting guard Tony Bobbitt, and shooting guard Thierry Brown. This lineup exemplified a standard soft roster. Vujacic felt confident he could exploit Mim's mismatches, and he was baffled by the emergence of Tony Bobbitt, who seemed to appear from nowhere. The Sacramento Kings starting lineup evidently displayed greater intent than that of the Lakers, with center Brian Skinner, power forward Chris Williams, small forward Kenny Thomas, shooting guard Kevin Martin, Vujacic's peer, and point guard Maurice Evans. Vujacic was perplexed by Jackson's thoughts. Although the preseason was ostensibly focused on training rather than outcomes, one could not help but question why a newcomer like him was relegated to the bench. Was it a consequence of past events, or perhaps an attempt to temper his burgeoning confidence? While these considerations lingered, they were not of paramount importance. However, had Vujacic been privy to Jackson's true sentiments, his character would likely have prompted an immediate confrontation, resulting in a one-on-one showdown. Thus, for the sake of maintaining the Lakers' harmonious and united front, it was perhaps best to allow him to remain in his state of misunderstanding. As the first quarter reached its 8th minute, the Lakers found themselves trailing 8-17. With both teams exhibiting a dismal shooting percentage that left much to be desired in terms of the preseason's entertainment value. The Lakers' most pressing issues lay within the frontcourt and backcourt. Every position was underwhelming. The combination of Mim and Medvedenko in the paint was utterly dismantled by the unheralded Chris Williams, while the backcourt duo of Burbage and Brown showcased a remarkable lack of presence. The only player who demonstrated any semblance of competence was the newly acquired Karen Butler, who had arrived alongside Shaquille O'Neal. As someone who had traversed time, Vujacic was acutely aware of Butler's future accomplishments. Upon joining the Lakers, Butler was merely viewed as a natural substitute for Odom. However, an unexpected injury to Grant, a former teammate of Jackson's during his Bulls tenure, thrust Odom into the power forward position, allowing Butler to unexpectedly secure a spot in the starting lineup. He flourished, ultimately becoming the second highest scorer for the Lakers that season, trailing only Kobe Bryant. Regrettably, Butler's tenure with the Lakers was fleeting. The following season, he would be traded to the Washington Wizards in exchange for the infamous draft bust Kwame Brown. Vujacic, having once been a devoted fan, often mused that had Butler remained with the Lakers, the team's resurgence would not have been so protracted. Vujacic's perspective on Butler epitomizes a quintessential modern small forward. As we entered the new century, the definition of a small forward in basketball became inextricably linked to key attributes such as scoring, penetration, fast breaks, perimeter shooting, perimeter defense, and the sharing of rebounding responsibilities. In this context, Butler stands as a paragon of the small forward archetype. Firstly, on the offensive front, Butler is frequently compared to Paul Pierce. Both possess a similar physical robustness, while Butler's leaping ability is arguably superior. However, in terms of technical finesse, he still lags considerably behind Pierce, who is renowned for his comprehensive and elegant offensive skills. During his tenure with the Miami Heat, Butler honed his adept low-post offensive techniques, boasting elite post-up capabilities among perimeter players. His shooting touch is commendable, particularly when he finds himself with open looks, yet his technical execution remains somewhat unrefined. His tenacity and aggressiveness are remarkable, but they occasionally render him a black hole on the court, highlighting a pressing need for improvement in his ball-handling skills. While his defensive awareness and techniques may not be top tier, his athleticism and proactive defensive demeanor compensate for some of these shortcomings. With swift hands, he challenges ball handlers, compelling them to remain vigilant about the security of the basketball, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of a fast-break dunk. Throughout his career, Butler has averaged nearly 2 steals per game, while also contributing 6 rebounds, a noteworthy statistic for a perimeter player. Subsequently, within the Wizards' fast-paced system, a defensive rebound often translates into a rapid 5-second offensive surge. Despite the setbacks of injuries and frequent trades, Butler has not succumbed to despair. Rather, he has gradually evolved into a commendable perimeter defender. However, it is unfortunate that Butler does not embody the type of player that Phil Jackson admires. Jackson's preference for versatile athletes, capable of alleviating offensive and defensive pressures for core players, was evident during his time coaching the Bulls with Scottie Pippen. Consequently, it is clear that Butler's time with the Lakers was destined to be fleeting. Vujacic was lamenting for Butler, completely oblivious to the fact that he was merely a novice, devoid of even a single second of NBA game experience. Suddenly, his automated voice recognition system accurately detected Jackson's voice. He looked up to behold the youthful Kevin Martin driving towards the basket, scoring effortlessly, while the beleaguered Burbage struggled to keep pace behind him. What a fool. Just moments ago, during an offensive play, he had clumsily knocked the ball onto his own foot, allowing the nimble Kevin Martin to seize the opportunity for a fast break. Oh, the score is already 8-23. Allow me to come to your rescue, young man. However, before that, I must dutifully report to Jackson and fulfill my role as the good child, indulging the vanity of the Zen master, who relishes showcasing his gifted skills. Coach, I am ready. Chapter 6, Entering the Game. Vujaci's fervent desire for battle has not gone unnoticed by Jackson. In this regard, the old master reflects that excessive indulgence in hormones can lead to arrogance. However, the youthful exuberance exhibited by the young man is indeed commendable. Mr. Vujacic, it is delightful to witness such self-awareness in you. Now, let us examine what changes are necessary. We find ourselves in a predicament, both offensively and defensively. I require you to assume the role of an aggressor on the court, where you will possess ample autonomy to unleash your full potential. Additionally, we urgently need to address our defensive strategy. The opposing player, like yourself, is a newcomer. Do not falter against him. As Vujacic listened, he turned to glance at Kevin Martin, who was currently handling the ball on the court. The player with the distinctive hairstyle would soon become his primary adversary. Being a rookie himself, Vujacic was determined not to succumb to him in this direct competition. In his previous life, prior to his foray into the NBA, Vujacic had meticulously analyzed every current player who might pose a challenge, and Martin was no exception. Overall, Martin exhibited commendable offensive capabilities, particularly excelling in mid-range shooting. His primary scoring methods included jump shots and drives facilitated by screens, as well as layups and alley-oops executed after precise cuts. Occasionally, he would leverage his speed for breakthroughs and jump shots. However, his lack of physicality hindered his offensive development. In scenarios where opponents applied aggressive pressure and interior defense was swift, his shooting opportunities after cutting often faced interference, resulting in a lower success rate. Martin possessed little in the way of back-to-the-basket skills. When faced with one-on-one situations near the basket, he typically relied on his relative foot speed to force penetrations or execute sudden stop-and-pop jump shots. His cutting was predominantly reliant on speed, and it was rare to witness him evading defenders through changes in direction or rhythm during gameplay. Due to his slender physique, successful scoring after penetration was infrequent. The inadequacy of his individual offensive prowess meant that when his team's offensive strategy faltered, his efficiency would significantly decline. Defensively, Martin was quick and able to keep pace with most guards in the league. Nevertheless, his lack of strength and physicality made it challenging for him to contend with many opponents. Although he could match their foot speed, contact often left him with little choice but to commit fouls when faced with aggressive drives or back-to-the-basket plays. Additionally, he lacked the experience to defend elite scorers, resulting in mediocre judgment of opponents' fakes and offensive maneuvers. In terms of defending off-ball players, possibly due to his awareness of rebounding, Martin tended to position himself too close to the basket, granting his opponents ample space and opportunities for shots. His defensive skills against screens were particularly lacking, as he often fixated on the ball handler, neglecting to notice the opposing player setting the screen, leading to poor anticipation of the actions following the screen and inadequate choices when switching or trapping the ball handler. The analysis conducted by Vujacic reveals that the young man is utterly inadequate. It is evident that Jackson's determination to make substitutions stems not only from the Lakers' abysmal offensive efficiency at this point in the game, but also from Bobbitt's inability to contend with Martin, who seemed to lead him around like a puppet. Furthermore, on the offensive end, Martin exploited his speed, rendering Bobbitt's performance inept and cornered. However, were it not for this situation, how could it be my turn to shine? Jackson, taken aback by Vujacic's inexplicable laughter, inquired with surprise, "What is it, young man? Do you possess the confidence to confront your peers?" Vujacic was taken aback for a moment, but then he adopted an air of arrogance, proclaiming, "Coach, I believe that. In light of your benevolent nature, the most prudent course of action for you would be to kindly caution that bull-headed fellow to be wary of wetting his pants later." The term bull-headed is quite vivid. However, that is not the crux of the matter. This lad is utterly insufferable, yet his flattery is undeniably pleasing. Directly striking a chord with the old master, Vujacic stood at the sidelines, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to make a substitution during a dead ball. The Lakers were on the offensive, and as the ball crossed half court, Brown passed it to Burpitt. It was evident to all that Vujacic would replace Burpitt, and as a longtime companion, Brown was reluctant to see Burpitt exit the game in such a mundane manner. In response, Vujacic expressed his disdain, indifferent to their antics. He knew that once he entered the game, he would swiftly conquer the court and demonstrate to these mere mortals how to treat a genius. Burpitt, clutching the ball, bore an expression of exhilaration akin to that of a man embracing a stunning beauty. He was acutely aware that this might be his final opportunity to shine in the first half and was determined to score a spectacular basket to win Jackson's favor. However, while his intentions were noble, the execution proved less than promising. Faced with Kevin Martin's rather lax defense, Burpitt resembled a sheep being herded by a sheepdog, inching towards the sidelines before falling into a double team and making a mindless pass. Fortunately, Butler managed to secure the ball and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish! The shot went in, but the audience responded with a chorus of boos. This match was taking place at the Staples Center, the Lakers' home turf, and such a lackluster performance was far from satisfactory, especially considering the team had been contending for the championship the previous season. Now only Kobe remained from the famed F4, with the rest mere supporting players. The management's inaction and the dismal prospects for the team led to a collective eruption of frustration among the fans. It is important to note that not all Lakers fans supported Kobe. In fact, most sided with Shaquille O'Neal, expressing dissatisfaction over Kobe's role in ousting the formidable Big Shark. As the fans grew restless, Jackson could no longer remain passive. While the recent basket was indeed well executed, he could not regard that pass as an assist from Burpitt. He had no desire to witness such a lackluster display for even a moment longer. He rose to signal a foul by Medvedenko, resulting in a dead ball, and promptly called a timeout. Meanwhile, Vujacic, still waiting to enter the game, was taken aback by Jackson's harshness. In the Lakers bench, Jackson unleashed a torrent of criticism upon all the players on the court. Even Butler, who had performed reasonably well, was not spared from his wrath. Following the timeout, the game resumed, and the Lakers executed their substitutions. Not only was Burpitt replaced, but the underperforming Medvedenko and the commendable yet fatigued Butler also left the court. Vujacic, Cook, and Walton entered the fray. Regardless of who his teammates were, Vujacic was unconcerned. Jackson had just informed him that he possessed unlimited shooting privileges on the court. Now, he was prepared to reign as the king of the game. Though merely a preseason match, this was Vujacic's inaugural step towards conquering the NBA. Let the battle commence. Young warriors. With possession of the ball, Evans confidently dribbled past the half-court line. Noticing that Williams had established a solid position in the paint, he promptly delivered the ball to him. Williams, with his back to the basket, attempted to power through, but Mim, who was mismatched against him, exhibited a significantly improved defensive stance compared to before. Jackson, feeling the pressure, realized that if this underperformer wished to avoid a challenging future, he needed to elevate his game. Otherwise, he would certainly face dire consequences. Observing that he could not create space, Williams quickly returned the ball to the perimeter, where Kevin Martin awaited. This match marked Martin's second preseason game. In the previous encounter, the Kings had effortlessly triumphed over the expansion team, the Charlotte Bobcats, with Martin delivering an impressive performance of 18 points, 3 assists, and 5 rebounds. By the end of the first quarter of today's game, he had already accrued 7 points. A promising sign indeed. After receiving the ball, Martin sought to replicate his earlier success, dribbling laterally before taking a step forward and attempting a jump shot. However, this time, he was met with resistance. Almost the instant he caught the ball, Vujacic positioned himself firmly in front of him. Crouching low with one arm raised high and the other extending sideways, effectively obstructing Martin's path. Although Vujacic's defensive skills are not particularly remarkable, they are more than adequate to contend with Martin, especially during Martin's rookie phase. As long as he maintains close defensive pressure and denies Martin the opportunity to execute a jump shot, the threat posed by this player with a distinctive hairstyle is significantly diminished. Regarding Martin's speed, while he is quick, so too is Vujacic. And though his physique may not compare favorably to others, he is more than capable of handling Martin effectively. Martin, evidently dismissive of Vujacic's abilities, had been performing exceptionally well prior to this match, brimming with confidence. He was contemplating how to utilize his swift agility to evade Vujacic, planning to execute a sudden stop for a jump shot, and pondering what celebratory gesture he might employ afterward. However, action speaks louder than thought. With a swift motion, Martin shifted his body and stepped forward with his right foot, simultaneously gearing up for a rapid advance toward the considerable gap on Vujacic's left side. But wait. Where do you think you're going, Martin? Vujacic had anticipated this move. As a seasoned player who has persevered in the CBA for many years, he possesses a wealth of experience that far surpasses Martin's, despite the CBA's level being notably lower than that of the NCAA. Martin, caught off guard by Vujacic's surprising speed, found himself perilously close to the basket. In a moment of urgency, Martin executed a sudden stop, attempting to force a shot. However, as soon as the ball left his hands, despair washed over him. Vujacic's hand was right in his line of sight. With a resounding slap, Vujacic recorded his first statistic as a block. Yet, the satisfaction of the moment was what truly mattered. Chapter 7. A Hero's Son, a Scoundrel. The fiery performance of Vujacic transformed the previously stagnant Staples Center into a scene of fervor. It was not merely the significance of Vujacic's block that ignited the excitement. Rather, it was the frustration of the proud Lakers fans, who had been compelled to witness an obscure rookie run rampant on their home court. The sensation was utterly disheartening, as they longed for someone to rise and deliver a resounding lesson to that mop-headed upstart. In perfect timing, Vujacic emerged. The basketball, thwarted by Vujacic's block, was swiftly seized by Brown. What followed? Without a doubt, a fast break ensued. According to his past playing habits, Vujacic swiftly crossed the mid-court after landing. Alas, he was moving too quickly. The ball handler Brown was still behind him, although the ball merely needed to reach his hands, which, in the absence of defense, signified an easy 2 points. Vujacic had little confidence that Brown could deliver the ball securely, given his previously abysmal passing skills. Indeed, having just been harshly reprimanded by Jackson, Brown opted for caution this time, steadily bringing the ball across half-court amidst the crowd's jeers. Fine, I forgive you this time. But what does it mean that you keep dribbling without even glancing my way? Are you planning to attempt a no-look pass, or do you simply intend to disregard me? Pass the ball. Damn it. As expected, he is ignoring me. The basketball reached the open Luke Walton, and without a moment's hesitation, Martin lunged at Walton. Vujacic found himself in a complete vacuum. At this moment, a shot should have been taken. For heaven's sake, isn't passing your only weapon? Are you not aware that your shooting percentage is below 30%? Thud. That wasn't just a clang. It was a slap in the face. A slap in the face of the Walton family. Doesn't this kid realize that his father is sitting right there in the commentary booth? Walton's mid-range shot missed, and Skinner from the Kings grabbed the rebound, immediately tossing it to Martin, who initiated another fast break. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith was nearly in stitches, completely disregarding his partner's feelings, while NBA legend Bill Walton beside him wore a grim expression, clearly embarrassed by his son's inability to make a shot while utterly unguarded. Not only did the elder Walton feel deeply affected, but even Vujacic felt a pang of sympathy for the old man. There are many instances of the tiger father and dog son dynamic in the NBA, which is somewhat inevitable. After all, fathers often come from humble beginnings, hoping that basketball will change their destinies. Once they achieve success, they provide their sons with a life of privilege, which can diminish the son's appreciation for the struggles of life and their thirst for success, resulting in a lack of motivation when playing. However, among these examples, the Walton father-son duo is particularly disheartening, a quintessential case of the heroic father and the slovenly son. It is essential to recognize that the elder Walton is regarded as one of the most talented giants in NBA history, standing at 2.10 meters, seemingly born for basketball. His career peaked during a 3-year tenure with the Portland Trail Blazers in the mid-1970s, during which he was often compared to the greatest centers in history, Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. Nevertheless, Walton's coach believed that Chamberlain excelled in offense, Russell in defense, while Walton possessed exquisite skills in both. In 1974, the elder Walton was selected first overall by the Portland Trail Blazers. In 1977, Walton played a pivotal role in securing the NBA championship for his team, earning the prestigious title of Finals Most Valuable Player, while also establishing a record for the most defensive rebounds in a single Finals game with 20. The following year, he was honored as the most valuable player and was selected for both the NBA All-Star Team and the All-Defensive Team. Had it not been for injuries, Walton's accomplishments would have undoubtedly commanded the admiration of numerous NBA legends. Nevertheless, he is undeniably regarded as one of the greatest centers in NBA history during his era. If he remained healthy, there were few rivals capable of matching his prowess on the court. What particularly impressed Vujacic was Walton's defiant character. Although this trait often attracted criticism, Vujacic found it to be a true manifestation of masculinity. Ironically, this formidable figure fathered a son who seemed to lack the same fortitude. Young Walton was born into a basketball dynasty and enjoyed a notable college career, even having a fleeting, nebulous romantic connection with pop star Britney Spears. However, such matters are inconsequential on the basketball court. Can a mere rumor with Spears assist him in scoring or blocking shots? Vujacic has consistently expressed bewilderment at how someone of young Walton's caliber could persist in the NBA for several years. Lacking offensive skills, defensive capabilities, and physical prowess, he epitomizes the quintessential 3-0 product. Aside from the occasional flashes of brilliance reminiscent of his father, where he dished out a few assists, the only commendable aspect of his performance was his enthusiastic attitude during games. Yet, what value does enthusiasm hold? The world is replete with blue-collar players willing to undertake the grueling tasks in the NBA. At the very least, they understand the rules and possess defensive acumen. What does Walton Jr. have aside from his father's legacy? The Kings' fast break concluded with Skinner himself finishing the play. Evans received a pass from Martin and, in a fluid motion, tossed the ball toward the basket. Skinner followed closely, leaping to seize the rebounding basketball, and with a powerful downward thrust, executed a thunderous dunk. Throughout this sequence, the Lakers had no recourse, forced to watch as the Kings' youthful players wreaked havoc on their territory. As the Lakers resumed play amidst the booing of the crowd, Brown once again dribbled the ball past half court, then began to pat the ball repeatedly. Enough of this. How about a little red flour as a reward? Perhaps he should return to his kindergarten to play ball games instead. Pass the ball. Vujacic skillfully evaded Martin and let out a resounding shout directed at Brown. While Martin possessed remarkable speed, his physical resilience was notably lacking. Vujacic, adept in his maneuvers, ensured that Martin would not have an easy time. As he ran, he subtly collided with Martin, employing a series of discreet yet effective distractions. Consequently, Martin's speed advantage was rendered ineffective. Vujacic found himself in an open space, yet the ball remained elusive, as Brown resolutely chose to treat Vujacic as if he were invisible, insisting on directing the ball into the paint instead. Upon receiving the pass, Mim attempted to establish his position with a show of strength, only to realize that he lacked the requisite attributes for such a maneuver. While Skinner may not have been exceptionally robust, he was certainly more formidable than the feeble Mim. A 3-second violation. Beep. Jackson once again called for a timeout, and the pallor of his face made it clear that the team's abysmal performance had ignited his fury. The players fell into a hushed silence, acutely aware that their fates rested solely in Jackson's hands. To provoke this formidable figure would surely spell disaster for them. Naturally, apart from Vujacic, whose mood was now even more dismal than Jackson's, Vujacic is not a fool. He is acutely aware of the disdain with which his teammates regard him. a complete and utter rejection. Such experiences are not unfamiliar to him. In his previous life, during his time in the youth team of the club, he faced ostracism due to his skills far surpassing those of his peers. Later, upon joining the national team and usurping the position of a senior player, he again faced exclusion. Yet, he never faltered. In the end, he won over his teammates with his prowess, earning their recognition and respect. However, here, Vujacic senses that achieving that same acceptance is exceedingly difficult, almost insurmountable. The scoundrels here not only reject him, but harbor genuine animosity. Jackson, in a fit of rage, is unleashing his fury upon everyone. He is truly incensed. During the preseason, he had not forbidden losses, but he absolutely could not tolerate such a humiliating defeat. What vexes him the most is the complete absence of the strategies he had meticulously arranged before the game. As Jackson speaks, he suddenly notices someone rising, and he halts mid-sentence. Before he can utter a word, he sees Vujacic, with eyes ablaze, swiftly take action, one hand gripping Brown and the other seizing Walton. Damn it, I just said to pass the ball. Chapter 8. The first ball, what the hell? This is utterly outrageous. In front of so many witnesses, Vujacic brazenly executed a chokehold on both Brown and Walton. Hey, you're a newcomer. Can you not adhere to some basic rules? Do you understand the concept of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? The actions of Vujacic were utterly unexpected. Even Cook, seated beside him, failed to react in time. Suddenly, Vujacic had one hand gripping Brown's neck while the other clutched Walton's throat, inducing sheer terror. The cameras at the scene focused intently on the Lakers bench, while the bewildered audience collectively lost their composure, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Brian Shaw was the first to regain his senses, rushing forward to grasp Vujacic's arm and exclaiming, "Damn it, Sasha, let go at once. Do you wish to invite trouble? Fool, release them immediately." Vujacic, indifferent to the circumstances, understood that if he did not assert himself against these rascals, they would indeed perceive him as a soft target, easily manipulated at their whim. "I just instructed you two to pass the ball. Did you actually hear me?" On the sidelines, Kenny Smith was momentarily taken aback, eventually recollecting to alert his partner. "Bill, that rookie seems to be bullying your son." Old Walton was also startled by this sudden turn of events. During his playing days, he had been known for his fiery temperament, confronting coaches and chastising teammates. Yet, such a ferocious display during a game was something he had only dared to contemplate, for such actions would undoubtedly invite reprimand from the league. Upon Kenny Smith's reminder, Old Walton finally grasped that it was indeed his son being choked. And among all his sons, this one possessed the greatest basketball talent. Filled with indignation, Old Walton seized the microphone and leaped up. "Son, release my child at once, or I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." Old Walton's roar, amplified through the microphone, reverberated throughout the arena. Vujacic certainly heard it. But would he be intimidated? Vujacic indeed holds a deep admiration for the rugged Old Walton. However, in his eyes, the latter is merely a toothless tiger. Without its sharp fangs, how can a tiger inflict harm? "Close your foul mouth, or I shall shatter your bones first, you old fool." In the eyes of many, Vujacic has become synonymous with thoughtlessness. Few can comprehend the tumult of emotions that now engulfs him. In his previous life, he exerted every ounce of effort, neglecting any semblance of leisure, dedicating himself tirelessly to rigorous training, striving to enhance his skills, all in pursuit of the dream to one day grace the stage of the NBA. At long last, as his aspirations seemed within reach, he found himself ensnared in the bizarre occurrence of a time warp. Nonetheless, he had finally entered the NBA, albeit as a mere rookie, merely a natural substitute for Kobe, which exacerbated his feelings of frustration and resentment to an unbearable degree. He had managed to maintain his composure until this particular game, when the dismissive actions of Brown and Walton ignited his fury. Others intervened, successfully separating him from the situation. At that moment, the referee approached, contemplating ejection. But Jackson stood up and, after a brief exchange, decided to issue Vujacic only a technical foul. What could have escalated into a chaotic uproar was abruptly curtailed. Jackson's expression grew increasingly grim. "I do not wish to witness any further unprofessional conduct. Luke, take a seat. Karen, you take his place." Butler had barely been off the court for a minute before Jackson summoned him back. He certainly had no objections to the coach's decision, as more opportunities in the game would enhance his chances of securing a starting position in the upcoming season. Jackson then turned his gaze toward Vujacic, who had calmed slightly, realizing the foolishness of his earlier actions. Yet, even if granted another chance, he could not assure that he would temper his temper. Listen, I summoned you to play the game, not to stir up trouble. Should there be a next time, you can report to the development league on your own. Despite the severity of Jackson's words, it was clear to those with any sense that he was, in fact, defending Vujacic. In the NBA, how many truly mindless players exist? Even the seemingly simple-minded Brian Cook yearns to cling to Kobe's coattails. If one were to seek an individual who thinks with muscle within the Lakers, it would likely be Jackson's former comrade, the lumbering Grant from the Chicago Bulls. Vujacic is not a mad dog that bites indiscriminately. He is aware that Jackson's paddle is raised high yet falls gently, since he has been spared once. Vujacic ought to recognize the kindness and humbly admit his fault before taking the court. Meanwhile, Evans from the Kings successfully converts both free throws, and the Kings maintain possession. Skinner attempts a powerful drive into the paint, but his turnaround shot misses. Butler, charging towards the basket, seizes the rebound, prompting the Lakers to launch an immediate fast break. Vujacic finally seized the ball for the first time. He had been confined to monotonous fundamental drills during these past few days, having been deprived of the thrill of competition for far too long. Thus, upon stepping onto the court moments ago, his excitement was palpable, overwhelming to the point where he could hardly contain the fervor that surged within him. Martin's speed was indeed remarkable. At the very instant Vujacic received the ball, he swiftly maneuvered in front of his opponent, arms outstretched, poised for action. Vujacic dribbled the ball, entirely disregarding the team's starting point guard, Brown. This was not an act of vengeance. Rather, he had keenly observed on the sidelines that Brown possessed no awareness for passing or orchestrating plays. To entrust the ball to such an individual would be nothing short of folly. He beckoned to Mim, who, despite his lack of physicality, demonstrated commendable tactical execution. Upon noticing Vujacic's gesture, Mim instinctively understood what was required, a pick and roll. The moment Mim established his position, Vujacic suddenly surged forward. Dribbling laterally before taking a decisive step into the arc, Martin, confronted with the pick-and-roll strategy, exhibited a sluggish response, his inexperience glaringly evident. At that juncture, his optimal choice would have been to sever the passing lane between Vujacic and Mim, allowing Skinner, who was originally defending Mim, to mismatch and guard Vujacic. After thwarting the Lakers' incursion, they could subsequently rotate positions. However, Martin's lack of experience led him to trail the ball instead. Observing Vujacic penetrate the three-point line and maneuver past Mim, he lunged toward Vujacic, inadvertently prompting Skinner to halt abruptly and shift to defend Mim. Yet, the extensive defensive void was more than sufficient for Vujacic. He paid no heed to Martin's hurried approach and executed a quick stop-and-pop jump shot, the motion fluid and seamless. Swish! The basketball found its mark with unwavering certainty. Upon witnessing the ball go through the net, Vujacic could not contain his exhilaration, clenching his fist in triumph. This was his inaugural basket in the NBA, a moment to be cherished. What a splendid display. It appeared that this rookie possessed remarkable psychological fortitude, and his shooting form was impeccably standard. Kenny Smith couldn't help but commend him. Nearby, the seasoned Walton scoffed, recalling how Vujacic had belittled the older players earlier. His reprehensible actions. This is nothing extraordinary. When I played, I could sink shots like that with no defense whatsoever, every time. Must you boast so incessantly? Kenny Smith retorted, having previously faced off against Walton on the court, easily recalling numerous instances where Walton had failed to make similar shots. And I distinctly remember your son missing a shot from the exact same spot. Walton fell silent, clearly embarrassed by his son's inability to convert an open shot. After making his first NBA basket, Vujacic instantly found his rhythm, clapping his hands and vocally encouraging his teammates during the transition back on defense. In his previous life in the CBA, despite his youth, he had always been the unequivocal leader of his team. This match was not merely a casual warm-up for Vujacic. Since it was a competition, he was determined to win. Although the Lakers were trailing, ample time remained in the game, and a comeback was entirely feasible. "Come on, let us go," he urged, rallying his teammates. As the Kings approached, Vujacic suddenly shouted. Clearly, he had set his sights on Kevin Martin, the first adversary in his NBA journey. Chapter 9. From rookie to prodigy, the Kings' offensive play concluded with Martin's missed three-point attempt. His proficiency from beyond the arc was merely at the stage of possessing the capability. Making the shot would not provoke surprise, while missing it would evoke no sorrow. After previously basking in glory, Martin found himself stifled by Vujacic, who was well acquainted with his style. Vujacic needed not exert excessive effort in defense. Simply keeping pace with Martin sufficed. Fearful of physical confrontation, Martin struggled to shake off Vujacic. The constant contact disrupted his balance, forcing him to either rush his shots or retreat to the perimeter, evading Vujacic's close defense and resorting to unfamiliar methods to conclude his offensive plays, significantly diminishing his scoring prowess. Another scoring asset for the Kings had been Skinner, yet Mim found himself at a disadvantage against him, repeatedly overpowered. However, with Martin effectively neutralized by Vujacic, Butler no longer needed to divert attention to assist on the perimeter. Whenever Skinner received the ball, he faced a double team, leading to multiple turnovers and a noticeable reduction in his assertiveness. Conversely, the Lakers' morale surged, propelling them to close the gap. Vujacic scored consecutively and assisted Butler for a layup, igniting an impressive 8-0 run. The exceptional performance of Vujacic left the Lakers fans in the arena screaming with unrestrained excitement. Just moments ago, Martin had been creating a storm on the court, igniting envy among the Lakers supporters. Although they harbored dissatisfaction over the team's decision to part ways with the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, they recognized the necessity for the franchise to prepare for the future. In such moments, what truly ignites exhilaration is not the acquisition of another superstar, but rather the discovery of an extraordinary rookie. While Martin may not yet deserve the title of a superstar rookie, his abilities undoubtedly captivate, particularly his remarkable speed and precise mid-range shooting. In comparison, the Lakers players on the court might as well resign themselves in humility, observing the prowess of their rookie shining brightly on the court while their own rookie guards the water cooler paints a vivid picture of their feelings. Initially, it seemed they were left with nothing but envy. However, Vujacic delivered a delightful surprise. Though he may possess a fiery temperament, which player in the NBA lacks a distinctive personality? As long as one can produce remarkable statistics on the court, who cares if they are angel or demon? The fans began to cheer exuberantly for Vujacic, and Jackson at the sidelines was equally astonished. He had merely anticipated Vujacic to possess potential worth nurturing. Yet, the stark differences in pace and rules between European leagues and the NBA suggested that it would take time for Vujacic to make an impact on the team. Little did Jackson know that Vujacic had attended NBA training camps almost every year in his previous life, thus facing no adaptation issues with the rhythm of American basketball. Witnessing this, Kings head coach Adelman, although the first quarter was nearing its end, promptly called a timeout to reconfigure their strategy. Vujacic is certainly familiar with Adelman, who led the Portland Trail Blazers to the NBA Finals on 2 occasions. However, the pinnacle of his coaching career was undoubtedly with the Sacramento Kings. Particularly during the 2001-2002 season, the Kings achieved an impressive record of 61 wins and 21 losses, surpassing the Los Angeles Lakers to claim the top spot in the Western Conference. They ranked second in scoring in the league while excelling defensively, allowing the fewest points to their opponents. Peja Stojakovic emerged as one of the premier shooters in the league. Chris Webber continued to be an MVP candidate, and Bobby Jackson narrowly missed out on the 6th Man of the Year award. Yet, in the decisive Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals in 2002, the Kings suffered a heartbreaking loss to the Lakers, who were aided by Robert Horry's last-second three-pointer, thus denying Adelman his closest chance at a championship during his tenure with the Kings. Post-2002, the Kings, a team that had perfected the art of flamboyant offense, began to decline. Following Webber's departure to Philadelphia, Adelman shifted the focus to Brad Miller, who became the focal point for high-post playmaking. Although Miller possessed commendable skills, he lacked the expansive vision that Webber offered, resulting in the Kings' gradual decline in performance. Nonetheless, Adelman's coaching acumen remained commendable. He finished as a runner-up for Coach of the Year on 4 occasions. However, Vujacic had little affection for the clean-shaven figure of the KFC mascot. The reason was straightforward. Adelman had seemingly squandered Yao Ming's potential. As the game resumed, the Kings made several player substitutions, yet Martin remained on the court, indicating Adelman's strong belief in the rookie's potential. The revitalized Kings opted for a more measured approach rather than relentless offensive speed. Veteran Kenny Thomas, while lacking the inside scoring prowess of Skinner, offered a broader offensive range and brought in valuable experience, effectively managing the game's tempo. With just 22 seconds left in the first quarter, the Kings appeared intent on draining the clock. At that point, the Lakers trailed the Kings by 10 points. And narrowing that gap would be a significant challenge. Vujacic is far from satisfied. He shall not cease until the referee's whistle sounds. At this moment, Evans possesses the ball, defended by Thierry Brown. Perhaps due to the Lakers bringing only this single point guard today, despite Brown's woeful performance, Jackson has yet to substitute him out. However, it has become evident that Thierry Brown, even while remaining on the court, serves merely as a filler. His offensive and organizational skills are utterly abysmal, and in Vujacic's eyes, his defensive prowess is akin to that of a mere wooden post. Evans, a seasoned player in the NBA, may not be widely known, yet his abilities are undeniably substantial. With only 6 seconds remaining, he suddenly springs into action, taking a bold step forward with his left foot. Brown, a fool with no defensive experience, instinctively retreats a step, allowing Evans to seize the opportunity. Delighted by this development, Evans retracts his right foot, dribbles the ball, adjusts his rhythm, and feigns a shot. Yet, while his long arms rise, the question arises, where is the ball? Oh, my God. Kenny Smith in the commentary booth gasps, bewildered by the rookie's sudden appearance in that position. At this moment, Vujacic is dribbling furiously, having seized the basketball that was just in Evans' possession. Rewind 3 seconds. At the very instant Evans initiated his movement, Vujacic had already anticipated that Brown, the defensive black hole, would obligingly create a vast opening, delivering it right to Evans. He promptly abandoned Martin and swiftly positioned himself beside Evans. Evans, entirely focused on Brown, remains oblivious to Vujacic's sudden presence. As he creates space for a shot, Vujacic intercepts the ball with a swift motion, igniting a fast break. Everything transpires in a heartbeat, and the players of the Kings are entirely unaware of the defensive predicament. As Vujacic crosses the midcourt line, he finds himself devoid of any defenders from the Kings in front of him. Is it time for a performance? A fleeting thought raced through Vujacic's mind. The moment he crossed the three-point line, he instinctively raised his hand and launched the ball towards the backboard. What was he attempting to accomplish? Kenny Smith, caught off guard, stood up, his earpiece dislodged, oblivious to the unfolding drama. This young man was a Caucasian. Was he truly planning to? On the court, Vujacic provided the answer. He surged forward, adjusted his footing, leaped into the air, grasped the rebounding basketball with both hands, and with a powerful twist of his torso, executed a flawless 360-degree rotation before emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. The atmosphere within the Staples Center erupted instantaneously. Fans could no longer remain seated, each one leaping to their feet, roaring with fervor, fist raised in exhilaration. The so-called most sophisticated basketball fans in America had devolved into sheer madness at that moment. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Kenny Smith clutched his hair, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if paralyzed by the spectacle before him. What had he just witnessed? That young man was soaring. This Caucasian had truly taken flight. Such a dunk, executed with remarkable finesse, was typically attributed to Orlando Magic star Tracy McGrady. Indeed, many athletic African-American players could accomplish such feats. Yet Vujacic was a white player. Brent Barry had indeed demonstrated that Caucasians could soar, but those who could truly fly were exceedingly rare, especially a rookie like Vujacic, who had just emerged spectacularly. From the moment of the steal to the culmination of the dunk, the entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a white lightning bolt streaking across the court, rendering the crowd's astonishment palpable, particularly given that it was a white newcomer who had achieved it. Upon landing, Vujacic pointed at Kevin Martin, who remained stunned in place, exclaiming, "Hey, the real show has only just begun." Chapter 10, Elevated Combinations. The dunk before the first quarter concluded completely reversed the momentum of the game. The Kings, who had initially been so confident in their ability to dominate the Staples Center, were now deflated. What was supposed to be a friendly warm-up match, where both teams would joyfully assess their bench strength, had taken an unexpected turn. Wasn't it said that friendship came first and competition second? What did it mean to unleash such a formidable beast? Could they not enjoy the game together? Would a single victory bring about their ruin? With a heart full of grievances, the Kings commenced the second quarter of the game, only to be met with an explosive 8-0 run from the fervent Lakers. Including the final moments of the first quarter, the score escalated to an overwhelming 18-0. This surge undoubtedly brought immense joy to the Lakers fans. Adelman, resigned to his fate, rose once more to call a timeout. If the game continued at this pace, there would be little left to salvage. Although it was merely a preseason match of no significant consequence, both Adelman and Jackson shared the same sentiment. Who desires defeat? especially in the inaugural game of the new season. Even the opening of a grocery store is expected to flourish. To stumble so embarrassingly in the season's debut would surely cast a shadow over the entire campaign. When the Kings were ahead, Adelman effectively conveyed a sense of warmth to his players, allowing them to bask in a refreshing atmosphere. However, the tides had turned, and Adelman's demeanor shifted to one of stern displeasure, his voice resonating as powerfully as Jackson's. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Lakers was markedly more relaxed. As for Walton and Bynum, who were at odds, their squabbles were met with indifference. This was the Lakers, and if one wished to stay, they would need to conform, while those unwilling were free to leave. With the team performing well, Jackson's words diminished considerably. The offensive plays flowed seamlessly, and although defensive lapses occurred, they were scarcely worth mentioning, as they involved a cadre of bench players, and any errors were within the realm of acceptability. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and Jackson felt a sense of confidence. He never anticipated that the rookie Vujacic would provide such an astonishing surprise. Initially, he merely regarded the young Slovenian as diligent and promising, yet this match revealed Vujacic's exceptional prowess, dazzling him with his athleticism, aggressive defense, and commendable shooting accuracy. He had merely hoped for a modest talent, yet he had unwittingly embraced a colossal force. "Phil, I recall that according to your plan, this is the moment to substitute Sasha," Brian Shaw remarked, his gaze fixed in surprise upon Jackson. As the assistant coach, Shaw's responsibilities extended beyond training. He was also charged with judiciously allocating playing time for each player in accordance with the head coach's vision. Certainly, such plans serve merely as guidelines during the regular and playoff seasons, but Jackson had always adhered strictly to this during the preseason, needing to establish clear roles for pivotal bench players. This foresight would facilitate the crafting of strategies when the season officially commenced. Noticing Jackson's silence, Shaw inquired, "Or do you intend to observe further, to see what surprises Sasha may yet deliver?" "Certainly not." Jackson unexpectedly provided a negative response. "I merely wish to observe whether that lad could truly establish rapport with Butler." Vujacic and Butler. Brian Shaw was taken aback, suddenly comprehending Jackson's intentions. Initially, he had overlooked this detail, but after Jackson's reminder, he realized that during that brief period, it was indeed the formidable duo of Vujacic and Butler who had orchestrated the Lakers' offense. Vujacic amassed 12 points along with 3 assists, while Butler contributed 6 points and 4 assists, collectively accounting for all the scoring during the Lakers' surge. More importantly, the duo not only alternated in commanding the offensive charge, but also facilitated one another with remarkable synergy, despite this being their inaugural collaboration. Butler adeptly assisted Vujacic in high pick-and-roll scenarios, while Vujacic precisely delivered the ball as Butler surged into the paint. Should this pair cultivate an undeniable rapport, they could undeniably emerge as a formidable asset for the Lakers once the regular season commences. The game continued to unfold, and after a reprimand from Adelman, the Kings seemed to regain their composure. However, it was the Lakers, particularly the dynamic duo of Vujacic and Butler, who maintained dominance on the court. With the ball in his possession, Vujacic was met by Butler, who immediately set a screen. As they deftly maneuvered past each other, Vujacic, almost telepathically, executed a handoff, delivering the ball to Butler while he himself slid to the side. Martin, almost instinctively, circled around Butler to confront Vujacic, only to realize that the basketball was no longer in Vujacic's hands. As he pivoted to defend Butler, the latter seized the opportunity to pass the ball back to Vujacic. Should the Kings' interior defense have rushed in at that moment, Vujacic would have swiftly dished the ball back to Butler, allowing him to drive towards the basket. Conversely, if the defense failed to respond promptly, it would be a leap and a shot. Swish. The Lakers had accomplished a comeback. The sound of a high five echoed as the two retreating players celebrated, eliciting a fervent cheer from the Lakers fans in attendance. Despite it being their first time playing together, Vujacic genuinely felt an effortless synergy with Butler. There was no need for extensive verbal communication, as oftentimes a mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding. Sometimes, such chemistry requires time to develop, while at other times, it blossoms simply because two individuals find each other agreeable. Vujacic and Butler undoubtedly belong to the latter category. Even in the realm of basketball, one must acknowledge the significance of affinity. After being alerted by Jackson, Brian Shaw began to observe the duo, astonished by their evident rapport. The latent chemistry ignited instantly, revealing an intense connection between Vujacic and Butler in Shaw's eyes. In the grand tapestry of life, finding a kindred spirit is rare. They likely never anticipated that one, with a bold and flamboyant demeanor, and the other, possessing a humble and reserved nature, could form such an extraordinary bond upon first meeting. Under the control of this high-profile duo, the game shifted decisively in favor of the Lakers. Although the Kings fought valiantly, with Adelman even deploying his key reserves, they could not thwart the onslaught of Vujacic and Butler's partnership. If the game continued at this pace, by halftime, the Lakers would undoubtedly extend their lead to 20 points. However, substitutions were imminent. Vujacic gazed in astonishment at Bobbitt, who stood at the sidelines with a smug expression, realizing that it was he who was to be substituted by Jackson. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, his shooting hand was ablaze, having already scored 22 points. If permitted to continue, he was confident he could elevate his score to above 40 points in this match. Although displeased, Vujacic, as a player, had no choice but to acquiesce to the coach's decision. He could choke Waltons and Brown in frustration. But if he wished to remain with the Lakers, challenging the authority of the head coach was out of the question. Such defiance would spell disaster. Seething with frustration on the bench, he accepted a towel from a team staff member, draping it over his head as he reclined, half sitting, half lying. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Jackson, yearning for an explanation, even a mere word. However, it seemed Jackson had forgotten that it was Vujacic who had spearheaded the Lakers' comeback. This somewhat surreal atmosphere escaped the notice of others, but Brian Shaw, who understood Jackson's true sentiments, could not help but feel anxious. Would these two personalities ever truly harmonize? One, an exalted figure, and the other, a defiant leader proclaiming, "I am number two." Shaw dared not contemplate further. Chapter 11. Jackson's perspective. Jackson was utterly oblivious to the necessity of considering Vujacic's feelings. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to his unparalleled supremacy within the team, dismissing the thoughts of players as inconsequential. Not only was Vujacic a rookie, but even the star player Kobe was merely a useful pawn in Jackson's eyes. The only individual who held any significant place in his heart was none other than the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Vujacic waited for an extended period. Yet Jackson uttered not a single word, which inevitably stirred some annoyance within him. In his previous life, whether in the club or the national team, he had always been the alpha. Not only the coach, but even the club's hierarchy would accommodate him. The slightest hint of displeasure from him would unleash a tempest. However, Jackson seemed entirely indifferent to his stature. "I shall endure. I am but a newcomer. I shall endure." Vujacic could only suppress his fury while secretly yearning for Jackson to reconsider and reinstate him on the court. However, until the conclusion of the second quarter, Vujacic was deprived of even a fleeting moment of playtime, relegated to the bench, where he watched his teammates relinquish the hard-won points he had painstakingly chased after, once again surrendering them to the Sacramento Kings. In the absence of Vujacic, his most formidable partner, Butler's effectiveness diminished significantly, and much of his energy was consumed by defensive responsibilities. Just 3 minutes after Vujacic's departure, Butler too was withdrawn from the game. As Vujacic departed the court, Butler followed suit, leaving the players of the Lakers unable to thwart the vengeful Kings. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the Kings had once again established an 8-point lead. I find it perplexing to comprehend Coach Jackson's rationale. Vujacic had been on fire, and his synergy with Butler was impeccable, rendering the Kings utterly defenseless. Yet, he chose to substitute both players. Perhaps Coach Jackson is indifferent to the significance of this preseason game, focusing solely on the development of his team. After expressing his thoughts, Kenny Smith began to advocate for Vujacic. Regardless of the outcome, I believe his treatment was rather excessive. This marks the Slovenian rookie's inaugural official game in the NBA, and he deserves the opportunity to showcase his eagerness to prove himself, rather than being met with such cold indifference. Wouldn't you agree, Bill? Humph. Old Walton dismissed the inquiry with disdain, primarily due to the conflict between Vujacic and his son. Vujacic's impressive performance only accentuated the shortcomings of his own son, who he deemed a fool. At this moment, Old Walton was preoccupied with the prospects of his offspring on the Lakers. How could he thrive alongside someone like Vujacic? The notion of competition seemed futile. His son was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things. Fortunately, Vujacic was not the leader of the team. Otherwise, he might well have assisted young Walton in seeking new opportunities. As the first half concluded, both teams retreated to their locker rooms. Vujacic now wears his emotions openly. and anyone can clearly discern the word discontent etched upon his visage. Of course, this would only be evident if others were familiar with the Chinese language. In the locker room, Jackson stands before the tactical board, scribbling and sketching as he elucidates strategies that few can comprehend. Essentially, such tactics are primarily directed towards the point guard or the central figure on the court. For the rest, even if they attain complete mastery, it serves little purpose. Vujacic aspires to occupy a pivotal position. However, regrettably, in the eyes of others, he is merely regarded as a commendable newcomer, light years away from attaining a central role. Nevertheless, he attentively absorbs Jackson's tactical explanations. In his previous life, he was an astute player. Although he played as a shooting guard, he was always the commander of the team. The point guard's role is to coordinate the team's offense. Yet Vujacic's approach was to mobilize the entire team to serve his singular purpose. After a while, Jackson ceased his discourse, perhaps realizing that explaining tactics to a group of benchwarmers was a futile endeavor. At that moment, assistant coach Brian Shaw approached Jackson and whispered a few words, after which the two exited. "Buddy, your treatment of Sasha today is exceedingly unfair," Shaw expressed, his tone tinged with irritation. Jackson raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Brian, it seems you have taken quite a liking to that Slovenian lad." Shaw, exasperated, retorted, "I am not saying this out of favoritism, for heaven's sake. My point is, you should not treat Sasha this way. It undermines his motivation. Since he is eager to showcase his abilities on the court, you ought to grant him that opportunity." Jackson maintained his jovial demeanor, and so what? Shaw was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to Jackson's reaction. Jackson continued, "I have already devised a strategy regarding how to utilize that Slovenian player." Furrowing his brow, Shaw inquired, "Do you still stand by that? You must recognize that he is exceptional, truly remarkable, and his partnership with Karen Butler is formidable. Together, they could become a significant offensive force for the Lakers this season." Jackson remained unfazed. "And what of it? Are we to allow the Slovenian rookie to supplant Kobe's starting position?" Shaw was well aware that such a notion was implausible. In fact, he would never permit it. After the previous season, when Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant had a complete falling out, he, as an assistant coach with considerable influence within the Lakers, had aligned himself with Kobe. To Shaw, Kobe represented the future of the team. While O'Neal still possessed considerable prowess, he was aging, and his peak performance could only be sustained for a few more years. Moreover, the once mighty Shaq was beginning to decline. The idea of Vujacic replacing Kobe was one Shaw had never entertained, deeming it too outrageous. However, what if Vujacic were to demonstrate capabilities on par with Kobe? Certainly, while the likelihood of such a scenario remains minimal, Kobe is widely acknowledged as a prodigious talent within the realm of American basketball. Yet, should even the slightest semblance of potential be exhibited by Vujacic, does it not suggest that this younger player might indeed usurp Kobe's position and emerge as the nucleus of the team? This predicament had not crossed Brian Shaw's mind previously. He merely regarded Vujacic's abilities as commendable, which took everyone by surprise. From a fair perspective, Jackson ought to afford Vujacic more opportunities to showcase his talents. However, when it comes to juxtaposing Vujacic with Kobe, Brian Shaw finds himself at a loss. Unlike Jackson, who maintains his composure in any circumstance, Shaw is inherently emotional. Logically, his temperament would seem ill-suited for coaching. Yet his adeptness in orchestrating team training and devising game strategies has allowed him to partner with Jackson for many years and forge a friendship. Jackson, recognizing his old friend's internal struggle, chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. "All right, Brian, do not overthink it. At present, the position I have arranged for that Slovenian lad is indeed the most suitable for him, ensuring his survival within the team. Of course, should his performance warrant it, I could grant him additional time, but we must not rush. Every player's development necessitates a process. We cannot expect him to sprint before he has learned to walk in the NBA." Brian Shaw also realized he was being overly sentimental. Yet he pondered, what if he truly surpassed Kobe in excellence? Jackson paused, clearly caught off guard by such a possibility. "Do you believe there is any chance of that?" Questioned by Jackson, Shaw felt rather absurd. The notion of Vujacic eclipsing Kobe seemed implausible. Chapter 12. The best rookie. After a 15-minute intermission, the game resumed, with two former championship contenders engaging in a lackluster contest. Kevin Martin, who had been thwarted by Vujacic for 10 minutes, regained control of the match. Despite Vujacic's exemplary performance, his substitute, Burbeat, had yet to learn how to handle that mop-headed adversary. The score gap widened, escalating from 8 points to 15, and then nearing 20. As the third quarter progressed to the 8th minute, the home team, the Los Angeles Lakers, found themselves trailing the Sacramento Kings by 18 points, rendering Vujacic's previous efforts squandered by his teammates. Kenny Smith grew increasingly perplexed. Although Jackson possessed the means to dictate the game, he seemed oblivious to their utilization, allowing a cadre of benchwarmers to shamelessly tarnish the legacy of the purple and gold dynasty. Could it be that Jackson and Vujacic were at odds? This notion merely flitted through Kenny Smith's mind before being promptly cast aside. Vujacic is merely a novice. And how could he possibly have a conflict with the legendary Coach Jackson? Unless Vujacic is an exceedingly unpopular brat, constantly stirring up trouble, thereby tarnishing his reputation in no time, provoking Jackson's ire and leading him to deliberately undermine him. But do such novices truly exist in this world? Certainly, Kenny Smith, unfamiliar with Chinese history, could find examples among ancient figures, such as the Emperor Liu He of the Chang'e princely state, who was ousted just a month into his reign due to his unbearable demeanor. I have never witnessed a match quite like this. It defies comprehension. Vujacic, who performed remarkably in the first half for the Lakers, found himself firmly seated on the bench for the latter part of the second quarter, with Coach Jackson appearing entirely unfazed and harboring no intention of reinstating Vujacic to alter the course of the game. Bill, what is your perspective on this? Old Walton remains indifferent, preoccupied with his own ungrateful offspring, lacking the leisure to concern himself with others' trivialities. Young Walton indeed fails to impress, apart from his occasional enthusiasm. One could scarcely discern any other virtues even under the scrutiny of a microscope. He frequently leaps from the sidelines to save the ball, yet this serves little purpose. Aside from tumbling to the ground in a cloud of dust, he merely creates fast break opportunities for the opponents, revealing no other semblance of value. Young Walton's dismal performance pales in comparison to that of Bobbitt, who has taken Vujacic's place. His defense is as negligible as air, while offensively, he lacks the ability to create plays and resorts to mindless three-point attempts, often missing, yet reveling in the rare occasion he succeeds, as if to flaunt his low intellect. Vujacic could no longer bear to witness the scene before him. In a previous life, he might have rushed onto the field to confront the players, but now he could only endure the agony. He opted to close his eyes, believing that out of sight would bring peace of mind. For he feared that if he watched too long, nightmares would plague his sleep upon returning home. "You, come here." Vujacic remained unresponsive, despite Jackson having made several substitutions prior, none of which involved him. Suddenly, someone nudged him. "Hey, the coach wants you to go in." Seated beside Vujacic was Medvedenko, the towering Ukrainian whose English was tinged with a peculiar accent. However, he was one of the few on the Lakers willing to engage with Vujacic. "Let me take the court?" Vujacic's head was filled with questions. If a World of Warcraft player were to pass by at that moment, they would undoubtedly approach him for a quest. Am I not being clear enough? Jackson's gaze towards Vujacic suddenly flickered. Vujacic swiftly rose to his feet, acutely aware that nothing mattered more than the opportunity to play. He yearned to command his destiny within the NBA, no longer willing to allow others to dictate the course of his life. The first step was to demonstrate his capability to thrive in this arena. It was quite simple. Step onto the court and score as much as possible, or assist those around him in achieving their own points. Furthermore, do you comprehend the strategies I discussed in the locker room? Vujacic nodded. Excellent. Off you go, you little rascal. Vujacic inwardly cursed, questioning why it sounded so much like "close the door, release the hounds." Could he not have elaborated a bit more? For instance, what one should do upon entering the game, what actions to take during, and what to conclude with. Such guidance would have been invaluable. When others were substituted earlier, it seemed there was an abundance of chatter. Why, when it came to him, was it always reduced to a mere phrase? Was it a sign of neglect towards him, or something else entirely? Nevertheless, he dismissed those thoughts. Vujacic approached the technical statistics table to request a substitution, subsequently waiting for a dead ball to enter the game, replacing the rather dim-witted Bobbitt. Upon witnessing Vujacic's entrance, Butler was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. The preceding moments had been sheer torment for him. He had harbored hopes of igniting some sparks with Bobbitt, akin to his earlier interactions with Vujacic, yet reality proved his imagination had taken flight, as Bobbitt was nothing more than a hopeless case. Noticing Butler's gaze, Vujacic suddenly grinned and remarked, "Hey buddy, miss me?" Just then, Luke Walton, the makeshift power forward passing by Vujacic, overheard the comment and swiftly veered away, sprinting a considerable distance from Vujacic. Well, it seems this fellow was also overthinking things. As Vujacic takes the court, the high-position duo officially reunites. Well, perhaps it's more accurate to say they are established once more. At this juncture, the score gap remains a daunting 18 points. Had it not been for Butler's relentless efforts and Mim's sudden surge, securing 2 consecutive offensive rebounds, the deficit would likely have exceeded 20 points. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, and given that Jackson has urged him to score as much as possible, there is no need for restraint. As the Lakers inbound the ball, Brown crosses half-court and notices Vujacic raising his hand for the ball. This time, he dares not disregard the request. After the earlier incident where Vujacic had him in a chokehold, he genuinely felt his demise was imminent. Having endured such an experience, he would never wish to encounter it again. As Vujacic received the ball, Martin, defending against him, instantaneously felt a surge of tension, instinctively glancing to either side. The previous high pick-and-roll strategy employed by the Lakers had left him with considerable psychological scars. However, this time, Butler did not come over to set a screen. Instead, he suddenly surged towards the basket as Vujacic caught the ball. Vujacic raised his hand as if to pass. Martin, almost instinctively, took a step back. And that mere step created enough space for Vujacic to advance, slipping past Martin with a deft maneuver. Guarding the paint for the Kings was Kenny Thomas. Despite being a seasoned veteran in the NBA, Vujacic clearly held him in disregard. As Thomas stepped up to provide help, Vujacic not only maintained his speed but accelerated, charging directly at Thomas. Just as the two were about to collide, Vujacic appeared to hit the brakes, abruptly halting his momentum. Pivoting on his left foot, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right hand, spinning around Thomas and evading him effortlessly. The basketball touched the floor, bounced back up, and Vujacic seized it with finesse, leaping into the air for a successful layup. The previously disheartened Lakers fans, affected by the team's lackluster performance, suddenly seemed rejuvenated, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline, collectively coming back to life. "What a spectacular play!" exclaimed Kenny Smith, unable to contain his admiration for Vujacic's performance. "I can confidently say that this young man is destined for greatness." With a series of feints, he had outsmarted both Kevin Martin and Kenny Thomas, deftly manipulating the Kings' defense at will. "Well done, kid." Although Kevin Martin, another rookie, showed promise, he paled in comparison to Vujacic. I would wager that by the end of this season, the Rookie of the Year award will undoubtedly belong to this young Slovenian. After scoring, Vujacic did not immediately retreat to prepare for defense. Instead, he energetically waved his arms towards the stands, urging the fans to amplify their cheers. Clearly unwilling to accept being outmaneuvered, Thomas shouted, "Kevin, show that punk what you're made of." He initiated the play, but in his eagerness to unleash Martin, he failed to notice Vujacic lurking beside him. Vujacic gazed at the leisurely descending basketball, instinctively raising his hand. What day is it today? Could this be the turning point? With a single-handed layup, he scores again. Kenny Smith was still elaborating on Vujacic's recent basket for the audience when he suddenly realized that this quip had become a tired glitch, that Thomas was too careless. Well, let's chalk it up to an error. However, such mindless blunders can indeed dampen morale. In basketball, morale is of paramount importance. When spirits are high, one's shooting touch tends to flourish, but when confidence wanes, even the most open shots can result in a complete miss. Mim stared blankly at the basketball that had fallen into his arms, adorably playing up the moment. "Pass it." As Vujacic shouted, he dashed forward, and soon after, Mim's pass arrived. Upon receiving the ball, only Evans remained before Vujacic. Vujacic harbored no intentions of engaging in one-on-one confrontations with each member of the Kings. Rather, his foremost priority was to swiftly narrow the scoring gap. After advancing the ball a few meters, Vujacic raised his hand and launched the ball toward the Kings' basket. Evans, preoccupied with devising a strategy to disrupt the Lakers' fast break, was taken aback as the basketball sailed over his head. Before he could even turn around, he was met with the resounding sound of the rim shattering. In the midst of the Lakers' offensive surge, Karen Butler had already traversed half the court with remarkable swiftness. Upon receiving the pass from Vujacic, he seized the opportune moment to propel the ball toward the Kings' hoop. Butler, having crossed the three-point line, leaped gracefully to catch the rebounding basketball, executing a powerful two-handed dunk to secure an additional 2 points. This counterattack imbued the Lakers with an overwhelming momentum, decisively overshadowing the Kings. Under the leadership of the formidable duo of Vujacic and Butler, the Lakers relentlessly clawed back into contention. In stark contrast, the Kings found themselves utterly helpless against the Lakers' tempestuous offensive onslaught. With Kevin Martin effectively neutralized by Vujacic's tenacious defense, they lost a crucial source of firepower, and their attempts to penetrate the interior were met with limited success, helplessly watching their hard-earned lead diminish. The Lakers' momentum surged dramatically. While I do not wish to single out any particular player, it is indubitable that the stark transformation in the game's dynamics can be attributed to Vujacic, a freshman yet to officially enroll. Kenny Smith unabashedly expressed his admiration for Vujacic, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had encountered such an exhilarating rookie. The last player who had similarly captivated him was Yao Ming of the Houston Rockets, whose physical prowess significantly aided his swift establishment in the NBA. In contrast, Vujacic's physical attributes appeared rather ordinary on the grand stage of the NBA, hardly warranting attention. His draft ranking had nearly slipped into the second round. While some recognized his potential, the general expectation was that he would merely serve as a competent role player, far removed from the echelon of stardom. However, following today's game, it is evident that Vujacic warrants a re-evaluation. The term eye-opening scarcely encapsulates his performance. It was nothing short of revolutionary. Although the new season has yet to commence, the extent of this young man's impact in the regular season, or even the playoffs, remains an enigma. Nevertheless, I find myself eagerly anticipating what surprises he may unveil. I implore those who still harbor biases against international players to pay close attention to this Slovenian prodigy. A white player, once overlooked, has the potential to evolve into something extraordinary. What remarkable feats he may accomplish in the NBA is something we can all look forward to with great anticipation. Kenny Smith has resolved to cease any further conversation with Bill Walton, who now resembles a tragic protagonist ensnared in a pitiful narrative. Merely sitting beside the venerable Walton, Smith can perceive an overwhelming sense of lament. The disparity is insurmountable. There is no comparison to be made. One is a burgeoning star, while the other is destined to navigate life relying solely on the legacy of his lineage. Vujacic has completely lost his mind, dismissing the notion of conserving his strength for the regular season to astonish everyone later, or playing the role of a fool to outsmart the tiger. Such choices are utterly foolish. A flamboyant life requires no pretense. His foremost task now is to showcase his abilities as vividly as possible to captivate Jackson, rendering his presence undeniable. The Kings, whom he faces today, are the ideal adversary. Lacking in prowess, their defense poses minimal threat to Vujacic. Moreover, he has already found his rhythm, and it seems that whatever he attempts succeeds effortlessly. By the conclusion of the third quarter, under Vujacic's leadership, the Lakers have narrowed the score to a mere 5-point deficit. The Kings appear utterly powerless against him. This rookie has revealed his formidable side in his inaugural game. Previously, some had criticized the Lakers front office for their summer efforts, especially regarding Shaquille's departure to Miami, where their adaptability was indeed lacking. However, they have surprised Lakers fans with their selection of the rookie. At one point, there were suggestions that the Lakers should have chosen fellow international player Anderson Varejao to bolster the interior or Chris Duhon to address their perimeter shortcomings. Yet, it now appears that their ultimate choice, Sasha Vujacic, the Slovenian prodigy, will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Kenny Smith's relentless praise of Vujacic became intolerable for Bill Walton. Sitting beside him, "Hey Kenny, I've had enough. It's just one game, and it signifies nothing. I don't even find the level of play particularly impressive. I bet you that once the regular season commences, this kid will reveal his true self." Bet. At the mention of that endearing term, Kenny Smith's eyes sparkled. 2 years ago, when Barkley made a bet with him, he ended up kissing a donkey's behind. Thus, Walton's words prompted a moment of hesitation. "Bill, are you certain?" Old Walton's expression froze, as he evidently recalled the infamous image of Barkley's antics. Although he wanted to validate Vujacic's all-star level performance, akin to blue-collar workers enjoying a festive meal, as a professional, he could not ignore that Vujacic indeed possesses genuine talent. Thus, it was perhaps best to remain silent. After a brief respite, the fourth quarter resumed, with Vujacic and Butler still on the court. Within just a minute, they led the Lakers to a turnaround. Yet, just at this moment, as the Lakers prepared to capitalize on their momentum, Vujacic was once again substituted, along with Butler. What on earth is Jackson doing? Kenny Smith was nearly driven to madness by Jackson's mindless substitutions. What is going on? Is this some sort of reversal drama? Previously, when he was substituted, Vujacic was filled with grievances. However, this time, he has managed to compel himself to maintain a sense of calm. No matter how intense his frustrations may be, he must endure them. At present, he is merely a commodity awaiting selection before others. He is entitled to his emotions, yet he cannot afford to throw a tantrum. At least not at this moment. This time, Vujacic simply sat quietly, which took Jackson by surprise. However, Brian Shaw, sitting beside him, was far from relaxed. An emotional individual, Shaw possessed a keen insight into the thoughts of the players, having warned Jackson a year ago to be mindful of the relationship between Kobe and Shaquille. Yet, Jackson remained singularly focused on the team's performance, disregarding such concerns. Now, Shaw felt compelled to remind Jackson that Vujacic was certainly not a pushover nor resembled a mere rookie. Treating him lightly could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, the words lingered unspoken, for some matters are inevitable, much like the conflict between Kobe and Shaquille. With Vujacic and Butler absent from the high-post duo, the advantage shifted back to the Kings. Compared to Jackson, Adelman clearly possessed a greater thirst for victory. Vujacic expressed disdain for the performance of his teammates, yet ironically, the more he demonstrated this attitude, the more opportunities he would likely gain once the regular season commenced. For a rookie, striving within a struggling team undoubtedly presents a more favorable path to prominence. Although the Lakers still had the legendary Kobe, one individual alone could not carry an entire team. If Kobe wished to prove that he could lead the Lakers forward without Shaquille, he would require formidable support. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter and the Lakers trailing the Kings by 10 points, Jackson once again deployed the high-post duo. Time was still ample, and by placing his strongest defensive forces on the court, it was evident that Jackson aimed to seize victory in this contest. As soon as Vujacic stepped onto the court, he received a pass from Butler after a penetrating drive to the basket. With a graceful lift of his hand beyond the three-point line, he executed a precise shot, solidly sinking it and elevating his score in the game to 35 points. Even though it was merely a preseason match and the level of competition was not particularly high, the fact that a rookie could achieve such a remarkable score in his inaugural NBA game was enough to establish Vujacic's name in the annals of basketball lore. Without a hint of doubt, the re-entering Vujacic once again enabled the Lakers to seize control of the game, culminating in an impressive 12-0 scoring surge that restored their lead. Although Evans's three-pointer briefly allowed the Kings to overtake the score, the formidable offensive prowess of the Vujacic-Butler duo rendered the Kings powerless to recover. The final score stood at 105-97, securing the Lakers' victory in their first preseason game, and the MVP title was indisputably awarded to Vujacic, who amassed a total of 41 points. 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 8 assists. Should he maintain such stellar performance in the regular season, he would undoubtedly secure a place in the year-end All-Star game. Chapter 14. The madman scoring All-Star figures in a preseason game, of course, does not signify much. After all, preseason games serve merely as warm-ups, allowing each team the opportunity to refine their bench lineup, with the level of play being quite limited. While there have been instances where rookies excelled in preseason, none have done so with the fervor exhibited by Vujacic. Despite the relatively low caliber of the match, the attributes he showcased were undeniably captivating. His physical prowess was evident, especially demonstrated through a self-initiated 360 dunk, clearly showcasing his strength and exceptional leaping ability. Furthermore, his contributions on both offensive and defensive fronts were striking. The difference in the Lakers' performance with and without Vujacic on the court was glaringly apparent to all. The mere presence of one individual transformed the entire team's dynamics, revealing the extent of Vujacic's capabilities. After the game concluded, as Vujacic made his way to the sidelines, he was intercepted by a reporter, a common occurrence in the NBA. It is not unusual for reporters to interview players who have performed commendably, even during game breaks. However, this particular reporter bore the emblem of T&T, prompting Vujacic to pause as he recognized the intent for an interview. "Hey, Sasha," the reporter exclaimed with a sense of familiarity. "How does it feel to have played in your first NBA game?" Vujacic pondered deeply. There seemed to be nothing particularly extraordinary about it, merely a game. Initially, there was a tinge of excitement, yet it dissipated swiftly from my mind. Such lack of cooperation. As a novice, could it be that I am truly devoid of anxiety? Very well. You are a star, so say whatever you wish. Do I perceive a distinction between the NBA and European leagues? I have observed your rapid acclimatization. A distinction, you ask? If there is one, it lies in the swifter pace of NBA games, while the European League places greater emphasis on teamwork. As Vujacic spoke, he silently cursed within. I am well aware of the nature of the European League. The former Vujacic certainly knew it, yet regrettably, I am utterly uninformed. If you were to inquire about the CBA, I could discourse for an entire day and night. I believe I do not face any adaptation issues. In fact, I have been prepared to play in the NBA for quite some time. People proclaim this to be the basketball paradise, the pinnacle of the sport. If I wish to assert my status as the best, I must be here. Thus, for a considerable duration, I have been planning my journey to the NBA. Therefore, any concerns regarding adaptation are utterly irrelevant to me. Vujacic believed he was merely speaking a few candid truths. However, to the ears of the journalists, the interpretation was entirely different. They had not even thrust the microphone directly into his mouth, which could be considered a courtesy. A novice, despite having played a commendable game, remains light years away from being deemed the best. Who do you think you are? Would a mere compliment to the premier basketball league cause you distress? Suppressing the urge to retaliate, the journalist posed one final question. Do you believe you will be able to collaborate effectively with your teammates in the upcoming season? I noticed that today you had conflicts with at least 2 of your teammates. Vujacic furrowed his brows, expressing his belief that he need not concern himself with the issue of synergy with those individuals. With the exception of a select few, the others had unequivocally demonstrated today that they were utterly inept. If such a caliber of player could secure a position in the NBA, one must truly question the overall quality of the league. After finishing his remarks, Vujacic swiftly circumvented the reporter and departed. While appearing on television is indeed a source of joy, having just completed a match and being drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, the necessity of taking a shower at that moment was undeniably far more pressing. Vujacic felt indifferent. In his view, every word spoken moments ago was utterly genuine. However, the reporter from TNT was left speechless. Such a novice was something he had never encountered in his extensive years as a sports journalist. After a single match, to openly accuse teammates with unbridled harshness, essentially hurling derogatory remarks, was akin to courting public disdain. Embracing the role of a newcomer necessitates a certain awareness. Unless one's prowess is so extraordinary that the earth itself would cease its rotation without them, humility should be the foremost lesson for every novice. Consider last year's first draft pick, LeBron James. His prowess was undeniable, yet upon joining the Cavaliers, he immediately assumed the mantle of leadership, receiving adulation and protection from all, while still dutifully embracing the responsibilities of a rookie. Indeed, Vujacic possesses remarkable skills. However, when compared to LeBron James, there exists a considerable disparity. What, then, accounts for his inexplicable arrogance? Is it a product of his environment? Let it be. Let him go. After all, the topic has been ignited. The troubles that arise, he can manage on his own. However, one thing is certain. This journalist is quite astute. Should there be no unforeseen circumstances, and if Vujacic maintains his current form as the regular season unfolds, he will undoubtedly emerge as a coveted rookie within the league. As the NBA increasingly embraces an international essence, a growing number of international players are making their mark, transforming the stage that was once solely dominated by American athletes into a platform for stardom. Particularly, with the success of numerous European players in the NBA, the aspiration to discover the next European basketball sensation has become a dream for every NBA franchise. In today's NBA, European players are assuming increasingly pivotal roles within their teams, constantly in pursuit of the next Nowitzki or Gasol. While it is true that European players may lack the athleticism of their American counterparts, they bring distinct tactics and skills to the table, characterized by precise shooting, unselfish passing, and a keen defensive awareness. Since the 1980s, many European players have thrived in the NBA, establishing a stable foothold through consistent performances. Take, for instance, the legendary Divac, whose stature with the Lakers rivaled that of NBA icons such as Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Beyond the renowned Divac, there are players like Arnas Margilionis, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Detlef Schrempf, Peja Stojakovic, Dra Petrovic, Arvydas Sabonis, Pau Gasol, Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Kukoc, and Tony Parker. When these European players first entered the NBA, they were met with considerable acclaim, largely due to the league president David Stern's desire to cultivate a player who could embody the NBA's image. Particularly after Yao Ming established himself as an icon in the league, The urgency to find a European superstar intensified. As a professional, that reporter from TNT can sense that Vujacic possesses such allure. His striking appearance certainly enhances his appeal. Furthermore, the attributes Vujacic exhibited today do not align with the typical European player. He does not solely rely on shooting for his scoring, but rather favors penetrating the paint with a fervent desire to attack. At times, he even displays a degree of selfishness, further aligning him with the American playing style. More importantly, Vujacic possesses an intense desire to perform, as evidenced by his 360 slam dunk and his numerous alley-oop connections with Karen Butler. Of course, it is also crucial to note that this young man enjoys generating buzz. The journalist harbors doubts that Vujacic's words are merely sincere thoughts. If the reporter has accurately deduced other aspects, he has certainly erred in his final assumption, as those words truly reflect Vujacic's heartfelt sentiments. The character that Vujacic carries from his past life has destined him to be a forthright individual, devoid of any semblance of the virtues cultivated over 5,000 years of Chinese culture. Naturally, Vujacic remains oblivious to the magnitude of the trouble he has stirred. The following day, as dawn broke, he was abruptly awoken by the shrill sound of his phone ringing. Groggy and irritable, he was inclined to unleash a torrent of curses upon the intruder who disturbed his slumber. However, before he could utter a word, a barrage of furious shouts erupted from the other end of the line. "You scoundrel! You lunatic! What on earth did you say to the reporters?" The call was from Brian Shaw. Following Vujacic's signing with the Lakers, it was Shaw who assisted him in securing his residence, thus he was well acquainted with this number. Nevertheless, regardless of his status as an assistant coach, Vujacic's morning irritability rivaled that of Rukawa from the fervent basketball manga slam dunk. Stunned by the unsolicited tirade, Vujacic struggled to comprehend the situation. "Hey, Brian, what's the matter? Did you call me at the crack of dawn just to berate me for practicing my verbal skills?" Brian Shaw, still seething with indignation, was further provoked by Vujacic's retort and erupted. "Sasha Vujacic, if your sluggish brain has yet to grasp what has transpired, I suggest you hop online or turn on the television and check out who is currently making waves in the sports section of TNT. Congratulations, rookie. After just one game, you've already achieved notoriety. No, celebrity status. Just look at the foolishness you've committed." Without waiting for Brian Shaw to finish speaking, Vujacic abruptly hung up the phone. Being incessantly nagged early in the morning would test anyone's patience, and for him, known for his short temper, it was particularly trying. He had no inclination to surf the internet or watch television. He hung up and fell back into a deep slumber within mere seconds. It was not until the alarm rang that Vujacic finally roused himself, attended to his morning routine, changed his clothes, and stepped outside. As for the cause of Brian Shaw's furious outburst, Vujacic had long since ceased to concern himself with it. Upon arriving at the training facility, he remained unfazed. Despite the many hostile glares directed at him, he paid them no mind, for those individuals had never been particularly amiable towards him. In the realm of genius, the presence of mere mortals is not a necessity for embellishment. "Hey, buddy, you've stirred up some trouble." Butler approached him while he was changing, offering a quiet word of caution. "Trouble?" Vujacic is somewhat perplexed. Did he not lead his team to victory just yesterday? Vujacic is certainly not arrogant. It is evident to anyone that he was the pivotal contributor to the team's victory in yesterday's match, a fact beyond dispute. "Karun, I fail to comprehend your words." Following the events of yesterday's game, the bond between the two individuals has grown remarkably close. Vujacic is neither a mad dog nor one to lash out indiscriminately. He remains quite amicable towards those who willingly seek his companionship. Moreover, Butler possesses considerable strength, making him a worthy companion. Vujacic is merely a rebellious spirit, not a born pariah. He undeniably requires companionship and cannot possibly turn the entire world into his adversary. Upon seeing Vujacic's bewildered expression, Butler swiftly recounted the situation. "While I concede that you are indeed quite impressive, my friend, you have inadvertently offended everyone." It was only then that Vujacic comprehended that this was the matter at hand. He had forgotten all about it after speaking. Even now, he still did not believe that he had said anything amiss. Did that group not behave like utter nonsense? "And what about you, Karen? Are you not angered? Do you not feel I have offended you?" Butler shrugged. "I believe I am among those who stand apart from the nonsense." Vujacic chuckled. "Of course, you are far superior to dog excrement." Butler playfully punched Vujacic, saying, "You rascal." However, Sasha, I believe you ought to elucidate your stance. While I concur that some performances in yesterday's game were indeed subpar, akin to that of dog droppings, it is essential for you to coexist here without isolating yourself too much. Elucidate. Apologize? Vujacic responded with palpable disdain towards Butler's suggestion. Since you do not believe I erred, why should I apologize? Come on, Karen. It's time to commence training. Butler shrugged helplessly. Although their acquaintance was brief, yesterday's match revealed much about this rookie's audacious nature, as he had seized Brown and Walton by their necks, urging them to pass the ball. Upon Vujacic's reappearance in the training facility, several players regarded him with eyes sharp as daggers, seemingly eager to pounce upon him. Yet, would Vujacic feel fear? A glance at his demeanor indicated otherwise. He remained utterly unfazed. Even though Vujacic was aware of the situation, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. It was all quite absurd, and why should he fear anyone's opinion? If he truly possessed any skill, he should strive to enhance his abilities and prove that he was not as inept as perceived, rather than wallowing in self-pity like a group of forlorn ladies in waiting, which was utterly disconcerting to witness. The training commenced and concluded in this bizarre atmosphere, with head coach Jackson never making an appearance. By the end of the session, Brian Shaw could no longer contain himself. Any rational individual, upon realizing they had erred, would at least offer some acknowledgement, even if merely a token gesture of humility. Yet, Vujacic behaved as if nothing had transpired, leaving Shaw uncertain whether to label him as heartless or simply unperturbed. Just as Vujacic was about to depart, an exasperated Shaw called out to him, "Mr. Sasha Vujacic, I believe we need to have a conversation." Vujacic was well aware of what Brian Shaw intended to convey, and he had no inclination to decline. "Of course, I am more than willing." The others halted, eager to witness how Vujacic would navigate this situation. The desire to observe is not exclusive to the Chinese. The curiosity of foreigners is equally intense. Yet, Brian Shaw left them wanting, for in his eyes, Vujacic had undeniably become a figure of peril. Those who wished to spectate were promptly dismissed. Upon witnessing such a grand display, especially the solemn demeanor of Brian Shaw, Vujacic couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. "Coach, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Is it about the remarks I made to that reporter?" Brian Shaw was gathering his composure, having summoned Vujacic for a conversation under Jackson's orders. Jackson's instructions were quite straightforward: to ensure that the rookie Vujacic maintained a low profile and avoided causing any disturbances. However, it appeared that this newcomer was entirely oblivious to such expectations, as if the absurd comments that could potentially disrupt the harmony of the locker room were not his own. After clearing his throat a couple of times to steady himself, the speech he had meticulously prepared now seemed utterly unnecessary. "Mr. Sasha Vujacic, I believe it is imperative for you to clarify the statements you made yesterday to the team. I can understand the exhilaration that accompanies an outstanding debut in the NBA, but that does not grant you the liberty to utter inappropriate remarks, such as referring to your teammates as garbage. Do you not perceive how excessive that is? They're your teammates and have been part of this league long before you. Therefore, I must ask, sir, do you mean to imply that I should show them respect?" Vujacic tilted his head back, his tone remarkably calm, yet his eyes betrayed his true sentiments, an unmistakable disdain. Perhaps he had no intention of concealing his thoughts. "Of course, I am a rookie, and according to the customs here, I should cater to the veterans, correct? Even if they perform like garbage on the court, I should keep my mouth tightly shut, say nothing, and allow that garbage to continue festering within the team, ideally producing some methane." As Brian Shaw observed Vujacic's incessant chatter, he suddenly realized that engaging the rookie in conversation today was perhaps the most ludicrous decision he could have made. The individual before him displayed not an ounce of rookie humility. He was nothing short of a rebellious thorn. "Stop. Enough. For heaven's sake, I command you to be silent." "Rookie, are you intending to stir up trouble?" With a smile, Vujacic remarked, "No, certainly not. I am merely stating a fact. To those teammates of considerable strength, such as Karen Butler, I will undoubtedly extend my due respect. However, to those who merely float through the team for a paycheck, seeking my esteem, they must first prove themselves superior to me." After uttering this, Vujacic clearly did not wish to waste any more time with Brian Shaw. Although he was aware that his demeanor was somewhat arrogant and wished to temper his personality, he found it quite challenging to suppress himself and feign compliance. Upon changing into his practice attire and re-emerging, he noticed that Shaw had yet to depart. Without uttering a word, Vujacic moved aside to commence his shooting practice, an indispensable routine he adhered to daily. following the previous day's match against the Sacramento Kings. He realized that his shooting rhythm and touch had not fully returned to their former glory. His shooting percentage left much to be desired, and he recognized the necessity of fully acclimating to his body before the start of the regular season, relegating other concerns to the back burner. Observing Vujacic diligently practicing his shots, Brian Shaw understood that he would not achieve his objective today. His perception of this rookie had evolved significantly. Shaking his head, Shaw exited the training facility, contemplating the undeniable potential of this remarkable newcomer. Chapter 16. Preseason MVP Vujacic is regarded as an oddity, a fact that has been confirmed by Brian Shaw. Given his peculiar nature, for the foreseeable future, few would dare to provoke him. Within the team, apart from Butler, Medvedenko, and Mims, there is hardly anyone willing to engage with him. Those whom Vujacic perceives as beneath him harbor animosity towards him, while the newly joined key players, who have recently commenced training with the team, regard him with disdain. The intersection between Vujacic and Kobe appears to have been limited to that singular occasion of exchanging shots. Beyond that moment, Kobe did not exchange a single word with Vujacic. He immersed himself in relentless training, driven by an almost frenzied determination to showcase his prowess in the upcoming season, aiming to demonstrate that the Lakers, under his leadership, would far surpass the legacy of the previous Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant era. Vujacic harbored no desire to engage in sycophancy. Both he and Kobe shared a disposition of indifference and defiance. The notion of presenting his warm demeanor to appease others' coldness was one he could not entertain. Consequently, Vujacic appeared to be marginalized within the team, particularly in the locker room, where few would engage him in conversation. During practice sessions, the coach seldom uttered his name, and all signs seemed to suggest that Vujacic had jeopardized his own future. However, as the preseason games approached, he consistently found ample opportunities to showcase his skills, averaging over 20 minutes of playtime. In each game, he delivered impressive statistics: 32, 5 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. Although one might dismiss such figures due to the relatively lower caliber of preseason competition, they still appeared quite remarkable. The Lakers' stance towards Vujacic has become increasingly evident. One is free to express their individuality, yet it must be accompanied by demonstrable value to the team. Failure to do so would result in immediate exclusion. Is this leniency justified? Perhaps, yet perhaps not. The Lakers indeed allow Vujacic a degree of freedom. He possesses a distinct character, and no one seems capable of tempering it. In the realm of the NBA, regardless of one's stature, individuality is commonplace. Having a unique character is inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to validate one's worth to the team. Vujacic has evidently achieved significant accomplishments. However, he finds himself less than content with his current circumstances. Having participated in 5 preseason games, the Lakers boast a commendable record of 4 victories and 1 defeat. It can be stated, without a hint of arrogance, that his performance among the team has been unparalleled. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that he has taken to the court as a substitute in all 5 contests. For numerous players in the NBA, the role of a substitute may not carry substantial weight, akin to the case of the Argentine maestro Gin Billy, who served as a backup to Brent Barry, yet is universally acknowledged for his immense value to the Spurs. However, for Vujacic, this situation is undoubtedly intolerable. Although he may project an air of indifference, his aspirations are, in truth, more fervent than those of anyone else. In his eyes, the designation of a starting player signifies his standing within the team. Vujacic sought to communicate his stance to Jackson, asserting that if his performance warranted it, he should be a starting player rather than relegated to the bench for the first 8 minutes of each game, witnessing the inept antics of that fool, Bobbitt. Yet, Jackson appeared disinclined to engage with Vujacic, persistently absent from the training facility. Occasionally, tabloid snippets surfaced, showcasing Jackson either dining with Miss Buss or entering a club alongside the Lakers' esteemed owner, Mr. Buss. Jackson seemed exceedingly preoccupied, delegating training responsibilities entirely to Brian Shaw. Although Shaw also refrained from conversing with Vujacic, the latter sensed a certain camaraderie emanating from him. Regrettably, Shaw held no decision-making power. He was merely an assistant coach. As September unfolded, the Lakers' schedule intensified, occasionally necessitating back-to-back games. Vujacic understood that the team was preparing for the imminent regular season, and every member needed to recalibrate their competitive edge to ensure peak performance when it mattered most. while also acclimating to the demanding frequency of the schedule to avoid faltering at critical junctures during the regular season. Jackson's presence in the training facility became more frequent. On occasion, he would personally elucidate concepts, although his primary audience consisted of the starting players, leaving the substitutes to merely listen from the sidelines, lacking the privilege to partake in discussions. In recent days, the team saw numerous departures and arrivals, with many free agents striving to impress the Lakers management in hopes of securing a contract, even if only a short-term one. The Lakers' activity in the trade market remained modest, primarily tweaking their bench lineup. The aftermath of the Shaquille O'Neal situation had led to significant miscalculations within the management, leaving Jackson with limited assets to fortify the roster. However, this was evidently to Vujacic's liking. Only a team with a solid foundation, allowing for a semblance of complacency, would provide him with the opportunities he sought. Occasionally, Vujacic would observe Kobe entering Jackson's office after practice, only to be met with a cacophony of heated arguments emanating from within. He held no inclination to inquire about the unfolding events, for they bore no relevance to him. However, Butler, ever the gossip, would chime in, "Sasha, do you have any idea what the boss and the owner are quarreling about?" Vujacic remained silent, clearly reluctant to engage in the discussion, which rendered the atmosphere rather dull. In contrast, Butler was quite the chatterbox. Initially reserved, he became increasingly loquacious as he grew familiar with Vujacic. There were moments after training when Vujacic, fatigued and irritable, could hardly bear the incessant buzzing of a fly near his ear, wishing to swat it away. The captain expressed his dissatisfaction with the current team roster, urging the coach to join him in pressuring the management for the acquisition of more formidable players. As Butler spoke, his expressions were vivid and animated, shifting from exuberance to deep-seated lamentation. "Sasha, if he truly succeeds, perhaps we shall have a chance to contend for the championship this year." Vujacic paused momentarily before exclaiming, "No? He has no chance of succeeding." At that very moment, Kobe entered the room, his expression far from pleasant. Upon entering, he cast a glance at Vujacic, clearly having overheard the earlier exchange between Vujacic and Butler. However, the Black Mamba chose not to react. He simply gathered his belongings and departed. Butler exhaled a sigh of relief, his face reflecting a sense of survival. "Sasha, that was close. By the way, why do you say the boss won't succeed? Was there any need to elaborate?" The answer was glaringly apparent. Kobe had pressured the Lakers management to choose between him and Shaquille O'Neal, leading to the reluctant decision by Jerry Buss to opt for the younger Kobe, thus banishing the big shark. Although the matter had reached a conclusion, it was evident that Buss must have felt quite discontented. As an owner, being coerced by a player was hardly dignified. If Kobe were to exert pressure again and Buss capitulated, it would be a significant embarrassment for him as an owner. Kobe had only recently ascended to the role of team leader, yet he already exhibited such demands and trivialities. If everything were to be accommodated, it would spell trouble for the future. Thus, Buss had no intention of drastically altering the Lakers roster from the outset. His aim was to impart a lesson to Kobe, to remind him of who truly held authority. "You consider yourself so formidable? Then you should bear the weight of the team alone. What need do you have for so many allies?" As for the team's performance, would Buss truly care? To him, the Lakers were merely a toy, a topic of conversation at high society gatherings, nothing more. However, these sentiments were not ones Vujacic wished to express. "Karen, care for a drink?" Butler was still awaiting an answer when Vujacic unexpectedly interjected, "Huh, all right." As mid-September rolled around, the preseason concluded. Vujacic had played all 13 games as a substitute. Despite his commendable performance, he remained in that role. Some media outlets even jested that he was the preseason MVP. Nevertheless, Vujacic did not regard this as a commendation. Was there even an award for preseason MVP in the league? If so, he would gladly accept it. If not, then please refrain from such nonsense. When a reporter broached the subject of the preseason MVP during a post-game interview with Vujacic, he immediately bristled. "That is hardly a source of pride for me. I cannot fathom how dull one must be to conjure such titles. Fine, MVP. I shall strive for it, but not during the preseason." The arrogance of Vujacic has long been evident. After all, it is rare for a rookie to openly disparage his teammates as garbage following his very first preseason game. However, such audacity reaches new heights. If not the preseason MVP, then what could he aspire to? The regular season MVP, or perhaps the finals MVP? Bill Walton, during an appearance on a basketball program, directly addressed the camera, proclaiming, "Rookie, don't even dream about it. Not even the regular season MVP is within your reach. Whether he can or cannot, only time will tell. As the new year approaches, I extend my heartfelt wishes for prosperity and joy to everyone in 2015. I also kindly ask for your support as I navigate my journey as a novice author. Chapter 17. The damn positioning. Old Walton unleashed his critique on Vujacic, and laughter echoed from others, who believed that a rookie should possess self-awareness. The notions of regular season MVP and finals MVP were simply beyond the grasp of a newcomer. While the preseason MVP title was more a jest than anything, it nonetheless acknowledged his potential, which Vujacic should have gratefully accepted. In response, Vujacic retorted, "To hell with you." Recently, Vujacic has been experiencing profound emotional turmoil. He has finally grasped the reason for his perpetual status as a substitute. Regardless of the opponent or the dismal performance of his teammate, Bobbitt, it appears that, in Jackson's eyes, his role has always been designated as that of the sixth man. What does it mean to be a sixth man? In basketball, the starting lineup consists of 5 players, typically the strongest in their respective positions, while the remaining players are referred to as substitutes. Midway through the first quarter, player rotations occur to strategically manage stamina. And it is during this interchange that the most proficient substitute is introduced, hence earning the title of the sixth man. This role has been epitomized most effectively by the Spurs' Billy, who, in the previous season, emerged as the league's premier sixth man, averaging an impressive 12.8 points per game. However, Vujacic does not wish to embody this role. It is no wonder that during each game, he assumes a multitude of positions, at times a point guard, at other times a shooting guard, and occasionally a small forward. Initially, Vujacic naively believed this was Jackson's way of testing him. He exerted every ounce of effort to excel in each position, fully aware that it is no simple feat to perform 3 distinctly different roles within a single game. For instance, the point guard is the player who handles the ball most frequently on the court, tasked with safely transitioning the ball from the backcourt to the frontcourt, thereby facilitating scoring opportunities for teammates. If we consider that any player in a different position is akin to the protagonist of a play, then the point guard serves as the director of this theatrical performance. As the point guard of the team, the ability to dribble is absolutely essential. One must effortlessly navigate the ball past half-court, even when faced with a single defender. Furthermore, one must possess exceptional passing skills, consistently delivering the ball to its intended destination, be it an open shot or a more advantageous position for setting up plays. In essence, the objective is to ensure a fluid movement of the ball, directing it to the areas where scoring opportunities are most likely to arise. Moreover, the point guard is tasked with orchestrating the team's offense, enhancing the overall efficiency of their teammates' attacks. There are additional expectations for a point guard. In terms of scoring, they often find themselves as the last option to shoot, only taking a shot when none of their teammates have a favorable opportunity. Alternatively, one might view it from another perspective, possessing a formidable scoring ability that disrupts the opponent's defense to create opportunities for teammates. In summary, a point guard adheres to an unwavering principle. When any teammate has a better scoring opportunity, they will invariably pass the ball to that teammate. Consequently, the point guard's shooting attempts are often high-quality opportunities, which naturally demands a higher shooting percentage, generally expected to exceed 50%, surpassing that of small forwards and shooting guards. In embodying the role of point guard, Vujacic must temper his own scoring ambitions, striving tirelessly to create opportunities for his teammates. Is this an easy task? The shooting guard, as the name suggests, primarily focuses on scoring, serving as the second leading scorer on the court, just behind the small forward. However, unlike small forwards, they do not necessarily require advanced one-on-one skills, as they often rely on teammates to create open opportunities for shooting. Consequently, a shooting guard must possess exceptional accuracy and consistency from beyond the arc. The 2 primary responsibilities of a shooting guard are, first, to secure open shots from the perimeter, necessitating a high level of precision and reliability. Failing to capitalize on a well-created opportunity can significantly dampen the team's morale and confidence. Second, they must swiftly identify openings in tight spaces to take their shots, requiring rapid release. A proficient shooting guard should not expect ideal conditions for every shot and must be capable of seizing opportunities within a short time frame, maintaining an acceptable shooting percentage to compel the opposing defense to spread out, thereby facilitating offensive maneuvers for teammates in the paint. For Vujacic, playing as a shooting guard is his forte, as he feels most at ease in this role, and he has no complaints. As for the small forward position, it is traditionally regarded as the team's primary scorer. The fundamental expectation for a small forward is the ability to score, particularly from long distances. Upon receiving the ball, their immediate thought is how to drive it towards the basket. Their essential task is scoring, scoring, and more scoring. The small forward position typically demands the lowest shooting percentage, with a standard expectation of 45 deemed acceptable. However, this is contingent upon their ability to score. If a small forward averages only 7 or 8 points per game with a shooting percentage of 40, it would be wiser to relegate them to the bench. Why then? Is the shooting percentage for small forwards allowed to be relatively lower? This is because they are the team's primary scorers, frequently seeking to create shooting opportunities, stabilizing the team during critical moments, and sometimes taking challenging shots to boost morale or deliver decisive blows to the opposition. Thus, small forwards have ample opportunities to shoot, even if those chances are not ideal, as long as they can contribute points. For Vujacic, assuming the role of a small forward is not particularly challenging, despite his height and strength not matching that of his muscular opponents near the free throw line. His precise shooting and ability to maneuver for layups ensure a commendable scoring efficiency. Initially, when Jackson assigned Vujacic to constantly switch positions, he felt quite pleased, as it likely indicated that he could become a key player during the regular season. After all, competing for the shooting guard position against Kobe, Vujacic recognized the improbability of success, not due to a lack of confidence, but because Kobe was the chosen leader of the Lakers management, and it would be unthinkable to usurp him before he had even claimed his throne. The point guard, Vujacic, harbors little enthusiasm for the role. He does not relish the constant task of creating opportunities for others. However, should Jackson assign him to this position, he would acquiesce. The true ambition of Vujacic lies in the small forward position. Currently, the team's primary small forward is Odom. However, the main power forward, Grant, is in a dismal state. It is to be expected that once the regular season commences, Odom will be shifted to the power forward role, partnering with the veteran Divac in the paint. Consequently, the primary contender for the small forward position will likely emerge between him and Butler. Yet, at this juncture, it appears that he has neither the opportunity to vie with Kobe nor with Butler. Before he even set foot on the competitive stage, he has already been sidelined, as Jackson has orchestrated everything, designating him as the team's sixth man. Thus, it seems that Vujacic's role in the forthcoming regular season will be that of Kobe's shadow. This outcome has incited considerable anger and frustration within Vujacic. He can accept the role of a substitute. After all, he is a rookie and must endure a probationary period, even if that duration is somewhat protracted. However, to be declared a failure before he has even had the chance to compete is a notion he cannot fathom. Of course, Vujacic's sentiments are of little concern to Jackson, who is solely focused on how the team can achieve success in the upcoming season. Consequently, even before the new season's regular season officially begins, a thorn has already been thrust between Vujacic and Jackson, heralding the inevitable divergence of this mentor-student relationship. Chapter 18. Striving for oneself. Grant has sustained an injury. This news reaches Vujacic earlier than in his past life. In any case, the clumsy giant has fallen, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Odom is poised to be promoted by Jackson to the role of the team's primary power forward. I am aware that the head coach of the Lakers for the 2004-2005 season was Rudy Tomjanovich. Yet I hold a fondness for that venerable gentleman, thus affording Jackson a brief respite. Subsequently, Butler will ascend to the position of the team's leading small forward. If no further injuries occur prior to the regular season, then Divac, Odom, Butler, Kobe, and Atkins will be the focal points, leaving Vujacic with little relevance. The public will not concern themselves with Vujacic's thoughts. Rather, they are eager to witness how far Kobe can lead the team in the new season after the departure of O'Neal, now that he holds sole dominion over the Lakers. Although the curtain has yet to rise on the new season, some individuals have already begun to adopt a pessimistic outlook. Can Kobe, without the support of a stalwart presence in the paint, shoulder the immense responsibility of the team? Certainly, there are those who remain optimistic. Following the departures of O'Neal and others, the average age and total salary of the Lakers have significantly decreased. Even if this season proves challenging, the Lakers still possess opportunities for rebuilding next season. However, in contrast to last season's formidable starting five, which included the likes of F4 and Fox, this season's lineup appears decidedly more modest. Moreover, the Lakers have emerged as one of the most transformed teams in the NBA this summer. The trades involving O'Neal and Payton have resulted in a sudden infusion of youth into their roster. Considering the multifaceted aspects of O'Neal's salary, age, and contributions, the Lakers' trade with the Heat appears advantageous, granting them the capital necessary for rebuilding. Had O'Neal remained with the Lakers until retirement, the reconstruction process would have been exceedingly protracted. The departure of Payton was somewhat unexpected. However, with the arrivals of Atkins, Mim, and Jones, the Lakers' intentions become evident. In addition to seeking to fill the void at point guard, they are also in pursuit of suitable substitutes for the center position. Although Mim lacks height and is somewhat feeble, his robust physique can intimidate opponents in the paint, and his rebounding skills are among his few commendable attributes. Following O'Neal's exit, the Los Angeles Lakers have ultimately transformed into a team led solely by the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. As the team's leader, he is afforded ample opportunities to showcase his talents within Jackson's tactical framework, fulfilling his aspirations for personal performance. Of course, for Kobe, the pivotal question for the upcoming season is whether team success or individual statistics hold greater significance, a question he, with 3 championship rings to his name, surely understands well. Currently, alongside veterans such as George, Rush, Medvedenko, and Walton, Kobe is supported by capable players like Odom, Butler, Grant, and Divac, as well as the promising rookie Vujacic, who has demonstrated remarkable prowess in the preseason. A Kobe who comprehends how to facilitate scoring opportunities for his teammates will undoubtedly benefit the team, provided he first learns the virtue of selflessness. The potential return of Malone to Los Angeles is also a topic of interest. Despite having surpassed the age of 40, a healthy Malone is not to be underestimated. His presence would encourage Kobe to adopt a more humble demeanor while promoting more rational play on the court. However, at present, this prospect seems unlikely. Malone joined the Lakers primarily to align himself with a championship pursuit, seeking that coveted ring. After last season's SF4, which, despite its glory, did not yield a championship, can the team truly rely solely on Kobe to shoulder the burden following O'Neal's departure? Certainly, the absence of Malone is unlikely to exert a significant impact, as the return of Divac will serve a similar purpose. This player, often esteemed as the most proficient passer among centers in the league, will guide the young Lakers on the path to victory. The arrival of Odom will alleviate some of the scoring burden from Kobe. However, Odom, having participated in the Olympics this summer, is notably fatigued. As long as his previous ailments do not hinder his performance throughout the season and he does not exhibit erratic behavior during games, he could become a valuable ally to Kobe. The performances of summer acquisitions such as Atkins, Butler, and Grant will also play a crucial role in determining the Lakers' prospects for the new season. Only if they provide Kobe with ample support can the team hope to secure victories. Naturally, the newcomer Vujacic is also a source of anticipation. His preseason display was striking, revealing both strengths and weaknesses. Should he temper his temperament, it would be even better. In the upcoming season, he is expected to await his opportunity primarily from the bench. Given the current roster of the Lakers, they are not lacking in talent or vitality, yet they are in need of organization. If the core players and veterans can offer the requisite structure, then the Lakers will remain a team to watch in the new season. Damn it! Vujacic exclaimed as he forcefully tossed the magazine onto the floor. Butler shrugged, downing his beer, uncertain whether Vujacic would erupt and overturn the table shortly thereafter. Calm down, Sasha. In truth, those words hold little weight. Those scoundrel reporters present every team in the same manner, particularly when discussing rookies. They express anticipation for first-round picks, only to see them relegated to the bench, so there is no need for you to be upset. All right. Butler's reasoning resonated. Vujacic settled heavily into his seat, downing his drink in one swift motion, feeling considerably better. Kalen, I swear, I will make those bastards witness my prowess. I want them to remember the name Sasha Vujacic. One day, they shall apologize for the foolish words they have uttered today. Butler shrugged, having listened to Vujacic's grievances over the past few days. Listen to me, Sasha. I know you deserve that starting position more than anyone. Spare me the nonsense. Vujacic interrupted Butler with irritation, as he was not fond of such remarks. They felt to him as if Butler were merely bestowing pity. Kalen, I shall demonstrate through my performance that I am worthy of a starting role, deserving of recognition. KFC, uncle. Once Butler grasped the reference, he nearly burst into laughter. It was indeed a vivid analogy. All right. I await the day you push me back to the bench, but I shall remain vigilant, working tirelessly. Vujacic was merely speaking out of frustration. Striving for a starting position is no easy feat if one were to gather all NBA coaches. Each one would be just as obstinate as the next. Once they have made a determination, the likelihood of any alteration is exceedingly slim, particularly regarding player roles. Typically, upon joining a team, a head coach assigns each player a specific position and role, which is likely to accompany them for an extended duration unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, such as an injury to a key player, a suspension, or the emergence of that player's performance to a level that demands the coach's attention. However, the challenge for Vujacic lies in competing against Kobe, a rivalry that exists solely in Vujacic's mind, as Kobe scarcely acknowledges his presence. Well, it's disheartening. Butler chuckled, feeling somewhat exasperated with his new acquaintance. Listen, Sasha, I believe you should actively engage in more communication with the management. It seems that your current relationship is rather tense. Vujacic furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that I should request an opportunity from him, or perhaps simply ask him to show some leniency towards me, a mere novice? Vujacic's voice grew increasingly louder, his emotions becoming more fervent, and he stood up decisively, pointing his thumb toward his own nose. I would never do that. I will fight for myself. Butler suddenly felt that he had spoken foolishly. The nature of the relationship between Vujacic and Jackson was a mystery to all. In any case, the two were currently ignoring each other, seemingly devoid of conflict, yet behaving like complete strangers. Yet, he had the audacity to mention Jackson in front of Vujacic. Wasn't he that merely adding fuel to the fire? Just as he prepared to say something to soothe Vujacic, a cacophony erupted. You wretch, I will teach you a harsh lesson. Chapter 19. The smoky-eyed girl. The nightclub frequented by Vujacic and Butler enjoys considerable fame in Los Angeles, often serving as a gathering place for numerous celebrities. The United States, being an open society, allows even those stars who frequently find themselves under the scrutiny of cameras to indulge without excessive concern. As night falls, it is common for them to emerge to partake in dining, revelry, and leisure. Since Vujacic first arrived with Butler, he has developed a fondness for this place. However, it is indeed rare to witness a brawl. Soon enough, chaos erupted within the establishment. The shrill screams of women mingled with the approving shouts of men and the shattering of glasses against the floor, creating a cacophony of disorder. What transpired? Vujacic furrowed his brow in concern. Butler chuckled, as if oblivious to the commotion. It's likely just some girl who has had too much to drink, engaged in a fit of jealousy. Sasha, fret not. The security will swiftly restore order. Such occurrences are commonplace here and hardly warrant alarm. Vujacic appeared to be irresistibly drawn to something, rising and making his way over. His tall stature allowed him to clearly observe the scene unfolding within the crowd. Even from a distance, beneath the dim, flickering lights, a blonde girl was perched atop a woman, her fists raining down in rapid succession. The woman, though fiercely resisting, seemed to stand no chance against her assailant, enduring the blows passively, yet exhibiting no desire for mercy, continuing to hurl curses with fervor. Truly astonishing. In a previous life, Vujacic had witnessed women engaging in fights, yet he had never seen a confrontation as fierce as this one. The girl who seemed to hold the upper hand appeared diminutive, yet her ferocity in battle was striking. Conversely, the woman being struck, who was evidently older and larger, stood defenseless. The scene resembled a daughter confronting her father's mistress, seeking retribution for her mother. Those surrounding the altercation appeared highly agitated, with women screaming and men shouting, yet no one intervened. Instead, they seemed to revel in the spectacle. Los Angeles, after all, is akin to a grand theater where anything can transpire on any given day. Women fighting after a night of revelry was a commonplace occurrence, as Butler had aptly noted, hardly warranting surprise. Before long, the nightclub's security arrived. A burly African-American man seized the arm of the girl in the midst of the fray. Hey, young lady, don't cause trouble here, or I'll throw you out. The girl, undeterred even in the face of the imposing security guard, swung her fist and struck the woman on the ground squarely in the nose, causing blood to spurt forth. The guard, now agitated, retorted, Girl, you're playing with fire. Do you know whose territory this is? The girl, unfazed, illuminated by the dim lights, wore an expression of contempt. I don't care whose territory it is. Now, let go of me, you big buffalo. Such audacity. Although the lighting obscured her features, it was evident that the girl was strikingly beautiful, with golden locks and a distinctive smoky eye makeup that exuded a blend of allure and an undeniable coolness. However, her character did not translate into combat prowess. As the irate security guards swiftly apprehended her and began to escort her toward the exit amidst the catcalls of several unscrupulous men. At that moment, the companion of the woman who had been attacked approached, supporting her as they hastily departed. As they passed by Vujacic, he discerned the woman's identity. She was none other than the renowned starlet, Hilary Duff. Consequently, the identity of the girl who had instigated the fight became apparent. Wait. Hey, buddy, don't act impulsively. Vujacic called out as he pursued the guard, intercepting him just as he was about to eject the smoky-eyed girl. The security guard, evidently unfamiliar with Vujacic, maintained a polite yet frosty demeanor, clearly disinclined to entertain any interference. Sir, are you advocating for this woman? Vujacic raised her head and declared, She is my friend, merely intoxicated. I believe I can manage the situation. The African-American security guard, recognizing Vujacic's formidable stature and wishing to avoid any trouble, promptly pushed the smoky-eyed girl towards her. As you wish. But it would be prudent for you to escort your friend away from here, should you desire to return for another visit. I kindly suggest that your companion moderates her drinking. If a similar incident were to occur again, I cannot assure you of the outcome. With a smile, Vujacic remarked. Of course, thank you very much. As the security guard departed, the smoky-eyed girl attempted to follow him inside once more, only to be firmly grasped by Vujacic. Hey, do you wish to stir up trouble again? I wager that if you insist on entering now, the security personnel will undoubtedly eject you without hesitation. The smoky-eyed girl was taken aback, clearly recognizing the validity of his warning. Frowning, she inquired, Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle in my affairs? Ah, a good deed unreciprocated. A thankless wretch turning against me so swiftly. Without uttering a word, Vujacic stepped forward, seizing the girl's arm and collar. To her, his imposing stature was overwhelmingly intimidating. They were polar opposites. He effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Hey, let go. What do you want? Help. Someone please. Help. The girl struggled desperately, but she was no match for Vujacic. No matter how fiercely she fought or kicked, she could not free herself. A few passers-by glanced over but quickly turned away, clearly indicating that indifference was not a trait of the local people. Moreover, Vujacic's height was indeed formidable. Realizing no hero would come to her rescue, the girl resigned herself to her fate, glaring at Vujacic and declaring, What do you want from me? I'm not even of age. Upon hearing this, Vujacic nearly burst into laughter, as he had already recognized the girl with the smoky eye makeup. With a playful smile, he remarked, Not yet of age? My apologies, but I find myself lacking interest in you, at least for the moment. As for your predicament, since you perceive my involvement as meddlesome, I shall promptly hand you over to that security guard. I am certain he will be more than willing to assist you. Upon hearing that she might be returned to the imposing black security guard, the girl instantly became flustered. What do you wish me to do? Express my gratitude. Very well. Thank you immensely for rescuing me. Might I be released now? The girl displayed quite the fickle nature, and Vujacic decided not to tease her any further, releasing her from his grasp. However, as she attempted to re-enter, he swiftly intercepted her, stating, The woman you struck earlier has already departed. The smoky-eyed girl furrowed her brow in disbelief. Are you certain? Vujacic shrugged. Indeed. She left with her friends. It seems fortune smiled upon you, as you escaped their collective wrath. However, should you choose to pursue them now, it is you who will ultimately bear the consequences. The girl with smoky eye makeup was clearly not a fool. She would not let Hilary off so easily. Daff, still harboring resentment, muttered, That which got off too lightly. If I encounter her again, I shall make sure to teach her a severe lesson. She punctuated her words with a fist pump, asserting her strength as a formidable woman. After venting her frustrations, the girl turned back to Vujacic, smiling as she extended her hand. Thank you, big guy. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is... Without allowing the girl adorned with smoky makeup to finish her words, Vujacic grasped her hand and exclaimed with a smile, Avril Ramona Levine. Indeed, the girl before me, with her smoky eyes and cascading golden locks, is none other than the illustrious punk princess of the future music scene, Avril. Chapter 20. You're quite cool. Avril was taken aback for a moment, then forcefully wrenched her hand away from Vujacic, delivering a sharp slap upon his palm. With an expression of displeasure, she glared at him fiercely, reminiscent of an irate she-wolf. Vujacic was quite distressed. How could someone suddenly turn hostile without cause? What sort of person is she? Who are you truly? Are you a fan of mine? If you are, I must apologize. For this moment is reserved for my personal time. Autographs are out of the question, photographs are not permitted, and embraces are off the table. Should you dare to request a kiss, I shall not hesitate to bite off your tongue. How ruthless. Vujacic bore an expression of utter incredulity. I apologize. Though I recognize who you are, I am not an admirer of your music. In fact, I have little fondness for female vocalists. Avril's brow furrowed deeper, clearly offended by Vujacic's remarks. Then why are you stalking me, you creep? Let me inform you, I am not one to be trifled with. Despite her fierce words, Avril's eyes darted around nervously, evidently preparing to flee should danger arise. Were it not for the fact that she was a woman, Vujacic would have already struck out in frustration. Her insolence was infuriating. How could she speak to her benefactor in such a manner? It was clear she was not foolish. Yet there was no need for such an extravagant leap in conclusions. Hey, young lady, you ought to comprehend the situation. I merely came here to enjoy a drink with friends, noticed you in distress, and intervened to assist you. That is all. I am neither your admirer nor some deranged stalker. Upon hearing this, Avril began to realize her mistake. She had been overly paranoid, having recently endured a series of unfortunate events that left her in a state of deep discontent. Originally scheduled for a recording session that evening, her inherently rebellious nature led her to sneak away unnoticed by the staff. All right, my apologies. My mind is somewhat scattered at the moment. Nevertheless, I must thank you for your timely intervention. Let us properly introduce ourselves. I am Avril Lavigne, a singer. And you? Sasha Vujacic, a player for the Los Angeles Lakers. Avril frowned again upon hearing his name. I have never seen you before. Though she was not a basketball enthusiast, residing in Los Angeles meant she occasionally attended games at the Staples Center to increase her visibility. She was familiar with the Lakers players, yet Vujacic was an unfamiliar face, leading her to suspect he might be a charlatan. I am a rookie. Vujacic inwardly scoffed. Are you not the rock warrior? Are you not the punk princess? Do you not espouse freedom? Are you not the embodiment of rebellion? Amongst such admirable attributes, why must doubtfulness cloud your essence? Suddenly, Avril exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed at Vujacic, exclaiming loudly, I've just remembered. You are the fool who declared that teammates are nothing but worthless trash. Damn it. Come on. Girl, let's see if I can take you down. Vujacic rolled up his sleeves, poised to admonish Avril. Realizing her misstep, Avril quickly retreated a couple of steps, wearing a sycophantic grin. Hey, no need to get worked up, all right? I admit, you are quite impressive. I've never heard of a rookie daring to speak like that. What I'm saying now is heartfelt, truly. I genuinely think you're cool. Cool, my foot. If it were within his capacity, Vujacic would indeed wish to master the art of emotional control. Unfortunately, after living over 20 years in his previous life, his current cowardly temperament had long since taken root. The prospect of transformation seemed an arduous endeavor, especially considering that if he were truly forced to lower his head in submission, he would rather embrace reincarnation once more. Very well. I accept your explanation. Until we meet again. Vujacic was about to leave, not because he was so dull that he could not speak in the presence of a beautiful woman, nor was it that he had ascended to a state where he regarded beauty as a mere ephemeral illusion. It is important to note that in his previous life, Vujacic was quite the connoisseur of romance, standing tall and handsome, a young man of considerable wealth, surrounded by admirers and suitors. The number of girls with whom he had shared intimate connections certainly exceeded 80. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of such inclinations. Even if the likes of Angelina Jolie were to stand before him clad in minimal attire, he would remain indifferent. Ah, the human condition. One must first be satiated and secure before entertaining thoughts of lust and desire. Presently, he faced obstacles in his work. Should Jackson decide to dismiss him, he would find himself unemployed, lacking in income, and utterly incapable of courting anyone. Upon noticing Vujacic's intention to depart, Avril was momentarily taken aback. With a self-assured demeanor, albeit modest in stature, she possessed unwavering confidence in her beauty. Since rising to fame, she had become the object of desire for countless men. How could the seemingly oblivious giant fail to recognize the opportunity before him? Hey, would you be interested in joining me for a drink? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she mentally chastised herself, replaying the moment in her mind 100 times over. She could hardly comprehend how such a phrase had suddenly slipped out. I merely wished to express my gratitude for his earlier assistance. Yes, that must be it. Vujacic came to a halt, turning to gaze at Avril. He pondered for a moment, caught between Butler on one side and Avril on the other, both indulging in libations. Well then, poor Butler remained blissfully unaware that Vujacic had been ensnared by a punk enchantress. They had initially agreed that Vujacic would treat today. Yet Butler had not a single penny to his name. To add to the absurdity, Vujacic had forgotten to bring his mobile phone when he set out this morning. Upon entering the bar, Avril greeted the owner with a warm familiarity, continuously exchanging pleasantries with those around her, clearly well acquainted with everyone present. Without being asked by Vujacic, Avril began to explain on her own. When I first arrived here, I lived nearby and often came here to drink. Vujacic nodded, requested a beer from the proprietor, and downed it in one gulp. He ordered another, consumed it just as swiftly, and then another. "Stop," Avril exclaimed, taken aback. "I've never seen anyone drink like that before. Come on, let us toast." With a resounding clink, they both drained their glasses in unison. What a thrill. It feels so delightful to be here. As Avril spoke, she turned to Vujacic and remarked, "You seem to be preoccupied with something." Vujacic did not conceal his thoughts. In fact, since the day he was reborn, he has been burdened with concerns. While he could confide in others, he chose not to share with Butler, his friend, for he understood that one day he would assume a position of authority over Butler. As a leader, how could he possibly reveal his vulnerabilities before his subordinate? Thus, silence was his only option. However, when Avril inquired, it was fortuitous that Vujacic found himself in need of someone to confide in. Vujacic confided his troubles. Avril, an attentive listener, maintained a tranquil demeanor, her gaze fixed on him with unwavering focus. Once he concluded his lament, she finally spoke, her first words igniting a fury within Vujacic that nearly prompted him to test the resilience of his wine glass against her head. Was it truly for such trivial matters? How utterly unmanly. Couldn't she see he was in distress? Was it too much to ask for a semblance of seriousness? Avril expressed her utter disdain for Vujacic's grievances. If this was merely about such a minor issue, she would retract her previous statement. Clearly, he was not cool at all. Why should he concern himself with the opinions of others? Shouldn't he live for himself? Vujacic did not experience the epiphany typical of protagonists in online novels upon hearing Avril's words, as he had always understood these truths. Do you now find yourself filled with regret? Do you wish to play the victim? Are you intent on humbling yourself and conforming to the mediocrity you once despised? It is truly repugnant. Vujacic drained his drink and remarked, "Certainly not. If I were to live that way, I would prefer death." "Well, you have awakened me. I am profoundly grateful." Vujacic was reluctant to engage in a quarrel with Avril over this matter. In truth, he merely sought a semblance of ease. Not expecting any counsel from her. Having shared his thoughts, he felt a sense of relief. Now, turning the conversation to you. Why did you find yourself in a scuffle with Hilary Duff? As a public figure, are you not concerned about the ever-watchful eyes of the press? Avril regarded Vujacic with a look of incredulity, as if he were foolish. Do you think those moments went unnoticed by the reporters? That nightclub is a favored haunt for many celebrities in Los Angeles. There are plenty of journalists around. As for my reasons for reprimanding that wretched girl, Avril, watch your language, or I shall inform your parents. The bar owner forcefully placed a glass of beer on the counter. Startled, Avril stuck out her tongue and, with a nervous smile, replied, "All right, I shall be cautious, Uncle John." She then turned back to Vujacic. "Do you not find the entertainment news unbearable? You NBA muscleheads are always preoccupied with schemes to lure starlets into your beds. How could you possibly be unaware that Hilary Duff and I are sworn enemies?" Vujacic maintained a calm demeanor. "I simply do not pay attention to you, as I am not yet inclined to share a bed." Avril, digging her own grave, let out a sardonic laugh. "Well, that is indeed splendid." She then expressed the discord between herself and Hilary Duff, which, to put it plainly, was merely the petty rivalry of two young starlets engaged in a futile contest of disdain, each unable to tolerate the other's presence. Avril disparaged Hilary Duff as a mere seductress of men, while Hilary retorted by mocking Avril's peculiar tastes, insinuating that she only flaunted her figure to entice immature boys, even going so far as to criticize her attire. What truly infuriated Avril was Hilary's jibe, branding her as a mere sprout. How dare she speak of me in such a manner? When I see her next, I shall teach her a lesson. Avril fiercely glared at Vujacic, puffing out her chest, convinced that one day it would develop fully. Develop? What a jest. Chapter 21. The curtain rises. There was no drunken escapade leading to entangled sheets. In fact, midway through the revelry, Avril was apprehended by her manager. Despite her spirited resistance and sharp tongue, In the end, she had no choice but to relent. Vujacic bid farewell to Avril and departed, indifferent to the repercussions she might face from her management agency. He paid no heed to the possibility of tomorrow's entertainment magazine featuring a dramatic showdown between Avril and Hilary Duff. Nor did he concern himself with the dormant state of Avril's modest bosom and its potential revival. His sole focus rested upon his future prospects with the Los Angeles Lakers. Butler? Never mind. Let him figure things out on his own. It is said that Butler, unable to settle his debts, was coerced into performing as an exotic dancer at a nightclub. However, the more conventional narrative attributes this incident to assistant coach Brian Shaw, who, one fateful evening, felt compelled to settle the tab incurred at that establishment. The days that followed were filled with relentless training, with Vujacic displaying a fervent determination. It seemed that his dedication had softened Shaw's previously indifferent demeanor. Avril would occasionally call him. After their breakup, she had requested his phone number, perhaps finding in him a kindred spirit. From time to time, she would reach out, either through calls or messages. Their mutual friend, the spirited pop star, was busy promoting her new album, flitting about from one engagement to another. Occasionally, she would invite Vujacic out for drinks, to which he had no objections. As long as Avril was in Los Angeles, they would indulge in revelry together, their relationship confined to such casual encounters. As the days turned into weeks, the NBA 2004-2005 season was on the cusp of commencing. This season marked the inaugural campaign for the Charlotte Bobcats in the NBA, coinciding with the league's divisional restructuring, which expanded from 4 to 6 divisions, reducing the number of teams per division from 7 or 8 to a uniform 5. The Los Angeles Lakers were positioned in the Pacific Division, alongside the Phoenix Suns, Sacramento Kings, Golden State Warriors, and their local rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers. The Lakers' first opponent of the new season would be the Portland Trail Blazers, whom they would host at home. In comparison to the Lakers, the Trail Blazers were relatively nascent, having officially joined the NBA in 1970. Yet, merely 7 years later, under the leadership of Bill Walton, they secured their first championship trophy, a feat that has remained unique in their history. Throughout the 1990s, the Blazers continued their pursuit of championship glory, making the playoffs 12 times between 1990 and 2002. They reached the Western Conference Finals consecutively in 1999 and 2000, only to be thwarted by the Spurs and the Lakers respectively. It was widely acknowledged that claiming the Western Conference title was tantamount to winning the championship itself, as Eastern Conference teams struggled to compete with the Western powerhouses. Following these back-to-back disappointments, the Blazers began to unravel, with the departures of key players like Pippen, Sabonis, and Wallace sapping the team's vitality. By the last season, the Blazers found themselves unable to secure a playoff berth. Their tendency to accumulate aging stars resulted in a roster that, while impressive on paper, lacked the drive and fervor necessary for victory. This became their most significant shortcoming in recent years. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, a starving camel is larger than a horse. The Blazers retained the potential for resurgence in the upcoming season. During the summer transfer market, the franchise was quite active, successfully re-signing Ratliff and Miles, and acquiring the former Laker Van Exel from the Golden State Warriors. This not only solidified the team's core lineup, but also enhanced their bench depth. The ultimate outcome remained contingent upon whether head coach Cheeks could meld these players into a cohesive unit. Cheeks, a figure of considerable renown, had journeyed from a star point guard to an assistant coach with the 76ers, and finally to his current role with the Blazers, exuding a calm assurance throughout his ascent. Before assuming the head coach position in 2001, Cheeks had already tasted championship success as a player and had earned the respect of Allen Iverson during his tenure as an assistant coach. He seemed to be on a path towards triumph, yet many had cautioned him against starting his coaching career with the Blazers, well aware of the myriad challenges the team faced. However, Cheeks remained undeterred, stepping into his role with unwavering confidence, a confidence bolstered by his adeptness at managing player emotions. It is a rare feat to garner the affirmation of Iverson. When Iverson claimed his first, likely his only, regular season MVP award in 2000, he expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Cheeks, stating, "I am deeply appreciative of Cheeks. Indeed, the Trail Blazers require a cohesive and combative atmosphere more than any other team, which is why they appointed Cheeks as their head coach." However, Cheeks has yet to effectuate significant changes during his tenure over the past few seasons. Faced with a roster of stars beset by troubles both on and off the court, it is evident that Cheeks will need considerable patience. Currently, The most prominent star on the team is power forward Zach Randolph. Last season, Randolph emerged as a remarkable surprise for the Blazers. In his sophomore year, he averaged 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. However, he drastically elevated his performance last season to an impressive average of 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 0 assists, more than doubling his statistics. It is no wonder that Randolph decisively claimed the Most Improved Player award last season, as he is poised to become a central figure in the team's rebuilding efforts. On the court, Randolph is undoubtedly a talented player, yet off the court, he is plagued by persistent troubles, much to the chagrin of the Trail Blazers management, who are eager to reshape the team's image. He has faced serious issues, including a drug-related incident and a shooting at a bar. His off-court indiscretions are intolerable to any organization, and the young Randolph must learn to balance his conduct both on and off the court. In other positions, the starting center role will belong to Ratliff. He has happily re-signed with the Trail Blazers this summer and will continue to dominate the paint. Last season, he averaged 9 points, 2 rebounds, and 61 blocks per game, embodying the essence of a defensive center. In this respect, he bears a striking resemblance to Ben Wallace, as both challenge the center position despite their power forward stature and intimidate the league's scoring prowess with their formidable shot-blocking abilities. In the upcoming season, Ratliff aims to vie for his 4th block title in 6 seasons. Small forward Raheem has exhibited all-star caliber since the day he entered the league. Over his 8-year career, he has averaged 21 points and 2 rebounds per game, a testament to his prowess. However, since being traded to the Trail Blazers, Raheem has struggled to acclimate, contributing only 10 points and 5 rebounds per game, significantly below his average. The swift rise of Randolph has compelled him to transition to the small forward position, which led Raheem to express his desire for the Trail Blazers to trade him throughout the summer. Ultimately, he has reluctantly agreed to attempt the small forward role once more in the new season. If Raheem continues to struggle with finding his rhythm, a transfer is merely a matter of time. Given an appropriate offer, he will undoubtedly become the target of numerous teams. Point guard Stoudemire, once the agile Mighty Mouse, has now surpassed his 30th year. During his 7 seasons with the Trail Blazers, Stoudemire has experienced considerable ups and downs. Presently, he has cast aside off-court troubles and, facing the impending pressure of an expiring contract, must deliver an outstanding new season to secure a renewal. After all, for a 178 centimeters tall guard who is now 31, this may be his final opportunity to make an impact. Shooting guard Anderson is generally regarded as a well-rounded offensive player, possessing considerable prowess in both driving and long-range shooting. However, his low shooting percentage starkly contrasts with his status as a starter. This sets the stage for the Lakers' upcoming season opener at the Staples Center against their first opponent. Evaluating the overall strength of both teams, one could argue they are evenly matched. The Trail Blazers are poised to dominate the paint, while the Lakers' aging big men and defensive liabilities, Divac and Odom, will struggle to contend with the formidable duo of Randolph and Ratliff. Conversely, the Lakers hold the advantage on the perimeter, with Kobe capable of overwhelming the entire Trail Blazers backcourt single-handedly. Yet, such matters are of little concern to Vujacic. It cannot be said that he lacks a sense of collective honor, as he has never truly belonged to this team. His sole focus now is one question: how much playing time will he secure in this game? Chapter 22. It all begins with Kobe Los Angeles Staples Center. "Hey, where are you?" Vujacic was fervently shouting into his phone amidst the cacophony surrounding him. The excitement for the inaugural match of the new season was palpable, with fans exhibiting an extraordinary enthusiasm. He had just surveyed the scene, noting that the stadium's occupancy was at least 90%. It was indeed remarkable to witness such attendance following the departure of the Sharks and the dissolution of F4. As the warm-up concluded and he returned to the locker room, Vujacic received a call from Avril. The punk rock diva had just returned to Los Angeles after promoting her work in Canada and learned about the Lakers game today. Deciding to attend, Avril was among the few friends Vujacic had in the United States, and he was delighted to have someone there to cheer him on. However, little did he know that she was directionally challenged. Even he, a newcomer, had become quite familiar with the surrounding roads. Avril had been navigating life in America since she was 15, yet she couldn't even locate the iconic Staples Center. "Sasha, hurry up," Butler called out as he approached. "If you can't find it, just call a cab." As Vujacic spoke, he hung up the phone and dashed towards the locker room. Upon his arrival, Jackson was already preparing to commence. Noticing Vujacic's entrance, Jackson cast a glance in his direction, clapped his hands to quiet the assembly, and then initiated the tactical briefing. Although referred to as a tactical arrangement, the Lakers' strategies had been rehearsed countless times during training. Jackson was merely reiterating the fundamentals. Especially considering it was the inaugural match of the new season, everyone aspired to start with a triumphant flourish. Although Vujacic is a tender newcomer, his understanding of the NBA and Jackson's tactical philosophy is undoubtedly profound. The triangle offense. For most Chinese basketball enthusiasts, Jackson's triangle offense was synonymous with the NBA during their initial acquaintance with the league, much like the iconic figure of Michael Jordan. Phil Jackson, through the application of this very strategy, constructed the legendary Bulls dynasty of the 1990s and the Lakers' 3 consecutive championships. A tactic widely regarded as the most formidable offensive strategy in the NBA. At the pinnacle of the Bulls' triangle offense was the soaring Jordan, while the other 2 vertices comprised the tenacious Scottie Pippen and the formidable Dennis Rodman. During games, the positioning of these 3 players consistently formed a triangle. In their offensive maneuvers, Rodman would stretch to the perimeter, allowing Pippen to position himself alongside center Luke Longley, while Jordan would retreat to the corner along the baseline. Rodman was ever ready to support Jordan. As Jordan drove towards the basket, Rodman would pull outward, and Pippen would cut along the baseline. The alignment created by Jordan and Pippen resembled parallel lines to the baseline. If Jordan were to penetrate the basket, both Pippen and Rodman would swiftly retreat to the perimeter. Particularly Pippen, who would be poised outside, prepared for any double team against Jordan. At this juncture, Rodman could either set a screen for Pippen or provide support for Jordan, with Pippen and Jordan frequently swapping positions, while Rodman maintained his role in defense and support. In defense, the triangle formation primarily focused on trapping and help defense, with the 3 players again forming a triangular shape. Jordan and Pippen would advance to thwart opposing penetrations, and upon any breach, Rodman would promptly establish position inside. Jordan and Pippen would swiftly intercept passing lanes, collaborating with Rodman to secure steals. This strategy may seem straightforward, yet its execution is remarkably intricate. A classic example is the Bulls' triumph over the Rockets in the finals, utilizing the triangle offense to dismantle the Rockets' Pentagon strategy. During the Lakers' three-peat era, the triangle comprised Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. Unlike the Bulls, the positioning of the primary scorers was distinct, facilitating the formation of the triangle. O'Neal consistently anchored the interior, while the apex of the triangle remained unchanged, with Kobe and Fisher positioned on the perimeter. Frequent instances arose where O'Neal would set screens for drives. Last season, despite the Lakers boasting 4 superstars on the court, the triangle offense remained foundational. The question, however, arises, how does one maintain the triangle formation with 4 superstars present? Before the commencement of the last season, a predominant question lingered among all, yet it posed no challenge to the esteemed coach Phil Jackson. The quartet of superstars formed not merely one triangle. Any 3 of them could create a triangle. Malone's playmaking ability is universally acknowledged, as he could effortlessly assist both Kobe and Peyton. Shaquille O'Neal dominated the paint, while the 2 guards could penetrate at will. O'Neal and Malone could coordinate seamlessly, allowing one player to stretch to the perimeter while the other 3 formed a triangle. If this triangle were disrupted by the opposition, another player could easily align with the remaining 2, rendering such a triangular offensive strategy extraordinarily formidable. Currently, the Lakers, following the departures of O'Neal and Peyton, alongside Malone's retirement, present a significantly more modest roster compared to last season, with only Kobe truly deserving the title of superstar. Nevertheless, this does not daunt Phil Jackson. The new season's Lakers continue to adhere to the triangle offense, albeit with Kobe now at its apex, supported by Odom and Atkins as the other 2 points of support. Jackson's triangle offense is not easily comprehended, even by some veterans who have served multiple seasons with the Lakers, who often grasp only fragments of its intricacies. However, Sasha Vujacic experiences no such confusion, as he is well-versed not only in Jackson's strategies, but also in the timeless tactics employed by other renowned NBA coaches. As the moment to take the court approached, Vujacic followed closely behind his teammates, feeling a tinge of envy as he observed those directly donning their game attire. In the players' tunnel, all Lakers gathered in a circle for the pre-game ritual. At last, Kobe stood at the center. a role previously occupied by the formidable Shaquille O'Neal last season. Typically perceived as aloof, Kobe now radiated excitement. This was his long-cherished dream, and from this moment forward, the Lakers would undeniably become his team. Listen up, we are about to embark on a new season here, with no need to dwell on our opponents. Even off the court, they pose 100-fold more trouble than we do. To win games and relish the applause of our fans, remember one crucial point. Follow me closely. Once we step onto the court, we are a unified whole. I will not tolerate any laziness. Run, pass, shoot, and take down those adversaries. Let us show them no mercy. 1, 2, 3, advance. Vujacic joined the chorus, echoing the sentiments of the crowd. Kobe's words today were particularly abundant. Since the day he first encountered him, the entirety of Kobe's utterances he had heard paled in comparison to those of today. As they entered, the venue was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by a few beams of light darting across the arena. Vujacic and his fellow substitutes positioned themselves at either side of the court entrance, preparing to assume the roles akin to those of hostesses at a hotel, welcoming the guests. The first to make his entrance was Butler, whose credentials among the starting five were relatively modest. The audience's anticipation regarding his performance was tempered, resulting in a lukewarm reception as he entered. Nevertheless, Butler radiated enthusiasm, raising his arms and bouncing with excitement. He approached Vujacic, and the two leaped, colliding chests in a spirited display. "Give it your all, Karen. Show them what you're capable of," Butler exclaimed with a grin, gesturing towards Vujacic. "I am eager for the fans here to witness the prowess of our high-post combination." Although Vujacic wore a smile, he inwardly lamented, "I wish I could. But is this truly within my purview?" Next came Chucky Atkins, whom Vujacic believed was a less favorable choice for a starting position than that of the player he had once choked, Terry Brown. Atkins, a point guard with a pronounced desire to score rather than pass, frequently committed egregious errors during games. His most illustrious days were spent with the Detroit Pistons. Yet misfortune plagued him. While the Pistons triumphed last season, he found himself traded to the Celtics midway through. Following him was Odom, who deliberately ignored Vujacic as he passed by, nearly provoking Vujacic into throwing a right hook at him. "Wishing you a swift donning of the green hat." Next was the veteran Divac, one of the most successful European players in NBA history. His performances during his time with the Lakers and the Kings were nothing short of exceptional. However, age had caught up with him, and Jackson's expectation for him to fill O'Neal's shoes was rather naive. Finally, there was number 8, Kobe Bryant. All attention converged at the entrance, with fans rising en masse. Regardless of their previous allegiance to either O'Neal or Kobe, now they were all unified in their admiration for Bryant. MVP, MVP, MVP. To experience such adulation is to be deemed a city hero. If Vujacic had harbored any fleeting thoughts of competing with Kobe, witnessing this scene extinguished those fanciful aspirations. Here, at Staples, for the past decade and beyond, there could only be one superhero, and that was Kobe Bryant. Emerging from the shadows, Kobe, with an intense gaze, had awaited this day for far too long. From this moment forth, this arena belonged not to Shaquille O'Neal or the dynamic duo, but solely to Kobe Bryant. P.S. I arrived home in the morning, but alas, my accommodating aunt had indulged a bit too much. After all, I am a strong woman. My husband is allergic to alcohol, leaving me to take charge. Now that I am sober, I begin to write. Chapter 23, Section 1. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, the match was fiercely contested. Kobe, who had finally ascended to the position of team leader, commenced the game with unbridled enthusiasm. After an entire summer of preparation, he radiated the ferocity of an unleashed tiger, his shooting touch ablaze. To this point in the game, the Lakers had amassed 14 points, of which Kobe alone accounted for 10. Regrettably, the current score stood at 14-17. Despite Kobe's stellar performance, the others, particularly the Lakers' interior players, were being thoroughly dominated by Randolph and Ratliff. Randolph, in particular, continued the remarkable form he exhibited last season, overpowering Odom on offense and showcasing an exceptionally aggressive defensive presence. In stark contrast, Odom, whose appearance was almost otherworldly, seemed gentle and subdued, akin to a young girl. At this juncture, I believe Coach Jackson should consider experimenting with rotations, perhaps deploying their smaller lineup, notably the intriguing rookie Vujacic. His speed is remarkable, and I would wager that no one on the Trail Blazers side could match his pace. Today, the game was being narrated by Kenny Smith, who had become a fan of Vujacic since the first preseason game against the Sacramento Kings. and he was unabashed in expressing his enthusiasm. Partnering with him was the Lakers luminary, Magic Johnson, who was also familiar with Vujacic from previous preseason commentaries. I concur with your assessment, Kenny. That kid has a way of sending adrenaline levels soaring. Their suggestions were not without merit. The current situation was evident. Los Angeles interior could not withstand the muscular dominance of the Trailblazers. Divac was too aged, Odom struggled to establish himself beneath the basket, and Cook was a complete liability. Rather than continue to be exploited by the Trailblazers' relentless assault, it would be wiser to proactively shift tactics, embracing a smaller lineup to accelerate the pace and rhythm of their offense. While this would inevitably compromise their defense, it could create spacing and facilitate swift breaks, disrupting the Trailblazers' passing lanes. However, Jackson appeared disinclined to make any alterations, leaving Vujacic to remain on the bench, patiently awaiting the elusive opportunity to enter the game. Suddenly, Vujacic felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered Avril, who had just arrived. "Sasha, did I miss any excitement?" It was clear that Avril had only just made her entrance. At this point in the match, entry was typically prohibited, but as a recognized figure, she enjoyed certain privileges. Even the venerable bus would undoubtedly encourage the presence of such celebrities at Staples Center, as their attendance could significantly elevate the venue's attendance figures. No, nothing at all. In fact, I haven't even seen a second of playtime. Avril's gaze flickered with disappointment. That is truly unfortunate. Or perhaps, you aren't as formidable as you claim to be. Damn, what a wretched woman. Can she even engage in conversation? Soon enough, I shall show you. The naive Vujacic has fallen prey to Avril's unintentional provocation. On the court, Kobe executed a mid-range jumper, securing 2 points and narrowing the score gap to a mere 1 point. However, the Trailblazers quickly retaliated with a positional offensive. The agile Stoudemire passed to Randolph, who forcefully scored against Divac, additionally drawing a foul. Remarkably, with less than 8 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, Divac had already accrued 3 fouls. Following Randolph's successful free throw, Jackson called the first timeout of the game. It was evident that Jackson was deeply dissatisfied with his team's performance. The unfolding of the game deviated significantly from his expectations, particularly regarding the interior defense. "I never anticipated you would play so feebly." Jackson's remark was clearly directed at Odom. From the day Divac entered the NBA, his style has been that of a cunning and flamboyant player. Even if he were to don pantyhose while playing, it would hardly raise eyebrows. In contrast, the intimidating Odom has yet to reveal his contribution to the team as the game unfolds. Yet, Vujacic remains unconcerned with such matters. His sole focus is on when he will finally take to the court. Just moments ago, he glanced back to see Avril yawning twice in succession, a clear indication of her exhaustion from recent promotional activities. However, it also signifies that this game holds no allure for her, leaving a man's pride feeling utterly deflated. Vujacic gazed intently at Jackson. Given that the old man was dissatisfied with the team's performance, could it not imply that adjustments to the lineup were forthcoming? As the match progressed, a total of several players had been granted the opportunity to take the court. Surely, it was about time for him to make an appearance as well. However, as the timeout concluded, Jackson displayed no intention of making substitutions. Perhaps his dissatisfaction stemmed solely from the players' attitudes towards the game, rather than the intrinsic quality of the team's lineup. "Sasha, had you informed me earlier that your role with the Lakers was merely a minor one, I would have never considered joining." Vujacic remained stoic, choosing to ignore the commotion. Yet Avril's voice resonated with such volume that it was impossible to overlook. Hadn't one noticed how Bobbitt was laughing as if he were possessed? Earlier, when Avril initiated a conversation with Vujacic, envy surged among several members of the Lakers. At the pinnacle of her fame, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a superstar. The fact that she was conversing with the relatively obscure Vujacic stirred feelings of admiration, jealousy, and resentment among the onlookers. They all awaited their moment, anticipating the day they would overshadow him. Upon the resumption of play, the Lakers' performance continued to falter. While Kobe shone brightly, he alone could not bear the weight of an entire team. After all, even Jordan, prior to having Pippen as his ally, faced years of being thwarted by the Detroit Pistons at the threshold of the finals. The paint had become a sanctuary for Randolph and Ratliff, and Chicks had evidently recognized this, instructing his team to relentlessly attack the basket, utterly dismantling the Lakers' interior defense. The lackluster performance in the paint left Jackson in a quandary. Without the formidable presence of Shaquille O'Neal, The once dominant interior had become as feeble as a skeleton devoid of its bones. Addressing the deficiencies in both offensive and defensive strategies within the post became Jackson's foremost challenge. Perhaps this was the reason he had hesitated to substitute Vujacic into the game. With such a slight frame, he would be a target for abuse in the paint. However, this approach could not persist indefinitely. Kobe was not an invincible titan. His stamina had its limits. It would be unwise to exhaust him beyond measure in the first quarter, for if that were to occur, the Lakers might as well concede by the fourth quarter. "Rookie, come here." Vujacic suddenly jolted. If he heard correctly, Jackson had just referred to him as a rookie. He quickly rose and approached, as he was the sole newcomer on the Lakers, thus making rookie a fitting moniker bestowed upon him by Jackson. Without wasting any words, Jackson instructed Vujacic, "Go in and replace Kobe. Your task is straightforward. Score as much as you can and prevent the point gap from widening too drastically. Do you understand? Any further chatter is unnecessary." Vujacic seemed profoundly dissatisfied with Jackson's seemingly perfunctory arrangements. It was evident that his task upon entering the game was to maintain the score and create opportunities for Kobe's resurgence. Noticing a dead ball opportunity, Jackson waved his hand dismissively, while Vujacic approached the technical statistics table at the sidelines, preparing for a substitution. "Come on, Sasha. Show me if you're all talk." Vujacic thought, his teeth clenched in frustration. What was the matter with friends? Shouldn't they offer a few words of heartfelt encouragement at such a moment? Glancing at the clock, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, Vujacic turned to Avril and raised his arm, declaring, "Watch closely as I transcend the ordinary and save the day." At this moment, Vujacic stood on the sidelines, his voice uncontrollably resonating, leaving anyone who heard him with a singular thought: this guy is truly unhinged. Chapter 24. The notorious rookie. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the rookie Vujacic finally received his chance to step onto the court. Despite having participated in numerous preseason games with the Lakers, the distinction between preseason and regular season is stark, while the former serves merely as a warm-up. The latter is a fierce competition. Among the 30 teams in the league, none are willing to accept the grim fate of being barred from the playoffs once the regular season concludes. Likewise, this season is of utmost importance for the Lakers. In Kobe's inaugural year as the star player, there is no room for failure during the regular season. Kobe was a million times dissatisfied with the team's performance. Although he refrained from voicing his discontent, it did not imply a placid temperament. His fury was simmering, yet had not reached its boiling point. When he exited the court, his expression was dark, and he did not spare a glance at Vujacic as he returned to the bench. Vujacic, however, remained unfazed, for he never allowed the demeanor of others to dictate his play. Vujacic had entered the game. Kenny Smith immediately became animated. The preceding match had been dreadfully mundane. Although the Trailblazers performed commendably, it was regrettable that their players lacked the charisma of stars, and the topics of conversation were painfully sparse. What could they possibly discuss? Was it to delve into trivialities? In America, while freedom of speech reigns, certain issues can be as sensitive as in any other nation. However, Vujacic is different. As long as he does not perform too poorly later, Kenny Smith will have the opportunity to showcase his eloquence splendidly. Vujacic remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a focal point for others. His mind was consumed with thoughts on how to turn the tide of the game while simultaneously enhancing his visibility. During the preseason, Vujacic had exhibited exceptional prowess. Yet the attention garnered during that period was significantly limited compared to the present moment, where the number of cameras broadcasting the event had increased by at least 50%. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Vujacic was taken aback. As if a switch had been activated, the fans in the stands erupted with enthusiasm, some even chanting his name, while pre-prepared support banners were hoisted high. This level of treatment was second only to that of Kobe. What on earth was happening? Kenny Smith shared a sense of bewilderment, for he believed that although Vujacic had made a splash during the preseason, he was, at best, a rookie. How could he possibly be so immensely popular? It seemed Vujacic had transformed into a superstar at the Staples Center. Vujacic felt a sense of surprise, having yet to take any action. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, the fervor of the fans undeniably exhilarated him. After all, no player relishes the experience of competing amidst a chorus of boos. The cheers directed towards him provided a tangible boost to his morale. Following earlier disappointments, the Lakers supporters are now fervently yearning for transformation within the team. They fondly recall the preseason, during which Vujacic had repeatedly come off the bench to rescue the squad. While it may be somewhat unrealistic to expect immediate, monumental changes upon his entry into the game, Vujacic remains a newcomer, and fans tend to exhibit a degree of leniency towards rookies, particularly one as promising as he has already demonstrated himself to be. Vujacic clenched his fists with great determination, his entire being brimming with vigor. "Hey, rookie, hurry back to your mother's embrace and nurse. This is the NBA, not a place for you. Be careful not to soil your pants from fright. Who is this fellow?" Derek Anderson. The reason Vujacic is aware of this individual's name is not due to any exceptional prowess, but simply because he had previously witnessed him playing alongside Yao Ming, a quintessential role player. Having just been thoroughly outplayed by Kobe, akin to a son being chastised, he now dares to approach and boast. Vujacic's recollection of Derek Anderson remains somewhat scant. It is essential to recognize that when Anderson entered the league in 1997, he was not merely a role player. Rather, he was a promising rookie who had just edged into the lottery zone. Prior to this, he had showcased exceptional statistics while playing for the Cavaliers, Clippers, and Spurs. Upon joining the Trail Blazers, he initially exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet injuries tragically derailed what should have been a flourishing career for this talented athlete. This season saw a precipitous decline from brilliance to mediocrity. Vujacic remained oblivious to Anderson's former glory, choosing to disregard him entirely, considering him a mere minor character unworthy of his attention. Did he not notice the fans who were fervently rallying behind me? I am now a star, inhabiting a realm beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Presently, the lineup for the Lakers consists of center Mim, power forward Odom, small forward Butler, and point guard Atkins. The opponents have already executed a rotation, yet their starting lineup remains intact on the court. It is evident that Chicks harbors the intention to exploit this moment of weakness, aiming to secure a substantial lead in the first quarter. As the game resumes, the Lakers seize their offensive opportunity. Atkins deftly maneuvers past half-court. His dribbling skills, honed from street ball origins, are undeniably formidable. However, it is precisely this background that has resulted in his persistent lack of enthusiasm for orchestrating team plays, always inclined towards individual efforts. Earlier, with Kobe on the court, Atkins refrained from overstepping his bounds, despite his experience. He was merely a minor player in Kobe's presence and could not presume to take charge. Yet now it appears there is no one contesting his authority to initiate the offense. Vujacic had been keenly observing Atkins, noticing him stationed at the top of the three-point line, seemingly surveying the court. Swiftly, he maneuvered laterally, drawing Anderson, his defender, towards him before abruptly pivoting and accelerating towards the basket. At that moment, according to Jackson's strategy, Atkins ought to have passed the ball to Vujacic for a mid-range shot or a strong drive to the hoop. However, it was evident that Atkins lacked this awareness. Or perhaps he simply failed to comprehend the frenzy of Vujacic's movements. With arms raised high, he attempted a three-pointer. Thud! It clanged off the rim. The rebound was snatched by Randolph. Goodness! What on earth was Atkins doing? He should have passed. Kenny Smith, a former point guard, was in utter dismay. As a professional, he recognized that Vujacic had a prime opportunity. Had he been on the court, the ball would have been in Vujacic's hands before he even reached the designated area. Magic Johnson, stroking his chin, was also filled with disappointment. As a legendary icon of the Lakers, his sentiments for his former team ran deep. Perhaps he simply failed to notice that rookie. Following the rebound, the Trail Blazers immediately launched a fast break. Randolph tossed the ball to Anderson, who had clearly witnessed the minor collision with Vujacic. As the leader of the team, he felt compelled to support his younger teammate. As Anderson sprinted forward, he had already begun contemplating how to slam the ball into the hoop upon receiving the pass. However, as he turned his head, his expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter. Seizing the moment while Anderson was momentarily distracted, Vujacic surged forward and snatched the ball. Vujacic's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed from the Trail Blazers' paint to position himself ahead of Anderson, catching him off guard and stealing the ball. The pace of the game had shifted rapidly, and it was now the Los Angeles Lakers' turn to attack. After the steal, Vujacic dribbled forward effortlessly, crossing half-court with ease while Anderson, unable to match his speed, could only trail behind, left in the dust. "Pass the ball," yelled Atkins from the sidelines, urging Vujacic to distribute the ball. But in response, Vujacic muttered under his breath, "Forget the pass." Vujacic, undeterred by any obstacles, propelled himself towards the basket with the ball in hand. Although Mims may be lacking in physicality, his basketball acumen is commendable. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Ratliff, thwarting any attempt to assist. Regrettably, intelligent players are a rarity, and Odom evidently lacked this awareness as he lingered beyond the three-point line, anticipating a pass from Vujacic. "Come on, rookie," Randolph bellowed, his fierce expression and booming voice amplifying his intimidation factor. However, it was naive to think such bravado could intimidate Vujacic. As the basketball rebounded into his grasp, Vujacic lunged forward with his left foot, propelling himself upward with a powerful push from his right foot. He soared into the air, right hand raised high with the basketball, charging towards Randolph in a dramatic display, while Randolph simultaneously leaped, arm elevated, aiming to block the impending dunk. Vujacic and Randolph are evidently not of the same caliber. In the presence of Randolph, Vujacic appears diminutive. Yet, the fervor radiating from Vujacic is utterly unstoppable. "Young man, this is a predicament of your own making." Randolph sneered while suspended in midair, his massive hand poised to strike. However, just as Randolph was about to make contact with the basketball, it mysteriously vanished from his view, causing his powerful swipe to miss entirely and nearly straining his back in the process. This entire scenario was, in fact, meticulously orchestrated by Vujacic. Just moments prior, having observed Randolph's hand descending, Vujacic summoned strength from his core, cradled the ball to evade Randolph's block, and lofted it gracefully toward the hoop. After ascending a brief distance, the basketball descended perfectly through the net. 2 points secured. Vujacic successfully secured his first blood in the NBA regular season. Chapter 25, The Frenzied Rookie. The moment Vujacic touched down, the atmosphere at the Staples Center erupted with exuberance. Lakers fans leapt from their seats, cheering and shouting in celebration of Vujacic's remarkable basket. The underhand layup is a familiar maneuver on the NBA court, executed with ease by many. Yet, the remarkable aspect of this moment was that Vujacic was merely a rookie facing the formidable Randolph, a well-known powerhouse in the league. Astonishingly, the rookie exhibited no signs of intimidation. Instead, he artfully maneuvered around Randolph's attempted block as if playfully toying with him. "Bravo, the rookie!" Kenny Smith leapt in excitement, vocally applauding Vujacic's achievement. Even the legendary Magic Johnson could not restrain his applause. Although the underhand layup is a common technique, few can execute it with the same effortless grace and poise as Vujacic did. Vujacic reveled in the adoration of the fans. Yet his expression remained remarkably composed as he leisurely retrieved the ball and tossed it into Randolph's embrace. At that moment, Randolph's dark visage threatened to deepen into a shade reminiscent of eggplant. In the paint, on his home turf, he had been outplayed by a rookie, leaving him unable to swallow his indignation. "You young rascal, are you not bold enough to confront me in a fair duel?" As Vujacic was about to turn back, he heard Randolph's words, glanced at him, and then continued his sprint towards his own half of the court. As he passed by Avril, he subtly lifted his chin, clearly conveying the message, "Hey girl, do you now recognize my prowess?" Unfortunately, Avril paid him no mind, preoccupied with signing autographs for her adoring fans, which left Vujacic feeling somewhat disheartened. He cast another glance at Randolph, who was visibly fuming with rage. "A legitimate confrontation? Does he take me for a fool? What weight class are you in, and what weight class am I in? Are certain innate attributes something that can be easily reversed? Nevertheless, since you so earnestly seek to be humiliated, I shall graciously oblige. Otherwise, you might genuinely believe yourself to be an invincible beast in the paint." Vujacic was well aware of Randolph's tendencies. It wasn't until he was traded to the Grizzlies that he truly began to understand the game, significantly enhancing his on-court statistics while, more importantly, learning to temper his behavior and regulate his personal life. As for now, this fellow's intelligence was undoubtedly in the negative, and his prowess on the court was merely a result of his long limbs and sheer physical strength. Vujacic was contemplating how to teach Randolph a lesson later, aiming to uplift the team's morale, when he suddenly heard a voice beside him exclaim, "Hey, remember to pass the ball next time." As Vujacic turned his head, he caught sight of the scowling Atkins, raising an eyebrow and remarking, "That statement should be mine to make, or perhaps you should inquire about the coach's perspective." There was no need for Atkins to ask. The Trail Blazers' offense faltered as Anderson's three-point attempt clanked off the rim. A jumble of tall players leaped beneath the basket, and ultimately, Mim managed to tip the ball, sending it flying towards the sidelines. Observing this, Vujacic dashed forward, leaped gracefully, snagged the basketball, and with a swift turn, tossed it off Anderson's leg, allowing it to bounce out of bounds, thus granting possession to the Lakers. That kid has shown again. It is my first time witnessing such a fervent desire for performance in a rookie, truly delightful. Kenny Smith's admiration for Vujacic was abundant at that moment. At this juncture, the Lakers made another substitution, as Zen Master Jackson replaced Atkins with Thierry Brown. After Brown had previously been choked by Vujacic, his resentment towards him ran deep. Yet what lingered more profoundly was a sense of fear. After all, as a rookie, who would dare to act so boldly? Vujacic did, embodying a certain reckless audacity that was best left unprovoked. As the game resumed, once the ball crossed half-court, Brown passed it to Vujacic while the others instinctively spread out. Jackson had clearly summoned Vujacic to score, granting him the freedom to unleash his offensive prowess. He was not merely a subordinate, but a significant player in his own right. Of course, Odom remained oblivious, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Nonetheless, it mattered little. For this fellow, even in his distraction, habitually drifted towards the perimeter with each offensive play, thus contributing in his own way. With the ball in his possession, Vujacic faced Derek Anderson, while Stoudemire lurked ominously nearby. Hey, aren't you supposed to be fast? Come on. If you have the guts, charge at me. Don't think that just because you've scored, you're invincible. You still have a long way to go. Anderson's banter, incongruous with his somewhat naive appearance, was merely an attempt to disrupt Vujacic's focus, though Anderson was overly presumptuous. Suddenly, Vujacic made a move, causing Anderson to instinctively retreat a step. His defensive posture was evidently lacking, with an overly unstable center of gravity. Then came the pass. Mim set a screen, and Butler surged behind Anderson as Vujacic effortlessly passed the ball over Anderson's head. Upon receiving the pass, Butler executed a jump shot, scoring and bringing the Lakers within 4 points, with only a 2-point deficit remaining. A splendid assist. As Vujacic smiled and exchanged a high-five with Butler, the latter, who had taken on the role of a starter in this match, had previously appeared almost invisible in prior games. Kobe demanded absolute control of the ball and the freedom to score, rendering Butler's role rather awkward. Despite his diligent efforts to assist Kobe in dismantling the Trail Blazers' defensive formation, Butler inherently excelled as a scorer. Continually relegated to a supporting role overshadowed his true potential and value. Once Vujacic took to the court, everything changed. Even though Butler had managed to find an open space, the Black Mamba was not inclined to pass the ball. However, Vujacic was a different story. He merely attempted to make his way over and succeeded with a stunning shot. The Trail Blazers' offense, after a missed attempt from beyond the arc, returned to focus on attacking the paint. Randolph certainly possessed remarkable skills, aided greatly by the tireless presence of Ratliff, the quintessential blue-collar player. Ratliff resembled a bulldozer, clearing the lane, allowing Randolph to score with ease. Had the Lakers' interior players possessed even half the prowess of their counterparts, this match would not have seemed so arduous. As the Lakers advanced the ball past half-court, it once again found its way into Vujacic's hands. Anderson, as before, was haplessly defending against him, almost as if he were a mere spectator. It was as if the man who had been humiliated by Vujacic moments ago was a different person entirely. The same pick-and-roll maneuver ensued, with chicks shouting for help from the sidelines. As Vujacic shifted his body, Anderson instinctively turned, only to realize Butler was sprinting past him from behind. And the ball? Swish. When he turned back, Anderson found Vujacic triumphantly raising his right arm, a playful smirk on his face, while the referee signaled that the three-pointer was good. That scoundrel. Anderson felt utterly foolish, especially with the Lakers fans roaring Vujacic's name in support, highlighting his own role as the antagonist. Substitution. Chicks could no longer tolerate Anderson's lackluster defense, opting to replace him with the veteran Van Exel. The Trail Blazers continued their relentless assault on the basket, as Chicks had firmly identified the Lakers' interior as a glaring weakness, intent on mercilessly exploiting it. Randolph backed down against Mims, who, poor soul, was no match for him and could only retreat, ceding ground he was meant to defend. Randolph likely had not anticipated that in the first game of the new season, he would encounter such accommodating competition from the Lakers, and thus he was determined to rack up impressive statistics. Although this season was not a contract year for him, producing striking numbers would undoubtedly benefit his financial prospects. As for Mims' defense, Randolph dismissed it entirely. The two players were simply not in the same league. A swift thrust of his hips, followed by a pivot and a leap, culminated in a powerful two-handed dunk. Oh, The exuberance of youth. The resounding crack echoed, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it, leaving them in stunned silence. What on earth just happened? As Vujacic landed, he found himself face to face with the equally astonished Mim, tilting his head with an expressionless demeanor. Hey, Chris, don't let the term soft to be etched upon your visage. It would be utterly disgraceful. The one bellowing was not Mim, but Randolph, who, towering and formidable, raised his hand, resembling a pig's trotter, and furiously shouted at Vujacic. Just moments before, as Randolph was poised to effortlessly complete a slam dunk, Vujacic unexpectedly charged into the paint and delivered a fierce slap to Randolph's hand, exerting all his strength. The impact left Randolph feeling as though his arm might go numb. Kenny Smith, seated at the commentary booth, was momentarily taken aback, finally managing to exclaim, "I declare myself a fan of that kid. It was utterly insane, simply bonkers." This young man displayed an audacity on the court that had been absent from the NBA for years. How long had it been since a rookie like Vujacic evoked such excitement with just a glance? A complete madman and a tough guy. What could be cooler than that? LeBron James? When did the young king shed his pretentious artistic facade to become a true tough guy? Chapter 26. Born to be a leader, America is a society that venerates the liberation of individuality. In this land, those who appear to be manufactured on an assembly line find it impossible to stand out. Here, the virtues of humility and modesty are not celebrated. Rather, if you are exceptional, you must flaunt it, or else be perceived as a softy. What of arrogance? What of defiance? The American populace, enamored with grassroots heroes, revels in such traits. Within the team, Vujacic may suppress his personality, but once he steps onto the court, his singular aim remains to become the center of attention. After thoroughly admonishing the earnest Mim, Vujacic turned to face the irate Randolph, who was barreling toward him, with a menacing countenance and an imposing stature. Randolph exuded a formidable presence, especially given his notorious reputation both on and off the court. Most individuals would indeed feel a pang of fear upon encountering him. But would Vujacic? This fellow had never known fear. Throughout his life, that emotion had been entirely absent. Witnessing Randolph's bluster, a cold smirk crept across his face. As Randolph collided with Vujacic's icy gaze, he instinctively froze, puzzled. Why had his previously infallible intimidation tactics failed today? And what was with that look in Vujacic's eyes? In that fleeting moment, Randolph felt as though he had become mere fodder in Vujacic's perception. Yet, could he show any sign of weakness? Absolutely not. Randolph was the stalwart leader of the Trailblazers, the head honcho. If he were to concede now, how could he ever maintain his standing within the team? Steeling himself. Randolph adopted what he believed to be his most intimidating tone. "Kid, what do you think you're playing at?" Vujacic cast a disdainful glance at the pig's trotter handed to him by Randolph and retorted, "If it's a fight you seek, I am more than willing to oblige. Spare me your meaningless prattle, you coward." Coward. Just as Randolph was about to reclaim his honor, the referee intervened, first issuing a foul against Vujacic for unsportsmanlike conduct, then delivering a stern warning. "I understand your fervor for this match, but I implore you to channel your energy into basketball rather than fisticuffs. Should you continue to act unruly, I will not hesitate to escort you to the locker room for a moment of reflection." Vujacic originally had no intention of causing a scene. He merely sought to teach Randolph a lesson for his arrogance, and that was all. Randolph, seething with pent-up frustration, approached the free throw line. "Fool, hurry up. Are you not only a coward but also a weakling? Is your only skill twisting your hips while playing?" Vujacic stood behind Randolph, incessantly chattering, causing the veins on Randolph's forehead to bulge with irritation. Bang, bang, 2 missed free throws. Just after being provoked by Vujacic, Mim unleashed his prowess, overpowering Ratliff to secure the rebound. Fast break. The moment Mim grasped the ball, Vujacic surged towards the Trailblazers half-court. Despite Van Exel's desperate attempt to catch up, he was no match for Vujacic. Anticipating Vujacic's trajectory, Mim launched the ball with force. Vujacic glanced back, deftly caught it, and dribbled forward. To Vujacic, the Trailblazers half-court resembled an unguarded maiden, awaiting his onslaught. Seizing such a splendid opportunity to showcase his talent, Vujacic, with one foot just inside the three-point line, hurled the ball towards the backboard with one hand, charged forward for 2 steps, leaped, caught the rebounding basketball, and with all his might, slammed it down into the hoop after completing a full rotation in the air. The resounding impact sent tremors through the rim. In a fit of exuberance, Vujacic clung to the hoop, raising his arms in triumph before landing, forcefully thumping his chest, exclaiming with sheer exhilaration. The crowd erupted from their seats, fervently applauding Vujacic's spectacular display. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! This is utterly insane. Absolutely insane." Kenny Smith, holding his bald head in disbelief, marveled at how this rookie had sent the Staples Center into a frenzy. Even the Zen master, Jackson, was taken aback. He never anticipated a rookie could wield such influence. It wasn't just Vujacic's scoring ability or remarkable physicality that astonished Jackson, but rather how, as a newcomer, he managed to galvanize his teammates. He challenged Atkins, reprimanded Mim, and even commanded Butler as if he were a subordinate. Yet, he was merely a rookie. Vujacic seemed to possess an innate aura of leadership. What the heck? A rookie with such a commanding presence? What is this? This is the world of basketball, for heaven's sake. We don't need a Dragon Knight who can dominate the court with sheer force upon arrival. Though Jackson's demeanor appeared tranquil, his mind was tumultuous, teeming with a myriad of frustrations. He longed to rush forward, seize Vujacic, and fuse him with Kobe into a single entity. Observing Kobe's recent performance, having successfully outmaneuvered the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, the Black Mamba radiated a sense of invigoration. His undisputed position as the team's leader heightened his competitive spirit. However, the unfortunate reality was that in the midst of his ascendant prowess, his teammates appeared woefully inept. After decades of coaching, Jackson understood all too well that a solitary individual could not bear the weight of an entire team. Even the legendary Michael Jordan, despite his unparalleled greatness, could not clinch championship rings without the support of Scottie Pippen, let alone the still maturing Kobe Bryant. Yet, presently, Kobe remained oblivious to these critical issues, fixated solely on garnering attention and prompting Los Angeles fans to swiftly forget about the dominant Shaquille. To put it bluntly, Kobe was not yet equipped with the capabilities of a true leader. In simpler terms, he was a fierce warrior, unmatched in one-on-one confrontations. But Jackson envisioned Kobe as a powerhouse who could also command legions. A true commander must lead by example, even if he won countless face-offs. It would be of little consequence if he could not guide his team to victory. That was the essence of true leadership. What Jackson had long anticipated to see in Kobe was instead manifesting in the rookie Vujacic, leaving him perplexed. Little did Jackson know that within Vujacic resided an entirely different spirit. In his previous life, Vujacic had assumed the role of leader from the moment he joined the first team, despite being the youngest. Dominating in the youth leagues and swiftly earning respect in the national team, he had managed to command the older players with ease. The Philadelphia 76ers, who had intended to draft him into the NBA, also envisioned him as their leader. The notion of innate leadership qualities might be a myth, yet they could certainly be cultivated. From the day he first engaged with basketball, he had been groomed as a savior of Chinese basketball. It can be said that Vujacic was inherently destined for leadership. Regrettably, this quality was not what Jackson wished to witness, as the Lakers' leader could only be Kobe. Frustrated, Jackson sat beside Brian Shaw, who was brimming with excitement. "Hey, Phil, did you see that? I told you that kid is destined for greatness." Jackson, feeling increasingly exasperated, glanced at his old friend, thinking, "Buddy, I'm already overwhelmed." The match on the court continues unabated. The referee will not declare the Los Angeles Lakers victorious simply because Vujacic executed an extraordinarily impressive dunk. Regardless of its brilliance, a dunk counts merely for 2 points. The Trailblazers' offense remains focused on the interior. Randolph receives the ball. Although Mim's defense is somewhat tenacious, he ultimately proves no match for Randolph. With a jolt of his body, he prepares to pivot for a dunk, only to suddenly realize that Vujacic is charging towards him once again. Still coming? Randolph feels a chill run down his hand, his heart racing, disrupting his rhythm. In a moment of haste, he releases the shot, which fails to find the mark, allowing Butler to seize the rebound. As the Lakers prepare for a fast break, the seasoned Stoudemire swiftly intervenes with a foul. While he incurs a penalty, he effectively halts the Lakers' momentum. It is evident to all that the tide of the game is shifting in favor of the Lakers. Should they score on this fast break, it would deal a significant blow to the Trailblazers' morale. The Lakers prepare for an inbounds play, with all Trailblazers players positioned and ready for defense. As the Lakers execute the sideline throw-in, the basketball lands squarely in Vujacic's hands. Glancing at the clock, only 22 seconds remain in the first quarter, a sufficient amount of time. With that in mind, he decides to show Randolph whether he dares to confront him directly, patiently dribbling the ball as the timer dwindles to the final 5 seconds. Vujacic suddenly accelerates. Chapter 27, a stunning display. From the very beginning of his previous life, Vujacic was not one to possess a broad-minded disposition, particularly when confronted by rivals. The tales of mutual admiration blossoming into camaraderie and brotherhood would forever remain absent from his narrative. He vividly recalled Randolph's earlier taunts, and failing to respond would be utterly contrary to his character. At that moment, Vujacic suddenly sprang into action, prompting the other Lakers players to swiftly spread out to the perimeter. Although Van Exel was seasoned, his age rendered him unable to match Vujacic's speed, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself left behind. Only Randolph remained beneath the rim for the Trailblazers. In those fleeting minutes, Randolph experienced profound frustration. He had been relishing the tender care of multiple Lakers players, basking in a state of bliss, but with Vujacic's south entry onto the court, everything shifted. Initially, Vujacic charged into the paint, scoring with an elegant layup. Following that, as Randolph prepared to score with a strong move under the basket, Vujacic swatted his hand, leaving it akin to a braised pig trotter. Randolph was not one to be easily intimidated. He was a fierce competitor on the NBA stage. Witnessing Vujacic's audacity to challenge him ignited an instantaneous surge of fury. He shouted, raising both arms triumphantly, as his mind, which was not particularly astute, began racing with thoughts of how he would respond after delivering a resounding block to Vujacic, crafting a comeback statement to reclaim the court. Vujacic was poised for a one-on-one with Randolph. This scene instantly thrilled Kenny Smith. Not only him, but others shared the same sentiment. Americans, with their penchant for heroism, have always held a deep admiration for asymmetric confrontations. At moments like this, they invariably chose to align themselves with the seemingly weaker side. Vujacic and Randolph are undeniably of different tiers in terms of physique, and the disparity in strength is equally apparent. Yet, Vujacic's audacity to confront Randolph face-to-face ignited a surge of adrenaline among the American spectators, who widened their eyes in anticipation, fearful of missing a captivating moment. Vujacic surged upward, while Randolph steadfastly guarded the basket, refusing to budge an inch. The two leapt almost in unison, despite Randolph's superior height and reach. His leaping ability could not match that of Vujacic. Nevertheless, his long arms extended high, effectively compensating for the difference. Yet, astonishingly, even at what appeared to be the apex of his ascent, Vujacic continued to soar, his right hand, holding the basketball, rising well above the outstretched arms of Randolph. He was airborne. He was airborne. At this moment, Vujacic seems to be soaring, defying the very force of gravity, as if the constraints that once held him have completely dissolved. The formidable Randolph, previously an insurmountable barrier, now appears utterly powerless. What does your strength matter? I leap higher, and I can still conquer you. With a mighty shout, akin to a powerful spike on the volleyball court, Vujacic forcefully pressed the basketball downward with his right hand. Randolph, already descending, was left astounded. He had never anticipated that Vujacic could leap so high, reaching an altitude that rendered him helpless. With a resounding crash, reminiscent of an explosion, Vujacic hung from the rim with one arm, while Randolph lay sprawled on the ground beneath him. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as the breathtaking spectacle left the audience in a daze. It took a few seconds for the crowd to regain their senses, and in an instant, the fervor of everyone in the Staples Center was ignited. Oh my God! Even the usually articulate Kenny Smith found himself at a loss for words in that moment. After a prolonged silence, he managed to compose himself, still in disbelief. It was simply incredible. I thought that after Michael Jordan and Vince Carter, the era of aerial acrobats on the basketball court had come to an end. Yet, Vujacic, this rookie from Slovenia, has proven, much like Brent Barry did before him, that white players can soar too, and even higher. Though the new season has barely commenced, I can unequivocally declare that this dunk will undoubtedly become the highlight of the NBA regular season, without contest. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith continued to roar with enthusiasm, prompting his partner, Magic Johnson, to repeatedly urge him to temper his emotions. Yet, it was not only Smith who lost his composure. On the Lakers bench, Kobe stood up the moment Vujacic executed his dunk, his eyes wide with astonishment. He pondered whether he could have pulled off such a feat during his rookie days, questioning whether he possessed the same audacity. Kobe wished to suppress those thoughts. He was reluctant to acknowledge any limitations. However, witnessing Vujacic's stellar performance, he could not help but contemplate the potential benefits. Throughout this match, he felt stifled, as his teammates failed to provide adequate support. If Vujacic could maintain such excellence, he could indeed become a valuable ally. Will Vujacic threaten his dominance within the team? Kobe, evidently, has not yet come to this realization. Nor does he believe that Vujacic can reach such heights. The mere thought that he may have found his own Pippen brings a rare smile to Kobe's face. Jackson has been keenly observing Kobe's reactions. Vujacic's recent performance was indeed impressive, yet it has not undermined Kobe's standing in Jackson's plans. Should Kobe be unable to accommodate Vujacic, it would certainly pose a dilemma for Jackson. Had Kobe shown any signs of discontent prior to this game, Jackson would have unhesitatingly sidelined Vujacic. However, given that Vujacic has now demonstrated his value, the situation has changed. After all, Jackson is accountable for the Lakers' performance if the results are unsatisfactory. It matters not whether he is merely the prospective son-in-law of the elder Buss or his own flesh and blood, he would undoubtedly face dismissal. Beyond Kobe, identifying a reliable scoring option for the Lakers is crucial this season, particularly in their quest for a playoff spot and beyond. Fortunately, Kobe's response remains relatively composed. On the court, Vujacic landed, casting a glance at Randolph, his eyes filled with defiance. Randolph, already disheveled and distressed, was nearly pushed to his breaking point. "Well done, Sasha." As Vujacic turned his head, he caught sight of Avril cheering for him, and a smile spread across his face. He never expected that this girl would also delight in such intense confrontations. The Trail Blazers initiated the game, but Stoudemire's long-range shot from the midcourt failed to find the basket, marking the conclusion of the first quarter. When Vujacic took to the court, the Lakers were trailing. In a mere 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the Lakers had surged ahead of the Trail Blazers by 5 points. During this period, Vujacic accumulated 9 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal, establishing himself as the focal point of the game with remarkable efficiency. As the first quarter concluded, the audience remained entranced by the electrifying slam dunk executed by Vujacic, their excitement palpable and lingering. Kenny Smith, now a devoted fan of Vujacic, tirelessly reminisced about the Slovenian rookie's extraordinary performance on the court. In a mere 4 minutes, Vujacic had completely dominated the Lakers' fast break. Prior to his entry, despite the presence of Kobe, the team's offensive efficiency had been subpar. However, upon Vujacic's arrival, every offensive attempt, save for 1 missed shot by Atkins, resulted in success, with Vujacic playing a pivotal role in these endeavors. As Smith extolled Vujacic's virtues from the commentary booth, the player himself sat on the bench, his demeanor subdued. Having just taken a seat, he transitioned from being the hero who ignited the Staples Center's fervor back to the role of a substitute. Meanwhile, Jackson was strategizing for the second quarter, leaving Vujacic to assume the position of an observer. The reaction of Vujacic did not escape the keen observation of Brian Shaw. He had witnessed the astonishing performance of Vujacic just moments ago, and he could clearly discern the expression on Vujacic's face now. At this moment, he felt a strong urge to caution his old friend, Phil Jackson, one must never toy with fire. For Vujacic is certainly not the kind of rookie who can be easily manipulated or dismissed. Chapter 28. Lurking Vujacic was not so arrogant as to believe that he had single-handedly saved the team. However, it is an undeniable fact that he had performed commendably during that period. Given his outstanding performance, he rightfully deserves recognition rather than being hastily relegated back to obscurity. Vujacic yearned to inquire of Jackson why he had been substituted, yet before he could utter a word, someone had already spoken on his behalf. "Hey, Sasha, why aren't you on the court?" As the second quarter commenced, Avril felt a wave of confusion upon realizing that Vujacic remained on the bench. Though not an ardent basketball enthusiast, she possessed enough understanding to recognize Vujacic's stellar performance. It was evident that the Lakers had only turned the tide of the game after his entrance. Shouldn't they be capitalizing on their momentum? Why then? Was their most significant contributor relegated to the sidelines? Avril quickly grasped the situation. From the perspective of a friend, she felt compelled to offer Vujacic some support. "Hey, old man, is this how you treat your team's hero? Let Sasha play. I didn't come here to witness your team demonstrate just how abysmal they can be." Though Vujacic was filled with discontent, Avril's outburst nearly caused him to twist his back. This girl was remarkably fierce, even addressing one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. Phil Jackson, as old man. The fans seated beside Avril were well aware of her status as a rising punk icon and recognized her uniquely bold character. However, none anticipated her unabashedly audacious demeanor. Jackson, deeply focused on the game, was momentarily taken aback by her clear proclamation, nearly stumbling in surprise. He turned, intending to educate the impudent young lady on the virtues of respecting one's elders, only to be met with Avril's extended middle finger, her delicate hand rendering the gesture anything but charming. In his youth, Jackson had been a trendsetter, a notorious free spirit in the NBA during his playing days. Now, with age, he remained attuned to the entertainment world, easily recognizing Avril. "Hey, old man, you're utterly pathetic. Just go away." If she had a third hand, Avril would undoubtedly have offered him another middle finger. What is Vujacic up to? After the initial shock, he quickly pressed both hands beneath his rear, lest he inadvertently become a mere spectator for Avril. Following her emotional outburst, Avril settled down, although she typically disregarded the gazes of others. Being the focal point of dozens of cameras and the attention of over 10,000 spectators proved overwhelming, even for her. Cautiously, she edged closer to Vujacic's back, her fiery temperament still evident. "Sasha, if it were me, I would have certainly delivered a couple of punches. Of course, if you're just as timid, then there's nothing more to say, but you clearly possess far greater skill than most." Avril's voice was loud enough for those around to hear distinctly. Attendees at the Staples Center were undoubtedly getting their money's worth today, as not only was there a thrilling game to watch, but the sidelines were also rife with dramatic encounters, with the leading lady being none other than the globally renowned punk princess, much to their delight. As the scene on the sidelines came to a close, attention shifted back to the game. At the onset of the second quarter, Kobe's performance became even more exhilarating than in the first. With jump shots, layups, and steals, he seemed intent on not allowing Vujacic to bask in his glory alone. With his relentless offensive prowess, by the 7th minute of the second quarter, the Lakers had extended their lead to 14 points. Although the interior defense was still being ravaged by Randolph, Kobe's scoring frenzy kept the Trailblazers from narrowing the gap. Vujacic sat quietly on the bench, occasionally exchanging a few words with Avril, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the court. Reluctantly, Vujacic had to concede that at this juncture, he was not yet on par with Kobe, at least in terms of individual prowess. In comparison, Kobe possessed a more diverse array of offensive techniques and exhibited a greater strategic acumen. "Sasha, observe Kobe closely. Strive to learn as much as you can from him." Vujacic was taken aback, gazing in astonishment at his assistant coach, Brian Shaw, who had unexpectedly appeared by his side. "Do you think we resemble each other?" Shaw replied, "Not at all. In fact, you bear no resemblance whatsoever. I merely believe that one day you will ascend to the heights of Kobe. It is imperative that you seize the opportunity to learn from others and acquire knowledge that will prove beneficial to you." Vujacic shrugged, remaining silent. In truth, he had been observing Kobe's playing style all along. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the score still reflected a 14-point gap between the Lakers and the Trailblazers. For a full 12 minutes, Vujacic had not seen a single second of playing time, while even the notoriously inept Bobbitt managed to spend 2 minutes on the court. Rising to join the team heading back to the locker room, he heard Avril casually remark, "Sasha, it seems I have garnered quite a bit of animosity for you." However, there was not a trace of remorse on that unfortunate woman's face. With a smile, Vujacic remarked, "It matters not. I have no qualms about playing the role of an unappreciated fellow." Brian Shaw approached, giving Vujacic a reassuring pat on the shoulder as they made their way into the players' tunnel. As an old friend of Jackson and a key strategist for the Lakers' game plan, he was acutely aware that Vujacic deserved at least 2 minutes of playtime in the second quarter. Unfortunately, Jackson was not the magnanimous gentleman one might hope for. After being chastised by Iverson, he found himself unable to retaliate against Iverson and, in a fit of frustration, redirected his ire toward Vujacic, thereby allocating those 2 precious minutes to Burpiet. Did Jackson treat the game as a trivial matter? Certainly not. From Shaw's understanding of Jackson, it was evident that his actions stemmed from an unwavering confidence in the victory, a confidence not derived from Kobe, but rather from Vujacic himself. As the team's leader, Kobe's exceptional performance was to be expected, yet his singular brilliance was insufficient to secure a win for the Lakers unless the game unfolded unpredictably. Clearly, Vujacic was that unpredictable element. His remarkable performance in the final 3 minutes of the first quarter significantly bolstered the Lakers' chances of triumph. "Sasha, do not be overly eager. You are still a rookie, and this is merely your first game." Vujacic halted his steps, gazing at Brian. He remarked, "Are you suggesting that I still have ample opportunities ahead, and that what I must do now is exercise patience and await the right moment?" Upon finishing his statement, Vujacic proceeded towards the locker room, not pausing for Brian Shaw's response. He was acutely aware that Shaw's words were intended for his benefit. However, his singular desire was to step onto the court. He had no intention of playing the obedient child in hopes of winning the coach's favor for a meager allocation of playing time, akin to a bestowed privilege. If the Lakers could not provide what he sought, he would not linger. He would choose to depart. Yet, the dilemma lay in the necessity of showcasing sufficient value to attract a team willing to offer him an opportunity, which meant he still required Jackson to grant him playing time. Otherwise, even teams interested in him would not be inclined to present enticing offers that could sway the Lakers. This cyclical predicament left Vujacic feeling somewhat despondent. In the Lakers' locker room, Jackson was preoccupied with analyzing the first 2 quarters of the game. Overall, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Given the dismal hand he had been dealt, achieving the current score was commendable. This was undoubtedly aided by Vujacic's unexpected contribution, which had transformed from what was initially perceived as a poor hand into a veritable game-changer. However, Jackson was dissatisfied with certain details of the game, particularly regarding the team's interior play and the performance of starting point guard Atkins. When Jackson expressed his frustrations, he spared no one from his incisive critiques, leaving seasoned players like Divac and Atkins visibly flustered. Vujacic, with a twisted sense of amusement, thought to himself, "Serves you right. Who told you to play so abysmally?" For a full 20 minutes, Jackson disregarded Vujacic, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. And the player who had led the Lakers to a comeback in the first quarter was nothing but an ephemeral shadow. Vujacic remained silent, mirroring Jackson's indifference. Unlike other players who occasionally exchanged words, pledging loyalty or determination, their fervor theatrical in nature. As the third quarter commenced, Vujacic still occupied the bench, having resigned himself to his current fate, one of lurking in the shadows, as if he possessed no alternative, until he heard, "Rookie, get over here." If Vujacic could not discern his role in Jackson's grand design, he would truly be a fool. The sixth man. His playing time revealed that he was cast as the team's sixth man. When the primary scorer departed the court, he was to step in. When the star returned from rest, he must yield his position. Only during moments of desperate need for points or to secure a victory would he be afforded the opportunity to compete alongside the core players. Vujacic harbored profound dissatisfaction with this role and overwhelming discontent. Yet, he recognized that his only choice was to remain patient and bide his time, yearning for the opportunity to prove his worth and showcase his talents to those teams desperately seeking a scoring dynamo, thereby marketing himself to a broader audience. When Vujacic took the court, Kobe exited the game. In an unexpected turn of events, Kobe took the initiative to high-five Vujacic as he left, leaving Vujacic somewhat astonished. Was he taken aback? Vujacic is not so easily dismissed. As soon as he stepped onto the court, he was presented with an opportunity. Even Atkins understands now that, despite Kobe's absence, he is not the focal point of the team. Though he may be reluctant to accept this, for a veteran like him, survival is paramount. Moreover, he possesses far greater cunning than Vujacic. To descend into the depths, one must first learn to heed the coach's directives. Once the ball crossed half-court, it found its way into Vujacic's hands, and once again, he faced off against Derek Anderson. As he received the pass, Vujacic pivoted slightly, lifting the ball high with both hands. Anderson immediately adopted a tense demeanor. During the first quarter, he had been thoroughly schooled by this rookie. Now, confronted with Vujacic once more, he dared not let his guard down, refraining from his usual trash talk, fearing that even a careless word might distract him. Vujacic wore a smile, suddenly pivoting back. The ball nestled beneath his hips, feigning an aggressive drive. Anderson instantly tensed, his muscles rigid with anticipation, shifting his weight backward in preparation to thwart Vujacic's advance. Vujacic made another move, his body poised to advance, ready to break through. No, wait. Suddenly, Vujacic halted his forward motion and leapt into the air to take a shot. Swish. A three-pointer, further widening the gap in the score between the two teams. Now, let us turn our attention to Derek Anderson, who had already found himself seated on the ground. Onlookers found it almost impossible to discern what Vujacic had just executed. It merely appeared as though the two were preparing for a one-on-one duel, only for Vujacic to opt for a jump shot, leaving Anderson in an utterly disheveled state on the floor. Kenny Smith in the commentary booth was in fits of laughter. Vujacic is undoubtedly a rascal. He ought not to treat Anderson in such a manner. Oh dear, that poor fellow must be wishing to burrow into the ground. This scene is one that Anderson will likely wish to erase from memory for the rest of his life. Magic Johnson couldn't help but chuckle either. He clearly understood what Vujacic had just accomplished. Though the forward lean was minimal, he perceived it distinctly. A player capable of such antics on the court must possess immense composure. Yet Vujacic, being a rookie, exhibited a playing style that seemed remarkably seasoned, a true contradiction. On the sidelines, the Lakers bench erupted in laughter. While most of them held a certain disdain for Vujacic, they couldn't help but find the moment hysterically amusing, especially witnessing Anderson's disarray, which was undeniably comical. Even Kobe wore a smile, clapping his hands in delight, and seemingly not satisfied. He rose to his feet and shouted towards the court, "Well done, kid." What on earth was happening? Had the big shark departed, taking with him Kobe's once solitary and aloof demeanor? After Vujacic successfully made the shot, he nonchalantly shrugged at Anderson, who was seated on the ground, instantly transforming the latter's expression from one of frustration to a deep shade of purple. The game persisted, yet the Trailblazers found themselves in disarray. Having been previously rattled by Kobe, they now faced an even more provocative Vujacic in his stead. What began as a jubilant season opener had devolved into a scenario where the Blazers, led by Randolph, were itching for a confrontation. This was no way to treat an opponent. Underneath the basket, after several attempts to assert dominance, they found no success in dislodging the seasoned Divac. It was evident that the team's impressive performance had imbued the veteran with a significant boost in prowess. In this moment, the cunning Divac reveled in his youthful exuberance, displaying a slyness that was unmistakable. Vujacic could clearly perceive Divac's knee incessantly jabbing against Randolph's thigh with a rapidity that elicited both pain and pleasure from him. Randolph glanced towards the referee, only to find no indication of intervention. Resolutely, he spun around to attempt a layup, but the basketball merely danced on the rim before descending into Odom's embrace. A fast break ensued. In such moments, there was no need for vocal exhortation. It was purely a contest of speed. At that instant, there was no one on the court capable of restraining Vujacic's pace. Odom, as if finally awakened, took 2 strides and lofted the ball forward. A splendid opportunity. Vujacic immediately quickened his pace and charged forward. But, for heaven's sake, who were you intending to pass to? Bang! An unsuspecting journalist on the sidelines was struck squarely in the face by the basketball and fell backward, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? Having reached the Trailblazers' half of the court, Vujacic now felt akin to the foolish donkey often depicted in cartoons, utterly bewildered. Vujacic harbored a deep resentment towards himself for having placed his trust in the foolish Odom, who had inadvertently drawn him into this debacle. When Odom's mind was clear, he was undoubtedly a transcendent player. During his tenure with the Miami Heat, he often showcased his ability to single-handedly save the day in a 1-on-5 scenario. However, such brilliance was only evident when he was fully alert. Once his mind slipped into a state of dormancy, his performance on the court was akin to that of a different individual, masterful at undermining his teammates, but woefully inadequate otherwise. It was painfully evident that Odom had left his intellect behind at home before stepping onto the court today. As the game approached its 3-quarter mark, his contributions amounted to a mere 4 points and 2 rebounds, overshadowed even by the unimpressive statistics of the less-than-stellar meme. On the sidelines, Jackson was seen repeatedly massaging his temples, clearly on the verge of losing his patience with Odom. With a dismissive gesture, Ukrainian Medvedenko entered the game, replacing Odom. As he exited, Odom appeared bewildered, waving to the surrounding audience, only to be met with a chorus of boos. It was one thing to perform poorly, but to add insult to injury with such arrogance was unacceptable. With Medvedenko on the court, the Lakers lineup shifted to feature center Divac, power forward Medvedenko, small forward Butler, shooting guard Vujacic, and point guard Atkins. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers maintained their full-strength roster, yet even they seemed powerless to alter the course of the game. Although Chicks was reluctant to raise the white flag so early in the new season, he understood that momentum was often a crucial factor. Without it, no amount of energy could be effectively harnessed on the court. Vujacic continues to exert himself without reservation, playing in a manner that captivates the audience's attention. With Kobe absent from the court, the Staples Center has transformed into his solitary stage. By the conclusion of the 3rd quarter, the deficit has expanded to 20 points. Vujacic's scoring statistics soared to 21 points, having successfully made 9 out of 11 attempts, including 2 3-pointers, along with a solitary free throw. Given his time on the court, his efficiency was unparalleled throughout the game. However, as the 4th quarter commenced, Vujacic remained on the bench, prompting a disgruntled inquiry from his teammate, Avril, who exclaimed, "Hey, Sasha, do you have a feud with that old man? What can Vujacic say? This illustrates the disparity in treatment between the protagonist and the supporting character, an unavoidable reality. At least in this phase, as a novice, he is incapable of instigating change, no matter how splendid his performance on the court. 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, Vujacic re-entered the game, finally sharing the court with Kobe, his most familiar shooting guard. However, with Kobe present, Vujacic could no longer relish the privilege of unrestrained shooting. His role was to stretch the opposing defense on the perimeter, creating opportunities for Kobe to exploit, while he awaited the ball's uncertain arrival. At times, even when the ball found its way into his hands, he was compelled to pass it immediately if Kobe had a more promising scoring opportunity, as any deviation would be deemed insubordinate. As long as Kobe was on the court, he was unequivocally the focal point. With every team member striving to serve him, this is the privilege of the protagonist. Vujacic had briefly tasted this privilege, but with the protagonist now restored to his rightful place, he, as the supporting character, had no choice but to step aside. The vexatious distinction between protagonist and supporting character. Nevertheless, Kobe appeared to be considerate towards Vujacic, several times passing him the ball when double-teamed after a drive, allowing Vujacic to sink 2 3-pointers. As the fourth quarter progressed slightly past the halfway mark, the Trailblazers conceded, substituting in their entire bench. On the Lakers' side, Jackson allowed the starters to remain on the court for an additional minute before wisely calling it a day, ushering the game into garbage time. In the inaugural NBA regular season game, Vujacic managed to score 27 points, a figure that surely warrants pride. Yet, he was dissatisfied, deeply so, believing he could have performed even better had Jackson afforded him the opportunity. However, the treatment Vujacic yearned for was unattainable within the Lakers, as their cornerstone was Kobe, only 26 years old, still not at his zenith, with at least a decade of athletic prowess ahead of him. As the game concluded, the Lakers triumphed over the Portland Trail Blazers with a resounding score of 118-95, achieving their desired opening victory of the new season. Afterward, as Vujacic prepared to return to the locker room with the team, he was intercepted by a beautiful female reporter. Her figure was striking, 36D. Having encountered countless women in his past life, Vujacic accurately assessed her dimensions at a glance. Yet, what significance does this hold? The author, a female writer, would not hastily delve into romantic entanglements. "Hello, Sasha." The female reporter greeted Vujacic with familiarity, as if they were already acquainted. She was indeed quite attractive, with an impressive physique, yet for Vujacic, burdened with myriad concerns, she held little allure. He responded with a lukewarm "hello," despite his poor attitude. Vujacic remained acutely aware of the rules and stood firm. He understood that to attain his desires, he must enhance his visibility, both on and off the court. Promotion is paramount at all times. The female journalist, seemingly oblivious to Vujacic's inner turmoil, maintained her professional demeanor with a bright smile. "Your performance today was exceptional. How do you assess your debut in the NBA?" Vujacic forced a smile, exclaiming, "Excellent. Everything is splendid, and I am genuinely delighted to have contributed to the team's victory. Of course, today was particularly fortunate for me, as I managed to sink several 3-pointers. You know, the Trailblazers are not an easy adversary. Their interior strength is formidable. Securing a win necessitates the collective effort of our entire team, along with a touch of luck. How would I assess our performance? We did not play well in the first half." Vujacic, oblivious to the adage that a lavish display requires the support of many, has always been forthright in his remarks. It was evident that our opponents found their rhythm more swiftly than we did. However, we quickly adjusted and ultimately triumphed over them. While there were aspects that fell short of our expectations, securing the victory remains the paramount achievement. It is indeed a rarity for Vujacic to articulate his thoughts so subtly. Regarding the outlook for this season, I wonder if you could share your aspirations. This is a matter for the head coach to ponder. My task is to perform at my utmost on the court, showcasing my value to the team. As for my personal ambitions, I aspire to firmly establish myself in the NBA. Regardless of whether the alluring female reporter comprehended my words, Vujacic gracefully circumvented her and departed. Aspirations? What a trivial notion. If I am still here by the end of the season, I might as well be a mere vegetable. Even a single day here feels suffocating. Who finds joy in playing a supporting role for the Black Mamba? Let the supporting cast vanish. I have lived 2 lives, both of which were meant for the spotlight. The spotlight. Do you understand? Chapter 30. Uncontrollable emotions. What I need is a partner like this. He is truly exceptional, exceeding all expectations. My confidence in the new season has significantly increased. The Lakers have consistently ranked among the elite teams in the NBA, and no one wishes for the Lakers to falter. Naturally, the Lakers have never relied on any single individual. History has shown that even after certain players departed, the team retained a plethora of formidable talents. During the post-game press conference, Kobe, when asked by reporters about Vujacic's remarkable performance today, offered him high praise. He also took the opportunity to remind everyone that the Lakers thrived even after the departure of the great Shaquille O'Neal. Unlike his usual reticent self at press conferences, Kobe was particularly loquacious today. Many issues that had been troubling him recently seemed to find resolution through the course of this game. Kobe is no fool. He understands that after Shaquille's exit, the Lakers would struggle to remain competitive without sufficient talented teammates. Just look at Tracy McGrady, who dominated the scoring charts with the Orlando Magic but could not even reach the playoffs, and has now transitioned to the Houston Rockets. This fact left Kobe envious. Why is it that McGrady, who always appears to be in a perpetual slumber, has a gentle giant like Yao Ming as his ally, while he himself could not find such support? Now, this dilemma is resolved. Although not the towering superstar Kobe had envisioned, Vujacic's performance has been nothing short of outstanding, and he does not pose direct competition on the court. With Vujacic by his side, Kobe no longer needs to reserve his energy. He can unleash his full potential. Whenever he requires a breather, a reliable scoring option will instantly emerge from the Lakers bench. Vujacic was unaware of the high regard in which Kobe held him, nor the fervor of his admiration. At that moment, he was enjoying a night out with Avril at a nightclub. After a frustrating game, Vujacic felt the need to vent his frustrations, and although Avril was not the most attentive listener, her company was preferable to lamenting to a muscular figure like Butler. Avril clearly held Vujacic's restraint in contempt. "If I were you, I would seize the basketball and slam it right in Phil Jackson's face. You performed admirably, better than most. Yet you find yourself relegated to the bench, while that peculiar bald guy enjoys more playing time than you." Peculiar? Bald? Vujacic realized she was referring to Odom, and his head was spinning from the drinks. As a professional athlete, Vujacic recognized that alcohol was detrimental to his career, yet who in the NBA could resist such temptations? The regular season was undoubtedly the most grueling in terms of time, a true test of human endurance. Without some means to alleviate the mounting tension, one might even succumb to depression. Having avoided marijuana, Vujacic felt he was already exercising considerable self-discipline. "Of course, I would like to act differently, but in truth, I cannot, not at this moment. I aspire to establish myself in the NBA, and I still rely on that old man for adequate playing time to showcase my abilities. I can only hope that a team will offer a sufficient trade for me. Otherwise, I must endure in the Los Angeles Lakers." As he uttered these thoughts, Vujacic felt a swell of frustration. He was inherently unyielding, yet he had no choice but to endure. Avril smirked and said dismissively, "I thought you were cooler than this. Did you know what I encountered when I first arrived in Los Angeles?" She then recounted her own experiences upon arriving in Los Angeles. Having been deceived by a record company promising to produce her album, upon her arrival, she discovered the truth. They claimed she was too young and instead relegated her to a behind-the-scenes role, assigning her creations to another female artist. "I told those lousy people to go to hell," she exclaimed, raising her middle finger in defiance and playfully arching her eyebrow at Vujacic. "What do you think? Isn't that cool?" Vujacic had to admit that this unfortunate girl had a bit of spunk. According to her, she had only been 14 or 15 upon arriving in America, yet she boldly challenged adults without fear of retribution. Noticing Vujacic's silence, Avril chuckled and said, "All right. I am aware of your admiration for me, yet there is no need for such a gaze. I hold you in high regard, but do you truly feel so self-satisfied? You unfortunate soul?" The two continued to indulge in their libations, and before long, both were equally inebriated. Avril suddenly posed the question, "If given the choice, which team would you select?" Vujacic pondered seriously for a moment, then relinquished his thoughts. "Any team would suffice, as long as it offers me a pivotal role. That is all that matters. The rest is inconsequential to me." Avril found it difficult to comprehend the world of basketball and felt a slight surprise. "Why do you keep emphasizing the importance of a pivotal role? Does it truly hold such significance for you? If you excel on the court, does it not seem that being the core player is not of utmost importance?" Upon hearing this, Vujacic suddenly became quite agitated. "Damn it, is my performance today truly so lacking? Just because I am not a core member, not the protagonist, merely a wretched supporting character, I am left to be manipulated at will. That feeling is utterly unbearable, absolutely dreadful. Do you understand? Avril was genuinely taken aback by Vujacic's fervent demeanor and, in response, lifted her beer and splashed it over him. Mate, you need to calm down. Vujacic was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a while to realize that a young girl with golden hair had splashed wine all over his face. Well, in truth, Avril was of the same age as Vujacic. In the past, he would have swiftly retaliated with a punch. However, today was different. He exhaled deeply and downed the contents of his cup in one go. Let us go. Avril said nothing, allowing Vujacic to drape his arm over her shoulder as they exited the nightclub. Outside, they entered Avril's striking red Ferrari sports car, a clear indication of her inclination towards extravagance. In certain aspects, she was quite fashionable, yet in others, rather pedestrian, particularly concerning her choice of vehicle. As Avril started the engine, the two intoxicated individuals set off in a swaying car, speeding away abruptly. After a while in the night breeze, Vujacic felt his senses sharpen, observing as Avril began to steer more erratically, prompting him to ponder, "Hey, where exactly are you headed?" Soon enough, Vujacic was met with an exasperating revelation. "You fool. Can't you see that I'm lost?" Indeed, he had completely forgotten that Avril had a terrible sense of direction. Without needing to exit the vehicle, they swiftly changed seats, but as they began to switch positions, both were simultaneously captivated by a different distraction. It was easy for static electricity to build up through their bodies, much like the current moment. Vujacic gazed at the alluringly enchanting Avril beneath him, while Avril looked up at the dashing and graceful Vujacic who was poised above her. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Avril raised her hand and entwined it around Vujacic's neck. And fueled by the intoxicating effects of alcohol, the two engaged in a passionate kiss. In a previous life, Vujacic was a seasoned veteran of the pleasure quarters, having encountered an innumerable array of women. Avril, too, was not untouched by the hands of experience. In fact, in the Western world, seeking a 20-year-old woman who remains a virgin is far more challenging than searching for the Loch Ness Monster or the Yeti of the Himalayas. Vujacic, after his rebirth, had not encountered a woman since that moment. Avril, on the other hand, had surrendered her innocence to her first love at the tender age of 14 and had not experienced anything akin since. Consequently, an electric spark ignited between them, culminating in an explosive encounter. This was far from romantic. There was no trace of pink atmosphere, merely two young souls, suddenly aware of their desires, irresistibly drawn to each other, leading to a natural unfolding of events. In the throes of a passionate kiss, Vujacic felt a dizzying wave wash over him. His sole thought being, "I am about to be with the punk princess." Exhilaration coursed through him. Avril emitted an intoxicating fragrance that ensnared Vujacic the moment he unleashed his desire, leaving him utterly entranced. Though her kiss was inexperienced, her soft tongue danced like a serpent, compelling him to pursue her fervently. The very air around them seemed to ignite, and despite the cool night breeze, both were drenched in sweat. As moments passed, Vujacic found mere kissing insufficient. His hands grew restless, soon exploring Avril's modest bosom, a small but delightfully soft sensation, akin to cotton. Her abdomen was smooth, reminiscent of satin, enticing him further. Reason was cast aside, after a prolonged period of abstinence. Encountering such a potent source of temptation made Vujacic feel as if he were on the brink of explosion, his body wholly unrestrained. Especially the sounds Avril made, akin to the very essence of desire, rendered his rationality non-existent, leaving him completely at the mercy of his instincts. Having crossed first base and stepping on a second, he was now poised for third. Chapter 31, The Novice. Boom. The punk princess unleashed her devastating technique, the kidney explosion fist. A direct hit. In an instant, Vujacic felt the fervor dissipate, desire evaporating entirely. At that moment, not even the enchanting figures of his past, Kim Tae, Lin Chiliang, Megan Fox, and Noriko Sakai, performing a seductive dance before him, could stir a flicker of desire within him. Comfortably exiting the vehicle, he returned to find Avril seated in the passenger seat, her attire composed and her expression serious, as though bearing an air of gravity. Without uttering a word, Vujacic obediently took his seat in the car, igniting Avril's crimson Ferrari. "Damn it, how could you treat me this way?" Vujacic nearly lost his temper, ready to throw a punch, as he found himself inexplicably implicated in this matter, unsure of who had instigated it. Yet, He understood that reason had no place in this moment, particularly in such an atmosphere dominated by women. Any attempt to argue his case would immediately result in an onslaught of unreasonable demands. Although Vujacic is now awake, he has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, causing his thoughts to be somewhat sluggish. Unable to articulate his thoughts effectively, he chooses to remain silent. Moreover, Vujacic feels a sense of relief that nothing truly transpired earlier, despite having lived a life of debauchery in his previous existence. Where fleeting encounters were as commonplace as dining and drinking, Avril ultimately remains his friend, adhering to the principle of not crossing boundaries with those close to him. He recognizes that engaging in any substantial act would indeed be inappropriate. Avril lets out a sigh of relief and finally admits, "Let us just pretend that nothing happened." Vujacic raised his hands in agreement, exclaiming that nothing had truly transpired. Upon hearing this, Avril was immediately incensed. "I never anticipated you to be such an irresponsible individual. Goodness, you have monopolized the conversation, and I merely echoed your sentiments, and now I am to be held accountable? Are you implying that I should bear the responsibility?" With a disdainful huff, Avril turned her head aside, her golden locks cascading as she muttered to herself, "I must be out of my mind, utterly deranged. For you are certainly not my type at all." Vujacic felt his pride wounded. After all, he was quite the handsome gentleman. "You are not even my type. I prefer the voluptuous, exceedingly voluptuous." Bang! The punk princess unleashed her ultimate technique, the splenic explosion fist. Very well. For the sake of his safety, Vujacic decided to remain silent. After escorting Avril home, he exited the car and summoned a taxi to return to his residence. He retired to bed to sleep. It was already past 2 in the morning, but fortunately, having played a match yesterday, he had ample time to recuperate before afternoon training. However, Vujacic, who usually enjoyed restful slumber, found himself dreaming, and to his surprise, it was an erotic dream. In it, Avril appeared before him, unclad, her bare body coiling around him like a water serpent. The two engaged in fervent intimacy, indulging in foreplay to the fullest extent. Just as Vujacic sought to progress to more substantial actions, he was abruptly awakened, only to feel a dampness between his legs. At that moment, he genuinely wished for death. At 20 years of age, how could he be experiencing such a predicament? Could it be that Vujacic had been a virgin all along? Was he truly a novice? After a distressing night, he took a cold shower to regain his composure and returned to bed, yet sleep eluded him. Every time he closed his eyes, Avril's image danced before him, driving him to the brink of madness. He could swear to the heavens that he harbored no inappropriate thoughts about Avril. If there was anything about her that drew him in, it was her unique personality and her status as a celebrity. Who doesn't he indulge in daydreams about a starlet from time to time? But that was the extent of it. To claim he was utterly entranced would be preposterous. It was not until dawn that Vujacic finally succumbed to a fitful sleep, granting him a moment's peace. He awoke around noon, feeling refreshed. After bathing, brushing his teeth, and dressing, he took a taxi to the training facility, having left his car at the nightclub the previous night. It was not late when he arrived. Only one person occupied the training hall. In the otherwise empty space, Kobe was practicing his shots. Upon noticing Vujacic, he casually tossed the basketball aside and frowned slightly. "Rookie, you are merely a novice who has just played a match. Do you really think you have the right to slack off now?" Vujacic was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening here? Has the Black Mamba reached his midlife crisis? I haven't provoked you at all. Furthermore, it's not late. How can you accuse me of slacking off?" Noticing Vujacic standing still, Kobe's frown deepened, commanding, "Go change your clothes, and remember this, rookie. In the Los Angeles Lakers, no one is permitted to shoot the ball, especially you. If you aspire to make your mark in the NBA, you must work twice as hard while others rest." At that moment, Vujacic comprehended the situation fully. It was indeed his absence from the morning practice that had ignited Kobe's fervent passion for training. Clearly, Kobe had shown up for his usual practice session in the morning. "All right, you are the boss. I shall not offend you." Vujacic remained silent as he changed his attire in the locker room. Upon emerging, he found Kobe still engaged in shooting practice. Stretching his limbs, Vujacic commenced his customary warm-up jog, a ritual he adhered to before every training session to elevate his body temperature. As a professional athlete, he was acutely aware of the paramount importance of maintaining physical health. One must never be negligent regarding one's body. While he was jogging, others gradually trickled in. Vujacic initially anticipated witnessing a spectacle, eager to observe how the formidable Kobe would assert his prowess. However, to his dismay, Kobe's anger seemed to be on an automatic setting today, seemingly directed at him alone. Even the noticeably late arrivals of Odom and Atkins elicited no response from Kobe. Was he to be perceived as an easy target? Of course, Vujacic understood that Kobe's focus on him stemmed from high expectations. He hoped for Vujacic's swift development into a more formidable player, a worthy ally. Yet, Vujacic felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In his past life, whether in club settings or on the national team, he had always been the one to admonish others. When had it ever been his turn to be subjected to scrutiny, even if it was ostensibly for his own benefit? And so, the training commenced. After completing the fundamental exercises with the main team, Vujacic commenced tactical drills. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but today he seemed to receive an unusually elevated level of attention. Jackson even paused the training session specifically for him, demonstrating positioning techniques in person. This left Vujacic somewhat astonished. Such treatment was akin to that reserved for a key player. Not only did Jackson personally illustrate the movements, but he also enlisted Brian Shaw to instruct Vujacic on the subtle signals within the Lakers' tactical variations. During yesterday's match, Vujacic frequently heard Jackson vociferously calling out from the sidelines. 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, D. Vujacic found himself enveloped in confusion, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, and could only interpret the game through his own limited understanding. It was only after Brian Shaw's commentary that Vujacic began to grasp the profound wisdom behind Jackson's esteemed reputation as an NBA coach. The mere execution of a simple pick and roll was transformed into a multitude of intricate variations under Jackson's guidance. Young man, there is much for you to learn. Shaw seemed thoroughly pleased with Jackson's approach towards Vujacic, laughing heartily. When will I know that I have graduated? Vujacic pondered. What will my graduation reward be? A starting position, perhaps? Jackson had truly integrated Vujacic into the Lakers' tactical framework and was diligently mentoring him. Vujacic was grateful, yet this did not signify that he had resolved his inner turmoil. The starting position loomed over him like an ominous spell. Unless Jackson could offer him a prominent role, Vujacic was prepared to depart at any moment, provided another team could present him with satisfactory terms. The afternoon practice lasted a mere 4 hours, as tomorrow's game necessitated preserving the player's stamina. The unwavering commitment to an additional 500 shots was non-negotiable. He could not afford to pause until he fully reclaimed the rhythm of his former self. Today, Vujacic was not alone in his extra practice. Kobe, as the team's leader, was also compelled to stay and set an example. Additionally, Butler, Atkins, and Odom. While the others were understandable, what was Odom doing staying late? Hadn't he recently been involved with the infamous Kardashian? It seemed somewhat absurd that he still found the time to toil for his basketball career amidst such distractions. Vujacic first took a shower, changed his attire, donned his headphones, and eliminated all distractions before commencing his shooting practice. During Vujacic's additional training, Kobe completed his own regimen and summoned the team's physiotherapist to the training room. During this time, he seemed to have developed an affinity for the monotonous strength training. Within the Lakers, only 2 individuals could endure such workouts: Kobe and Vujacic. Kobe's passion for basketball fueled his dedication, while Vujacic was motivated by different reasons. The training equipment he had previously used back in his homeland was evidently inferior to the sophisticated apparatus available here. Even the dumbbells were bearable, and these advanced training tools represented a premium experience for Vujacic. After completing 500 shots, Vujacic promptly exited the training facility. His period of punishment had concluded, freeing him from the obligation of cleaning the training court. As he organized his belongings, he contemplated where to dine. Recalling that he had overheard Avril mention her upcoming promotional tour in Japan, leaving her little time to attend to him. Lost in thought, Vujacic was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Rookie, come here." Chapter 32, Troublemakers. "Rookie, come here." Vujacic furrowed his brow, clearly aware that he was being summoned. As he lifted his gaze, he was met by a pair of basketball shoes, and, of course, the individual holding them, Lamar Odom. Odom, with his underdeveloped visage adorned by an inscrutable smile, appeared particularly irksome. "Did you not hear me? Or is it that you, Slovenian lad, are unfamiliar with the rules? Take these and ensure they are cleaned. Remember to bring them back to me tomorrow. Furthermore, you have been here for quite some time, yet I have yet to see you bring any food. When you return home, make sure to ask your mother to prepare some delightful pastries." The expression on Vujacic's face instantly darkened. Did he truly perceive me as a novice? With a swift motion, Odom, noticing Vujacic's immobility, unceremoniously hurled his foul-smelling shoes into Vujacic's embrace. He then exchanged a triumphant high-five with Atkins, as though they had accomplished something monumental. Sitting nearby, Butler felt as though his head might explode. Odom's actions were akin to igniting a powder keg. While others may not comprehend Vujacic's temperament, Butler, who shared a close rapport with him on the Lakers, certainly understood. Vujacic was never one to suffer indignities. Not even Odom, the fool, nor Coach Jackson, nor the team leader Kobe could tame this eccentric. Odom's attempt to provoke Vujacic was, in essence, a reckless pursuit of destruction. Holding the pair of shoes, Vujacic's gaze grew cold. He had resolutely made the decision to remain dormant during this period, determined not to provoke anyone. However, to his utter astonishment, despite his intentions to avoid conflict, trouble sought him out. What he did not foresee was that the first person to test his patience would be none other than Lamar Odom. On the court, Odom's concentration is unwavering, and his prowess is indisputable. He is arguably one of the most versatile players in the NBA. Prior to LeBron James's emergence, he held the record as the youngest player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double, and his left-handed dominance only adds to his exceptional skill set. Moreover, he bears an abundance of shadows cast by the legendary Magic Johnson, standing over 2 meters tall, possessing exceptional ball-handling skills, and capable of scoring both inside and outside. He can adeptly play all 5 positions on the court. Thus, upon entering the NBA, he was affectionately dubbed the left-handed magician. On the offensive end, Odom has long been celebrated for his versatility. With the stature of a power forward, he boasts the ability to shoot from mid-range and beyond, dribble past defenders, and score with nimble footwork in the paint. He plays with intelligence, fully aware of his strengths and weaknesses. When faced with slower, bulkier opponents, he exploits his speed and technical finesse from the perimeter, while against quicker, less powerful adversaries, he asserts his dominance in the low post. In terms of shooting, Odom excels at mid-range shots, and although his three-point shooting may not rival that of pure sharpshooters, he consistently selects reasonable opportunities to take his shots, rarely indulging in reckless attempts, thus enhancing his efficiency while capitalizing on his strengths. However, Odom's shortcomings are equally pronounced. His left-hand skills are extraordinary, a rarity in the NBA. Yet his right-hand technique leaves much to be desired, limiting his ball handling to the vicinity of the three-point arc, where he is prone to turnovers. Consequently, he often resorts to left-handed drives even when positioned on the right side of the court, allowing defenders to focus their efforts on containing his left side, which also makes him susceptible to defensive traps, thereby constraining his offensive range and potency. Defensively, Odom's capabilities are somewhat hindered by his physical attributes. While he possesses the height of a power forward, he struggles against physically imposing opponents due to a lack of strength. Conversely, his speed, akin to that of a small forward, can be a disadvantage when defending against quicker players. His unconventional playing style can render him somewhat awkward defensively, necessitating a reliance on skill to compensate for his inherent limitations. Nevertheless, Odom remains one of the league's premier rebounders, a testament to his physical attributes. His height and long arms resemble those of Kevin Garnett, and his large hands enable him to grasp rebounds effortlessly, complemented by his exceptional ability to anticipate the ball's trajectory. However, Odom's enthusiasm for snagging offensive rebounds is not particularly high, perhaps a reflection of his personality. In terms of shot blocking, his timing is average. He often relies on his height, wingspan, and jumping ability to contest shots. Additionally, Odom's self-role on the court is notably unique, as he does not adhere to a fixed position, oscillating between point guard, small forward, and power forward based on situational demands. As the initiator of the triangle offense, Odom is responsible for advancing the ball and orchestrating plays, functioning as a point guard. After distributing the ball according to the opponent's defense and his teammates' positioning, he swiftly relocates, whether to the top of the arc, the corners, or the low post, depending on the circumstances, assuming the role of a small forward. Thus, Odom must juggle the responsibilities of a point guard in ball handling and playmaking, akin to a small forward in driving and shooting, and even embody the tenacity of a center when rebounding. This multifaceted nature bears resemblance to Garnett, who operates as a point guard while facilitating from the high post, as an Odom when executing low-post plays, and as a center when pursuing rebounds. In summary, Odom is an exceptionally well-rounded player, which elucidates why, during the Shaquille O'Neal trade, Jackson specifically sought to acquire him. However, it is evident that Jackson merely recalled Odom's shining moments on the court, overlooking the occasional lapses in judgment that led to comedic blunders featured in weekly NBA highlight reels, dribbling the ball directly into his own foot, passing it straight to an opponent, or being overly zealous in pursuit of offensive rebounds, inadvertently aiding the opposing team. Notably, one memorable incident etched into Vujacic's memory is the widely circulated moment when Odom drove to the basket only to unexpectedly pass the ball to the perimeter, leaving Vujacic with a look of utter dismay. Following his resurrection, Vujacic remains perpetually cautious. Whenever Odom secures the ball during a game, he keeps his distance, resolutely avoiding any involvement in Odom's hilariously misguided antics. As for Odom, Vujacic largely disregards him, especially after witnessing his woeful performance in the previous match, concluding that such a lackluster player does not merit his respect. Odom, reveling in the moment, feels a sense of satisfaction from teasing the rookie, a rite of passage for a seasoned NBA veteran, particularly when dealing with a disobedient newcomer. In the midst of his amusement, Odom suddenly perceives a change in Atkins' demeanor. Instinctively turning around, before he can fully comprehend the situation, he is struck in the face by an object, a pungent odor assaulting his senses, one he knows all too well. It could only be the scent of his own foul shoes. If you relish it, indulge yourself. This is my mother's delightful treat. I wish you a hearty appetite. You fool. Vujacic forcefully pressed his stinky shoe against Odom's face. As if that were not enough, when Odom finally managed to break free, Vujacic delivered a swift kick, striking Odom squarely in the abdomen. Oh, the excruciating pain surged through Odom, eliciting a sound akin to that of a eunuch. The other two individuals in the locker room, Atkins and Butler, were utterly stunned. None of them anticipated Vujacic's reaction to be so vehement as he violently knocked Odom out. Furthermore, it was exceedingly brutal, especially the moment when Vujacic pressed his foul shoe directly against Odom's face, a sight that made both of them feel nauseated. Particularly Butler, who had previously been Odom's teammate with the Miami Heat, was acutely aware of the devastating power those two biochemical weapons beneath Odom's feet possessed. After delivering his lesson to Odom, Vujacic prepared to leave, dismissing the notion of kicking a man when he was down as beneath him. And he had little regard for Odom. You have ignited my ire. Although Odom was a comedic figure on the NBA court, it did not imply that he possessed a gentle temperament. Being publicly humiliated by a rookie, even he, despite his foolishness, recognized the immense loss of face he had suffered. Shoving aside Butler, who attempted to intervene, he reached out to grab Vujacic. At that moment, the locker room door swung open and Kobe entered, observing the scene before him with a furrowed brow. What on earth is happening here? Vujacic's countenance was stern, his complexion darkened, while Odom was bleeding profusely from his nose, his blood boiling with rage. Atkins and Butler stood nearby, their faces etched with anxiety. The scene before them was unmistakable. Trouble had clearly erupted. And judging by Odom's battered appearance, it was evident that he had endured a severe beating. Odom remained silent, his mind sluggishly processing thoughts, consumed with how he would exact his revenge on Vujacic. Meanwhile, Butler and Atkins found themselves in an awkward position. Bullying a rookie was a common occurrence in any NBA team. Though it could hardly be labeled as such, at best, it could be deemed a prank. Yet, Odom's earlier actions had undeniably crossed a line, and Vujacic's reaction was excessively fervent. The locker room fell into a brief silence before Vujacic broke it. It's nothing. Someone merely attempted to assert their seniority and get close to me, and I overreacted due to my misunderstanding of their friendly gestures. Odom's anger flared upon hearing this. You bastard. I'll take you down. Shut up, Lamar. Kobe intervened as Odom's fist began to clench once more. Although Odom had recently been traded from the Miami Heat, he had spent the entire summer training rigorously alongside Kobe in Rhode Island, under the esteemed trainer Robert McKinnon. Kobe viewed Odom as a crucial ally in his quest to lead the Lakers back to greatness. Yet, he was now acutely aware that a confrontation between Odom and Vujacic was the last thing he desired. You may leave, Kobe addressed Vujacic, his dissatisfaction evident. While Odom might have acted excessively, Vujacic, as a rookie, was undoubtedly in the wrong for physically confronting him. However, Kobe was equally reluctant to allow the conflict to escalate. Damn it, Kobe found himself at a loss for how to mediate this trivial dispute between the two. Having just assumed the role of team leader, he had yet to master the art of managing the locker room dynamics. Vujacic had no desire to linger in this situation any longer. He took his belongings and departed. As for how Kobe would address the matter, that was solely the responsibility of his position as the leader of the team. Whether Odom would seek revenge was entirely beyond Vujacic's contemplation. Should he arrive, Vujacic's fists would not remain idle for long. Vujacic has departed, and Atkins and Butler have seized the opportunity to slip away, leaving only Kobe and Odom in the locker room. "Kobe, I fail to understand why you chose to let him go," Odom exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Although he considered Kobe a friend, the situation had humiliated him greatly. The fact that Kobe appeared to defend Vujacic only deepened his discontent. Kobe's gaze was icy. "Lamar, what more do you desire? Would you have me join you in reprimanding that brat? Then, as a result of our brawl, the Lakers would fall apart, only to provide amusement for that overweight fellow in Miami." In Kobe's mind, nothing mattered more than the Lakers' performance this season, overshadowing even the Miami Heat. As long as Vujacic proved useful to the Lakers and could serve as an effective ally, Kobe would tolerate any mischief he might engage in, even if it meant clashing with Odom. "He can be a valuable asset, as good as you are, so you two must collaborate, understand?" Odom frowned. "Do you truly believe that spiky little brat will contentedly serve as your aide? Kobe, I wager that one day, he will challenge your position." Kobe, upon hearing this, laughed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Don't be foolish, Lamar. That kid won't. While he may seem reckless, I can sense he possesses intelligence. He knows how to manage his ambitions and what it takes to thrive within the Lakers. Challenging me would only lead to his own downfall. Do you honestly think I would fear his challenge?" Clearly, in Kobe's mind, Vujacic was merely an assistant, far from being considered a rival. And he never perceived Vujacic as a threat. "Enough, Lamar. Go clean up. Don't let anyone see. I will speak with Atkins and Butler. Remember, do not let word of today's events escape this room." Kobe's tone brooked no dissent, and with that, he strode into the shower. Once Kobe had departed, Odom gritted his teeth and muttered fiercely, "Mark my words, Kobe, you will come to regret this." Chapter 33. Team Vulnerabilities. Odom refrained from seeking further trouble with Vujacic. Initially, Vujacic had been prepared to retaliate. Had Odom dared to confront him again, he would have disregarded all consequences and publicly beaten Odom into a pulp. However, to Vujacic's astonishment, Odom exhibited no inclination for revenge during the next day's practice. In fact, during tactical drills, he actively sought collaboration with Vujacic on multiple occasions. Had he turned over a new leaf? Vujacic was not inclined to take things lightly, for one could never discern the intentions of that mischievous character. Odom remained silent, while Vujacic, in the eyes of everyone, became increasingly peculiar, uttering not a word since the commencement of training, appearing exceptionally reclusive, as if he sought to entirely shut himself away from the world. Apart from Butler, no one was inclined to engage with him. Yesterday, although Kobe had deliberately sought out Butler and Atkins afterward, repeatedly urging them to remain silent, Atkins, known for his penchant for stirring chaos, had promptly disseminated the events of the previous day upon arriving at the training facility. Some might perceive Odom's actions as excessive. While pranks on newcomers are a common occurrence in every NBA team, almost a rite of passage, these antics are generally lighthearted, with no one genuinely bullied. However, Vujacic's response was indeed overly intense, further solidifying the notion that he lacked understanding of the unwritten rules and harbored a volatile temperament, rendering him unapproachable to his peers. The players were all aware, and as the head coach of the team, Jackson was certainly cognizant as well, though he refrained from intervening directly in such matters. The role of an NBA head coach primarily revolves around devising team strategies, leading the team in competitions, and providing counsel regarding trades. Beyond that, they tend to remain indifferent to other affairs. Typically, conflicts within the team are not personally addressed by them, as the authority in the locker room has been delegated to the team's leader. Even if Kobe struggles to manage the situation, there is always the assistant coach, Brian Shaw. Throughout the morning's training, Shaw was visibly troubled, following Kobe to the conditioning facility before the session had concluded. "Kobe, we must resolve this matter swiftly, otherwise, over time, it will undermine the unity of the team. The importance of this season's performance cannot be overstated, and I believe I need not reiterate certain points to you. You are well aware that if we aspire for success, Odom and Vujacic will be your most significant allies." As Kobe executed his training regimen, he responded, "Brian, I already spoke to them yesterday, urging them to move past this incident and to unite. I am at a loss as to what more I need to do." The role of the team leader is one that Kobe has yet to fully embrace. Rather, He appears to be relishing the privileges that accompany such a position without fulfilling the corresponding responsibilities. Brian Shaw, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. It dawned on him just how effortless it had been to manage the locker room dynamics in the past, when the team boasted a powerhouse like Shaquille O'Neal. Alongside seasoned veterans like Robert Horry and the cunning presence of Derek Fisher, who acted as a lubricant within the group. Under the stewardship of these players, the Lakers' locker room had never encountered significant turmoil. However, with their absence, Kobe, as a young leader, is evidently unprepared to shoulder the heavy burden of guiding the team. Is it truly wise to hastily thrust him into this role? Previously, Brian Shaw had suggested to Jackson the idea of having the veteran Vlade Divac work alongside Kobe to manage the locker room, but Divac, seeking to avoid further complications and merely bide his time until retirement, declined the recommendation. Kobe, matters are not as straightforward as you believe. Lamar Odom is a person with many thoughts, and Sasha Vujacic possesses a stubborn disposition. If their conflicts are not addressed promptly, they will fester and deepen over time, ultimately affecting the Los Angeles Lakers as a whole. Kobe, seemingly dismissive of Brian Shaw's concerns, retorted, "It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Brian, I understand your worries are for the team's benefit, but you are overly sensitive. I've already spoken to them, and today as practice went smoothly. Everything has been resolved." Truly resolved. Normal. Brian Shaw stifled the urge to critique. Is this truly what one would call normal? Not only is it abnormal, but it is also exceedingly peculiar. The reason for this peculiarity lies in Odom's excessive submissiveness. Perhaps to others, Odom appears to be devoid of guile, even lacking in ambition, which is precisely why many assert that he cannot ascend to the role of a team's leader. However, Brian Shaw understands that this is where Odom's intelligence resides. Odom is acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that he lacks the prowess necessary to become a superstar. Thus, whether with the Clippers, the Heat, or the Lakers, his strategy has consistently been one of non-competition. During his tenure with the Clippers, he fervently advocated for Oluwakandi's rise. With the Heat, he willingly served as a mentor to the rookie Wade, and upon joining the Lakers, even before training camp commenced, he sought every opportunity to spend the summer in close quarters with Kobe, engaging in rigorous training. This is Odom's method of survival. While others may perceive him as lacking in competitive drive, in reality, he is the most astute of all. He understands that ascending to a prominent position does not guarantee a prolonged stay in the NBA. It is only with the support of a formidable figure that he can navigate his career with greater ease. Despite facing criticism for his performances and often committing inexplicable blunders on the court, Odom remained with the Lakers for a full 7 years until 2011. Primarily because he had firmly aligned himself with Kobe, making him untouchable. To label Odom as a seasoned veteran would not be an exaggeration. What of Vujacic? He represents a contrasting extreme. While Odom deliberately conceals his desires, Vujacic displays every thought upon his countenance. Such a character is destined to disrupt the harmony of the team. Kobe's demeanor suggests he regards Vujacic as merely a subordinate, yet the duration of this subordinate's patience remains uncertain. Since Kobe does not take this matter seriously, Brian Shaw must approach Vujacic, aware that the young rookie will not linger with the Lakers for long. His ambitions are unrestrained, even to the point of being unabashed. Nevertheless, Shaw hopes that during Vujacic's tenure with the team, he will remain composed and refrain from causing trouble. At times, Shaw feels akin to a handyman, rushing to mend any issues that arise within the team. Despite the Lakers' outward calm following Shaquille O'Neal's departure, the atmosphere beneath the surface is rife with turbulence. Kobe is undoubtedly the team leader, but what of the second in command? Odom's inexplicable urge to provoke Vujacic stems from the latter's fearless nature and his striking performance in a previous game, which has instilled a sense of urgency in Odom, who has long regarded the role of second in command as his exclusive domain. Shaw recognizes that Vujacic has no intention of contending for this position. His aspirations far exceed those of Odom. Yet, Odom perceives a threat to his status from a mere rookie, and if he were to remain passive and unresponsive, that would indeed be peculiar. Vujacic, however, scoffs at Shaw's counsel to maintain a low profile. Why must I always be the one to tread carefully? Coach, this time I am not the instigator. It is others who cannot contain themselves. I assure you I will not seek out trouble, but should someone provoke me, I am not one to be trifled with. The clay figurine still retains a hint of its fiery spirit. How much more so for a tempestuous soul like Vujacic? This time, He feels he has not suffered any loss and is unwilling to pursue the matter further. However, if Odom insists on pressing the issue, he shall not remain passive. Should chaos ensue, he will not bear the blame alone. Brian Shaw finds himself on the verge of tears. He had been performing admirably in his role as assistant coach, yet unforeseen troubles have arisen within the team. Jackson, relishing his position as a hands-off overseer, remains indifferent, leaving Shaw to navigate a myriad of concerns, both internal and external. Consequently, the seeds of potential discord have already been sown within the team, and he, as the assistant coach, is well aware of the pressing need for resolution. After the morning practice concluded, the team proceeded to the Staples Center following their lunch. Although they were the visiting team today, the venue remained the same. The only change was in the identity of the hosts. The atmosphere appeared deceptively tranquil, with Vujacic and Butler engaged in occasional light conversation, while Odom occupied the seat next to Kobe, the designated throne of the team's leader, a placement that often signifies the second in command. Yet, beneath this veneer of calm, Shaw sensed an undercurrent of unrest within the team, anticipating that a significant event could unfold at any moment. "Phil, are you truly not inclined to say anything?" Brian Shaw felt a slight sense of nervousness creeping in. Jackson remained silent, turning away to feign sleep. Observing this, Brian could only sigh repeatedly, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 34. Local rivals that evening. Although the game was classified as an away match, it remained within the confines of Los Angeles. The Lakers were set to face their city rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers, in the second game of the new season. When the Clippers first entered the NBA, they did not bear their current name. In 1970, during the league's expansion, they were known as the Buffalo Braves. Alongside them, the Portland Trail Blazers, who had faced the Lakers just before, and the Cleveland Cavaliers also joined the NBA that year. Despite being a new team, the Braves quickly qualified for the playoffs under the guidance of legendary coach Jack Ramsey and scoring champion Bob McAdoo. However, misfortune struck during the 1976 to 1977 season when the ownership changed hands, leading to a dramatic decline in the team's performance. In the 1977 to 1978 season, following the approval of then-Commissioner David Stern, the Braves relocated from Buffalo to San Diego. The ownership transitioned from John Brown to Donald Sterling, resulting in a name change to the Clippers. During Sterling's tenure, the Clippers' performance was commendable. Yet they consistently failed to penetrate the playoff barrier due to the formidable competition in the Western Conference. In their inaugural season in San Diego, they achieved a record of 43 wins, but still fell short of the playoffs. After 3 consecutive seasons without playoff appearances, the ownership changed once more, with Sterling becoming the new owner. As the team's performance continued to decline, so did the market for basketball in San Diego, prompting Sterling to consider relocating again. Consequently, in 1984, the Clippers moved to Los Angeles, officially becoming the Los Angeles Clippers. On November 1, 1984, the Clippers made their debut in Los Angeles, triumphing over the New York Knicks with a score of 107-105. Although overshadowed by the Lakers, the Clippers experienced fleeting moments of success, with players like Manning and Harper helping them return to the playoffs. However, they were swiftly eliminated in the first round by the Utah Jazz, who boasted stars like Malone and Stockton. In the ensuing years, the Clippers' fortunes deteriorated, relegating them to one of the league's worst teams. Sterling, notorious for his frugality, failed to offer competitive salaries, resulting in the departure of several talented players, including Andrew Miller, Odom, and Olowokandi. This exodus made the dream of playoff contention seem increasingly elusive. Despite losing Odom, Olowokandi, and Miller last season, the Clippers still had stars like Magette and Brand. Yet, they could not escape the dismal fate of finishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, recording a nightmarish 28 wins against 54 losses. The previous season was devoid of highlights, aside from a brief period where their winning percentage exceeded 50, before plunging below that mark for the rest of the season, culminating in a humiliating 13-game losing streak. Under the guidance of renowned coach Dunleavy, the Clippers' performance remained unsatisfactory, leading them to the bottom of the Western Conference. Despite the addition of Kittles this summer, the departure of Richardson left the team's roster largely unchanged, with no significant improvement in their strength. Given their current lineup, the prospect of reaching the playoffs in the West seemed utterly unattainable. Living in Los Angeles was a torment for the Clippers, perpetually cast in the shadow of the Lakers. The upcoming season would be no exception, as both teams shared the Staples Center, intensifying the pressure on the Clippers. Their primary objective for the new season was to escape the Western Conference cellar, but based on the current strength of competing teams. Their only potential matches might be against the Seattle Supersonics and the Golden State Warriors. Of course, such analyses are merely theoretical and cannot entirely dismiss the Clippers' capabilities. Firstly, head coach Dunleavy possesses extensive NBA coaching experience, having once been named Coach of the Year and leading a team to the finals. His coaching career began with the Los Angeles Lakers, where he achieved a record of 58 wins and 24 losses during the 1990-1991 season, guiding the team to the finals, only to fall to the Chicago Bulls after 5 games. The following year, he led the Lakers back to the playoffs, but they were eliminated in the first round by the Trail Blazers. While Dunleavy's coaching acumen is commendable, the roster is equally impressive. The team captain, Brand, is the most prominent player, having graduated from Duke University and once regarded as one of the league's finest power forwards. Though he entered the NBA as a first overall pick and exhibited remarkable performance with the Bulls, his transition to the Clippers has not afforded him the opportunity to shine. Perhaps Brand's career will echo the sentiments of former Bulls sharpshooter Kerr, who suggested he may become a Hall of Famer devoid of playoff experience. The second in command is Magette, who was the Clippers' leading scorer last season. A fellow Duke alumnus, he has begun to make his mark in recent seasons, showcasing formidable scoring ability, and will remain the team's primary offensive weapon in the new season. The small forward position is occupied by Kittles, who, after being unceremoniously cast aside by the Nets, found himself on one of the league's struggling teams, the Clippers. Here, he will fill the void left by Richardson's departure, armed with a reliable mid-range jump shot. Center Come On, standing at 7 feet tall, fills the center role, though it is a bit of a stretch for him. As a second-year player, his rookie season did not yield much excitement, but he aims to be a capable assistant to Brand in the upcoming season. Point guard Jarek, a Serbian player, will continue to be the Clippers' primary ball handler, orchestrating the team's offense, though he lacks any standout characteristics, with his most notable claim to fame being his supermodel girlfriend. Logically, with an experienced head coach and such a roster, the Clippers' record should not be so dismal, yet they have struggled for years, enduring multiple relocations and name changes, all while transitioning between various ownerships. Despite the passage of time, the dream of the team's glory remains an elusive mirage. In a previous life, Vujacic pondered the Clippers' extreme plight, as their existence seemed to serve as a testament to how poor an NBA team could be. He eventually realized that the Clippers' long-standing struggles stemmed from a lack of true leadership. Brand, as the team leader, was merely the tallest among the short. While he may be considered a star, he evidently fell short of being a genuine team leader. Such a towering figure, bearing the status of a first overall pick, lacked the requisite assertiveness, instead projecting an impression of timidity. If a team cannot assert itself through its leader, how can one expect the collective hearts of its members to unite and strive towards a common goal? The situation with the Clippers is far from satisfactory. Their roster leaves much to be desired. Brand's performance is not worth mentioning, as it brings forth tears. In other positions, Magette tends to be overly individualistic. Once the ball is in his possession, it seems to vanish into an abyss, with little hope of it being shared. Come On, too inexperienced, struggles to establish himself under the basket and exhibits a lack of composure. During tense moments in the game, he is likely to falter first. The remaining players, Kittles and Jarek, are merely role players, incapable of shouldering significant responsibilities. The main lineup is poorly constructed, and the bench fails to provide adequate support. The Clippers' second unit is an enormous liability. Brunson, a mere rookie, is unlikely to see much playing time in the upcoming season. Chalmers showcased commendable performance during the preseason, yet his role in the new season will likely be limited to serving as Jarek's backup. Dickens, a forward with only a year of experience, will probably serve merely to fill the roster. Opportunities for him to shine seem scant. Langdon, hailing from the esteemed Duke University, might receive some assistance from his alumni, yet his average abilities suggest he may only complicate matters on the court. Livingston, the Clippers' top draft pick this year, is imbued with high expectations to emerge as the new backcourt leader. However, Vujacic is well aware that injuries have hindered his development before he could truly shine. As for the remaining players, only Simmons and Wilcox show promise. But a thorough examination of the Clippers' roster reveals a troubling reality. Who is expected to uphold the team's defensive line? While there are numerous lone wolves, not a single one can be deemed a defensive stalwart. Vujacic could not help but chuckle at the sight before him. The exterior defense of the opposing team resembled that of a paper-thin structure, evidently catering to his strengths. Chapter 35. Onward at the Staples Center. The Los Angeles Lakers were engaged in their pre-game warm-up. As they emerged, the Clippers were concluding theirs, and the players from both teams exchanged glances filled with hostility, devoid of any camaraderie. However, Vujacic perceived the overt display of animosity as rather exaggerated. In truth, there was minimal genuine enmity between the Lakers and the Clippers. Aside from sharing the same city and arena, their connections were trivial at best, since the Clippers relocated to Los Angeles. The Lakers have consistently thrived while the Clippers languished in mediocrity, lacking any direct competition or substantial rivalry. If there were any grievances to be had, it would likely be from the Clippers, who, despite striving within the same city, found themselves inexplicably suppressed for decades. Who could bear such an injustice without feeling a pang of resentment? When the Clippers owner, Sterling, decided to leave San Diego due to the dismal basketball market, he hoped for better fortunes in Los Angeles. Yet, the city's basketball fans remained loyal to the Lakers and their iconic purple and gold jerseys, leaving little incentive for them to support the Clippers. According to Vujacic's memories from his previous life, the Clippers would not escape their long-standing status as the perennial underdogs until luck favored them with the first overall pick, allowing them to acquire Griffin and Chris Paul. However, just as the Clippers were poised for a resurgence, the franchise faced a catastrophic setback when Sterling's abhorrent racial remarks surfaced, shattering the morale of a team competing in the playoffs and leading to a hasty exit. To speak of the present, the Clippers lack the prowess of Griffin and the strategic leadership of Chris Paul. They remain a struggling team. In a recent match, the Clippers celebrated their first season-opening victory in 8 years, triumphing over the Charlotte Bobcats with a score of 115-90. Their core player, Brand, showcased his dominance, achieving an impressive double-double with 24 points and 20 rebounds, thoroughly outmatching the Bobcat star, Okafor. Yet, defeating a fledgling team does not warrant much pride. And as the Clippers prepared to face the Lakers, the odds set by betting agencies reflected a lack of faith in their chances of victory. Brand may control the paint, but the Lakers' perimeter shooting squad is poised to command the court. In the previous game, Lakers star Kobe delivered an outstanding performance, scoring a game-high 37 points, while a remarkable surprise emerged from rookie Sasha Vujacic, who, in just 12 minutes of play, netted an astonishing 27 points with terrifying efficiency. As this season's inaugural Los Angeles Derby approached, the Clippers recognized that if they wished to turn the tide, they must first devise a strategy to contain the offensive onslaught of Kobe and Vujacic from beyond the arc. For the first time, he appeared in a positive light in the newspapers, albeit in a sports magazine. Vujacic felt quite elated. As the warm-up concluded, the players returned to the locker room. "Kalen, you seem quite exhilarated." Butler turned to Vujacic, displaying a puzzled expression. "Hey, Sasha, aren't you excited?" "Excited? Not at all. The NBA regular season averages a game every 2 days. If I were to be thrilled for every single match, I wouldn't survive. Our opponents are the Clippers, whose defense is the worst in the NBA. This is a prime opportunity to rack up some impressive stats." Vujacic was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that this fellow was indeed harboring such a notion. "Congratulations are in order," Butler, with a comical grin, declared. "Sasha, you too. Let us see who can score more points. The loser shall cover the expenses for tonight." In the previous game, Butler managed to score 15 points, which was not insignificant, though it paled in comparison to Vujacic's 27. Nevertheless, he wore an air of unwavering confidence, evidently believing himself to be the primary player. Convinced that if he exerted himself fully, surpassing Vujacic would be a simple feat, yet his rather unfortunate intellect had overlooked a crucial reality. Whenever he was on the court, Kobe was predominantly present, leaving him with scant opportunities to shoot. As Vujacic was in the locker room changing gear, his phone chimed. Butler, seated beside him, peered over and was immediately filled with envy. "Sasha, honestly, what is your relationship with Avril?" Vujacic rose to his feet, clutching his phone. "Friend." Butler exclaimed. "Oh, come on. Sasha, if she were merely a friend, she wouldn't argue with the coach on your behalf. Honestly, Sasha, you are quite the enviable fellow." Avril's popularity is currently at its zenith, having just released a new album that has propelled her fame to new heights. Even Butler, with his muscular physique, is a devoted fan of Avril. Vujacic, disinterested in engaging with Butler, stepped outside in search of a secluded spot before finally connecting the call. Before he could utter a word, Avril on the other end erupted. Hey, you actually made me wait for such a long time. Same old story. Vujacic could not help but chuckle. To be candid, he was genuinely curious to meet Avril's family, eager to discover the kind of parents capable of nurturing such a unique daughter. Subsequently, Avril launched into a relentless tirade of complaints. Initially, she lamented how long Vujacic had kept her waiting. Then she proceeded to berate her management company, labeling them as scoundrels, vampires, and despicable capitalists. Soon after, she began to grumble about the weather in Japan, the cuisine, and the dreadful transportation system. In essence, Avril donned the persona of a perpetual malcontent, incessantly voicing her grievances, as if there were not a single aspect of her life that met her approval. At first, upon hearing Avril's voice, Vujacic felt a stir of emotions, recalling that fateful night in the car when their chemistry nearly ignited, followed by thoughts of the embarrassing dreams that left him unable to face his fellow Slovenians. However, as her complaints continued, he found himself increasingly at a loss for words and engulfed in frustration. Vujacic felt as though he had become Avril's emotional waste disposal center. Hey, Avril, did you call me merely to share these thoughts? Damn it, I have a match soon. Are you trying to disrupt my focus? After a pause, Avril replied, all right, good luck, and promptly hung up the phone. Holding his device, Vujacic couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. His tone had been rather harsh. Had he perhaps overstepped? As he settled into the locker room, Butler approached with a teasing smile. Sasha, what brought your conversation to an end so swiftly? Vujacic said irritably. Are you hoping that I missed the match because of a phone call, allowing you to seize the opportunity to triumph in our contest? Butler, disregarding the remark, continued to speak to himself. Shouldn't couples in the throes of romance have much to discuss? I once had a friend who spent over 2 hours in the restroom just to have a conversation with his girlfriend. Vujacic gazed at Butler, exclaiming, could it be that the fool who lingered in the restroom for over 2 hours is you? Taken aback, Butler felt his cheeks flush. It was evident that Vujacic's guess was indeed correct. After dismissing Butler, Vujacic began to reflect on his earlier conversation with Avril. It was clear that he was not a competent confidant, at least not a proficient listener. Vujacic, in his ignorance of a woman's heart, inadvertently became a confidant for Avril, who openly expressed her grievances to him. This at least attests to his capacity to penetrate her emotional realm. Yet, much to her dismay, Vujacic displayed an unwarranted impatience. As Vujacic pondered over the final words Avril had spoken to him, he felt a profound emptiness within, stirred only by her simple encouragement. Just then, Jackson entered the room, having just returned from the pre-game press conference. The expression on the old man's face suggested he was in good spirits. It was evident that he had delivered a scathing rebuke to old Dunleavy. This had become a customary spectacle during the Los Angeles Derby matches over the past 2 years. Each time, Dunleavy attempted to turn the tide, habitually issuing bold threats before the game, yet his team invariably faced defeat, only to be ridiculed by Jackson thereafter. This year, however, the dynamic seemed to shift, as Jackson had preemptively taken the upper hand. Upon Jackson's entrance, Vujacic quickly composed himself, ready to focus on Jackson's pregame directives. Gentlemen, welcome to the Staples Center, Jackson exclaimed exuberantly, momentarily catching everyone off guard. He continued with a chuckle, fear not, I'm in fine form. I was merely mimicking Coach Dunleavy's tone. Hearing him speak, I couldn't help but envision an away game. He seems to have mistaken the Clippers for the rightful owners of the Staples Center. With that, Jackson erupted into laughter before abruptly adopting a serious demeanor. We cannot orchestrate a delusion for the madman, but as his neighbors, it is our duty to bring him back to reality and remind him who truly reigns over the Staples Center. Let him know that in this city of Los Angeles, there can only be one NBA team in the spotlight, and that is the Los Angeles Lakers. As for his wretched Clippers, they are destined to remain forever in the shadows, such is the truth. Though the Zen Master's speech bordered on the theatrical, it undeniably ignited a fervor in those present, compelling them to align with his fervent spirit. However, Vujacic was not easily swayed. He was no simple-minded creature to be ignited by mere words. He had his own game plan and thoughts, impervious to external influences. Kobe, too, remained steadfast, preoccupied with organizing his belongings and seemingly oblivious to Jackson's words. With half an hour still remaining, Vujacic closed his eyes, seeking tranquility of mind, yet Avril's simple exhortation echoed persistently in his ears. Keep going. Chapter 36. The super substitute section 5 minutes had elapsed in the game, and Jackson sat with a grim expression. He had just called a timeout, during which the old man had unleashed a torrent of frustration, but it seemed to have little effect. This was almost a replica of the previous match against the Trail Blazers. The Lakers' feeble interior could hardly withstand Brand's onslaught, with even the relatively inexperienced come-on able to dominate under the basket at will. The Lakers were once again reliant solely on Kobe for support, as contributions from his teammates were scant. Butler's performance in this game was notably improved compared to his earlier encounter with the Trail Blazers. Although opportunities were limited, he displayed a commendable ability to capitalize on them, sinking a three-pointer from the perimeter and successfully executing an interior drive, amassing a total of 5 points. However, the remaining players were utterly disappointing. Odom had, at least, brought his intellect to the game today. Unfortunately, his shooting was abysmally poor, as he squandered several chances, leaving his stats embarrassingly blank. Of course, one cannot solely attribute Odom's dismal performance to mere shooting woes or bad luck. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was up against his nemesis today. Brand's imposing physique and overwhelming strength completely overmatched Odom, who, even when attempting to evade a direct confrontation by drifting to the perimeter, was indifferent to Brand's prowess. Just moments ago, Brand had swatted Odom's shot away with such force that it left him utterly humiliated. At this juncture, Jackson ought to consider substituting Vujacic into the game to form a backcourt duo with Kobe. Otherwise, if the point gap widened, it would become increasingly challenging to mount a comeback. After all, the Clippers possessed considerable strength. This commentary came from Kenny Smith, who had become a devoted fan of Vujacic following the last game. Perhaps it was the excitement of witnessing such a thrilling rookie after years of mediocrity that had endeared Vujacic to Smith. Partnering with Kenny Smith was the renowned NBA dunker Clyde Drexler. Although I didn't catch the Lakers' last game, your words have piqued my curiosity about this newcomer Vujacic. I can only wonder when Coach Jackson will give him the chance to take the court so I can observe him closely. Drexler remained oblivious, just as Vujacic was, who at this moment was not in a hurry but quietly took a seat on the bench, attentively observing the unfolding game. The Los Angeles Clippers were not as woeful as Butler had suggested. Rather, this team could become quite formidable when they found their rhythm. If memory serves, this season marked a significant turnaround for the Clippers, as they had, for the first time since relocating to Los Angeles, exceeded the performance of their city rivals, the Lakers. Brand was indeed an exceptional forward, exhibiting remarkable prowess and defensive play and rebounding. In his presence, Divac and Odom appeared nearly invisible. What astonished Vujacic the most was Brand's remarkable agility. Despite his imposing stature, his back-to-the-basket skills were executed with impeccable finesse, even leaving the technically proficient center Divac struggling to contend with this hefty player. On the perimeter, Maggette was in fine form today, showcasing his shooting prowess by consistently sinking three-pointers, rendering even Kobe's commendable defensive skills ineffective. At this juncture, merely 5 minutes into the first quarter, the Clippers had already amassed 19 points, leading the Lakers by 6. On the Lakers' side, aside from Butler's 5 points, the remaining 8 were solely attributed to Kobe. Jackson found himself in a quandary, contemplating substituting Vujacic into the game. He wished to alleviate some of the pressure on Kobe, as well as to ascertain whether Vujacic's previous outstanding performance was a mere fluke or indicative of his true capabilities. However, Jackson hesitated to deploy Vujacic, recalling the recent altercation between him and Odom in the locker room. Though he remained silent, Jackson's dissatisfaction was palpable. No coach relished the prospect of having an unruly and undisciplined player, particularly one who was still a rookie. Over the past few days, Jackson had been mulling over ways to temper Vujacic's hubris, aiming to ensure that this novice truly embodied the essence of a rookie. Vujacic harbors ambition, a fact that Jackson is acutely aware of. He does not fear a player's ambition, rather. He dreads the possibility of an athlete being unable to master their own aspirations, ultimately becoming subservient to them. Such a scenario would spell considerable trouble. However, this is certainly not the moment to grapple with such concerns. As he observes the Clippers becoming increasingly unhinged, he recalls the braggadocio he displayed at the pregame press conference. Should they falter today, the resulting humiliation would be profound. This matter cannot be taken lightly. He beckoned with a finger. "Rookie, come here." As Vujacic rose, he sensed that his opportunity had arrived. His expression remained inscrutable, yet internally he was cursing. Damn it. When summoning the dragon to resolve your issues, couldn't you be a tad more courteous? The game had reached 5 minutes and 42 seconds into the first quarter when Vujacic took to the court, this time replacing not Kobe, but Butler. Although Butler felt slighted by being benched, the presence of his close friend brought him joy, demonstrating his loyalty. The two exchanged a high five, completing the substitution process. Upon his entrance, Kenny Smith's spirit was instantly lifted at the sight of Vujacic. Each time he witnessed Vujacic play, he felt a surge of excitement. The rookie was astonishingly unpredictable, consistently capable of executing audacious feats. Drexler, intrigued by his partner's enthusiasm, remarked, "Kenny, I have never seen you so captivated by a newcomer." Although Kenny Smith appeared affable, he possessed a proud disposition. Few could capture his attention, especially newcomers. Prior to Vujacic, only the current Minnesota Timberwolves point guard, the prodigious Castle, had garnered his admiration. It became evident that Kenny Smith had a discerning eye, as Castle's accomplishments spoke for themselves. Presently, Vujacic's potential appeared to surpass that of Castle. Should Vujacic demonstrate in this match that his previous performance against the Trail Blazers was not merely a fluke, but rather a true reflection of his capabilities, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. Upon entering the game, Vujacic was immediately presented with an opportunity. A mishandled pass from Jarek was intercepted by Odom, who swiftly relayed it to Kobe. As Kobe advanced towards the three-point line of the Clippers, Vujacic had already positioned himself at the left corner. Rather than forcing a play, Kobe opted for a calculated pass. With the Clippers' defenders yet to settle, Vujacic found himself unencumbered. Such a prime opportunity could not be squandered. He lifted his hand, leapt, and executed a flawless shot, the basketball swishing through the net. The score gap was reduced to 3 points. As they retreated on defense, Kobe extended his hand, which Vujacic readily accepted, their palms meeting in a celebratory high five. This moment elicited a wave of emotion in Jackson on the sidelines, as an unexpected thought surged through him. Perhaps, just perhaps, these two could coexist harmoniously on the court. The Clippers' offense unfolded as the basketball, after a series of deft passes, found its way into Magid's hands. In previous games, he had exhibited a penchant for reckless shooting. Yet today, his form was remarkably auspicious, a stark contrast to his former reputation as a wild shooter. Upon receiving the ball, Magid took a sudden step back, remaining nearly a meter away from the three-point line, poised to take a shot. Kobe, tasked with defending him, was caught off guard by Magid's fervent play, unable to react swiftly enough to contest the shot. However, at that precise moment, a hand unexpectedly descended upon the basketball that Magid had lifted high, forcefully pressing it downward and disrupting his attempt. It was Vujacic. Vujacic had intercepted the ball. "Well done, rookie." Kenny Smith observed the unfolding drama with clarity. Just 2 seconds prior, Vujacic had been engaged with Kittles, but as the ball reached Magid's grasp, he deftly broke away from Kittles and lunged toward Magid, appearing like a specter at his side, seizing the opportune moment to snatch the ball away. After Vujacic intercepted the ball, the Lakers launched an immediate fast break. He sprinted a few steps, securing the ball in his grasp, and to his delight, there were no Clippers defenders in sight, allowing him to showcase his skills. He tossed the ball towards the backboard, executing a self-alley-oop dunk. Yet, disappointment lingered in the air. Just as spectators braced for an impressive leap from Vujacic, he instead dashed directly to the basket. The basketball rebounded off the backboard, and just when everyone presumed Vujacic had faltered in his timing, a figure soared into the air, catching the ball with one hand and gliding a short distance before delivering a powerful slam dunk. It was Kobe. After completing the dunk, Kobe appeared exhilarated, pounding his chest with fervor before leaping to collide chests with Vujacic, who was rushing toward him. The Lakers bench erupted in jubilation, regardless of Kobe's demeanor or Vujacic's rookie status. That alley-oop was undeniably spectacular. Jackson watched with gleaming eyes, noting that Vujacic had hardly collaborated with Kobe before, having played only a few minutes together in the previous game. However, in that moment of aerial connection, Vujacic exhibited impeccable timing and force, as if he possessed a sixth sense. Moreover, during the fast break, while the other Lakers players were on the move, it was evident that they were merely going through the motions, while Kobe sprinted with vigor, seemingly aware of Vujacic's intentions. Almost simultaneously with Vujacic's throw, Kobe leaped, perfectly positioned to receive the rebounding ball and complete the dunk. Although it was but a single play, the synergy between the two resembled that of longtime partners. With the score margin reduced to a single point, the momentum had unequivocally shifted in favor of the Lakers. The Clippers possessed a curious trait. When the tide was in their favor, they played with reckless abandon. Yet once the situation turned against them, they could swiftly transform from confident players to mere shadows of themselves. Magid attempted another desperate shot from the perimeter, but this time, Kobe's defense was impeccable, making it clear to all that Magid had let his emotions dictate his actions. Bang! Brand held his ground against Odom, leaping to contest the rebound. Yet there was another who was quicker, who soared higher. Just a moment ago, he had been defending Kittles in the left corner, and in the blink of an eye, he was beneath the basket, vaulting upward to snatch the ball right from above Brand's head. Upon landing, Vujacic did not pass the ball, nor did he pause for a moment. He simply tossed it in front of him and charged toward the Clippers' half of the court. His speed was astonishing, and the Clippers players, caught off guard, could do nothing but watch as he surged forward. Vujacic maneuvered around the retreating Kittles, took a powerful step forward, and leapt, executing a one-handed dunk. Crash! The Staples Center reverberated as though a bomb had been detonated, the explosive sound shattering the Clippers' previously unchallenged reign. They had been overtaken. In just over a minute since Vujacic had entered the game, he had already amassed 5 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 steal, a remarkable all-around performance. Kenny Smith was even more exhilarated, clutching Drexler's arm and exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, what do you have to say now? What do you have to say now? This kid is insane. He is extraordinary." Drexler, taken aback by the prowess of this previously unheralded rookie, took a moment to respond. "I think I might just become a fan of his. I've never seen such a wild rookie before." Yet, there was something Drexler did not voice. Having 2 super scorers on the same team is undoubtedly advantageous, but it is also a double-edged sword. From his observations, Drexler noted that both Kobe and Vujacic exhibited strikingly similar attributes. While Kobe's offensive repertoire was more diverse, Vujacic possessed superior athleticism. The presence of 2 players with such comparable characteristics could be seen as a boon or a bane, unless Vujacic willingly embraced a role as Kobe's backup and assistant. Cohabitation on the court would prove challenging. After all, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, eventually. The 2 super scorers would clash over their status within the team and the distribution of shooting opportunities, leading to inevitable discord and, ultimately, their parting ways. The ultimate 6th man. Will Vujacic fulfill this role? Chapter 37, An Unexpected Turn. If Vujacic is truly content to be merely a super substitute or the best 6th man, he would not feel compelled to seize every fleeting moment on the court to showcase his prowess. In that recent offensive play, Vujacic chose to forego a dazzling display of skill and a slam dunk in favor of passing to Kobe, merely to repay the favor for the earlier assist. Thus, during this fast break, even though Kobe was positioned perfectly to receive the ball, Vujacic opted to go solo. In essence, Vujacic's current mindset is straightforward. He seeks to demonstrate his capabilities to the fullest, to promote himself in hopes of attracting the attention of other teams, and to escape from Los Angeles, a place he finds unfavorable. In the past, had Kobe's opportunity arisen and his teammates failed to pass the ball, the Black Mamba would have undoubtedly been displeased. Yet this time, remarkably, Kobe offered no sign of discontent. Instead, while transitioning back on defense, he patted Vujacic on the back and smiled. Such behavior from Kobe is rather uncharacteristic. Shouldn't he, the Black Mamba, be proud and aloof? Could it be that genuine camaraderie exists, and after spending ample time together, Vujacic has become a favored companion of Kobe? How disconcerting. But let us return to the game. Magette has missed several consecutive outside shots, and as the Clippers reignite their offensive assault in the Lakers' half, Jarek opts for a couple of passes to set up a play beneath the rim. Compared to Magette's risky attempts, Brand's powerful drive to the basket is evidently more effective. Odom stands no chance against Brand in the paint. He lacks height advantage. And although his wingspan exceeds that of Brand, in terms of strength, Brand exerts an overwhelming superiority. Receiving the ball, he pivots forcefully and executes a one-handed layup. It's good. The Clippers regain the lead. Now it's the Lakers' turn to attack. Vujacic is sprinting forward, and as he passes the Lakers bench, he hears Jackson shout at him, "Help defense. Rookie, pay attention to help defense." Upon hearing the remarks, Vujacic instantly comprehended that Jackson was dissatisfied with his recent defensive performance. According to the defensive strategy employed by the Lakers, when the interior was compromised by the opposing team, the small forward on the court was expected to remain vigilant for potential double-teaming of the rivals' formidable players in the paint. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Kittles was also an exceptional long-range shooter, renowned as one of the league's finest three-point marksmen. Was it truly prudent to disregard him? If a lapse in defensive coverage occurred and Brand was able to deliver the ball, Kittles would have the luxury of an unchallenged shot, which posed a significant threat. As a premier three-point shooter, taking a shot without any defense was akin to a routine practice session. Furthermore, Vujacic's slight physique appeared almost insubstantial against Brand, akin to a mere sprout. Relying on him to double-team Brand was perhaps less effective than praying for divine intervention to render Odom as unyielding as steel. The Lakers' offense swiftly advanced into the Clippers' half, with Atkins passing the ball to Kobe. Vujacic, adhering to the tactical plan, maneuvered to the right corner, poised to either receive an unpredictable pass or await Kobe's directive to either spread the floor, cut to the basket, or set a screen. Although Vujacic is reluctant to accept the role of a supporting player, serving as Kobe's assistant, he finds himself compelled to adapt to this position. Even if it is begrudgingly and with a sense of frustration, his need for playing time takes precedence, leading him to force himself into acceptance of his current role. Charged with the responsibility of defending Vujacic is Kittles, a player who, despite his current despondency, once shown as a premier shooting guard for the New Jersey Nets and was a distinguished member of the celebrated 1996 NBA Draft class. With a slender physique and notably long arms, his style of play was both fluid and incisive, earning him the moniker Mosquito for his ability to deliver three-point shots that felt like the sting of a mosquito's bite. In his prime, Kittles was quite the spectacle. Despite Kobe's current prowess, he could only look on with envy as Kittles had already posed for photographs with League Commissioner David Stern during the draft. In the 1996 draft, Kittles was selected by the New Jersey Nets as the 8th overall pick, ahead of numerous luminaries such as Kobe, Peja, and Nash. From 1996 to 2004, he dedicated the best years of his career to the Nets in East Rutherford, consistently serving as one of the team's most reliable perimeter shooters, boasting a career three-point shooting percentage of 38. He was especially adept at anticipating Jason Kidd's fast-break intentions. However, Kittle's talent was marred by injuries that plagued his waist and knees. And had it not been for these physical setbacks, his accomplishments would surely have reached greater heights. His defensive skills were somewhat lacking, and his footwork was not particularly agile, likely a direct consequence of his knee injuries. At this moment, had Kobe been able to deliver the ball, Vujacic would have myriad opportunities to exploit this veteran player's limitations. Swish. Kobe breaks past Maggette for a smooth pull-up jumper. Vujacic could only retreat in haste, as Brand made another imposing move beneath the basket, scoring once more. Although Vujacic charged in to double-team Brand at Jackson's behest the moment he pivoted, he was powerless against the sheer might of Brand as he wreaked havoc under the rim. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. Following Kobe's gestures, Vujacic darted into the paint, with Kittles trailing behind in futile pursuit. At that moment, the ball actually found its way to him. Vujacic reacted swiftly, adjusting his steps and, with his back to the basket, executed a layup. With a flick of his fingers, he managed to evade Comon's late block, watching as the basketball glided past his hand and into the hoop. 7 points. During the transition back to defense, Vujacic couldn't resist pointing toward the bench where Butler sat. Initially puzzled, Butler quickly recalled the wager they had made in the locker room. Whoever lost would foot the bill for the evening's expenses. Given Vujacic's current fervor and Kobe's unexpectedly favorable treatment toward him, it seemed all too easy for him to outshine Butler. Here, Butler could only mourn the impending loss of weight in his wallet for 3 minutes. The Lakers had once again taken the lead. Conversely, as the Clippers initiated their offense, just crossing half-court, Jarrett made a show of passing to Brand, a move so transparent that, even before the ball reached him, Kobe surged forward and swatted it away with authority. Upon witnessing the situation, Vujacic surged towards the Clippers' half of the court, determined to exert his efforts regardless of whether the ball would be passed to him. Just as he crossed the halfway line, Kobe's pass arrived, and Vujacic lifted his hand to secure the ball. Kittles stood directly in front of him. Although his physical prowess had waned, Kittles' experience remained intact. He crouched low, his long arms extended, his gaze intensely fixed on the basketball. With a calm demeanor, Vujacic merely slowed his pace slightly. When he was a mere meter away from Kittles, his upper body suddenly shifted, and the basketball danced between his hands. He lunged forward with his left foot, prompting Kittles to instinctively shift his weight to the right. Yet, almost simultaneously with Vujacic's left foot stride, he pivoted on his right foot, skillfully maneuvering past Kittles' left side. The remainder was a mere formality, with an unguarded basket before him. Vujacic charged forward, leaping into the air. With a powerful twist of his torso, he executed a flawless 360 rotation, slamming the ball into the hoop with one hand. Magnificent. Yet, why was the arena so eerily silent? Even in an away game, I'm well aware that numerous Lakers fans had infiltrated the crowd disguised as Clippers supporters. This dunk could easily earn a perfect score in a slam dunk contest. So what does it mean that there's not a single cheer? Vujacic turned around in confusion, and suddenly his pupils constricted in shock. The recently shaken Kittels lay on the ground, a visage of agony etched upon his face. Cradling his left knee and howling in distress, his cries akin to those of an injured beast, Vujacic found himself perplexed. Yet he earnestly recalled the entire sequence of his dribble. Aside from a mere shoulder brush, there had been no physical contact between the two players. However, Kittles did not appear to be feigning his reaction. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith at the commentary booth raised his head to observe the defensive replay on the large screen, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh my God!" It seemed that as Vujacic maneuvered past him, Kittles intended to pivot and give chase. Yet, Vujacic's movements were too swift, and Kittles exerted himself excessively. His previously injured left knee was unable to withstand such strain, resulting in a horrific twist at that moment. Vujacic was also watching the replay, and as he observed Kittles' knee nearly folding towards the side of his body, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. As a fellow professional athlete, Vujacic understood all too well the significance of the knee to a basketball player. Kittles was no longer young, and now he had sustained yet another injury to his left knee, which had already been plagued by prior ailments. It remained uncertain whether he would ever return to the court. The scene descended into chaos as a stretcher was swiftly brought onto the field. Several individuals worked together to lift Kittles onto it, hastily carrying him away from the scene, while the game came to a standstill. The agonized expression on Kittles' face was indelibly etched in Vujacic's mind. Within Kittles' gaze, there was a blend of pain from his injury and an unmistakable yearning for the game. Perhaps Kittles himself was aware that this departure might signify the end of his career as a player. He pondered, if one day he were to find himself in a similar situation, what would become of him? Chapter 38. Back-to-back victories. An unexpected incident had disrupted the game, prompting a halt in play. Seizing the opportunity, Jackson called all the players together to strategize for the upcoming moments. Regardless of who replaced Kittles on the Clippers, they posed minimal threat. Jackson instructed Vujacic to remain ever ready to charge into the paint and double-team Brand. Vujacic was attentively listening when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered that it was his assistant coach, Brian Shaw, standing behind him. Brian Shaw's expression was quite remarkable, a mixture of hesitation and restraint, as if he were grappling with a profound dilemma. After a prolonged moment of internal struggle, he finally uttered, "Do not take it to heart. Kittles' injury is not your fault." "What?" Vujacic chuckled. "Do you think I would feel guilty?" This statement left Brian Shaw momentarily stunned. He had been concerned that Vujacic might feel remorse over Kittles' injury, but it now appeared that his worries were entirely unfounded. Vujacic was, after all, a man devoid of sentiment. It seemed that even if Kittles were to suffer a more severe fate on the court, it would hardly disturb him. "Not at all. You're doing splendidly." Brian Shaw awkwardly retreated, while Vujacic regarded him with a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, Vujacic did harbor a sense of pity for Kittles. After all, at Kittles' age and with his myriad of injuries, opportunities had already diminished significantly, and this latest setback might well be the final blow. However, to suggest that Kittles would feel guilt was sheer nonsense. It was an accident, and Vujacic was not at fault. Moreover, mishaps are an inevitable part of the game. After all, even the most seasoned generals may fall in battle, and basketball is inherently a fiercely competitive sport where injuries are all too commonplace. If one were to feel guilt every time an injury occurred, the NBA would be devoid of its many stars, replaced instead by a host of neurotic individuals. The referees signaled for both teams to take the court again. Stepping in for Kittles was the second-year player, Dickens. Upon seeing this young man take the floor, Vujacic felt a sense of reassurance. Though Kittles was plagued by age and injury, he nonetheless possessed a wealth of experience and a remarkable three-point shooting ability. In stark contrast, Dickens seemed to lack any notable skills. His very presence served only to highlight the Clippers' poor judgment in player selection. As the game resumed, the absence of one threatening shooter rendered Magid's erratic long-range attempts insufficient to pose a real challenge to the Lakers' defense. Brand also found his effectiveness greatly diminished in the wake of Vujacic's defensive pressure. Although Vujacic was clearly outmatched in terms of strength, he excelled with his agility. Brand was relatively nimble among the larger players, yet when compared to Odom, he demonstrated comparable flexibility. However, in contrast to Vujacic, he appeared rather clumsy. On the offensive end, he was constrained, and defensively, he was inherently limited. Faced with the Lakers' perimeter attack, he was utterly overwhelmed, quickly succumbing to a barrage of points. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a 6-point lead, with Vujacic contributing 10 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals in just over 6 minutes of play, his statistics dazzlingly impressive. The Lakers, naturally, were in high spirits, poised for their second consecutive victory of the season. While the Clippers were engulfed in gloom, head coach Dunleavy had originally hoped to seize the moment while Shaquille O'Neal was away, capitalizing on the chaos within the Lakers' ranks to orchestrate a triumphant turnaround, thereby reversing the Clippers' long-standing struggles against their rivals. Initially, the game appeared to offer him some hope. As he had anticipated, with O'Neal absent, the Lakers' interior defense was akin to a house of cards, relying solely on Kobe's efforts to compete with the Clippers. As for Vujacic, although Dunleavy had heard of his commendable performance against the Trailblazers, he had not regarded it as significant, knowing that many players occasionally shine in a single NBA game. However, he never imagined Vujacic would prove so formidable, effortlessly scoring 10 points. Dunleavy could clearly sense that Vujacic had not yet exerted his full potential. While simultaneously neutralizing the three-point sharpshooter Kittles, a player Dunleavy had relied upon. It could be said that the tide of the game began to shift only after Vujacic took the court, unwilling to concede defeat so early. Especially with just a quarter of the game completed, Dunleavy focused on strategizing. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Jackson chose not to encroach on the players' rest time, instead granting opportunities to Kobe. With the game flowing smoothly, Kobe's spirits soared, and he became more vocal. "Listen up, fellows. It's not time to relax yet. If we lose our focus, our opponents will seize their chance to overtake us on the scoreboard. We must not grant them that opportunity. Ever since that wretched ship arrived in Los Angeles, they have dreamed of becoming the masters here. Yet, despite the years that have passed, they have never succeeded. And we cannot relinquish control of Los Angeles to them, not even once. Do you understand? Perhaps Kobe is maturing, actively learning how to become the leader of the team. At the very least, he has succeeded in uplifting the morale." As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers maintained the lineup that had concluded the first quarter, much to Vujacic's astonishment. Such treatment might be attributed to his obedient performance in previous games, where he refrained from taking undue liberties and causing disturbances, thus earning a modicum of reward. As the game resumed, the Clippers evidently intensified their defense. However, regardless of their efforts, they were unable to thwart the Lakers' relentless offensive barrage. The defensive system employed by old Dunleavy was sound, as were the tactics. The issue resided with the executors. What the Clippers lacked was not merely a scorer, but a resolute player firmly entrenched within the three-point line, a tenacious presence. Absent this stalwart, the Clippers' defense, no matter how it was adjusted, would amount to little more than a facade. Brand's defense was commendable, yet his demeanor was overly restrained, lacking the commanding presence of a leader. As the team captain, he resembled a gentle giant, leaving one to ponder whether it was reasonable to expect his teammates to transform into fierce lions. The score gap gradually widened. At the outset of the second quarter, the Lakers unleashed a swift 8-0 surge, successfully extending their lead into double digits. Then, Jackson made a substitution, replacing Vujacic while keeping Kobe on the court. Judging by playing time, it would have been reasonable for Kobe to take a respite, as he had not rested since the game's inception. Nevertheless, Jackson opted to retain Kobe, sacrificing Vujacic instead. Although Vujacic harbored dissatisfaction, he concealed it, quietly returning to the bench. He exchanged a high five with Butler, who had come on in his stead, and sat silently, intently observing the game. Vujacic felt no sense of fatigue. Even after the completion of the second quarter, he believed his stamina could withstand the demands. However, the coach's decision was immutable. Do not rush, exercise patience. You have merely 3 minutes of respite, and then you shall become the focal point of the game. Brian Shaw whispered, clearly indicating that in 3 minutes, Kobe would be substituted and afforded a chance to rest, at which point Vujacic would ascend as the linchpin of the Lakers' offense. Excellent. Await patiently. As 2 more minutes elapsed, it became evident that Kobe's physical condition was deteriorating, his consistency wavering, which in turn significantly diminished the Lakers' offensive efficiency. The Clippers seized the opportunity to counterattack, gradually narrowing the score gap. Yet, the margin remained steadfast at 11 or 12. The Clippers struggled to reduce it to within 10 points. "Rookie, it's your turn." "Yes, Mr. McDonald." Vujacic approached the sidelines, harboring a silent determination, and exchanged a swift high five with Kobe before darting onto the court, primed to receive the inbound pass from his teammate. At that moment, the Lakers lineup consisted entirely of substitutes, with Butler being the sole starter. The center, Mim, the power forward, Medvedenko, the small forward, Butler, the shooting guard, Vujacic, and the point guard, Brown. Butler initiated the sideline play, and upon receiving the ball, Vujacic seamlessly pivoted, leaning against Dickens, engaging in a high-post back-to-the-basket maneuver. The scene appeared somewhat peculiar, as if Vujacic sought to assert his physical dominance over Dickens. He deliberately backed into him repeatedly, leaving Dickens disoriented and off balance. Just when observers anticipated a drive or a pass from Vujacic, he unexpectedly spun around. Dickens instinctively took a step back, creating a considerable gap between them. Without a moment's hesitation, Vujacic leaped and launched his shot. Swish! The ball found its mark. After landing, Vujacic raised his right arm, marking his 17th point of the match, thus equaling Kobe's scoring for the game. Observing the taller and seemingly more seasoned Dickens, Vujacic smiled and playfully remarked, "Youngster, you still have a long way to go." Vujacic held little regard for players like Dickens, who merely floated through the NBA. The two were not even in the same league. A light-hearted tease was sufficient. For if Vujacic were to utterly dominate Dickens, he would feel it verged on bullying, a contest akin to that between a college student and a middle schooler, devoid of suspense. Seeing the situation unfold, the seasoned Dunleavy recognized that it was too much to ask of Dickens and quickly signaled for Maggot to defend Vujacic. Initially, Dunleavy had considered Dickens' stronger physique and quicker speed as advantages for the matchup, but upon reflection, that notion seemed entirely misguided. However, could Maggot perform any better? The Clippers' offense faltered as Brand failed to score in isolation, leading to Come On securing the rebound and scoring with a putback. The Lakers swiftly executed a fast break from the baseline, reigniting the offensive fire in the Clippers' half of the court. Now standing before Vujacic was Maggot, often hailed as the league's strongest player. This title is not a mere jest or mockery. Maggot's upper body musculature could rival that of a peak LeBron James. Yet, having a muscular build does not necessarily equate to formidable strength. When compared to the athletic prowess of LeBron, Maggot might be likened to a wealthier version of Bonzi Wells. Notably, despite his monstrous physique, he is remarkably fragile and has never completed a season without injury. In addition to his muscularity, Maggot's offensive capabilities are undeniably elite. He excels at both post and perimeter play, showcasing exceptional skills in shooting and drawing fouls. Once he finds his rhythm, he can match scoring prowess with any top scorer in the league. However, Maggot harbors a critical flaw: his ball-holding tendencies. When off the ball, he resembles a headless chicken, aimlessly darting around the court. Moreover, his defensive abilities are, at best, slightly below league average. He possesses speed but often displays a lack of intelligence in choosing defensive positioning. Another significant weakness is that the muscular development of his upper body has compromised the stability of his lower body, making him susceptible to fakes. Vujacic merely executed a fundamental feint, lifting the ball slightly, and Maggot soared into the air in a straight line. Vujacic's performance was startling. In his previous life, he had only known of this player's defensive shortcomings, yet he never anticipated them to be so egregious. The Clippers' most significant weakness lies in their lack of a formidable perimeter defender, rendering them vulnerable against any team boasting proficient outside scorers. Previously, it was Kobe, and now it was Vujacic. If their defense were merely lacking but their offense could withstand pressure, they might at least engage in a shootout with the Lakers to determine whose offensive efficiency reigns supreme. However, with Kittle sidelined due to injury, the Clippers now rely solely on Brand and Maggot for scoring, while the remaining three players contribute little of value. Under such circumstances, it is exceedingly easy for the Lakers to stifle the Clippers' offensive efforts. At this juncture in the game, the outcome has essentially lost its suspense. As long as the Lakers avoid major blunders, the prospect of a Clippers comeback seems as daunting as scaling a mountain. Old Dunleavy furrowed his brow, exhausting every possible strategy in hopes of uncovering a path to alleviate the current predicament. Yet, devoid of formidable assets, even a coach of his caliber finds himself powerless, akin to a skilled chef unable to cook without ingredients. Jackson, meanwhile, remained composed on the sidelines, though internally, he was far from tranquil. This match mirrored their previous encounter against the Trail Blazers, with the interior being thoroughly dominated and crushed, while the perimeter regained control of the game. Such a pattern of play is unsatisfactory for Jackson. Against a team like the Trail Blazers, the Lakers could still depend on their star players to secure victories. However, What would happen when faced with formidable rivals vying for playoff positions? Can the current Lakers roster truly withstand such challenges, particularly with their frail interior? If timely adjustments are not made, even if Jackson possesses the acumen to lead the Lakers into the playoffs, the likelihood of advancing further would remain grim. Jackson even pondered the implications had Kobe departed in the summer while Shaquille remained. What might the scenario be like with Shaquille anchoring the interior and Vujacic, the audacious newcomer, commanding the perimeter? While it is difficult to assert with certainty, it can at least be said that Vujacic's performance in the forthcoming matches will likely maintain its current momentum. Moreover, Jackson possesses the confidence to uphold the Lakers' dominance for the next 3 to 5 years. However, such optimism may be merely a fanciful notion. The reality is that with O'Neal's departure, the interior defense has crumbled, while the perimeter is teeming with talent. Jackson now finds himself contemplating the allocation of playing time between Kobe and Vujacic. He is not oblivious to the fact that when both Kobe and Vujacic are on the court simultaneously, Vujacic's vigor is significantly subdued. Conversely, when Vujacic is alone on the court, his energy is nothing short of formidable. Just as it is now, Magid is unable to contain Vujacic, and no player from the Clippers can withstand the onslaught of the fervent Vujacic. Yet, as time progresses, Jackson must substitute Vujacic. For Kobe is the heart of the team and the true star of the game, while Vujacic may seize brief moments of glory from Kobe. He cannot overshadow the entire match. Just when he is in the throes of an exhilarating performance, he is unexpectedly benched. The depths of Vujacic's frustration were palpable. He had accumulated 25 points, leading the game, just 4 points shy of his previous match's 27. Yet, he found himself substituted. The game, it seemed, was reserved for Kobe, relegating him to the role of a mere supporting character. The second quarter concluded with a three-pointer from Kobe, ushering in a 20-minute halftime interlude. The locker room buzzed with lively chatter and laughter, with Butler, already destined to host an evening gathering, radiating joy. The team's success buoyed their spirits, fostering a sense of camaraderie and satisfaction. Vujacic remained silent, only responding with a word or two when Butler spoke to him. Despite the victory, he felt no joy. This match should have rightfully belonged to him. Kobe scored 20 points. Yet the manner in which he amassed those points was telling. Most of the team's scoring opportunities were funneled through him, leaving his teammates to merely run alongside. In contrast, Vujacic was afforded far fewer chances, indicating that his offensive efficiency surpassed that of Kobe. Nevertheless, this did not alter his fate as a supporting player. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Vujacic merely meandered onto the court towards the end, only to be substituted out at the onset of the fourth quarter. After a 2-minute wait, he returned to the game, yet with Kobe on the floor, he was relegated to the small forward position, constantly stretching the opponent's defensive structure and making occasional cuts for scoring opportunities. Finally, as the 5th minute of the fourth quarter approached, with the Clippers on the verge of surrender, he managed to elevate his personal score to 30 points. After that, there was little left to unfold. The Clippers raised the white flag, Jackson recognized the moment to withdraw, and Vujacic was once again substituted out. Those who typically saw little playing time took to the court for a brief, chaotic display, and the game concluded. The final score stood at 109-84, marking the Lakers' second victory of the new season. Vujacic scored 30 points. However, he was not the highest scorer of the game. With an astonishing display of scoring in the third quarter, Kobe amassed 47 points. This was not his career high. It is evident that if Kobe had chosen to, he could effortlessly reach 50 or even 60 points. Vujacic, feeling rather uninspired, briefly celebrated with his teammates before departing the court. As he was about to enter the safety tunnel, he was intercepted by a voluptuous journalist. "Hello. Hi there, Sasha." Vujacic swiftly collected his emotions. Although he was not inclined to partake in an interview at that moment, he could not let such a rare promotional opportunity slip away. The match had been exhilarating, and securing 30 points in his second regular season game was nothing short of remarkable. How do you evaluate your performance? I feel quite content. I am pleased to be of value to the team. My shooting was on point today, and I managed to convert several challenging opportunities. Of course, the most significant aspect remains that the team emerged victorious. Allow me to inquire about a personal matter. Perhaps you are unaware, but you have become an idol for many young women. Do you have a girlfriend? What does that have to do with the game? With a sense of impatience simmering within him, Vujacic nonetheless responded with composure, "No, not yet. However, I am quite eager for a future girlfriend." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance towards the alluring figure before him, whose ample bosom seemed to beckon. It appeared that the prolonged suppression of his desires had reached a breaking point, and he truly ought to seek companionship. Otherwise, should he find himself once more captivated by someone like Avril, it would be difficult to articulate his sentiments. The female journalist noticed Vujacic's unabashed gaze, but did not shy away. Instead, she felt a swell of pride. She boldly accentuated her voluptuous curves, capturing the attention of those around them, including Vujacic himself. After all, it is entirely natural for a man to be drawn to beauty, particularly to a seductive enchantress. Their casual conversation soon concluded the interview, and as they stepped beyond the camera's reach, the journalist hurriedly caught up with Vujacic, swiftly slipping a note into his hand. "Call me sometime. I would love to conduct an exclusive interview with you." With a smile, Vujacic thought to himself, if only the words exclusive interview could be omitted. He bid farewell to the female journalist and casually tossed the note into the nearby trash bin. He appreciated women, yet he was not a repository for the discarded. Not every woman was worthy of ascending to his bed. Nevertheless, finding a companion was an urgent matter. As the legendary Wilt Chamberlain once proclaimed, "Women are my stimulant." Vujacic is firmly convinced of this, and even more specifically, he believes that prolonged inaction will adversely affect one's condition. However, now, Karen, let us not forget our wager. Poor Butler managed to score a mere 13 points throughout the entire match, falling short of even half of Vujacic's tally. Chapter 39. The Vanity Fair. It is still that same nightclub where Butler often mingled. The last time Vujacic visited, he fortuitously encountered Avril and Hillary amidst the fierce feud between Daff and Avril. The mere recollection of Avril's fierce demeanor that day brings a smile to Vujacic's face. However, Butler cannot afford to find humor in the situation. Vujacic is clearly intent on draining him financially tonight, ordering the most expensive drinks and a colossal fruit platter. At this moment, Butler is silently calculating the cost of this extravagant outing in his mind. Like many African-American players, Butler emerged from humble beginnings, transforming his fate through his basketball talent. Yet, unlike many of his fellow athletes, Butler is not one to squander his wealth heedlessly. While not exactly frugal, he maintains a remarkably disciplined approach to his living expenses. Nevertheless, tonight he is evidently prepared to splurge. Watching Vujacic down one drink after another, Butler has also loosened up, as tonight's expenses are all on him. Naturally, he does not wish to be at a disadvantage, so he decides to indulge himself in a round of spirited drinking. NBA players may appear to be basking in glory, yet the psychological pressure they endure is immense. Each year, an influx of newcomers arrives, leaving them uncertain of when they might become obsolete, washed up like those who have fallen by the wayside. The most effective means of alleviating such stress often comes down to two options: marijuana or alcohol. Both Vujacic and Butler possess strong self-control and would never dare to touch the harmful substance of marijuana. Thus, alcohol remains their sole recourse for stress relief. Sasha, I truly envy you. I would wager that no one's stock in the NBA has risen higher than yours. After 2 consecutive games as the hero of the team, I'm sure there are numerous young women pondering how to share your bed. The NBA is indeed a realm of fame and fortune, a gathering of the world's premier basketball stars who enjoy enviable salaries, career successes, and towering physiques that make them irresistible to women. Their lives are often adorned with luxurious mansions, exotic cars, and beautiful companions, while countless young girls yearn to connect with these luminaries, dreaming of instant fame. Consider Vujacic, who has already begun to achieve success on the NBA stage. Even those tending the water cooler earn astonishing salaries. A mere towel attendant can command an annual income reaching $1 million, and even as a responsible citizen dutifully paying taxes, one's take-home income can still amount to $400,000 to $500,000. What a remarkable level of prosperity, far exceeding the average income on Wall Street. The group of deceivers there earns an annual salary of approximately $400,000, tirelessly striving each day to devise new forms of deception. Thus, one could assert that the profession of an NBA player is undeniably low risk with high returns. They effortlessly amass wealth while engaging in playful pursuits. Let us not speak of competitive sports. As previously stated, the NBA is merely a stage for fame and fortune, offering entertainment alone. Those who take it seriously are bound to lose. What is to be done with wealth? Naturally, one should learn to relish life, which is a common inclination. Lavish cars paired with beautiful companions create the perfect match. It would indeed be peculiar if an NBA star were to lack a woman by their side. Such a situation would not indicate homosexuality, but rather a rare instance of virtuous integrity. In a past life, the player Vujacic read Water Margin and noted the lesson from Wang Pei to Shimin Qing, who advised that to indulge in romantic escapades, one must first embody the qualities of Pan An's beauty, donkey-like shrewdness, and the wealth of Deng Tong, along with a disposition of humility and leisure. Essentially, those who possess wealth and leisure without labor can observe the lifestyles of pampered youths in idle dramas or the few prominent figures in the news. However, in the NBA, the dynamics are far less complicated. Without the power to investigate, one lacks the authority to speak. Daryl Dawkins, who shattered backboards in 1976 and graciously presented the first championship to Magic Johnson in 1980, remarked on the myriad of women he encountered during his decade-long career, emphasizing that the allure of NBA players transcends their earnings, looks, or character. Women are drawn to the identity of being an NBA player, regardless of their financial status. NBA players are perceived as affluent, often providing women with a few $1,000s for a taxi or breakfast. In the 1960s, Wilt Chamberlain's contract of $100,000 a year astonished team owners to the point of tears. In the 1970s, several players lived paycheck to paycheck, often indulging in excesses, leaving little behind for the women who approached them, many of whom were purely dedicated to the art of romance. A gentleman from Dallas, who played football, concluded from his experiences with various women that our laborers possess strength. While NBA players may not always be wealthy, they often exhibit an air of dissatisfaction that appeals to women. Consequently, the number of women in an NBA player's life is largely independent of their status, wealth, or physical attributes. It is primarily dictated by personality and social circles. Those with cheerful dispositions and a love for adventure attract more partners, while those who are introverted or reclusive have fewer interactions. Among the NBA, there are also notable figures who maintain relationships with celebrity companions, such as Dennis Rodman with Madonna, Jason Kidd with Toni Braxton, and others. However, most gentlemen seem to prioritize quantity over quality. This phenomenon can be viewed from two perspectives. Players often boast about the number of encounters they have had, while the ladies take pride in the number of suitors they have dealt with. Both parties are data enthusiasts, leading to a natural camaraderie. In this realm, some players possess an innate understanding, while others rely on mentorship. Essentially, each team has a few veteran figures who, despite their playing skills, are well-versed in the nuances of the NBA. They know the best dining establishments, bathing locations, and hotspots for nightlife in every city. When rookies arrive, these seasoned players take them under their wings, helping them acclimatize to the team. As for nightclubs, they are particularly perilous for foreign players, especially those from the Balkans, who have grown up amidst conflict and turmoil. When they find themselves thrust into the hedonistic world of capitalism, it is almost inevitable that they might stray into illegal activities. An exemplar of this is the Supersonics Radoj R.A. Anovi, who is reputed to be a VIP at every nightclub in Seattle, as noted by the team's coach. If you observe a foreign player excelling in their first year only to become distracted and disheartened in the subsequent seasons, it is likely they have succumbed to this lifestyle. Nightclubs are not to be underestimated. They are rife with intrigue and danger. The likes of Paul Pierce, who was once viciously attacked, and players like Steven Jackson and Allen Iverson have all found themselves embroiled in chaos within these establishments. Wherever there are rivalries, there are bound to be conflicts, and Iverson, even in college, found himself in altercations over petty grievances. This illustrates that a man's charisma will shine even in the shadows. Thus, nightclubs serve as a litmus test for one's fortitude. Jackson and Iverson were known to embrace the company of beautiful women while ensuring their younger companions were safeguarded, ready to brawl if necessary. In stark contrast, Randolph lacked such bravado when he wished to venture out. He sought permission from his coach under the pretense of mourning a relative. The coach, sympathetic, granted him leave. However, it soon came to light that he had instead frequented the nightclub scene, akin to a leader requesting expense reports for collective purchases after a night of indulgence. Among the most notorious nightclub incidents is that of Patrick Ewing, whose escapade at the Atlanta Gold Club became infamous. Dressed in a black suit and gray tie, he attended questioning regarding the affair and admitted to visiting the club 10 times, confessing that on 2 occasions, he had enjoyed a private performance. He was quick to assert that he had not engaged with the women, attributing his arousal solely to their dancing, thereby shifting the responsibility onto them. In the end, he suddenly appeared pure, stating that on one occasion, there were inquiries about arranging for the young lady to stay at his hotel, given his numerous visits. Upholding the principles of civilizational development, Ewing categorically rejected this blatant request. Of course, it was evident to any discerning observer that a Jamaican, who wields influence in New York, would travel all the way to Atlanta only to firmly dismiss such an overt proposition. This exemplifies a spirit of internationalism. At that time, the local power in Atlanta was Uncle Moo, a Congolese, and a Jamaican. Navigating the complexities of capitalism was no easy task. Could Ewing afford to owe favors to a lady in New York? It can only be said that he acted out of camaraderie towards Uncle Moo, not wanting to undermine his dignity. It is worth mentioning that aside from entertaining Ewing at the Gold Club, Uncle Moo himself had a romantic interest there. A lady who seemed to captivate many and later confessed to having a liaison with Rodman as well. Ewing later remarked that during his time in Atlanta from 1996 to 1998, a glance at his career trajectory reveals that 1994 marked the pinnacle of his professional journey. While 1995 saw him somewhat overshadowed by Miller's last second brilliance, Ewing still performed commendably. However, by the 1997 to 1998 season, his performance plummeted dramatically. Fans could not help but wonder why his once resilient knees suddenly faltered, why his previously imposing physique appeared stooped, and why the player known for his durability began to miss games. All became clear. Then there was Olajuwon, another superstar of that center era. In 1994, he reached the peak of his career, and in 1995, he defended his title with undeniable prowess. Although the Rockets faced challenges in 1996 against the Seattle lineup, Olajuwon maintained an impressive average of 27 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks. However, what followed? In the 1996 to 1997 season, his stats dipped to 23 points and 9 rebounds, which some might attribute to Barkley's arrival, who claimed rebounds and points alike. The next season, injury struck, and his average never surpassed 20 points again. He experienced a brief resurgence during the shortened season, but that too was fleeting. Of course, as history dictates, beauty and valiant warriors are seldom seen aging gracefully. Heroes seldom reminisce about their former glory, and lovely women do not dwell upon their past allure. Yet, one must pay attention to the pivotal year of 1996 and what transpired. The answer lies in Olajuwon marrying his new wife, Dahlia Safi, at the age of 33, while she was merely 18. Consequently, they began to expand their family rapidly. What does it mean when desires are likened to a sharp blade? Observing Olajuwon elucidates this perfectly. However, in a broader sense, such pursuits lack sophistication. A true playboy knows the art of maintaining multiple residences, ensuring a haven at every turn. It is said that during the 1970s, a few gentlemen would secure an apartment next to every away game arena. After the match, they would venture into familiar haunts, beckoning a few ladies to accompany them home, leaving their mark across the entirety of America, truly embodying the saying that sisters abound in every corner of the land. As for the source of the women on the streets, there is no need for excessive concern. Jalen Rose famously remarked, "When we arrive in XXX, a certain city, late at night, we find that everything, cinemas, shops, are all closed. What welcomes us are merely hotels and the embrace of willing women." Among the connoisseurs of this lifestyle, Magic Johnson stands out. His strategy involved securing an apartment near the Staples Center. After dazzling the press with his signature smile at the post-game conference, he would promptly indulge in the company of women. While he displayed his long passes on the court, his staff would be in the players' tunnel, selecting companions as per his preferences. It is rumored that Magic employed a coded language, phrases like the tiger conquers the earth and the pagoda suppresses the river demon, with various combinations signifying different types of women. His creativity and flair in this realm far exceeded his passing skills, and he took great pride in declaring, "I undoubtedly hold dominion in this aspect. My social life is the envy of most men." According to an insider, the number of women Magic has entertained is estimated to be in the thousands. Due to the sheer volume and his limited time, inquiries were minimal. A casual check, such as asking, "You're not a lesbian, are you?" Or "You're not into girls, right?" seemed to suffice, leading to a night of revelry. However, the outcomes, as we all know, serve as a bloody lesson. Vujacic, self-reflecting, acknowledged that he was no paragon of virtue. His aspiration to join the NBA was not solely rooted in its status as the pinnacle of basketball prowess. Rather, he was also enticed by the allure of its decadent lifestyle. Recently, however, he found himself in a state of discontent, lacking the desire to revel in the festivities. Now that his mindset had stabilized, he he realized that failing to indulge in some mischief would be a disservice to the privileged position he currently occupied. As the 41st chapter unfolds, we find Butler awkwardly squeezing into the dance floor, soon entangled with a sultry vixen, his hands swiftly engaged in their usual antics. This fellow was also restless. On a previous occasion, intoxicated, he had boasted to Vujacic about the number of women he had encountered, claiming it had surpassed double digits. His braggadocio was so pronounced that had it not been for the 2 weights he carried below, he might have soared to the heavens. Nonetheless, Vujacic felt no envy. In fact, he looked down upon Butler's antics. If categorized by level of sophistication, Butler, much like Ewing and Uncle Amo, belonged to the realm of transactional relationships, merely a novice consumer. In contrast, the likes of Magic Johnson orchestrated the logistics, operating at a more advanced tier. Ascending further, one encounters the notion that true talent is destined for purpose. Even if fortunes are squandered, they can be regained. This speaks to the boundless reserves of the Creator, which are meant to be shared among kindred spirits. When the winds blow, they shall blow. When the rains fall, they shall fall. It reaches a point of natural ease, where desires are fulfilled without transgression, and at this exalted level, one finds only the illustrious figure of Shaquille O'Neal. This towering deity was Vujacic's true aspiration. The world lauds Shaquille as a basketball virtuoso, a beast of physicality, and a master of athletics, yet his talents extend far beyond these realms. Whether playing billiards, cards, or table tennis, he is a master of all trades. Casually donning his plaid shirt from the 60s, his attire and style exuded exceptional taste. Acquaintances and admirers alike sang his praises, lauding him as charming and considerate, robust yet gentle. Such a charismatic and towering figure, coupled with his perceptive nature, would inevitably attract admiration. The residents of Philadelphia recall the night in 1967 when the Celtics' reign was shattered. A queue of women formed outside Shaquille's door, signaling their intent. If the formidable Celtics had not bested him, then let the enchanting women of Philadelphia engage in a relentless pursuit to conquer him. This epitomizes a true pinnacle of existence. In contrast, Butler's pursuits could be generously termed flirtation, yet unflatteringly categorized as lewdness, lacking the refinement that Vujacic held in high regard. Countless stunning women exist in the world, and Vujacic had no desire to compromise his dignity for mere superficial encounters, lest he suffer a fate akin to that of Magic Johnson. Truly a tragic outcome. While Butler indulged in his escapades, Vujacic sat alone on the couch, nursing his sorrows. Yet, indeed, as the saying goes, a man as striking as Vujacic would shine brilliantly, even in solitude. A blonde young woman approached gracefully, holding a wine glass. The dim lighting obscured her features, but judging by her general silhouette, she must be a striking beauty, certainly scoring above 90 in allure. You appear to be quite lonely. Vujacic had originally prepared himself to welcome a romantic encounter, but upon hearing such a remark, he inadvertently spewed out his drink. Is this person a literary enthusiast? The young lady was taken aback, likely not anticipating such an intense reaction from Vujacic. Could it be that the manner of her entrance was amiss? Vujacic coughed twice, and after much effort, he finally steadied his breath, not wishing to make the young lady feel awkward. He scrutinized her silhouette and realized that he had already included her in his list of preferences. Her figure was exquisite, and despite a somewhat indistinct appearance, she was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Vujacic emphasizes quality over quantity in his pursuits, and when presented with an exquisite opportunity, there is little reason to decline. Shall I invite you for a drink? Vujacic mused, swirling the glass in his hand. While others admire beauty under the moonlight, he finds his muse within the depths of his glass. The visage before him gradually came into sharper focus. Her golden-hued locks cascaded in gentle waves, resting elegantly upon her shoulders. Her forehead was smooth and radiant, and her features, eyes, nose, and lips were remarkably refined, unlike the more robust characteristics often found in many Western women. However, Vujacic suddenly furrowed his brow. Upon glimpsing the girl's visage, a sense of familiarity washed over him. His alcohol-stimulated mind was somewhat sluggish, yet he swiftly regained clarity. Hilary Duff? Indeed. The enchanting beauty before him was none other than Hilary Duff, the co-star of the infamous altercation with Avril at this very nightclub. Hilary seemed utterly unfazed by Vujacic's recognition of her, having risen from a child star to a formidable presence in film, television, and music. She had firmly established herself as a prominent figure in Hollywood, renowned far and wide. Moments ago, several young women had set their sights on Vujacic. But upon witnessing Hilary Duff's swift approach, they were instantly sidelined, appearing as mere ducklings in comparison to her grace. With a smile, Hilary inched closer and extended her delicate, fair hand toward Vujacic, exclaiming, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vujacic." Vujacic raised his hand and exchanged a brief handshake with her, exclaiming, "So am I." After uttering these words, the conversation fell silent. It was not that Vujacic was dull or lacking in charm, rather, he was preoccupied with pondering the true intentions behind Hilary Duff's approach. Clearly, Vujacic had not inflated his ego to the point of believing himself to be a universal heartthrob, nor could he conceivably think that his striking good looks could captivate someone as proud as Hilary Duff. Thus, the question lingered, what could have compelled Hilary Duff to approach him? The answer, it seemed, lay with Avril. Vujacic soon grasped the crux of the matter and couldn't help but smile. Who in the American entertainment industry is unaware of the rivalry between Hilary Duff and Avril Lavigne? The two have a history of bickering, regardless of the occasion or location, and their recent media exchanges were merely a continuation of this animosity. It seemed that neither was satisfied with mere verbal sparring. They had previously engaged in a real-life showdown, resulting in Hilary's humiliating defeat. Now, it appeared that this young woman was intent on reclaiming her honor. Noticing Vujacic's lack of response, Hilary felt a surge of irritation. As a Hollywood superstar, adored by countless fans as the quintessential sweetheart, she had approached him in earnest, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. Did he consider her invisible? Hilary contemplated leaving but was reminded of the humiliation she endured at this very nightclub where Avril had bested her. That shame was a wound she could not let fester. Yet upon assessing her own combat capabilities, she regrettably recognized the daunting challenge of seeking revenge. Throughout her life, she had always played the role of the good girl. How could she possibly stand against Avril, the rebellious vixen? However, an opportunity had presented itself. Although Hilary typically paid little heed to the NBA, finding the fierce competition over a mere basketball rather uninteresting, she was drawn to the elegance of sports like golf and tennis. In an unexpected turn of fate, she discovered that her nemesis Avril was now linked to an NBA player, igniting a flicker of hope for vengeance. Hilary devised a plan, believing her beauty could easily ensnare an NBA player. First, she would captivate Vujacic, then flaunt her conquest of Avril's man, ultimately casting Vujacic aside, demonstrating to Avril that the man she coveted was not worth cherishing. The mere thought of this scheme thrilled Hilary, especially when she envisioned Avril's furious reaction. It brought her immense joy. Little did she expect that fate would be so kind as to place Vujacic directly in her path, simplifying her endeavor. Yet, was Vujacic truly oblivious? Despite her years of navigating the competitive landscape of Hollywood, Hilary was still a mere adolescent. Even if Vujacic were not the sharpest tool in the shed, it would be quite foolish to be outsmarted by a young girl. Furthermore, Hilary seemed to overlook the fact that she was a woman. Historically, even when the tale concludes with the princess triumphantly casting aside the impoverished suitor, it is often the princess who bears the brunt of the consequences. Gazing leisurely at the enchanting young lady who had presented herself before him, Vujacic found himself intrigued by the potential surprises she might unveil. Hilary Duff, steadying her composure, commenced her scheme. "Did I just hear you suggest we share a drink? Or have my ears deceived me?" As she spoke, she adorned her words with a captivating smile. It was truly puzzling what nourished this young woman. Her appearance belied her youthfulness, particularly her beguiling gaze, which seemed to tantalize the heart like the gentle scratch of a kitten's paw. And those elevated curves, my goodness. Avril Lavigne ought to feel a twinge of inadequacy for the next 3 days. It was no wonder that the spirited girl resorted to throwing punches. Perhaps their verbal discord was merely one facet of a deeper rivalry, fueled by Avril's envy of Hilary Duff's more alluring figure compared to her own more unrefined physique. With a smile, Vujacic snapped his fingers. Having spent considerable time with Butler recently, he had become quite a regular here, and shortly a waiter arrived with drinks. "Please, Miss Daff," Vujacic said, pushing a filled glass towards Hilary Duff, accompanied by a gentlemanly gesture, suppressing a grin, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Hilary Duff was utterly dissatisfied with Vujacic's reaction. In her opinion, her enchanting gaze had been executed flawlessly, and Vujacic should have displayed an unmistakable lustful demeanor. However, he appeared remarkably composed, which struck her as highly unusual. Could it be that his prowess had waned? Confounded, Hilary pondered this while taking a small sip of her drink. Suddenly, unprepared, she felt as though molten lava had surged down her throat, nearly causing her chest to burst, prompting a violent fit of coughing. Vujacic looked on, stifling a laugh while feigning concern as he gently patted Hilary Duff's back. "What's the matter, Miss Duff? Are you all right?" Hilary Duff coughed for quite some time before she began to recover, but the alluring charm she had moments ago was entirely marred by her tear-streaked face and runny nose, rendering her quite disheveled. She shot Vujacic a fierce glare and exclaimed, "Don't tell me you usually drink this kind of liquor." Vujacic remained silent, instead taking Hilary Duff's glass and, following the imprint of her lips, drained the contents in one swift motion. Upon finishing, he expressed his enjoyment, stating, "At times, I find myself in need of this intoxicating elixir to numb my senses. Otherwise, I fear I may be overwhelmed." Hilary Duff, noticing that Vujacic had drunk from the same spot she had just occupied, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Despite her frequent visits to nightclubs, she remained, in essence, an innocent young girl, her interactions with men limited to mere embraces. Throughout her upbringing, she had never even had a boyfriend, not for lack of desire, but due to her strict upbringing. This was precisely why, after gaining her independence, she often frequented nightclubs. After years of being confined by familial expectations, she finally relished the opportunity to breathe in the air of freedom. However, even though she often visited nightclubs, she did so accompanied by friends. She had never shown kindness to those who approached her for conversation. As she watched Vujacic consume that glass of fiery liquid, uttering words she found difficult to comprehend, a surge of curiosity toward him blossomed within her. What kind of pressure could compel someone to seek solace in alcohol to avoid being crushed by life's burdens? Hilary Duff found herself utterly perplexed, for from the day of her birth, she was destined to be adored as a beloved princess. Having faced no significant adversities throughout her life, save for that one incident with Avril, your implication is that your burdens weigh heavily upon you. With a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, Vujacic absent-mindedly scratched his brow with his pinky finger, remaining silent. However, Hilary Duff was taken aback. She had always presumed that NBA players were brutish and uncultured beasts. Yet, the man before her possessed a rugged charm intertwined with an alluring essence that was ineffable. Particularly, that recent smile stirred something profound within the young princess's heart. Despite her attempts to project an image of cunning sophistication, she found herself utterly outmatched by Vujacic, the debonair scion of the nightlife. In just a single exchange, the young girl was destined to succumb. In a previous life, Hilary Duff garnered attention from Vujacic. Initially perceived as a quintessential good girl, the events that unfolded in her life revealed that beneath her serene facade lay a restless spirit. Countless handsome celebrities and affluent heirs showered her with affection and adoration, yet she remained unperturbed, ultimately choosing to marry an unremarkable, unattractive football player lacking in character. This fortunate brute, however, indulged in numerous romantic escapades. Despite this, even after their divorce, Hilary remained wistful for her former partner, occasionally seeking his company once more. It is not difficult to envision how this favored daughter, constrained by familial expectations and societal norms throughout her upbringing, inadvertently developed a rebellious disposition. The more affection others bestowed upon her, the less she appreciated it. Conversely, when treated with indifference, she found herself more susceptible to falling for them. Presently, Hilary has seemingly forgotten her prior intentions, now filled with curiosity towards Vujacic. Vujacic initially hesitated on whether to engage with Avril's archenemy. But now I believe I ought to apologize on behalf of Avril. Upon hearing Avril's name, Hilary Duff furrowed her brow and then curiously inquired, "Why do you feel the need to apologize on her behalf?" Vujacic silently murmured, "Sister, forgive me." He then proceeded to undermine his teammate, regardless of the reasons. Her previous actions were utterly excessive. Hilary Duff, recalling the past incident, felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a paragon of excellence, it was indeed humiliating to be bested by the very person she held in disdain. With a huff, she declared, "I shall not stoop to her level." In truth, Hilary did not harbor a strong dislike for Avril. Her ostensible animosity stemmed from a profound envy. Avril lived a life of autonomy, free to pursue her desires, whereas Hilary was perpetually reminded of her limitations. "Hilary, this is unacceptable. That is also out of the question. In essence, nothing is permissible. That would be best." Vujacic then inquired, "By the way, it seems the wine did not suit your palate. What would you prefer? Champagne, perhaps?" Hilary found this basketball player rather agreeable, even charming. At the very least, he acknowledged that the previous mishap was entirely Avril's fault. "Very well, thank you." From their chance encounter to a burgeoning camaraderie, wine served as the perfect medium. Once intoxicated, individuals often relinquish their reservations, expressing thoughts and actions they would typically suppress. Like many Hollywood stars, beneath Hilary Duff's glamorous exterior lay a heart burdened with sorrow and pressure. Should Vujacic choose, he could be the finest listener. Hilary incessantly shared her grievances, even resorting to expletives under the influence of alcohol. Vujacic listened attentively, offering occasional words of comfort, and the two appeared as intimate friends. Gradually, Hilary sensed her demeanor becoming uncharacteristically unrestrained. With a hint of embarrassment, she said, "I apologize. I must have rambled on for too long. However, I must thank you. It has been ages since I felt this way. There are thoughts I have kept bottled up for far too long, and articulating them now brings me immense relief." Upon hearing this, Vujacic couldn't help but think of his teammate Avril, whom he had just inadvertently betrayed. Earlier that day, before the match commenced, Avril had been expressing her grievances to him, only to be interrupted by his actions. One can only imagine how displeased she must have felt at that moment. The thought of Avril caused Vujacic's interest in the alluring Hilary Duff to wane. He rose to his feet and declared, "It's quite all right. I would be delighted to be your listener, but alas, it is rather late. I believe I must take my leave." Noticing Vujacic's intention to depart, Hilary Duff instinctively inquired, "Would you be able to escort me home?" Vujacic was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a gentlemanly smile. Had Odom been present, he would undoubtedly have pointed at him, shouting fraud with fervor. "Indeed, it is my utmost honor." Chapter 41, Kindling the Flames. Vujacic's vehicle raced through the streets of Los Angeles with exhilarating speed. This car, purchased after his signing with the Los Angeles Lakers, was a testament to his long-standing passion for automobiles, a fervor he carried from his previous life. The imposing Hummer had consumed 4 months of his salary in advance. Yet the roar of the engine and its immense power made Vujacic feel that every penny spent was worthwhile. After driving for quite some time, Hilary Duff remained silent, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she let out intermittent squeals. Could it be that this young lady had been raised with such strict decorum that she had never experienced the thrill of a joyride in an off-road vehicle? "Hilary, where do you live? I'll take you home," Vujacic exclaimed, yet her excited shrieks abruptly ceased, and her expression shifted, revealing a hint of disappointment. "I don't want to go home just yet," she declared with newfound determination, her gaze fixed ahead, her demeanor subtly infused with exhilaration. "Not wanting to return home?" Vujacic furrowed his brows slightly. He could discern the innocence of this young woman. He had no intention of causing her any harm. For what was paramount was the entanglement that could ensue, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. "Where would you like to go? I can take you there." As Vujacic spoke, he halted the vehicle by the roadside. Just ahead lay the location he and Avril had previously visited. Approaching this site, Vujacic could not help but recall the 2 punches he had received, which were certainly not fond memories. Hilary Duff, displaying a hint of impatience, turned to glare at Vujacic. "I told you, I do not wish to return home just yet. Is it truly so burdensome to take me for a drive?" Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that ignited the long-simmering resentment within Hilary Duff, compelling her to unleash her frustrations today. She yearned to cast aside all concerns and indulge in a moment of wild abandon. Why should other girls revel in love and enjoy dates with boys while she was relegated to the tiresome pursuit of etiquette? Why did her friends, at the tender ages of 13 or 14, experience multiple romantic interests while she was burdened with the tiresome image of a goody two-shoes, having yet to savor the taste of her first kiss? The more she contemplated, the angrier and more distressed she became. In a fit of impulsive fervor, Hilary Duff suddenly rose, knelt on the seat, leaned forward, and lunged toward Vujacic. Vujacic was contemplating how to persuade Hilary Duff to return. He was certainly not a paragon of virtue. How could he remain unmoved by a girl like Hilary Duff? However, the predicament lay in the entanglements that accompanied such a relationship. He was reluctant to find himself shackled at a young age, thereby losing the opportunity to appreciate the entirety of the forest. As he turned, he unexpectedly encountered Hilary Duff rushing towards him, and before he could react, his lips were met with a softness and the unique fragrance of youth. Boom! The remnants of Vujacic's reason crumbled in an instant. He was never particularly resolute. Moments ago, he merely feared creating trouble, deliberately forcing himself to refrain from contemplating that direction. Now that the other party had taken the initiative, to refuse again would be far too disingenuous. Hilary Duff, after all, was merely a fledgling who had just bestowed her first kiss. How could she possibly be compared to Vujacic, a seasoned veteran of such encounters? In less than 2 seconds after seizing the initiative, the tide had swiftly turned. As he savored the velvety caress of Hillary's tender tongue, one hand had already found its way to her delicate, pert rear, while the other remained firmly gripping the back of the chair. With a swift exertion of his arm, their positions shifted dramatically, as Vujacic longed for another kiss. He was met with the flustered gaze of Hilary Dafu. In an instant, clarity washed over him, and he furrowed his brow slightly, thinking, "Young lady, if you have any regrets now, it is not too late." Hilary Dafu, momentarily taken aback, chose silence as her response, instead conveying her fervent determination through action. With her delicate arms entwined around Vujacic's neck, she forcefully pulled him closer, arching her body and offering a passionate kiss. With such a bold advance, Vujacic saw no reason to maintain the facade of a virtuous gentleman. As their bodies intertwined, the encumbering garments were hastily discarded. At that moment, Vujacic realized that Hilary Dafu was truly a rare gem. Her skin was not like that of most Westerners, which tended to be coarse. He had previously encountered several Western partners, whose beauty was often overshadowed by their rough skin, akin to sandpaper, extinguishing any spark of desire. However, Hilary Dafu was different. Her skin was as smooth as silk, igniting an irresistible attraction in Vujacic. At this moment, Hilary Dafu was consumed by desire, her body instinctively writhing as if yearning to break free and be utterly liberated. When Vujacic penetrated her, the floodgates of her desires were instantaneously unleashed, overwhelming her remaining rationality, and she naturally responded in kind. Under Vujacic's fervent thrusts, even the Hummer began to tremble. Fortunately, in a secluded location where no one would pass by, otherwise, the entire nation would soon learn of how their darling princess had been sullied by a boy from Slovenia, having never indulged so recklessly in her 17 years. Hilary Dafu was completely lost in ecstasy. The pent-up desires of those years erupted without reservation, leaving her feeling weightless, as if she were ascending to paradise, only to be violently yanked back down into hell. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility finally returned, with their bare bodies still entwined, the air thick with heavy breaths. Vujacic attempted to rise, yet Hilary Duff's delicate arms remained firmly wrapped around him, unwilling to release their hold. At this moment, Hilary had fully awakened. After savoring an indescribable pleasure, her mind cleared. The first thought that crossed her mind was the dire consequences should this encounter be revealed to others. Since her debut, she had cultivated the image of a virtuous girl, yet how could such a paragon engage in such indiscretions with a man she had only just met? She yearned to escape, but the sensations from earlier rendered her body wholly unresponsive to her mind's commands. Not only was fleeing impossible, but even the thought of pushing Vujacic away was met with her body's instinctive reluctance. Their previous abandon had been tumultuous and confined within the intimate space of the car. Hilary felt an uncomfortable stickiness enveloping her. Her body instinctively twisted, seeking a more comfortable position, yet she momentarily forgot that their bodies were still entwined. This sudden movement jolted Vujacic, who had long been deprived of such pleasures. Having indulged in this act, he resolved to immerse himself fully in the experience. Thus, the Hummer began to tremble anew, and within the confines of the vehicle, Hilary's intoxicating moans echoed once more. When she regained consciousness again, the dawn had already broken, and Vujacic, upon opening his eyes, was greeted first by Hilary's exquisite visage, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. It was evident that the young woman had awakened. Yet the circumstances had far surpassed her 17 years of life experience, leaving her at a loss for how to react. She could only feign sleep, too apprehensive to move. With a smile, Vujacic reminisced about the wild night before, both aware of the countless times they had indulged, yet only recalling the moment when Hilary Duff's voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of her soul, resonated in a long, drawn-out sigh, after which everything faded into oblivion. Suddenly, the car jolted with a thud. Thud. Vujacic was abruptly awakened, and Hilary Duff could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes wide with panic as she glanced around. Unbeknownst to them, two scruffy-looking men were standing outside the vehicle, peering in through the window. "Ah!" Hilary Duff exclaimed in alarm, hastily grabbing a garment, uncertain whether it belonged to her or Vujacic, to cover her chest, before swiftly turning to sit back in the passenger seat. However, Vujacic remained utterly indifferent, leisurely rummaging through his belongings within the compartment before donning his attire piece by piece. "That garment in your hands is mine," exclaimed Hilary Duff, momentarily taken aback, as she furiously hurled the clothing towards Vujacic. In doing so, she inadvertently left her own modesty compromised, and as Vujacic's gaze fixated upon her prominent figure, Hillary felt a surge of exasperation threatening to overwhelm her. Damn it, leave this place at once. Do you wish for everyone to gaze upon me in such a state? Vujacic donned his attire and assisted Hillary Duff in retrieving the garments scattered throughout the corners of the compartment, calmly assuring her, do not fret. Nothing is visible from the outside. As Vujacic abruptly struck the vehicle, the two vagrants were startled, scrambling away in a flurry of panic. Observing this, Hillary Duff felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least she had not been truly exposed under the glaring light of day. Swiftly donning her clothes, she felt a greater sense of security. When she turned to glance at Vujacic, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, clearly recalling the events of the previous night. Vujacic drove the car, inquiring, "Where would you like to go now? For breakfast, or shall I take you home?" Hillary Duff paused, her expression tinged with disappointment. Having just transitioned from girlhood to womanhood, she felt a considerable emotional distance from true maturity. In her mind, the next chapter between her and Vujacic should have been a breathtaking and tumultuous romance, filled with unwavering passion and commitment, rather than merely debating whether to have breakfast or return home. This thought left Hillary Duff feeling frustrated. Is this really all you wish to discuss? Damn it. You have taken my virginity. Do you not feel a sense of responsibility? Upon hearing those words, Vujacic nearly collided his head against the steering wheel, gazing at Hillary with an expression of sheer terror. He truly wished to inquire, "My dear lady, have you traversed from the Middle Ages?" Chapter 42, The Enviable Fellow Ultimately. Vujacic managed to escape before being ensnared by Hillary Duff, not out of a reluctance to assume responsibility, but rather because the weight of that responsibility was insurmountable. He was unwilling to label the events of the previous day as mere coincidence, yet it was certainly not born of passion, at best. It was a matter of mutual benefit, concluding with a polite farewell. To his astonishment, Miss Duff uttered words that were quite alarming. Furthermore, upon reaching his doorstep, Hillary Duff solemnly declared to Vujacic, "I can offer you the opportunity to pursue me now." Goodness. The future luminary destined to reign over the NBA had his gaze fixed not on this solitary, haughty blossom, but on the expansive forest beyond. While a woman's pride may be tolerable, it should not manifest as a sense of entitlement. She ought not to assume that her beauty entitles her to the world's adoration. In truth, the absence of any individual, no matter how striking, would leave the world unscathed. Especially for women of beauty, flattery, and affection may abound, yet this does not signify their centrality to the world. The more enchanting a woman may be, the less likely she is to occupy the world's focal point. Her role often revolves around men, for without them, even the most beautiful woman holds little significance. After Vujacic departed in his vehicle, Miss Hillary Duff, momentarily taken aback, raised her delicate middle fingers towards the billowing exhaust of the car. Upon returning home for a brief respite, he made his way to the team's training facility by midday. As was his routine, upon arrival, he found Kobe diligently practicing alone, just as the day before. "Hurry up, rookie. Get those lazy bones moving," he urged. Vujacic is not to be trifled with, yet Kobe's words, though rather harsh, were evidently delivered with a much improved tone compared to yesterday. Perhaps Vujacic's remarkable performance has garnered greater respect in the heart of this esteemed individual. Upon entering the locker room, Vujacic was pleasantly surprised to find Butler already present. "Hello, Karen. Did you enjoy yourself yesterday?" As Vujacic departed yesterday alongside Hillary Duff, he distinctly observed Butler entwined with an alluring ebony beauty in the corner, engaging in rather intimate gestures. It was evident that Butler's conquest was a foregone conclusion. Initially, Vujacic anticipated that Butler might boast about his escapade. However, to his surprise, Butler merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, his expression darkening as he lowered his gaze and resumed adjusting his gear, uttering not a single word. Had he taken leave of his senses? Vujacic was perplexed. Such silence was utterly uncharacteristic of this fellow. "Hey, mate, what is going on? Could it be because Vujacic left early yesterday? That can't be the case. Last time, to assist Avril, Vujacic even skipped out on the bill, and Butler wasn't he angry. He merely grumbled afterward. Yesterday, it was agreed that Butler would treat, and even if he left early, what could possibly vex him now? Suddenly, Butler rose, his expression grave and his gaze fierce, as if he were ready to pounce. "Sasha Vujacic, tell me, what is your relationship with Hillary Duff?" Vujacic's mind was somewhat fragmented, and it took him a while to comprehend the situation. "What on earth are you talking about?" Butler remained silent, instead opting to open his locker. When Vujacic glanced over, he nearly burst into laughter. He never anticipated that the seemingly clumsy and robust Butler, who usually exuded an innocent demeanor, would indulge in such an endearing act. The interior of Butler's locker was astonishingly adorned with photographs and cutouts from magazines featuring Hilary Duff. "Hey, Karen, don't tell me this girl is your idol." Butler stepped forward, attempting to grab Vujacic by the collar, only to be deftly evaded. In retaliation, Vujacic landed a kick just below Butler's abdomen. And should it have descended any further, the Butler lineage would face extinction. Sitting on the ground, Butler wore an expression of indignation and despair as he exclaimed, "Damn it! That rascal! Hilary Duff is my goddess." Upon hearing this, Vujacic barely managed to suppress his revulsion. It was utterly nauseating to witness such a towering figure. Over 2 meters tall, feigning innocence and unwavering devotion. Just the day before, Butler had caught the eye of a stunningly alluring woman and was eager to boast to Vujacic about his conquest. However, he was abruptly disheartened to see Vujacic departing in close company with Hilary Duff, leaving him feeling as though his entire world was crumbling. Casting aside his previous infatuation, he rushed outside only to find that Vujacic's vehicle had vanished. Frustrated and enraged, Butler longed to confront Vujacic, the scoundrel who had sullied his vision of the perfect goddess. But the disparity in their capabilities was all too evident. Although Vujacic found the situation both amusing and infuriating, he helped Butler to his feet, unwilling to let a perplexing woman jeopardize their brotherhood. "Come on, Karen. That girl has nothing to do with you. Don't tell me you'd sever ties with me over your idol." Butler's expression was a tapestry of emotions, but he ultimately sighed. "Sasha, be kind to Miss Duffy and don't let her feel sorrow. Get lost." In just a few exchanged words, the two resolved their issue. Unaware that eavesdropping walls had ears, Odom, that eccentric character, swiftly disseminated the sensational news throughout the entire team. However, Odom's rendition diverged significantly, portraying Vujacic as a player who, after 2 commendable games, became excessively self-satisfied, spending nights in clubs and pursuing starlets, completely losing himself. When Vujacic emerged, engrossed in his warm-up, Kobe approached him directly, tilting his head as he admonished, "Kid, no matter your shenanigans, do not forget you are still a rookie. Don't let women derail your future." With that, Kobe turned and departed, leaving Vujacic bewildered. Yet, upon seeing Odom's smirk, he could hardly be oblivious to the implications. Was Kobe genuinely worried that a woman might sap his vigor, causing him to falter during the game? Very well, Vujacic was willing to interpret it that way. Yet, the question lingered. Why did Kobe's gaze betray a hint of jealousy? Moreover, it seemed he was not alone. The expressions of others mirrored his sentiment. Even assistant coach Brian Shaw congratulated him with a tinge of envy. "Impressive, Sasha. First Avril, and now Hilary Duffy. Are you planning to cultivate your own garden in Los Angeles?" The veins on Vujacic's forehead seemed ready to burst. "I curse you, you old man." Chapter 43. A formidable foe that evening, Vujacic found his sleep severely disrupted, as if a tempest raged within him. Fortunately, he maintained his self-restraint. Otherwise, he might have sought solace from a distraction to quell the unrest. The following day marked the last of October, with the Lakers enjoying a rare opportunity for dedicated practice. Unencumbered by the rigors of competition, while rivals clashed in fierce contests. After a day's passage, the incident regarding Vujacic's romantic entanglement faded from the attention of many teammates, allowing him a moment of respite. As November dawned, the Lakers prepared to venture to Denver for what would truly be their inaugural away game of the new season. Facing the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets represented the first genuine adversary the Lakers would confront this season, and this match would serve as a litmus test for the Lakers' revamped roster. Assessing their true caliber following a significant overhaul, the ascendance of the Denver Nuggets has not been long in the making. Since joining the NBA in 1976, the franchise has largely played the role of perennial underdog, steadfastly eschewing ambitions of supremacy. Their historical moments of glory are few, with the most notable occurring during the 1994 to 1995 season when, under the leadership of the formidable Dikembe Mutombo, the Nuggets executed a stunning upset in the first round of the playoffs, eliminating the top-seeded Seattle Supersonics in what became known as the Black 8 Miracle, etching their name in NBA history. To this day, the image of Mutombo, cradling the basketball and laughing joyously after that victory, remains etched in the memories of fans, symbolizing a pinnacle of bliss for both him and the Nuggets. However, following that triumph, the Nuggets struggled, failing to exceed a .500 win rate in subsequent seasons, descending into the depths of mediocrity. Just as the basketball world began to forget about them, a promising rookie ignited a transformative chemistry within the team, leading to a remarkable resurgence last season. The Nuggets, returning to the playoffs for the first time in 8 years, faced the formidable Minnesota Timberwolves, a team boasting 3 star players. Contrary to predictions of a lopsided defeat, the Nuggets fought valiantly, even securing a resounding victory in their third matchup, winning 107-86. Although they ultimately succumbed to a 4-1 series loss. Nevertheless, last season was undoubtedly a season of hope for the Nuggets, as their youthful vigor and confidence in the face of the Timberwolves inspired belief in a brighter future. Unlike the defensive era heralded by the towering Mutombo, last season's Nuggets thrived on offensive prowess, averaging 97 points per game, ranking them 5th in the league. Under the meticulous orchestration of point guard Andre Miller, the Nuggets exhibited a potent capability in both fast breaks and half-court sets, finishing 9th in total assists. Coach George Karl, previously a figure shrouded in obscurity, underwent a remarkable transformation alongside his team, rising from a dismal 17 wins and 65 losses 2 seasons prior to a commendable 43 wins and 39 losses last season. His impressive turnaround earned him recognition as a leading candidate for Coach of the Year, although the accolade ultimately went to the venerable Mike Brown. Nonetheless, Karl's coaching acumen garnered widespread respect. A review of Karl's coaching tenure reveals few standout moments, with his most significant experience stemming from 6 years as an assistant coach under the esteemed Pat Riley with the Miami Heat from 1995 to 2001. This period profoundly influenced Karl's coaching philosophy, enabling him to dramatically reshape the Nuggets. Strictly speaking, last season's Nuggets roster lacked the allure of true luxury, yet Karl adeptly maximized the strengths of each player, employing a relentless rotation that ensured equitable playing time and unlocked individual potential while mitigating fatigue among starters, thus maintaining high shooting percentages and scoring outputs. This strategic approach led to groundbreaking success for the Nuggets last season, yet all past glories have now faded, as the new season demands nothing less than triumph, particularly with the addition of the first overall pick, Kenyon Martin, elevating expectations for the team. Today's Nuggets possess an abundance of offensive talent, from the former second overall pick Marcus Camby to the current third overall pick, Carmelo Anthony. Complemented by the newly crowned three-point king, Kawhi Leonard, and the diminutive yet formidable Boykins, the Nuggets need not fret over their offensive strategies, as Anthony seamlessly bridges the interior and perimeter. However, their unceremonious defeat to the Timberwolves exposed a critical vulnerability, a pervasive weakness in defensive capabilities. Camby, often plagued by injuries, diminished the team's interior defensive impact, while Anthony's rookie status rendered him inexperienced on that end. Leonard and Boykins, despite their offensive strengths, became glaring liabilities defensively. Recognizing this deficiency, the Nuggets prioritized fortifying their defensive capabilities as a key objective this summer. In a bustling free agency period, they successfully acquired Kenyon Martin from the New Jersey Nets. Additionally, they secured Camby with a 6-year, $65 million contract, although the departures of players like John Barry and Chris Anderson, particularly veteran Barry, deprived the Nuggets of a reliable outside shooter. Overall, however, the team's overall strength has markedly improved. With Martin's arrival, the Nuggets' defensive prowess in the paint has been elevated, fulfilling the goal of strengthening their defensive capabilities. More importantly, the long-term contracts signed with key players ensure stability for the team in the coming years. With a bolstered roster, the Nuggets have set their sights on advancing to the second round of the playoffs. While they may not rival the likes of the Spurs, Kings, or Timberwolves, as the leaders of the Western Conference's second tier, the Nuggets possess the potential to ascend to greater heights this season, shedding their underdog status and solidifying their position as a formidable contender. In the face of this opponent, the Lakers seem to underestimate the challenge ahead, perhaps clinging to the illusion of being the invincible purple and gold dynasty of the previous season. It is only natural to feel a psychological edge over a team perceived as lesser. But is the Denver Nuggets truly an easy adversary to conquer? At the very least, Vujacic dares not to underestimate the situation. A glance at the current roster of the Denver Nuggets reveals that there are no apparent weaknesses among either the starters or the bench players across all positions. The addition of power forward Kenyon Martin, a former #1 draft pick, has infused the burgeoning Nuggets with much-needed experience, strength, tenacity, and a commendable leadership presence. Last season, Martin averaged 16, 7 points, 9, 5 rebounds, 1. 26 blocks, and 1. 46 steals per game for the Nets. His impressive statistics fulfill the Nuggets' pressing needs for rebounds and blocks. Despite being a celebrated #1 draft pick of the millennium, Martin has yet to evolve into a true superstar capable of commanding the league. His time in New Jersey has accelerated his development, with 2 finals appearances standing as his most valuable assets. However, Martin remains overshadowed by Jason Kidd, as long as Kidd's brilliant assists are a factor. No matter how fiercely Martin performs, he cannot escape the shadow of being Kidd's subordinate. Perhaps the resolute Martin has already made up his mind to unveil a brand new chapter in his professional career, aspiring to stand alongside Kidd as a superstar rather than merely being a subordinate to one. The financially invested Nuggets will undoubtedly revel in this transformation. The small forward Anthony, affectionately dubbed the Melon, possesses all the quintessential attributes of a superstar: versatile skills, an innate leadership quality, and even a youthful, handsome visage. Indeed, the freshly released NBA Live 2005 has aptly chosen Anthony as one of its cover stars, a testament to his burgeoning stardom. However, growth comes at a price, a truth that applies universally. From the day he joined the Nuggets, Anthony was destined to become the linchpin of the team, even with the addition of all-star Kenyon Martin. The confident, bordering on arrogant Anthony never doubts his position as the team leader. There is ample reason to believe that following an exhilarating rookie year, Anthony will dazzle fans with even more spectacular performances in the upcoming season. Point guard Andrew Miller, the unassuming yet effective star, will continue to serve as the engine of the Nuggets' backcourt. Kenyon Martin's arrival has endowed him with the means to vie for the title of assist leader. His task is to elevate the ball as high as possible while minimizing his own shot attempts. Embodying the role of a traditional playmaker, this is how Miller can best assist the Nuggets. Shooting guard Leonard, the all-star three-point champion, will unleash his consistent and powerful perimeter shooting under the robust interior protection of the Nuggets in the new season. Of course, the departure of veteran John Barry compels Leonard to shoulder a greater burden as an outside scoring threat. Nevertheless, with 9 years of NBA experience, Leonard is poised to lend critical support to the Nuggets in pivotal moments. Center Camby's successful re-signing represents a significant gamble for the Nuggets in the new season. As long as Camby maintains his health, he can erect a formidable defensive wall within the paint, while also securing additional rebounds and points. The starting 5 is nothing short of luxurious, and the bench is equally star-studded, leaving the proud Lakers feeling utterly ashamed in comparison. Boykins, the second shortest player in NBA history, will continue to sprint and score relentlessly in the new season. Fans delight in witnessing his ability to score against towering opponents, enhancing the Nuggets' entertainment value. The role of the best sixth man is undoubtedly suited to Boykins within the Nuggets' ranks. Nene, the Brazilian giant, need not lament the loss of his starting position. His primary focus should be on providing greater support to Kenyon Martin and Camby. The formidable interior trio of Nene, Martin, and Camby stands its ground even amidst the robust competition of the Western Conference. Others, such as Elson, White, and Skeeta, also possess notable talents that warrant anticipation. Vujacic found it incomprehensible that such a formidable opponent could lead the Lakers players to exhibit such arrogance. Observing their demeanor throughout the journey, laughing and joking casually on the plane, it hardly resembled the attitude of competitors preparing for a match. It was as if they were merely embarking on a leisurely day trip to Denver. Take that. Sasha Vujacic raised his head and saw Butler approaching, holding 2 glasses of red wine, immediately furrowing his brow. Kalen, we have a game tonight. Are you drinking at this hour? Butler, unfazed, replied, It's fine. This is a Lakers tradition. I just heard from the Ukrainian that a little red wine before the game can enhance blood circulation and help us get into the right mindset more swiftly. What kind of reasoning is that? Wu thought. Fine. NBA players have a high tolerance. Drinking a glass of red wine shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps it could even aid in blood circulation and help us get focused more quickly, but the real issue lies in the attitude. We have a match tonight against a formidable opponent. Drinking at this moment clearly indicates a lack of seriousness. Does Jackson truly believe that after defeating the Trail Blazers and the Clippers, a team destined to falter 2/3 into the season, the Lakers are invincible, able to relax and enjoy a time of peace? Vujacic's thoughts truly misrepresent Jackson. He harbors no desire for such a scenario. He is acutely aware of the formidable nature of their adversary, the Denver Nuggets. However, the crux of the matter lies in his aversion to allowing his players to become inexplicably anxious before the commencement of the game. Take your drink and leave. Karen, don't say I didn't warn you. Your opponent today is none other than Carmelo Anthony. Be wary of him embarrassing you. Butler was taken aback. Yet internally, he dismissed the concern. Since Vujacic's warning fell on deaf ears, he resolved to confide in others instead. Chapter 44. Should one rejoice? Rejoice? Or rejoice? The Lakers' excessive relaxation left Vujacic in a state of profound frustration. While he recognized the necessity of easing his players' tension prior to the game, the manner in which they chose to unwind was far from appropriate. The prowess of the Denver Nuggets was undeniably on par with, if not superior to, that of the Lakers. Such overindulgence would undoubtedly lead to repercussions on the court. That day, the Lakers arrived in Denver and promptly boarded a bus to the Nuggets' home arena, the Pepsi Center. After an hour and a half of warm-up, the Lakers continued their banter and laughter, basking in a carefree atmosphere, which only served to ignite Vujacic's ire. Had he been the team leader, he would have already resorted to reprimanding them. In a previous life while playing in the CBA, there was a season when his team held 3 championship points in the finals. However, due to his teammates' excessive complacency, they allowed the opposing team to rally back and equalize the series at 3-3. Following the conclusion of the 6th game, an infuriated Vujacic vented his frustrations by physically confronting several teammates who had failed to exert themselves during the match. Ultimately, in the 7th game, his team triumphed magnificently, clinching the championship, though the current circumstances differ, as they are merely on the brink of a regular season game. Witnessing the demeanor of his Lakers teammates made Vujacic's fists itch with the desire to act. What on earth is Kobe Bryant doing? Vujacic believed that at this moment, as the leader of the team, Kobe should rise to the occasion to bolster the spirits of his teammates and deliver a wake-up call to those who had become overly complacent. However, to his dismay, Kobe remained indifferent, solely focused on his own warm-up, seemingly detached from the situation. A dead man flies towards the heavens, while a living one endures for eternity. What concern is it of mine? In a fit of frustration, Vujacic decided to disregard everything, showing no interest in the game. He promptly left the court and retreated to the locker room. Vujacic remained oblivious to the fact that his performance was meticulously observed by both head coach Jackson and assistant coach Brian Shaw. It appeared that this rookie possessed a clarity of mind surpassing that of most. Jackson's sentiment was genuinely heartfelt. Meanwhile, Brian Shaw, burdened with concern, understood his pivotal role within Jackson's coaching staff involved analyzing the opponents, and he was acutely aware that the Nuggets were no trivial adversary. "Phil, are you not inclined to say anything?" Jackson lamented internally, grappling with his own unspoken dilemmas. In this precarious situation, speaking up could only serve to heighten the players' anxiety, potentially undermining the team's confidence should they falter in the upcoming match. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Those youngsters ought to learn a lesson. Otherwise, they shall remain insufferably arrogant." As the warm-up concluded and the team reconvened in the locker room, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into chaos the moment they entered. Laughter and playful banter filled the air, while the oblivious Odom whimsically showcased an Indian dance, gyrating his hips with abandon. Despite having his eyes closed and headphones on, Vujacic was acutely aware of everything happening around him. The veins on his forehead were on the verge of bursting. At that moment, his phone rang, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Prior to the last game against the Clippers, Avril had called him, and once Butler discovered it, the news spread throughout the entire team. Could it be Avril again? A punk princess, an American sweetheart, Vujacic was indeed the object of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Vujacic picked up his phone, and his expression immediately became unnatural. It was not Avril, it was Hilary Duff. The two had exchanged phone numbers at the nightclub that night, and after parting ways, they had not been in contact for 2 consecutive days. Vujacic thought that matter had come to a close, never expecting that Hilary Duff would call at this moment. Holding the phone, he swiftly exited the dressing room, only to be met with a chorus of hisses from behind. "Shut up," he exclaimed, irritated. "Hello, it's me." Before he could finish, Hilary's voice came through, laced with indignation. "You scoundrel. How dare you not call me for 2 whole days? You be quiet." Vujacic was already seething. Under normal circumstances, if he felt guilty for something he had done wrong, he might have tolerated it. However, at that moment, provoked by his rowdy teammates, he had no patience for the melodrama of a spoiled princess like Hilary Duff. "Listen here. You foolish woman. I owe you nothing. What transpired that night was mutual consent, and if you seek someone to indulge your whims, it certainly should not be me." Caught off guard by Vujacic's abrupt retort, Hillary was momentarily speechless, her anger rising. After all, she was Hillary Duff, the quintessential American sweetheart, an idol in the eyes of countless men. How could she endure being called a foolish woman? You scoundrel! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I have never encountered anyone so lacking in grace. Hillary's voice trembled as she spoke, revealing the vulnerability of someone accustomed to being cherished and never having faced such indignity. Upon hearing the sound of sobbing, Vujacic regained his composure, realizing he had spoken excessively and feeling a twinge of embarrassment. I sincerely apologize, Hillary. I am currently in a rather dismal mood. Before Vujacic could finish his sentence, a furious outburst erupted from Hillary Duff. If you're feeling down, why don't you just bang your head against the wall, you fool? This matter will certainly not be forgotten. Brace yourself for the grand gift I shall bestow upon you. Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone followed, indicating that Hillary Duff had already hung up the phone. A grand gift? What could it possibly be? Wojciech's confusion deepened as a burly man, seemingly a staff member of the venue, passed by him, casting a glance imbued with ambiguity. Vujacic was utterly disgusted as he grasped the arm of the burly man beside him, exclaiming, "Hey there, what on earth is happening?" Though the man was robust in stature, he felt dwarfed by Vujacic, a professional basketball player. Sensing the pressure, he refrained from smiling and gestured towards the court outside the player tunnel, saying, "I truly envy you. My friend, Avril and Hillary Duff are both your fans." What? Vujacic was momentarily taken aback, releasing the imposing figure beside him, and hastily made his way to the exit of the player tunnel, stealthily peering outside. To his astonishment, he found himself frozen in disbelief. On either side of the court, seated in the front row, were Avril Lavigne and Hillary Duff. What perplexed Vujacic the most was the sight of both women clad in his Lakers jersey, number 18. What exactly were these two eccentric women planning? Wasn't Avril supposed to be promoting her new album in Japan? How had she suddenly appeared in Denver? And Hillary Duff? What was she doing here in my jersey? Previously at the Staples Center, Avril had infamously given Jackson the finger for Vujacic's sake, leading to rampant media speculation about their relationship. However, neither party had ever acknowledged the rumors, and the paparazzi had subsequently found no substantial evidence, causing the gossip to dissipate. Now, not only had Avril arrived, but Hillary had joined her as well. It was as if they had conspired together, donning his jersey for what reason? This was the home court of the Denver Nuggets. Were they not fearful of being overwhelmed by the fervent home crowd? How I envy you, Sasha. A voice pierced through his thoughts, accompanied by a large hand resting on his shoulder. Turning to see Butler, who gazed at Hillary with a look of earnest admiration, Vujacic felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him. What brings you here? Butler shrugged, sensing the hostility in Vujacic's tone and wisely refraining from provoking the volatile player. The coach has arrived. I came to fetch you back. Vujacic remained silent, turning away to depart, while Butler followed closely behind, chuckling and murmuring, "Hey, Sasha, you must be feeling utterly elated right now, am I right? Two stunning beauties. Your luck is simply extraordinary." Vujacic was truly at the brink of despair, contemplating the wall with a sense of frustration. In times past, he would have reveled in such circumstances, perhaps even boasting about them. The nature of male rivalry often hinges on the allure one holds over women, yet in this predicament, he found himself questioning whether he should feel joy or melancholy. Others, like Mr. Karen Butler, believed he ought to be elated. Indeed, Butler was consumed by jealousy, his heart tormented by the thought of his goddess, Hillary Duff, a figure he could only admire from afar. However, the current reality was that his goddess had entangled herself with Vujacic in a manner that left Butler in a state of disarray. Vujacic, however, could not muster any joy. He had once thought that Western women were more liberated, more indifferent to such matters, but he discovered that once entangled, it was far more challenging to extricate oneself. Butler continued to prattle on, his admiration for Vujacic overflowing like a relentless flood. Silence. Karen, please, quiet down. Vujacic finally erupted, unable to endure Butler's incessant chatter any longer. Butler, with a mischievous grin, quickly raised his hand. All right. As you wish, my friend. Upon returning to the locker room, Jackson noticed everyone had gathered and began to rally the team with a pregame speech. The Zen master's words were profoundly impactful, filled with an inspiring fervor. Vujacic could sense that Jackson was not as composed as he appeared. After all, he was a seasoned coach, fully aware of the current circumstances. The Lakers, at present, resembled a deflated phoenix, far inferior to a mere chicken, awaiting someone to strip away their vibrant plumage, exposing their true nature. Only then would everyone truly understand their identity. All right, that's that, gentlemen. I must remind you once more, every game from now on is a test for you. Do not overestimate yourselves or underestimate your opponents. Otherwise, beware of stumbling. Upon finishing, Jackson clapped his hands, prompting all the players to instinctively rise and rush out of the locker room with fervor. In the player tunnel, Kobe gathered everyone once again. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge the Lakers' current predicament, he understood the challenges that lay ahead. Listen up, guys. This game is crucial for us. You all know that many are waiting to see us falter, eager for us to make mistakes. Upon hearing the words, Vujacic's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Is someone watching you for amusement? Perhaps that plump shark. Kobe's subsequent remarks went largely unheard by Vujacic, who was preoccupied with his own considerable troubles. In the unfortunate event that those two women were to engage in a public altercation, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. As he made his entrance, standing beside the exit as was customary, Vujacic felt the weight of countless gazes converging upon him. However, he felt no sense of pride in being the center of attention. Instead, all that remained was discomfort. A target as conspicuous as Vujacic was easily spotted, and Avril was the first to notice him. She was perplexed, having just concluded her promotional activities in Japan and returned to the United States, only to find herself in Denver to watch Vujacic's game. Avril could not fathom why she felt such eagerness to see him, perhaps due to the scarcity of close friends in America. She cherished the rare opportunity to connect with someone relatable. The previous day, after a phone call that ended on a sour note, she had resolved to ignore Vujacic. Yet, upon returning to the States, she found herself irresistibly drawn to meet him, almost as if guided by fate to Denver. Moments ago, she had discovered her nemesis, Hilary Duff, was also present, and to add insult to injury, she was clad in Vujacic's number 18 jersey. A sudden wave of apprehension washed over Avril, her gaze fixated on Vujacic, occasionally darting towards Hilary Duff. To her dismay, she turned to find Hilary also gazing at Vujacic, her eyes betraying an unmistakable infatuation. Sensing Avril's scrutiny, Hilary met her gaze defiantly, a clear challenge evident in her expression. Damn it! Avril felt an impulse to rise, which nearly sent Vujacic into a frenzy as his eyes flitted nervously between the two women. With the game about to commence, a confrontation between them would surely create a delightful uproar. Fortunately, Avril was not a woman devoid of composure. After a brief moment of impulsiveness, she reined in her emotions, casting a fierce glare at Hilary, who retaliated with equal ferocity. Their eyes clashed above the court, sparking a fierce exchange, igniting a flurry of tension. Chapter 45. The Arena of the Black Mamba. As Vujacic settled onto the bench, he immediately adopted a posture of calmness, eyes focused, breath steady, imperturbable as a mountain. Though the game had yet to begin, his complete attention was already fixated on the court. For a fleeting moment, he truly wished he could simply vanish. What torment was this, to be an unwitting pawn in the competition between two women? No matter how high Vujacic's self-esteem soared, he could hardly consider himself a romantic icon worthy of such rivalry. Ultimately, it is evident that these two women, having indulged themselves to excess, found themselves with nothing better to do than to court disaster in this place. The concerns of others regarding Vujacic's troubles were of little consequence as the time arrived. The match commenced, and the referee tossed the basketball into the air. Divac and Kenyon Martin leapt into action. In his youth, Divac was a player known for his finesse, but he found himself outmatched in athletic prowess by the physically dominating Kenyon Martin, even as he hovered just a few inches off the ground. It served merely to illustrate that the Lakers were indeed a quintet on the court. He was not alone in this struggle, not at all. With a resounding snap, the basketball landed in Andrew Miller's hands, and the Nuggets initiated their offensive play. Martin and Camby, formidable in their muscularity, wreaked havoc beneath the basket, while Anthony and Leonard darted about with precision. To say the least, in terms of physical comparison, the Lakers were decidedly at a disadvantage. The aging and frail interior defense had scarcely managed to establish itself before being overwhelmed and forced out of position. Kobe and Butler were preoccupied with their respective opponents, leaving little room for interior support. As the game began, Vujacic's attention shifted away from the two women and became wholly absorbed in the unfolding contest. It is difficult to articulate, but the Lakers projected an oddly lethargic aura to Vujacic. Andrew Miller, facing his adversary Atkins, exuded a calm demeanor. His style of play was unpretentious and devoid of any ostentation, yet exceedingly effective. Camby suddenly pulled to the perimeter to set a screen for Anthony. Divac was a moment too late to respond, allowing Anthony to slip past Kobe. In that instant, Miller's pass arrived, and without hesitation, Anthony caught the ball and released a shot that swished through the net. 2 points secured. After scoring the first basket of the game, Anthony glanced at the approaching Kobe and provocatively lifted his chin, as if to say, "Your turn is next." Witnessing this exchange, Vujacic felt a twinge of sympathy for the impetuous sophomore. Provoking Kobe was no small feat, under normal circumstances. Kobe was already one of the most formidable scorers in the league, and once unleashed, he was nearly unstoppable. Sure enough, as the Lakers mounted their offense across half-court, Kobe took possession of the ball, and Anthony swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Kobe's gaze was icy, his lips tightly pressed together. He had always been a man of few words, particularly during a game, entirely devoid of trash talk. Odom attempted to step in for a screen, but was repelled by the fierce intensity in Kobe's eyes. Even Anthony, meeting Kobe's penetrating stare, felt a shiver. He was still just a sophomore, far from reaching the level of the league's most versatile small forwards. Suddenly, Kobe made his move, lunging forward with a powerful stride, lowering his body to shield the ball. And with just a couple of steps, he penetrated the free throw area. Anthony could only retreat, his own speed commendable and his height advantageous. Yet he was evidently unprepared to thwart Kobe. A sudden stop, a jump shot, and the ball found its mark. Upon landing, Kobe cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Anthony, casually shaking his hand as if to dismiss him. "You still have a long way to go, young man." Upon witnessing this, Vujacic couldn't help but chuckle. This is precisely how it should be. The leader of a team must confront the provocations of the opposing star player. If one does not dare to retaliate, it is indeed quite pitiful. Remain composed, Carmelo. Our adversary today is not merely Kobe. Andrew Miller approached, whispering a reminder. Anthony nodded, though whether he truly absorbed the advice remains uncertain. As the Nuggets initiated their offensive play, the moment the ball crossed half-court, Anthony raised his hand, demanding the ball. Miller promptly delivered it. Despite urging Anthony to remain calm, he understood that Anthony was the face of the team. Other matters could be disregarded, but not the team's reputation. With one hand gripping the ball, Anthony faced the poised Kobe. "Let us compete, Bryant." Kobe smirked, his voice icy. "Kid, you lack the heft." A flicker of anger flashed in Anthony's eyes as he dribbled, his left side colliding with Kobe's. In terms of strength, Anthony clearly held the upper hand. Kobe's right arm was raised to block, but he swiftly stepped forward with his left foot, attempting to steal the ball. His movements were remarkably quick. Yet Anthony seemed to have anticipated this. Pivoting on his left foot, he evaded Kobe and surged towards the basket. Martin and Camby, in perfect synchrony, cleared Odom and Divac from the path, facilitating a clear route for Anthony. With no defenders present, Anthony clasped the ball with one hand and leaped, poised to dunk. At that moment, however, Kobe pounced from behind, both players leaping almost simultaneously. Anthony had underestimated Kobe's determination. His sole focus was on the hoop, leaving him defenseless against the impending challenge from behind. With a resounding slap, the basketball was sent flying out of bounds, and Anthony lost his balance, landing awkwardly amidst the cluster of journalists behind the hoop, causing chaos to ensue. "Foul! Foul!" Nuggets coach Bzdelik rushed to the scorer's table, vehemently clapping his hands, signaling that Kobe had committed a foul. "This is indeed a foul." Bzdelik appeared highly agitated, yet the referees showed no response, merely instructing the Nuggets to expedite their sideline throw-in. "Kid, you still have a long way to go." Kobe approached the seated Anthony, who was seething with indignation, his eyes cold enough to freeze. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kenyon Martin interjected, stepping in front of Kobe. Unfazed, Kobe let out a cold laugh and turned away. Sitting on the bench, Vujacic contemplated a thought. If he were to part ways with the Lakers, would he one day lead another team to challenge them and thereby earn the right to confront Kobe? Though reluctant to admit it, Vujacic could not ignore a harsh reality. As it stood, he was as unqualified to challenge Kobe as was Anthony. This realization filled him with a wave of despondency. Chapter 46. The fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. All who survive on the grand stage of the NBA possess ambition. And those with ambition dream of becoming the ultimate authority, much like the legendary Jordan, who was once the object of everyone's desire to challenge, to defeat, and to usurp his throne as the deity of basketball. Kobe now occupies a similar position in the aftermath of Jordan's era, during a time when superstars were scarce. Kobe emerged, showcasing remarkable performance and unparalleled one-on-one skills, swiftly establishing himself as the new preeminent figure in the NBA. Having ascended to such heights, he must inevitably face challenges from all directions. Today, Anthony finds himself in a comparable situation, one Kobe has encountered numerous times before. Though Anthony's attempt to challenge Kobe seemed to be swiftly quelled, would he concede defeat? No. The struggle was far from over. As the Nuggets prepared for an inbounds play, Andrew Miller maneuvered the ball into the paint. Just as Martin received the pass, Anthony called for the ball from the perimeter. Reluctantly, Martin complied, for he felt a sense of loyalty to his teammate. The ball was passed, and Anthony seized it, launching a three-point attempt. Thud. Camby snatched the rebound and, attempting a layup, found himself ensnared between Divac and Odom, necessitating a return of the ball to the perimeter. Anthony received it once more, advanced a step, and leapt for a shot. Thud. Again, he missed. Despite his fervent desire to showcase his prowess, it was evident that Kobe's earlier block had left an impression on his psyche. As a sophomore, Anthony's mental fortitude was still lacking. Reckless determination was not the answer in this moment. The rebound was claimed by Butler, leading to a fast break for the Lakers. Kobe, seizing the ball, surged down the court and executed a one-handed slam dunk. 4-2. The Nuggets' offense was once again funneled through Anthony, who, driving to the basket, managed a desperate shot that ricocheted off the rim twice. Martin, seizing the rebound, powered through Divac and delivered a two-handed dunk, successfully scoring. After the basket, Martin strode over to Anthony, draping an arm around his neck and whispering in his ear, "Kid, before you think of challenging the Black Mamba as the team's star, your foremost duty is to ensure victory." Though Martin's exterior may seem rugged, his years spent alongside Kid have endowed him with considerable basketball acumen, making it impossible for him to overlook Anthony's emotional impulsiveness. His departure from the Nets stemmed not only from a desire to break free from Kid's shadow and forge his own path, but also from his belief in the Nuggets' potential. NBA players possess aspirations that transcend mere financial gain. They yearn for glory and dream of hoisting the O'Brien Trophy. Anthony was momentarily taken aback, for he is indeed an astute individual who recognized that his recent behavior was quite uncharacteristic. "I understand now." The Lakers' offense unfolded, with Kobe attempting a three-point shot, only to be disrupted by Leonard, resulting in a miss. Camby seized the rebound, forcefully flinging it forward, allowing Andrew Miller to receive the ball and swiftly score with a layup. In the blink of an eye, the Nuggets had reversed the score, 6-4. Ultimately, the overall strength of the Lakers remains inadequate. Aside from Kobe, there exists no other consistent scoring option, particularly in the paint. Although Odom possesses commendable scoring ability, he finds himself unable to contend with the likes of muscular giants such as Martin and Camby beneath the basket. Butler is well-rounded, yet he requires someone to facilitate his playmaking. However, alongside Kobe, he can only assume a supporting role, lacking sufficient opportunity to showcase his prowess. Conversely, the Nuggets boast a reliable three-point shooter in Leonard on the perimeter, a formidable power forward in Martin down low, and the versatile Anthony, who is capable of both ball handling and outside shooting. Coupled with Miller's adept organization and Camby's rebounding prowess, they execute both offense and defense with remarkable ease. In their previous two games, the Nuggets triumphed over the Utah Jazz and the New York Knicks, scoring over 100 points while conceding less than 90. As they face the Los Angeles Lakers at the Pepsi Center, the Nuggets are eagerly anticipating a third consecutive victory. By relinquishing individual heroics, they have embraced a cohesive, team-oriented approach, swiftly gaining control of the game. While Kobe's isolation plays remain a formidable challenge, the harsh realities increasingly affirm that one individual cannot single-handedly oppose an entire team. The Nuggets, having lain dormant for years, are now emerging as a formidable force within the league, whereas the Lakers, in the aftermath of the dissolution of the Shaq-Kobe duo, find themselves akin to a fallen phoenix, diminished to the status of a mere chicken. Jackson, observing from the sidelines, bears a grave expression. The current predicament was well within his foresight. Even during the disbandment of the Shaq-Kobe alliance, he anticipated that the Lakers would endure a painful transitional phase, the duration of which remains uncertain. Had the Shaq-Kobe partnership persisted, defeating the Nuggets would have been a trivial matter, with only elite teams such as the Minnesota Timberwolves, Detroit Pistons, and San Antonio Spurs deemed worthy adversaries. However, that remains a hypothetical scenario. Presently, even the burgeoning Nuggets are capable of exerting dominance over them. Jackson had once urged Kobe to remain patient and bide his time, assuring him that, Being younger than O'Neal, the position of team leader would eventually be his. Yet, Kobe dismissed such counsel, perceiving the Shaq-Kobe partnership as an affront, overshadowing his contributions to the team. If their partnership were to endure, he believed he would have to assume a paternal role, with the hierarchy shifting to Shaquille Bryant. Yet, Jackson understood that this notion was mere folly. If O'Neal were to concede, he would cease to be the dominant force he is known as, and a humbled O'Neal would be of little value. The so-called Shaquille Bryant would, in essence, devolve into the S.B. duo. In truth, the Lakers possess a solution for their swift resurgence, one that resides within their very own ranks. Jackson's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the corner of the bench, where the focused figure of Vujacic was intently observing the game. It is this rookie. With decades of coaching experience, Jackson has a discerning eye for talent, and he is assured that Vujacic's future prospects are boundless. His remarkable performances in the previous 2 games were no mere flukes or extraordinary feats, but rather a genuine manifestation of the rookie's capabilities. Jackson found himself puzzled prior to the draft. He had scouted this Slovenian newcomer and noted only his diligent play and commendable attitude towards basketball, along with a decent shooting ability. Yet, why had Vujacic undergone a complete transformation post-draft, evolving from a late first-round pick to a contender for Rookie of the Year? Nevertheless, these details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that if Vujacic is willing to collaborate, the Lakers' revival is imminent. In Jackson's vision, Vujacic's optimal role would be that of the team's 6th man, alternating on the court with Kobe, unleashing a torrent of points, or forming a formidable backcourt duo reminiscent of the Pistons' Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars. However, the offensive prowess of Kobe and Vujacic's combination would surpass that, especially with the addition of a strong interior presence, resembling the iconic triangle of the Bulls dynasty. The question remains, is Vujacic willing to embrace the role of Pippen alongside Jordan? Despite limited interactions, Jackson is acutely aware that this ambitious young man from Slovenia is not content to remain in a supporting role on the court. Vujacic is unwilling, but what about Kobe? It seems even more improbable. Not only is it unlikely for Kobe to become Vujacic's assistant, but perhaps one day, when he realizes that Vujacic's standing within the Lakers is comparable to his own, he might dismiss Vujacic just as he did with Shaquille O'Neal. Although Kobe has long claimed, "I am who I am, and I do not wish to become Jordan," he undoubtedly yearns for the brilliance akin to that of Jordan and for his own kingdom. After parting ways with the Shark, Kobe finally seized an opportunity to forge his own empire. He trained diligently, aspiring to surpass Jordan's greatness. However, as Jackson predicted, he has yet to ascend to the divine status of a god. In fact, Kobe's current endeavors mirror those of Pippen in his day. During the season when the Great One departed from the Bulls, Pippen was content to assume the role of the team's core, leading them to an impressive record of 55 wins and 27 losses in the regular season, only to be swept in the second round of the playoffs, thereby halting the Bulls dynasty. Observing the current Lakers reveals a striking resemblance. Devoid of O'Neal, Kobe stands alone, a solitary pillar. Indeed, Kobe possesses remarkable individual prowess. Yet he is not Jordan, not at this point, at least. Without Jordan, Pippen was ambitious, and without O'Neal, Kobe harbors lofty aspirations. Pippen single-handedly led the Bulls to the second round of the playoffs, while Kobe may struggle to even secure a postseason berth for the Lakers. Without Jordan, Pippen showcased his limitations as the primary star, and without O'Neal, Kobe exhausts every ounce of his energy. Some might argue that without Pippen, Jordan would not have won championships. Jackson wholeheartedly agrees with this assertion. However, he contends that as long as Jordan and Pippen were together, Jordan was the unequivocal number one. This delineates the disparity. If Kobe and Jordan were on the same team, Kobe would merely be the second fiddle. Why is this so? Setting aside Jordan's intangible abilities to read and control the game, let us consider the statistic of shooting percentage. Jordan boasted a career shooting percentage exceeding 50, while Kobe's languished at 45, plummeting to 43 in the playoffs. Based solely on this metric, Kobe should graciously concede, time and again, that 5 difference in shooting accuracy determines dominance, irrespective of raw talent. Pippen's abilities were not inferior to Jordan's, yet it was Jordan's consistency that allowed Pippen to thrive. Similarly, while Kobe's capabilities may very well surpass Jordan's, the aspect of dominance is an entirely different matter. Lacking the commanding presence of Jordan, he cannot establish his own dynasty. Otherwise, he could have created a legacy akin to that of O'Neal or Duncan. Some might assert that they do not expect Kobe to wield Jordan-like dominance. as long as he delivers captivating performances. Yet the question remains, does Kobe himself share that sentiment? No. Kobe aspired to achieve what Jordan had accomplished in his prime, driven by an immense ambition. This raises a new dilemma. A player who cannot emulate Jordan yet refuses to accept the role of Pippen. When Kobe's aspirations and methods surpass his capabilities, it often results in discontent. Pippen once harbored similar ambitions, but ultimately subdued them, which contributed to the Bulls' illustrious success in the 1990s. As for Kobe, the Lakers dynasty met an early demise, significantly due to Kobe's insatiable desires spiraling out of control, leading to the disintegration of their reign. Currently, while Kobe's ambitions continue to swell, the unforgiving realm of the NBA only embraces teams of formidable unity. Unwilling to accept a player of Shaquille O'Neal's caliber, or even someone who could share in the accolades, Kobe finds himself in a precarious situation. If this trend persists, the latter half of his career may very well stagnate, potentially falling short of Pippen's achievements. Jordan is indeed great, yet not everyone can ascend to his heights. Pippen may not be Jordan, but that does not diminish his own greatness. As for Kobe, he is neither Jordan nor willing to settle for being Pippen. Similarly, Vujacic, who stands further from Jordan's legacy, embodies this sentiment. The NBA is rife with individualistic heroism, with many players harboring aspirations of leading their teams. However, when multiple players vie for leadership, it may incite healthy competition, yet over time it could jeopardize team cohesion, as exemplified by the power struggle within the OK duo, which caused upheaval in Los Angeles and ultimately led to their discord. In summary, while acquiring a multitude of players is feasible, finding a reliable second-in-command is a challenge. Jackson may currently exert his authority as head coach to rein in the rookie Vujacic, but what of the future? As Vujacic's ambition and desires expand beyond his control, parting ways becomes inevitable. Thus, Vujacic's sharp dagger may serve the Lakers for a time, but it cannot be wielded indefinitely unless they are willing to part with Kobe, a proposition that is undoubtedly implausible, as Kobe was the chosen star following the departure of Shaquille O'Neal. The game persists, with Kobe having already scored 12 points, yet the scoreboard reads 2013. Aside from a free throw from Odom, every field goal for the Lakers has been solely the work of Kobe. In contrast, the Nuggets boast a starting five where each player contributes to the score. This is the distinction. The Nuggets play as a cohesive unit, whereas the Lakers appear to be a one-man show, with the other four merely spectators. Phil, he does not have faith in his teammates. Suddenly, Brian Shaw remarked, and it was clear to everyone who he referred to. Kobe was not incapable of passing the ball, nor was he the solitary wolf that many imagined. Having entered the NBA in 1996, he once averaged a commendable 5.9 assists per season for a scoring player. Yet, his playing style had recently become exceedingly individualistic, as he was reluctant to share the ball. In the preceding 2 games, he had managed a mere 5 assists, all directed to Vujacic. Shaw was correct. Kobe harbored a profound distrust towards his teammates, a sentiment exacerbated by their dismal performances. When one's own display is akin to abysmal failure, how could one expect the team's star to value their contributions enough to pass the ball? Even if he did pass, what would it amount to? It would simply vanish into a bottomless pit. Rather than squander opportunities, it seemed more prudent for him to take matters into his own hands. At least he retained confidence in his abilities. However, Kobe overlooked a fundamental truth. Basketball is a game played by 5. No matter how formidable he may be. Even if he were a deity, he could not withstand the onslaught of 5 defenders. Bam! Kobe's shot missed, and his attempt to dominate the game alone resulted in severe fatigue and a significant drop in shooting percentage, which was unavoidable. Kenyon Martin secured the rebound. The Lakers' performance in protecting the boards was utterly inadequate today. Yet, this could not solely be attributed to them, as within the Nuggets, Martin, Camby, and even the Brazilian Nene on the bench were all rebounding juggernauts. It was sheer folly for the aging Divac and the soft Odom to think they could compete for rebounds against such muscular opponents. Fast break. The Nuggets' offense surged forward with remarkable speed, and they currently held the upper hand, riding a wave of momentum. It would be a tremendous waste not to capitalize on this opportunity. Andrew Miller and Anthony executed a brilliant alley-oop. Although Butler guarded the basket closely, he found himself outmatched by the duo, forced to stand symbolically beneath the hoop, hoping for some non-existent intimidation factor to manifest. Bang! Miller and Anthony's spectacular connection rendered Butler completely irrelevant. Meanwhile, among the other Lakers, only Kobe ventured inside the three-point line, The rest lingered near midcourt, having abandoned the chase. It was evident that the Lakers needed to address not only their roster issues but also the players' mentality. These self-important individuals had grown complacent. Jackson could no longer bear to watch and called a timeout. Although he knew the game would be challenging, their abject performance still surprised him. Seizing the moment while the players were away, Brian Shaw turned to Jackson and said, "Phil, stop hesitating. Some of these guys simply do not deserve to wear the Lakers jersey." Jackson was taken aback, yet he remained silent, only responding with a resolute nod. Brian Shaw is indeed correct. Some individuals ought to relinquish their positions. Chapter 47. Instant results. As the pause concluded, the Lakers swiftly substituted 3 of their starting players, leaving only Kobe and Atkins on the court, while Medvedenko, Mim, and Vujacic took their places. The Nuggets, however, retained their formidable starting 5, riding the wave of their current momentum. Vujacic was not in a hurry to make substitutions. Naturally, this was partly due to the Lakers' prior lackluster performance, which had instilled in him a sense of underestimation towards this once mighty adversary. Regarding the newly introduced Vujacic, Vujacic and his assistant had conducted some analysis beforehand, acknowledging that the rookie possessed commendable skills. Yet, a rookie is still a rookie, even if the Nuggets' current star, Anthony, shines bright. Who can forget that a rookie season can fluctuate from brilliance to utter mediocrity in an instant? To feel apprehensive over a newcomer would indeed be laughable. As the game resumed, the Lakers regained possession. Atkins dutifully advanced the ball past half-court and promptly passed it to Kobe, positioning himself at the three-point line. As Vujacic rushed towards Kobe the moment he received the ball, he positioned himself beside Anthony to set a screen. Kobe adeptly maneuvered around Anthony, only to collide with Leonard. This time, however, Kobe opted against a forceful approach. Noticing that Vujacic had already moved into the free-throw area, he promptly delivered a bounce pass. As Vujacic received the ball, Anthony was charging towards him, accompanied by Camby, who was also moving in for support. Vujacic feigned a shot, prompting Camby to leap into the air. However, at that precise moment, Vujacic retracted the ball and deftly passed it behind Camby to Mims, who scored with a layup. Jackson, observing the play, was momentarily dazzled. Had it been Kobe in that situation, he would have undoubtedly shot immediately, for while he would willingly pass to Vujacic, he would never trust Mims. Yet, Vujacic seized the opportunity to deliver the ball to the most advantageous scorer, aiding Mims in securing points. Witnessing this scene, Jackson felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that he was developing a preference for Vujacic in his heart. The score stood at 22-15. The Nuggets initiated their offense, but Anthony's shot missed the mark. Camby grabbed the rebound and passed to Leonard, who was unguarded beyond the three-point line. As Leonard caught the ball and prepared to shoot, he was astounded to see Vujacic, who had been 2 meters away moments ago, suddenly leaping to contest the shot. With a resounding slap, Vujacic blocked the ball, sending it soaring back towards the Nuggets' half of the court. Kobe sprinted forward, easily outpacing Anthony to secure the basketball. He raced down the court, leaping into the air, while Anthony also took flight behind him, his hand hovering above Kobe's head. Sensing the impending danger, Kobe pulled the ball back to his chest, executing a deft pivot to evade Anthony's block, successfully scoring with a layup. The score now read 22-17. Even in the midst of defense, Kobe did not forget to share a celebratory high-five with Vujacic. It was only at this moment that a glimmer of vitality returned to Kobe's gaze. The presence of a trustworthy teammate brought him considerable comfort, although Kobe firmly believed that he could prevail even in isolation. The prospect of having someone to alleviate the burden was indeed a welcome relief. After the Lakers had relentlessly closed the gap by 4 points, the Nuggets appeared somewhat anxious. Before Martin could establish his position, Anthony attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter, but it missed its mark. Despite Camby's fierce determination, he struggled against the double team from Mim and Medvedenko. The ball fell, only to be deftly tipped away by the Ukrainian Medvedenko, landing perfectly in Vujacic's hands. Vujacic held a favorable impression of this Ukrainian player. Although he was not widely recognized, Medvedenko had quietly served the Lakers for 5 seasons. Lacking in physical strength, he nevertheless possessed the unique soft touch characteristic of European big men, distinguishing himself as an exceptional shooter among his peers. His shooting range extended just beyond the three-point line, and he displayed speed during fast breaks, with remarkable stability in his jump shots. After matching up against taller opponents, he could utilize his ball-handling skills and agility to evade defenders, excelling in positioning during fast breaks. However, His style of play leaned towards the softer side, with infrequent aggressive scoring under the basket, limited physicality, and a defense that could be described as virtually non-existent. Vujacic harbors a particular fondness for the Ukrainian giant due to his remarkable competitive spirit. Last season, he exhibited this tenacity by contending fiercely with the formidable Rasheed Wallace during the finals, demonstrating an unwavering presence even against such a fierce opponent. Medvedenko's interior partner, Mims, embodies a similar archetype. His offensive repertoire beneath the basket is rather limited, primarily relying on a soft hook shot or dunks, rarely showcasing moves like post spins or step-throughs. Instead, he prefers to resolve challenges with mid-range jumpers. On the defensive front, Mims currently faces significant challenges. Despite his commendable enthusiasm in defense, his foot speed is rather average, and his defensive technique does not stand out. Consequently, he often finds himself entangled in foul troubles. While he may appear highly engaged defensively, he is equally susceptible to quickly being sidelined, which considerably impacts his playing time. Within the center position, Mims can at best be regarded as a role player, as his offensive capabilities are limited, compounded by a lackluster playmaking ability. Thus, he primarily engages in the more laborious tasks of defense and rebounding. Nevertheless, Mims excels in positioning for defensive rebounds, consistently securing boards within his range, and shows commendable enthusiasm for grabbing offensive rebounds. However, his physical limitations restrict him from achieving even more. Like Medvedenko, Mims approaches the game with a serious demeanor, which undoubtedly contributes to Vujacic's appreciation for these two relatively modest role players. After securing a rebound, the Lakers swiftly initiated a fast break. However, the Nuggets responded with equal alacrity, as Anthony made his way to the basket, while Leonard and Andrew Miller positioned themselves at the perimeter, forcing the fast break to transition into a half-court offense. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Vujacic refrained from holding onto the ball. After passing it to Kobe, he maneuvered to the left corner beyond the three-point line, preparing to receive a return. Kobe, in possession, faced off against Anthony, a duel they had engaged in numerous times prior to this match, with Kobe generally prevailing, though Anthony had not been vanquished. Testing the waters momentarily, Kobe suddenly accelerated, launching a vigorous drive towards the basket. Anthony, positioning himself strategically, retreated repeatedly, attempting to force Kobe towards the sidelines, thereby denying him a clear path to the hoop. Leonard, abandoning his defense of Vujacic, rushed over to double-team Kobe, perhaps believing that under such circumstances, Kobe would be unlikely to pass. However, exceptions do exist. Kobe held little faith in his less capable teammates, yet Vujacic, having earned his respect, was a different matter altogether. After drawing the defender's attention, Kobe swiftly released the ball into Vujacic's hands. A three-point shot. It found its mark. 22-20. In an instant, the scoring gap between the two teams had dwindled to a mere 2 points. Well done. Now, Vujacic could no longer underestimate Vujacic. He recognized that this rookie was devoid of the typical impulsiveness associated with newcomers. Instead, he exhibited remarkable composure, maintaining a clear mindset throughout the game. Should Vujacic and Kobe gather momentum together, it could indeed spell trouble. Although teams reliant on backcourt combinations had proven less formidable, primarily because they depended on perimeter shooting for scoring without guaranteed rebounds, making them vulnerable if one player's performance faltered, Vujacic dared not take chances. The current situation for the Nuggets had been hard won, and he could not afford to be complacent. A timeout was called to reorganize and disrupt the Lakers' recently regained offensive rhythm. Upon returning to the bench, just as he was about to sit down, he felt a tug from Kobe, who positioned himself beside him. Vujacic was taken aback, offering no immediate response. Jackson, having observed the exchange, recognized it as a signal from Kobe, indicating that Vujacic had become a trusted ally. Reflecting on this, Jackson could not help but smile ruefully. Kobe remained somewhat naive, having yet to endure significant setbacks, leaving him with a limited perspective on certain matters. Will Vujacic willingly remain in the shadows of his mentor for a lifetime? It seems that he can only take one step at a time, at least for the moment. Vujacic still holds value for the Lakers, so it is prudent to extract every ounce of potential from him before his youthful ambition and desire consume him entirely. As the timeout concludes and the game resumes, the Nuggets make a substitution, bringing in the Brazilian Nene to replace the ailing Camby, whose numerous injuries have left him at a significant physical disadvantage. As for Leonard, he failed to demonstrate his worth during his time on the court, and was subsequently replaced by the veteran Byron Russell. As the Nuggets advanced their offense, Vujacic finds himself tasked with guarding Russell. The moment he draws near, Russell's brash taunts begin to flow. "Rookie, are you ready? Ready to be utterly crushed by me? You think you are invincible? That was merely the inept Leonard guarding you. If it were me, you would be doomed. I truly pity you. This is only your third NBA regular season game, and already you are destined to carry an unforgettable shadow for the rest of your life." Taking advantage of an opportunity to defend, Vujacic delivered a fierce elbow strike to Russell's ribs, nearly inflicting internal injuries upon the veteran. Despite being from a different era, Vujacic had heard of Byron Russell, a player whose career was marked by mediocrity. Save for a brief period of prominence with the Cavaliers and an appearance in the 1994 All-Star Game, his notoriety stemmed solely from his audacious challenge to the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. The animosity between Russell and Jordan began during the 1993 to 1994 season, when a young and brash Russell, fresh in the league, confronted a retired Jordan, who was then indulging in a minor baseball league with no intentions of returning to basketball. In a moment of foolish bravado, Russell disdainfully remarked, "Why did you retire?" "Because you know I can guard you. If I see you donning those shorts again, I will annihilate you." Jordan vividly recalled this encounter, and a year later, with his famous proclamation, "I'm back," he faced off against Russell in the NBA Finals while adorned in a Jazz uniform. The ensuing events are etched in the memories of basketball enthusiasts. Russell's infamous fall during the 1998 Finals became eternally linked with Jordan's legacy, as the latter secured his sixth championship ring, forever memorialized in history. Tragically, Byron Russell remains permanently inscribed on the NBA's list of foolish players, a disgrace that he cannot erase. Had Russell exhibited a modicum of humility, perhaps he would not have been ridiculed. For losing to a basketball legend is hardly a source of shame. Yet, while others may exhibit fleeting foolishness, Russell's folly persisted throughout his career. As Michael Jordan established his second Bulls dynasty, garnering widespread admiration once again, another challenger emerged, declaring, "Whenever you're ready, I will don my jersey and await you at any location." However, this time, Jordan chose to dismiss him entirely. Vujacic never anticipated he would have the opportunity to encounter such an intriguing character. However, now that their paths have crossed, Russell's foolish antics have resurfaced. And if he doesn't receive a stern reprimand, it would only embolden his audacity further. Martin attempted a forceful drive to the basket, but missed. Nene seized the rebound and went up again, only to be met with a sharp slap to his hand from Vujacic, prompting the referee's whistle, an indisputable foul. It mattered little to Vujacic. His free throw technique was rather lacking. As expected, he missed the first shot, and the second bounced off the rim several times before being seized by Mims. With the momentum shifted, Kobe received the pass and was poised to create space for his teammates to facilitate a one-on-one against Anthony, only to notice Vujacic raising his hand for the ball. The other Lakers players on the court were utterly astonished, believing Vujacic had lost his mind. Typically, during every offensive play, their role was to incessantly reposition themselves, awaiting the moment when Kobe, in a generous mood, would pass the ball. Though there had been instances of requesting the ball, responses were exceedingly rare. Yet, to their surprise, Kobe hesitated only briefly before delivering the pass, even maneuvering to create an opportunity for Vujacic to engage in a one-on-one against Russell. As Vujacic received the ball, he collided with the vigilant Russell, whose incessant bravado knew no respite. "Come on, rookie. I'm going to trample you and show you that the NBA is no place for a little sprout like you. Step up. Let us see what you're made of." Russell's rapid-fire taunts were met with indifference from Vujacic, who seized the opportunity to drive forward. Instinctively, Russell took a step back, preparing for Vujacic's advance. However, just as Russell regained his footing, he could only watch in despair as Vujacic leaped before him and released a three-pointer. Swish. 23-22. The Lakers had taken a one-point lead with nearly 40 seconds remaining in the first half. After sinking the shot, Vujacic glanced at the bewildered Russell, an expression of unfulfilled delight on his face. "What a pity I didn't completely shake you off." The color drained from Russell's face, morphing into a deep shade of purple as memories of being outmaneuvered by Jordan in the finals resurfaced, a humiliation that would forever haunt him. "Kid, you've really ignited my fury." Russell seethed through clenched teeth, only to find Vujacic dismissively turning away. The Nuggets coach, Bzdelik, was utterly astonished by Vujacic's performance. A rookie who had been on the court for less than 3 minutes had already contributed 5 points, 1 block, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. single-handedly reversing a 9-point deficit and leading his team to reclaim the advantage. Was this truly a rookie? Even the legendary Michael Jordan had not displayed such consistent prowess in his debut season. As for Anthony, last season's rookie phase had seen him fluctuate dramatically, sometimes delivering all-star caliber performances while at other times playing dismally. Jackson remained composed, yet internally he was engulfed by tumultuous waves. He had anticipated that Vujacic's performance would be restricted against the formidable Nuggets, but to his surprise, the rookie continued to shine. Even in the presence of superstars like Kobe and rising stars like Anthony, Vujacic's brilliance could not be eclipsed. Most importantly, this was the third time Vujacic had made a striking impact every time he took the court. If he continued with such fervor, how long could he be contained? Perhaps Shaw was right. One could not regard Vujacic merely as a rookie. After all, there is a saying, gold will shine at any moment. Now Jackson finds himself in a quandary. Continuing to suppress Vujacic would undoubtedly provoke the ire of this super rookie, leading him to demand his departure without any external influence. Conversely, if he refrains from restraint and allows Vujacic opportunities, over time the young player is likely to grow discontented with his role within the team. Should such dissatisfaction erupt, it could plunge the Lakers into chaos. This is the first time Jackson has encountered a rookie so perplexing. Every approach seems fraught with complications. It appears that the more Vujacic excels, the closer he edges toward leaving the Lakers. It seems the time has come to make some preparations. Chapter 48, The Showdown with Melo. Suddenly, the Pepsi Center erupted in a chorus of cheers, as the majority of fans in the stands had long since abandoned their seats. The game was fiercely contested, igniting the fervor of the spectators. On the court, the Lakers were executing an inbounds play. Vujacic advanced the ball while the Nuggets players were fully positioned, and the Lakers formed an attacking formation, charging towards the Nuggets' half of the court. At this moment, the game had reached the 8th minute of the third quarter, with a score of 82-80, leaving the Lakers trailing by 2 points. Just prior, Anthony had received the ball beyond the arc, and with a swift release, he sank a three-pointer, once again seizing the lead. Upon the entry of Vujacic in the first quarter, the Lakers commenced a counterattack, establishing a significant lead that they managed to maintain until the conclusion of the second quarter. However, as the game transitioned into the third quarter, the backcourt duo of the Lakers, who had previously excelled, began to reveal certain vulnerabilities, as anticipated. Even the legendary Michael Jordan cannot guarantee a perfect shooting percentage, relying solely on mid-range and long-distance shots without securing rebounds. The Lakers, despite their fervent play, struggled with offensive efficiency. Conversely, the Nuggets, having made adjustments during halftime, exhibited a newfound composure on the court. They began to play with patience to enhance their shooting accuracy. As Martin and Camby asserted their presence in the paint, while Anthony occasionally penetrated the defense with aggressive drives. Gradually, the scoring gap diminished, leading both teams into a phase of stalemate. As the match progressed into its latter stages, the situation grew increasingly unfavorable for the Lakers, whose bench depth paled in comparison to that of the Nuggets. Kobe, fatigued after having rested for less than 2 minutes in the previous games, was ultimately substituted by Jackson to prepare for the decisive fourth quarter, leaving Vujacic on the court to form a high-position combination with Butler. Vujacic also felt the mounting pressure. The Denver Nuggets, a remarkably resilient young team, were proving to be more formidable than anticipated, particularly Carmelo Anthony. Despite the league's efforts to promote the young king, LeBron James and continually suppress him, showed no signs of discouragement. On the contrary, as the game progressed, he appeared to improve with every point and every second. As he dribbled past half-court, Anthony immediately positioned himself in front of Vujacic. With Kobe Bryant off the court, Vujacic now found himself facing this new adversary. Pass. Isolation. In this tense moment, Vujacic fell into the same trap as Bryant, placing excessive trust in his own abilities. Suddenly, he surged forward, stepping closer to Anthony, then swiftly pivoted, leaning against Anthony while turning, cradling the basketball protectively on the outside of his body, and with a burst of energy, lunged toward the basket. Once again, it was an isolation play. Previously, Anthony had engaged in a few duels with Vujacic, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. However, Anthony had far more support than Vujacic. Observing Vujacic's aggressive drive, Martin stepped forward to block his path, while Anthony continually pressured Vujacic from the side, constricting his space. Just as Vujacic seemed destined to be ensnared by the two, he suddenly leaped into the air, arms raised high, feigning a shot. Both Martin and Anthony reacted simultaneously, soaring upward, their massive hands nearly eclipsing the arena's lights. In an instant, Vujacic pulled the basketball back to his abdomen, twisting his wrist to transform the shot into a pass. He slid along the baseline to find Butler, who caught the ball and effortlessly scored with a layup. Phew. On the sidelines, Jackson exhaled in relief. He had genuinely believed that Vujacic was about to recklessly charge ahead. Fortunately, that young man was not entirely impulsive. It is indeed rather peculiar. Vujacic, with his audacious demeanor, displayed remarkable selflessness on the court. Yet, it cannot be said he was entirely altruistic. When he became fervent, he exhibited an almost greedy desire for the ball. Nevertheless, Vujacic played with a rational mind, maintaining his composure at all times. Such calmness is a rarity among young players. 82. The score was once again tied. Clap. As Vujacic exchanged a high five with Butler, he felt the weariness setting in while facing the relentless onslaught of the Nuggets. Although he still played as a substitute, his court time surpassed that of most starters. Over the course of the game, he assumed 3 different positions, initially playing small forward, then shifting to shooting guard after Kobe's departure, and now taking on the role of point guard. The weight of such responsibilities significantly drained his stamina, compelling him to muster every ounce of energy to persevere. That recent pass was truly exquisite, under the prevailing circumstances. Anyone would have anticipated that Vujacic would resort to a reckless play. Yet, in the midst of such an intense competition and facing the peril of double teaming, he managed to exhibit such a composed judgment. This young man is destined for greatness. The commentator on-site generously lavished praise. But he certainly was not the first to foresee the future of Vujacic. After Kobe's departure from the game, the formidable task of defending against Anthony fell upon Vujacic. However, just as Anthony proved difficult to contain, Vujacic found it equally challenging to impede Anthony's prowess. He crouched low, his eyes fixed intently on the basketball, his concentration unwavering, daring not to let his guard down. Anthony's ability to execute one-on-one plays is formidable. While not flashy, it is remarkably effective, particularly his knack for drawing fouls during chaotic plays, which is unparalleled in the league. In essence, Anthony and his contemporary, the young King LeBron James, represent entirely different archetypes. Undoubtedly, James has a more significant impact on his team, epitomizing the ultimate all-around warrior, contributing immensely on both ends of the court. His physical attributes are exceptional, and his skills are commendable. He not only excels in scoring and assists, but also dazzles with his rebounding, steals, and blocks. There are no glaring weaknesses in his game. Although one might critique his shooting touch as lacking finesse, his free throw shooting is subpar, and his post-up skills as inadequate. His footwork on layups is often unsteady, occasionally resulting in traveling violations, and his playing style can appear somewhat awkward. He has been criticized for being soft in clutch moments, yet overall, entrusting him with the ball in critical situations remains a sound decision. Anthony, on the other hand, embodies the traditional small forward, prioritizing scoring above all. His offensive repertoire is extensive, with no blind spots, and his back-to-the-basket skills and step-back jumpers are truly unique in the league. While his three-point shooting is merely average, it stands above that of many NBA players. His physical capabilities are commendable but not elite, and his defensive techniques are adequate, albeit his effort can sometimes give the impression of poor defense. His rebounding is exceptional, and his steals and blocks are satisfactory. Yet his assist capabilities fall significantly short of James. His playing style is fluid, and in this regard, he surpasses James, particularly when considering clutch performances, where he ranks among the top 3 in the league for game-winning shots and shooting percentage. However, despite the initial promise of these two prodigies, their trajectories diverged dramatically. In the future, James ascended to the status of a colossal superstar, becoming an emblematic figure of the NBA worldwide, while Anthony remained at the level of a star, struggling to achieve further greatness. It appears that the unfolding of their destinies was predetermined from the very beginning. In 2003, while discussions flourished about the exceptionally talented rookies, James captured all the media attention, yet Anthony's prowess did not go unnoticed. Sharing a similar position and caliber, Anthony, at that time, possessed a psychological and experiential edge over the first overall pick. A year and a half prior to the draft, the two faced off in a high school league, with Anthony's Oak Hill Academy defeating James's St. Vincent St. Mary High School. Upon entering the NCAA, Anthony led Syracuse University to a championship as a freshman, etching a legendary chapter in NCAA history, averaging 22 points and 10 rebounds per game, becoming the brightest star in college basketball. He was also the first freshman since 1986 to earn the Most Outstanding Player award in the NCAA Final Four, garnering praise from basketball legend Michael Jordan, who recognized Anthony as a player capable of multifaceted contributions on the court. Ambitious, Anthony prepared to make an impact on the Denver Nuggets even before officially signing with the team, eager to assume a leadership role both on and off the court. His situation mirrored that of Jordan, who entered the NBA as the third overall pick. In a poll conducted by ESPN regarding which rookie would have an immediate impact on the NBA, Anthony garnered 43 of the votes, surpassing James's 32 and Melisic's 25. At that time, it was widely acknowledged that the Nuggets had struck gold by selecting Anthony. Although his salary was lower than James's, his talent and potential made him an attractive figure for luring high-profile free agents. The Denver Nuggets believed that Anthony's arrival would enhance their competitiveness. The management promptly undertook a significant roster overhaul, releasing veterans such as Van Exel, LaFrentz, and McDyess, while utilizing their future first-round picks to select point guards Andrew Miller and Boykins, thereby creating $16 million in salary cap space over the next 2 years. With ambitions to make substantial moves once Anthony matured, propelling the Nuggets to new heights. It was commonly believed that the future of the league would be dominated by the illustrious 2003 draft class, with James and Anthony at the forefront. On November 5, 2003, Anthony and James clashed for the first time on the NBA stage, with spectators viewing the encounter as a duel between the two individuals rather than a contest between teams. Ultimately, Anthony led the Denver Nuggets to a 93-89 victory over James's Cleveland Cavaliers, marking a triumph in their inaugural matchup. Throughout their rookie seasons, Anthony and James posted similar average scores of 16, 8, and 18, 5 points, respectively. However, Anthony's contributions were pivotal in securing numerous victories for the Nuggets, doubling the team's dismal record of 17 wins from the previous season. Standing at 6 feet 8 inches, Anthony played a crucial role as the team's anchor while also being their leading scorer, making his influence on the Nuggets unmistakable. Amidst the flood of accolades, neither praise nor pressure could alter Anthony's character. Coaches who once guided him often highlighted his most remarkable quality, humility. Yet, a setback caught Anthony off guard. As the rookie season concluded, statistical comparisons showed Anthony and James neck and neck, with the Nuggets making the playoffs, making a strong case for Anthony as Rookie of the Year. Despite both being heralded as the league's rising stars, the award ultimately went to James. In an ideal scenario, one might argue that two individuals could concurrently share the title of Rookie of the Year. While it may seem unjust to determine the award solely based on statistical data, relying on extraneous factors from beyond that particular year to influence the annual award selection is equally unreasonable. The solitary rationale for James's selection could be the voters' belief in his potential to evolve into a superior player, a possibility that indeed exists for the future. However, this accolade is designated as the Rookie of the Year, which signifies the achievements of this year alone. Undoubtedly, James's attainment of the Rookie of the Year title is devoid of any blemish. Yet certain fans steadfastly maintain their viewpoint, advocating for a shared recognition. Ultimately, what led to Anthony narrowly missing out on his first honor during his inaugural season remains a mystery. Following the conclusion of the rookie season, Anthony, who did not secure the Rookie of the Year award, appeared less disheartened than anticipated. However, the events of that summer significantly hindered his competition with James. Incident 1: Olympic frustration. After his rookie season, Anthony accepted an invitation from the USA Basketball Association to join the national team for the Athens Olympics. In his youthful exuberance, he assured reporters before the games that he would bring home a gold medal, inciting discontent from the low-key coach Larry Brown. Subsequently, during team practices, Anthony's excessive offensive ambition and lackadaisical defensive attitude displeased Brown, resulting in diminished playing time during the matches. Despite being sidelined, Anthony showed no inclination to alter his approach, recklessly shooting when on the court, ultimately securing only a bronze medal. His immature conduct attracted considerable criticism. Incident 2: Nightclub altercation. At the time, Anthony accompanied his girlfriend to celebrate a friend's birthday when he unexpectedly encountered her ex-boyfriend. A dispute erupted between his girlfriend and her former partner, escalating into a physical confrontation. Witnessing the fracas, Anthony intervened and pushed the other individual. Although the parties reached a private resolution, the media disclosed the incident, further tarnishing Anthony's image, particularly at a time when Stern was vigorously upholding the NBA's reputation. Incident 3: Marijuana possession arrest. In October 2004, on the eve of a trip for an away game, Security personnel at Denver Airport discovered an ounce of marijuana in Anthony's backpack. While such a small quantity is not a crime in the state of Colorado, where Denver is located, merely incurring a nominal fine of $100, the media's attention was intense due to Anthony's high profile. Ultimately, a friend of Anthony's stepped forward to take the blame, claiming he had borrowed the backpack to carry his belongings and inadvertently left the marijuana inside. This declaration spared Anthony from severe repercussions, though many, including executives within the NBA, remained skeptical, suspecting that his friend was merely covering for him. Incident 4. Extortion. Before the commencement of the new season, when the public had begun to forget about the incident involving Anthony and the altercation at the bar, 3 men contacted Anthony's assistant, insinuating that they possessed all the footage from the day of the fight and had compiled it into a video. They threatened to release it to the media unless Anthony paid a ransom of $3 million. Disturbed by this situation, Anthony proactively reached out to the police, leading to the eventual arrest of the 3 individuals by undercover officers. However, this incident severely tarnished Anthony's reputation. These off-court troubles significantly damaged Anthony's image. Yet they also highlighted his evident busyness. Beyond constantly embroiled in controversies, he had released an album over the summer, placing his training on the back burner. Consequently, when the preseason training camp commenced, observers were taken aback by his altered physique, having gained at least 10 pounds of excess weight. In the summer of 2004, the Denver Nuggets engaged in numerous trades, including the acquisition of the formidable power forward Martin, which ostensibly bolstered their strength compared to the previous year. They completed a flawless preseason, and expectations soared that the Nuggets would ascend to new heights. In the first 2 regular season games, the Nuggets secured consecutive victories. However, Anthony's performance began to decline. Astute fans quickly noted the absence of his once impressive explosiveness, as his trademark ability to drive and draw fouls had vanished. Defensively, he frequently struggled to position himself adequately. Despite maintaining an average of around 20 points per game, this was achieved through a high volume of shots, with his shooting percentage plummeting below 40 in consecutive matches. Moreover, throughout the games, Anthony increasingly drifted to the perimeter, projecting an air of indifference towards physical contact with his opponents. Such a player, who revels in controversy, finds himself ensnared in troubles, and lacks self-respect, naturally fails to garner the protection and support of the league. It is only logical that in his rivalry with LeBron, Anthony would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Vujacic feels a sense of regret for Anthony. With Anthony's extraordinary talent, he was destined to emerge as a superstar rivaling LeBron James. Alas, he has squandered that potential, seemingly oblivious to his own shortcomings. However, Vujacic understands that Anthony's future is no concern of his own. At present, he is simply exhilarated. For Anthony remains a highly acclaimed rising star within the NBA. It is only through competition with true masters of the game that his true value can be revealed. Vujacic could discern that Anthony had been provoked into a fiery state, which was precisely what he desired, an opportunity to engage in a scoring duel and see who would falter first. Come on, everyone claims you are formidable. Do not shy away unless you are afraid of me. Vujacic continued to taunt Anthony with his words. Indeed, a flash of anger flickered across Anthony's gaze as he coldly retorted, "Rookie, you are courting your own demise." With that, Anthony unleashed his signature high post back to the basket move. In terms of physical prowess on the perimeter, he was only outmatched by LeBron. Otherwise, he could easily dominate all others. In prior encounters, Kobe had been rendered helpless by this very maneuver. Vujacic's attributes were comparable to Kobe's, slightly more agile, yet lacking in strength. Faced with Anthony's blatant bullying tactics, he found himself helpless. After being knocked off balance, he could only watch as Anthony effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. "Rookie, you are light years away from my level." Vujacic remained unperturbed, merely urging his teammates to expedite the ball's re-entry into play. Once the ball traversed the half-court line, Vujacic proactively sought out Anthony, forcefully penetrating the paint. In the face of Martin's defense, he executed a delicate layup, showcasing his undeniable advantage in speed. Shortly thereafter, Anthony retaliated with sheer strength, overpowering Vujacic, who, in turn, deftly utilized his quickness to evade Anthony, halting for a jump shot that found its mark. The two players engaged in an exhilarating exchange of points, neither willing to yield an inch. It was astonishing to witness the rookie from Slovenia trading baskets with Anthony, and at present, Vujacic appeared to hold his own remarkably well. It is essential to note that while Anthony was merely a sophomore, he was recognized as one of the league's premier scorers. capable of amassing over 20 points in his rookie season, a feat not easily achieved. The intensity on the court escalated, with the score oscillating between the two teams, resulting in a nail-biting contest. Kobe, observing from the sidelines, felt an insatiable urge to join the fray, exclaiming, "Coach, let me play?" Jackson could empathize with Kobe's sentiments. In any game, Kobe yearned to assume the role of the unequivocal protagonist, with Vujacic representing the Lakers and matching Anthony point for point. It was inconceivable for him to remain seated. However, now is not the moment. "Kobe, you are the leader of this team, remember? Your objective is not merely to compete in scoring with your adversaries, but to guide the team toward victory. Sasha is performing admirably, albeit with a hint of recklessness. Yet he is effectively depleting Anthony's stamina. Your mission is to lead the team to triumph in the final quarter." Jackson's strategy was astute, should it be executed flawlessly. He harbored confidence in steering the Lakers to a commendable season. If they could also acquire an exceptional big man, the championship would no longer be a mere fantasy. Yet, the future of one pivotal figure in this plan. How much longer could the Lakers retain Vujacic? No one could ascertain. Kobe recognized the truth in Jackson's words. But witnessing the scoring duel unfolding on the court, he, the team's captain, could only sit idly by, feeling a sense of urgency. He could only hope for time to hasten, yearning for the fourth quarter to arrive swiftly, so he could step onto the court and demonstrate to all who the most formidable shooter in the league truly was. The scoring battle raged on, with Vujacic thoroughly outmaneuvering Anthony on the offensive end, while conversely, he found himself at a disadvantage defensively against Anthony. Nevertheless, the results were notably evident, though utterly exhausted. Vujacic persevered, whereas Anthony appeared increasingly fatigued. Vujacic could not comprehend why the head coach of the Nuggets had yet to substitute Anthony. Was it merely for the sake of preserving the star player's dignity? How absurd. As the game unfolded, it was once again Vujacic's turn to take the offensive. With little time remaining in the third quarter, he found himself engaged in a face-to-face confrontation, yet he continued to overpower Anthony with his speed. Anthony's footwork seemed somewhat unsteady. Although his defensive skills were commendable, having displayed diligence last season as a rookie, he now appeared to have grown complacent. Having established his position as the team's leader, his focus had shifted solely to scoring, neglecting the gritty work of defense. A jump shot. It missed. Vujacic surged towards the basket, seizing the rebound before Nene could intervene, and executed a layup to score. Following the basket, Vujacic pointed towards Anthony, signaling that it was now his turn. As the Nuggets initiated their offense, Anthony positioned himself, leaning back against Vujacic, raising his hand to receive the ball. Vujacic, with his arm extended, cautiously nudged Anthony, only to suddenly realize that Anthony's strength was evidently diminished compared to moments prior. His legs appeared somewhat weakened, rendering him unable to maintain his position. Vujacic was suddenly filled with joy. It appeared that this young lad could no longer withstand the pressure. Basketball, inherently a tormenting endeavor, not only tests one's physical endurance but equally challenges the resilience of the psyche. When an individual's mental fortitude begins to crumble, the repercussions manifest physically, leading to an increased susceptibility to fatigue. Anthony's basketball journey had been remarkably smooth, to the point of being almost effortless. He had scarcely encountered any setbacks. From a young age, he was heralded as a prodigy, consistently drawing attention as a superstar in both high school and college. However, upon entering the NBA, he found himself overshadowed by his former adversary, James, losing the Rookie of the Year title. Recently, he faced a series of troubles that made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. What troubled him most was the noticeable shift in how certain individuals regarded him, which weighed heavily on his mind. Consequently, during this match, he found himself up against the unpredictable Vujacic. While he had previously remained unfazed by his duel with Kobe, the moment he confronted Vujacic, he was overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. The reason for his trepidation lay in Vujacic's unwavering composure, which instilled a sense of fear within him. Receiving the ball, he continued to back down for a post-up, but Anthony quickly realized that Vujacic was exhibiting remarkable tenacity. He had been met with 2 forceful charges yet had failed to make Vujacic yield even an inch. With a forced spin, he launched a three-pointer. Anthony had no intention of passing. He was resolute in his desire not to succumb to Vujacic, especially to an opponent he deemed insignificant. However, the outcome revealed that Anthony had acted rashly, choosing in an opportune moment to indulge his pride. It seemed as though Vujacic had anticipated Anthony's every move. Even before Anthony made his attempt, Vujacic's hand was already in motion. With a resounding slap, at the very moment Anthony released the ball, Vujacic forcefully swatted it down. To Anthony, it felt as though he had been struck across the face, leaving him trembling with shock. Chapter 49. Discontent Accelerate. Charge forth. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, as soon as Vujacic touched the ground, he shot forward like a released arrow. Anthony turned to pursue him, but found himself in despair as Vujacic had already crossed half the court. Did that lad not feel fatigue? Only upon reaching the three-point line did Vujacic finally catch up with the basketball. With a single hand, he slammed it against the backboard, leaping gracefully to seize the rebounding ball. With all his might, he raised it high and forcefully thrust it into the hoop. The sound reverberated like thunder, causing the closest row of fans to wince as if their eardrums had been assaulted. Upon landing, Vujacic erupted in elation, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with excitement. The audience was equally astounded. Even though Vujacic was their adversary, they could not help but wholeheartedly acknowledge the sheer thrill of witnessing that block and dunk. Avril had already leapt up in exhilaration, and had it not been for her friends restraining her, this exuberant girl might have dashed onto the court. Nevertheless, she continued to shout and cheer animatedly. Vujacic also noticed Avril, giving her a playful gesture that stirred a wave of jealousy within Hilary Duff, who was seated on the opposite side of the court. Initially, Hilary had harbored no particular feelings for Vujacic. She merely felt a sense of injustice that he had so easily slipped from her grasp after their brief encounter. However, at this moment, she found herself genuinely captivated by him. What makes a man truly alluring? It is when he is wholly absorbed in a pursuit that his charm becomes most pronounced. Just a moment ago, as Vujacic forcefully sunk the ball into the hoop, he simultaneously broke through the barriers of Hilary's heart. Just wait. One day, you will be mine. The thoughts swirling in the mind of this innocent girl were clearly etched upon her face, and Avril, astute as she was, could not help but smirk inwardly, choosing to disregard the unfolding drama. The two women were locked in a fierce rivalry, while on the Lakers bench, Kobe's emotions became increasingly complex. Just moments ago, he had been swept away by excitement, cheering alongside his teammates at Vujacic's dunk. Yet, as he regained his composure, he realized something unsettling. Vujacic had become the focal point of the match, a role that should rightfully belong to him alone. If he had previously viewed Vujacic merely as his aide, he now had to confront the reality that this rookie might very well emerge as his rival. The slam dunk by Vujacic not only created a significant shockwave, but also dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Denver Nuggets. Their star player, widely acknowledged as one of the future leaders of the NBA, Carmelo Anthony, found himself on the losing end of a scoring duel against his opponents. The defeat of their leading figure was an immense setback, and in the ensuing moments, the Nuggets showed no intention of mounting a counterattack. They merely allowed time to slip away. As the third quarter concluded, the forthcoming fourth quarter would ultimately determine the outcome of the match. Yet, at such a critical juncture, their star, Anthony, succumbed to despair prematurely. Without him, how would the Nuggets approach this pivotal fourth quarter? Upon returning to the bench, Vujacic was treated like a hero. Even those who had previously held grievances against him, such as Burks, Walton, and Brown, rose to greet him. Kobe observed this scene with an increasingly complex sentiment. He was not a person of petty grievances, yet he had always regarded the Lakers as his domain. In his territory, he would not permit anyone to encroach upon his leadership. Now, however, that threat had materialized. Jackson hurried to devise tactical strategies, while Vujacic seized the opportunity to rest. He was aware that he would soon be substituted out of the game, yet he felt he had already made a significant impact. And he was confident that his standing in the NBA would change following this match. As anticipated, when the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe replaced him on the court, while Anthony remained on the bench for the Nuggets. Although Martin continued to dominate the paint, his influence on the game was evidently overshadowed by Kobe. Having accumulated a wealth of energy on the sidelines, Kobe returned to the game and immediately showcased his ferocity. Just as the fourth quarter had barely begun, he sank two consecutive three-point shots from beyond the arc, followed by a powerful drive to the basket, drawing a foul from Martin. After successfully converting his free throws, he had already amassed 9 points in quick succession. Vujacic observed from the sidelines, merely allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, without any further display. It was not surprising to him that Kobe exhibited such behavior. To be honest, the notion of Black Mamba tolerating another's solitary brilliance while he remained in the shadows, sharing in the joy of victory, was utterly inconceivable. As the fourth quarter approached the 15th minute, With Kobe's formidable offensive prowess, the Lakers had established a 10-point lead. However, Kobe was far from satisfied, for Anthony had yet to take the court, and he felt as though he were merely reaping the rewards of another's efforts, which left him quite vexed. At long last, Anthony entered the game, and it was clear that the Nuggets were not inclined to concede defeat. Upon regaining his stamina, Anthony immediately went one-on-one against Kobe, scoring 2 points. What ensued was an exhilarating scoring duel, with Anthony now facing off against Kobe. Jackson, watching intently, couldn't he help but marvel. If only Vujacic and Kobe could coexist harmoniously as he envisioned, this formidable backcourt duo alone could topple the majority of teams in the league. Regrettably, Jackson's aspirations remained just that, wishful thinking, unless one of these two men chose to yield to the other. Was Vujacic truly possible? Kobe? Even more improbable. Dwelling on such thoughts is futile. Securing victory in this match is paramount. Jackson waved his hand, and Vujacic returned to the court, replacing Walton. Upon Vujacic's entrance, Kobe's gaze grew complex. He was reluctant to admit his envy towards Vujacic, yet the reality was evident to all. Vujacic's contributions to the team in this game surpassed his own. This undeniable truth left Kobe feeling frustrated. He was meant to be the centerpiece of the game, yet the spotlight had been seized by a rookie. Such thoughts swiftly affected Kobe's performance. He refused to pass the ball to Vujacic, unwilling to witness him bask in glory any longer. Instead, he sought to divert all attention back to himself. Vujacic, undoubtedly aware of Kobe's change in demeanor, remained unfazed. He had accomplished his objective for the match, particularly his scoring duel against Carmelo Anthony, which had already garnered him considerable recognition. The Nuggets, however, were not inclined to concede defeat. After Vujacic's entry, Anthony yearned to challenge him again and reclaim his pride, but the coach had cautioned him against acting impulsively before he took the court. Although Anthony was displeased, he had no choice but to endure. Abandoning their individualistic heroics, the Nuggets began to focus on efficiency, while the Lakers devolved into a one-man show led by Kobe. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot contend against five. Kobe's remarkable offensive efficiency soon diminished as the Nuggets firmly controlled the rebounds, gradually narrowing the score gap. Jackson observed with growing concern. If this trend continued, the game could slip away. Boom. Kobe, trapped between Anthony and Andrew Miller, forced a three-point attempt that missed, and Martin secured the rebound. Should the Nuggets capitalize on a counterattack, the score would be equalized. Just as Martin landed, Vujacic suddenly appeared before him, skillfully swatting the ball away, leaping to score while drawing a foul from Martin. Kobe's expression towards Vujacic grew even colder. Kobe was not one to mask his thoughts. His feelings were transparent through his demeanor. Vujacic, not oblivious, recognized that his exceptional performance would likely intensify Kobe's resentment, a reality for which he had mentally prepared himself. Vujacic would not resign himself to forever remaining in the shadow of Kobe. A confrontation between the two was inevitable. Kobe, however, remained indifferent to any such tensions, focusing solely on the game at hand. Meanwhile, Martin found himself in a precarious position with 5 fouls. And with merely 3 minutes left in this critical juncture of the match, his foul troubles would surely temper his aggressive play. The formidable power forward's abilities were thus curtailed, presenting a significant opportunity for the Lakers. Upon successfully converting a free throw, the gap between the two teams widened to 5 points. In response, the Nuggets initiated their offensive play, with Martin driving aggressively towards the basket. Odom found himself utterly outmatched. However, Martin's growing apprehension forced him to proceed with caution. As Vujacic lunged towards him, Martin swiftly passed the ball out to the perimeter. Anthony, after a deceptive feint, subsequently relayed the ball to Leonard, whose attempt from beyond the arc fell short. As Vujacic seized the rebound amidst the chaos, he swiftly landed and caught sight of Kobe signaling for the ball. Just as he was about to pass it, the Nuggets' transition defense proved remarkably swift, extinguishing any chance for a fast break. Disregarding Kobe's demand, Vujacic merely waved his hand, urging his teammates to push forward, and then dribbled the ball into the Nuggets' half of the court. That kid has lost his mind. He is completely ignoring Kobe. Brian Shaw murmured to himself as he observed the unfolding drama. Jackson let out a bitter smile, realizing that the eruption of conflict had come much sooner than he had anticipated. Chapter 50. A refusal to remain low-key. Vujacic has resolved to no longer suppress his thoughts deliberately, having previously engaged in a fierce scoring duel with Anthony. He recognizes that he is not far from achieving widespread acclaim. From the outset, He never envisioned a peaceful coexistence with Kobe, nor did he aspire to be his subordinate. Given this, Vujacic sees no need to maintain his low profile any longer. In both of his lives, he has never been one to shy away from the spotlight, especially on the court, where he dictates the game according to his own vision, indifferent to the opinions of others. Completely disregarding Kobe's demand for the ball, Vujacic advanced past half court, and confronted with Leonard's defense, he opted for a powerful direct approach. His speed is his greatest asset, in terms of a 10-meter sprint. The only player in the league who could keep pace with him is likely Allen Iverson. As Martin stepped up to provide assistance, it appeared they were on a collision course. Suddenly, Vujacic executed a sharp stop, seamlessly pivoting and pulling the ball back. Caught off guard, Martin lost his optimal defensive position, turning just in time to see Vujacic leap into the air. Camby attempted to contest the shot, but it was already too late. Swish. Vujacic's half-court shot found its mark, widening the score gap to 7 points. At this juncture, the Denver Nuggets still had an opportunity, yet the players' morale was evidently stifled by the overwhelming presence of the Lakers. Their spirit seemed crushed, making it an illusion to expect them to perform at their peak. Anthony, facing Kobe in a one-on-one, noticed Vujacic rushing over and promptly opted to pass the ball. While Anthony's decision was not erroneous, the timing was crucial as the Nuggets star player. He absolutely could not shy away from this moment. No matter how challenging the situation, he had to muster the courage to confront it. If he, the leading figure, conceded defeat, the morale of his teammates would inevitably plummet. Indeed, Leonard launched an open three-pointer, only for the ball to ricochet off the rim. Mim and Odom collaborated to secure the rebound, and upon seeing Kobe and Vujacic sprinting forward, they swiftly passed the ball. Lacking Vujacic's audacity, they certainly could not disregard Kobe's presence. Kobe received the ball, but the Nuggets' defense was remarkably swift, with Anthony guarding the paint and Andrew Miller establishing his position on the perimeter. In a rapid dribble, Kobe executed a swift change of direction, evading Miller. Observing this, Anthony immediately advanced to challenge him. In this critical moment, Kobe's optimal choice would have been to pass to the unguarded Vujacic. However, Kobe's pride compelled him to charge towards Anthony instead. The two leaped almost simultaneously. In midair, Kobe executed a subtle finger roll to evade Anthony's block, preparing for a reverse layup, only to be met with a decisive slap from Anthony on his hand. The referee's whistle pierced the air, foul. Upon landing, Kobe disregarded Anthony and cast a complex glance towards Vujacic. He was acutely aware that, in that moment, the best decision was to pass the ball, yet he stubbornly refrained. As if out of spite, thud, swish. Kobe's failure to convert 2 free throws was indeed surprising, as his shooting has always been remarkably consistent. Although Anthony's earlier slap was forceful, it should not have significantly affected him. The only plausible explanation is that Kobe's mindset was disrupted. The Nuggets' offense surged as Martin powered through for a basket, narrowing the score gap to 6 points. Kobe missed a three-pointer, and Camby seized the rebound, initiating a fast break for the Nuggets. Andrew Miller not only scored with a layup, but also drew a foul from Vujacic, successfully converting the free throw, thereby reducing the deficit to a mere 3 points. The Nuggets now glimpsed a flicker of hope, despite their star player Anthony's subpar performance. The Nuggets' cohesive team play still offered a potential pathway to victory. Observing the shift in momentum, Jackson promptly called a timeout. He was acutely aware of how the situation had escalated, a concern he had long harbored and even sought to avoid. Initially, he had believed that nothing significant would transpire before the All-Star game, yet it became evident that his understanding of Vujacic was insufficient. The young player's ambition was inflating at an alarming rate. Jackson's words fell on deaf ears for both Vujacic and Kobe. Vujacic was preoccupied with how to leverage this game to elevate his profile while securing a victory, whereas Kobe's focus was on reclaiming control of the game and demonstrating to everyone that he remained the true leader of the Lakers, the brightest star on the court. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, only 1 minute and 20 seconds remained. During the Lakers' offensive play, Kobe called out to Mim, who was poised to inbound the ball, and the unsuspecting Mim promptly delivered the pass. Vujacic stood by, unable to suppress a cold sneer. Indeed, Kobe was formidable. His skills were unparalleled in the league, and his scoring ability ranked among the top 3 in NBA history. However, his excessive self-interest overshadowed his brilliance, as he placed his personal performance far above the success of the team. Vujacic's self-interest is indeed pronounced. However, amidst this personal ambition, his foremost consideration remains securing victory in the game. A loss renders even a score of 100 points meaningless. People do not excessively focus on statistics. Even if they do, it is merely fleeting. The true essence lies in the team's performance. It is widely acknowledged that the Bulls dynasty is magnificent. Yet during the 6 championship victories led by Jordan, their adversaries also featured exceptionally talented players. Today, how many can accurately recount the 6 opponents faced by the Bulls on their journey to those 6 championships? Aside from seasoned basketball aficionados, few could articulate such details. Kobe's current demeanor is evidently driven by emotion, and bringing personal feelings onto the court is an exceedingly irrational approach. The tales of Jordan and Pippen are celebrated, and it is well known that without Pippen, Jordan could not have ascended to greatness. Conversely, without Jordan, Pippen would merely be an ordinary star. It was their sincere collaboration that forged the brilliance of the Bulls dynasty. Many assumed that their relationship was exceptionally close, particularly evident during the 1997 finals when Jordan, after scoring following a bout of food poisoning, collapsed into Pippen's embrace, a classic moment witnessed by many and often cited as evidence of their camaraderie. However, a Bulls player, wishing to remain anonymous, remarked, "That's utterly fabricated." In truth, both Jordan and Pippen have publicly stated that their relationship was strictly that of teammates, devoid of any personal connection. While being teammates is one thing, Jordan and Rodman barely communicated on or off the court, harboring mutual disdain for one another. Yet, this did not obstruct their collaborative spirit on the court, which ultimately contributed to the Bulls dynasty. Therefore, it can be asserted that Kobe still has a considerable distance to cover to reach Jordan's stature. Kobe, intent on isolating with the ball, found no objection from Vujacic as he sought to draw the defenders away. In the early moments of the game, the Nuggets seemed to underestimate Vujacic, even provoking him with taunts from Byron Russell. However, after the high-scoring frenzy of the third quarter, no one dared to disregard his presence any longer. The Nuggets players were unaware that Kobe was not inclined to pass, and their vigilance towards Vujacic remained unwavering. Kobe continued to disregard his teammates, only signaling for screens or instructing them to vacate the area. Anthony, overwhelmed by the relentless pressure from both Kobe and Vujacic, struggled to maintain his focus. Even as he defended Kobe, he found himself inadvertently glancing at Vujacic. Kobe was acutely aware of Anthony's diminishing performance, which only soured his own mood further. Beyond the contest between the two teams, the most captivating aspect of the game was the duel between their core players. This match was originally poised to showcase a clash between Kobe and Anthony, yet it was Vujacic who disrupted this narrative, while Anthony was indeed outmatched. The true catalyst for his struggles was Vujacic, not Kobe. With a swift drive and a soaring layup, the ball found its way through the hoop. Yet Kobe wore no semblance of joy upon his countenance. As the Nuggets initiated their offense, Anthony sought an open shot from the perimeter, only to be met with Vujacic's sudden advance. His body stiffened, and he released the ball a fraction too late. This moment of hesitation granted Vujacic the opportunity to leap and block the shot. Upon landing, he surged forward, seizing the ball with fervor. In a similar turn of events, Vujacic and Kobe raced towards the Nuggets half-court, which was devoid of any defensive presence. Kobe called for the ball, a privilege that came with his role as the team's cornerstone. However, Vujacic was unwilling to simply facilitate Kobe's ambitions. With both players boasting an equal score of 28, they understood that while the highest score might not signify much, the pursuit of it brought undeniable satisfaction. With a powerful leap towards the basket, Vujacic executed a 360-degree turn in midair, finishing with a one-handed dunk that resonated with sheer force. After landing, Vujacic pounded his chest vigorously, letting out a roar towards the heavens. Nearby, Kobe's expression grew increasingly grim. A seasoned player in his position, as the leader of the team, should have approached to offer congratulations. However, Kobe merely cast a glance and turned away. This moment was captured by countless cameras and would later become the catalyst for their eventual divergence. To be candid, in terms of skill and achievements, few in the NBA surpass Michael Jordan. Only a handful can be counted among those who do. There is Wilt Chamberlain, who averaged an astounding 50 points and 30 rebounds per game, securing titles as both scoring and rebounding champion. While Jordan's prowess is undeniable, Wilt's physical dominance is unmatched. Jordan orchestrated 2 dynasties with the Bulls, while Bill Russell's 11 championships earned him the title of King of Rings, making him the pinnacle of success. Kobe is celebrated as a deity of the game, ranking among the top 3 for scoring ability, with 3 championships to his name, and is recognized as an indefensible player. So, The question arises, has he surpassed Jordan or not? At this juncture, it is clear that he has not, and the distance remains substantial. Of course, Kobe's career is far from over, and given his talent, there exists a possibility, at the very least, that he could lead a team to a championship. However, therein lies the crux. Based on Kobe's career performances, one could assert that he will never surpass Jordan, nor will he ever fulfill the role of a competent leader to secure a championship. A well-known adage states, "The size of your heart determines the stage you inhabit." Another familiar phrase warns, "Never underestimate the heart of a champion." Here, we encounter two hearts. But, again, not every heart is great, nor is every heart of championship caliber. There is an old Chinese saying, "The virtuous are invincible." Can a person with a narrow mindset and limited vision achieve greatness? Can a stubborn individual who prioritizes fame and fortune over righteousness accomplish significant feats? If it's merely an individual endeavor, one may simply lose themselves and achieve nothing. Yet, if they lead a team, a small heart will inevitably lead that team to failure or even ruin. This is ambition driven by self-interest, not a genuine desire for progress or benevolence. Recall how Kobe once sidelined Shaquille O'Neal to ascend to prominence? It can be argued that without Shaq, Kobe would not have secured his 3 consecutive championships. Yet, the mere desire to be the leader turned brotherhood into rivalry. A lack of faith in the team and a stubborn disposition, regardless of individual scoring achievements, merely become fodder for jest. In truth, with the Lakers' strength and Kobe's innate talent, achieving success should not pose a challenge. This is evident to all. Nevertheless, everyone has witnessed the actions of the so-called aristocrats of the Lakers and those who claim to be the strongest in the league. As Vujacic began to emerge, Kobe found it intolerable. He could not abide sharing accolades with anyone. Yet, we must ponder, is the essence of basketball merely an unrelenting pursuit of the coveted O'Brien Trophy? Is the purpose of life solely the reckless chase of ephemeral fame? Who, then, is moved by Iverson's courageous heart? Who feels exhilarated by Jordan's tenacity in the face of illness? Combat must be fought valiantly. One must strive earnestly and honorably, with a clear conscience. Indeed, the NBA is a battleground, yet it is not merely an arena for merciless combat. Without compassion and a magnanimous spirit, how can one embrace others and earn divine favor? Those who help themselves will find assistance from above. Those who attain wisdom will receive support from others. If one cannot command respect through exceptional character and inspire awe in opponents, can they truly be called a leader? At best, they are merely the head of a gang. In the clash of skilled adversaries, victory hinges on a single thought. Without a heart anchored in righteousness, defeat is inevitable. The more one gains, the more one risks losing. The distinction between Kobe and Jordan lies solely in the realm of the heart, compassionate and expansive. At present, you are but the chief of a faction, not a leader. Not a sage, nor a respected individual. Kobe, do you comprehend this? Vujacic is truly eager to inquire. Vujacic acknowledges the formidable prowess of Kobe. Yet he expresses a lack of trust in his teammates, relying solely on them to cover his shortcomings. In Jordan's era, he too faced numerous pivotal moments requiring decisive choices, such as game-winning shots. He personally executed many of these clutch plays. Yet the memories of him assisting Kerr for a three-pointer or setting up Paxson for a game-winning shot remain vivid. In contrast, such instances involving Kobe are scarce. His teammates must vie for recognition solely through their individual efforts and seizing opportunities. Is it plausible for someone of this nature to emerge as a genuinely respected leader? A jest indeed. The game persists, and the Nuggets refuse to relinquish hope. As the clock dwindles to under a minute, they resort to a tactical foul strategy, sending the Lakers to the free throw line, followed by a desperate three-point attempt, gambling on chance. Kobe's scoring swiftly surpasses Vujacic's, continually accumulating. As every play is directed into his hands, Vujacic merely observed from the sidelines, diligently positioning himself, fully aware that whoever allowed their emotions to intrude upon the game and disrupt its natural flow would ultimately face defeat. Kobe had the luxury to indulge in his frustrations, for he possessed the stature of the Lakers' leader, an indisputable fact that would remain unchanged for a considerable time. Vujacic, however, could not afford such indulgence. He needed to demonstrate to every team's management that he had the merit to ascend to a leadership role himself. Yet, Vujacic was no longer in the shadows. He had now acquired that merit. The Denver Nuggets strategy bore fruit as Anthony sank a three-pointer, followed by Leonard's inaugural three-pointer of the match, indeed narrowing the score gap. However, Every individual has their limits, and as Leonard's subsequent long-range attempts failed, the game drew to a close. When the final whistle blew, the Lakers triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 108-102, achieving a splendid three-game winning streak to commence the new season. As Vujacic descended from the court, he was once more intercepted by the female reporter, a routine he had grown accustomed to after games. This charming, vivacious interview. Sasha, the reporter, displaying a familiar ease, introduced herself as Liv. Your performance today was remarkable, particularly in the third quarter, where you bested Carmelo Anthony in a head-to-head duel. How does that feel? Vujacic raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, absolutely thrilling. Liev was taken aback. His response was unexpected. In the previous two interviews, Vujacic had displayed remarkable humility, consistently emphasizing the triumph of his team. Why, then, had he suddenly adopted a more audacious demeanor? While it could be argued that Vujacic had bested Anthony, such a claim felt tenuous, as both players exhibited comparable scoring efficiency. Indeed, Anthony initially seemed to struggle, yet the third quarter concluded without a definitive resolution regarding who truly outshone the other. Nonetheless, this shift in Vujacic's demeanor could be advantageous. If he consistently maintained a modest persona, he would lose his appeal. From a journalist's perspective, there is an inherent desire for interview subjects to be loquacious. In Chapter 51, Serendipity, it is evident that no reporter wishes to engage with a reticent individual or one who merely recites diplomatic platitudes. As the Starfield reporter for ESPN's sports segment, Liev naturally aspired to uncover all the sensational stories within the NBA. Today, Vujacic indeed provided her with a delightful surprise. Absolutely thrilling? She mused, does this imply that you intentionally sought to challenge Carmelo Anthony today? Vujacic did not conceal his inner thoughts. It cannot be termed a challenge. Merely an encounter with a formidable opponent, which naturally incites a desire for competition. As for the outcome, I am thoroughly satisfied. Such is the case. Observing Vujacic's willingness to speak candidly today, Liv swiftly presented a trap. During the match, I noticed a detail. Your connection with Kobe was notably sparse. Yet today's game marked the longest period you two have shared the court over the past 3 matches. Has there been a rift in your relationship? This woman is quite formidable. Vujacic sighed inwardly before speaking. Is it really so rare? Perhaps it is. However, it seems this is not my concern. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, and this applies to how we handle the ball as well. The limited connections merely indicate that we all wish to play according to our own inclinations. Ultimately, securing victory in the match is what truly matters, is it not? Upon concluding his remarks, Vujacic felt that the moment was ripe, and he desired no further discourse. Having articulated his thoughts, he simply smiled and greeted Liv, passing by her as he prepared to depart. However, the interview was far from over. Liv was not inclined to let Vujacic leave so easily. She hastily closed the distance between them and, in a hushed tone, inquired, why didn't you call me? I still remember our arrangement for an exclusive interview. This woman certainly possessed a bold audacity. Vujacic chuckled, of course, I remember, but we have been busy with competitions lately. Li Fei rolled her eyes playfully, exuding an irresistible charm. What about today? I know of a delightful restaurant nearby where we can dine and converse. Although Denver may not rival the glamour of Los Angeles, its nightlife is indeed vibrant. A blatant allure, an unabashed seduction. Vujacic could not help but exclaim, in the realm of the NBA. It appears that fortune and romance is exceedingly abundant. Previously, it was Hilary Duff, and now he finds himself entangled with the enchanting Liv Tyler. Yet, upon comparison, it is evident that Miss Tyler possesses a far greater allure. Her voluptuous figure and striking beauty incite envy even among women. In her presence, Avril Lavigne and Hilary Duff seem but mere unripe seedlings. However, it is truly regrettable. One must acknowledge that our boss is a person of stringent discipline. Prior to the game, he declared that today we shall return to Los Angeles together. Of course, Vujacic is merely spouting nonsense. Jackson has never pried into the personal lives of his players. When the Kobe Bryant Atlanta incident erupted, a reporter sought Jackson's opinion. His response was, I am a coach, not a babysitter. He is an adult. His private life is beyond the interference of even his parents, let alone myself. As long as the players maintain their performance on the court and appear punctually for practice, Jackson is indifferent to their personal affairs. The reason Vujacic sought to distance himself from this enchanting beauty was entirely due to his reluctance to engage with a woman whose intellect seemed overly intricate. He had not yet deluded himself into believing he was invincible in the realm of romance. This woman had made her intentions clear by attempting to approach him on 2 occasions, evidently motivated by ulterior motives. What does a journalist desire above all else? Undoubtedly, it is the pursuit of news, or more precisely, the uncovering of secrets. In Liv's eyes, a flicker of embarrassment and anger flashed. This marked the second time Vujacic had rebuffed her. For a woman, especially one as alluring and captivating as she, rejection from a man is a profound indignity. However, being a seasoned socialite, Liv concealed her emotions and responded, "Well, how unfortunate. But do remember to allocate ample time for my exclusive interview next time." As she spoke, her delicate hand seemingly brushed against Vujacic's chest, stirring a momentary flutter in his heart. Once Liv was sent away, Butler, who had been lurking nearby, immediately approached Vujacic, throwing an arm around his shoulder with a tone laced with envy. "You lucky bastard. How's it going? Tonight promises to be quite the spectacle, doesn't he it? That girl is a public idol, the most alluring little wildcat of ESPN. You are incredibly fortunate to have found your way into her bed." Vujacic gazed at Butler with an expression of utter disbelief, as Butler wore an insatiable look of desire that made Vujacic wish he could take his place. As a friend, Vujacic felt it imperative to caution Butler. "Karen, you would do well to keep your distance from that woman. She is not someone to be trifled with." Butler paused, taken aback. "Hey, Sasha, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you declined her invitation." Vujacic shrugged silently and turned to enter the locker room. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Kobe was fielding questions from numerous journalists. Naturally, inquiries arose regarding the scoring duel between Vujacic and Anthony during the game. Although Kobe's expression was not one of displeasure, he forced a smile and remarked, "It was truly spectacular. Absolutely spectacular." After uttering this phrase, he offered no further commentary. The reporters present, all astute individuals, could easily discern Kobe's discontent, which only heightened their excitement. Subsequently, a reporter queried about several instances during the game where Vujacic had failed to pass the ball to Kobe. Any rookie should possess the audacity to stand atop a fire hydrant and relieve themselves. Even as a newcomer, one must boldly step up and accept responsibility when the team is in need. Kobe concluded this statement, then shifted his focus, however. A rookie must first learn to master their desires and ambitions. Igniting too soon can prove detrimental for one so inexperienced. With that, Kobe rose and departed from the press conference. Had Vujacic been present, he would have surely grasped the underlying implications of Kobe's words. While it seemed that Kobe admired players who dared to take risks, in reality, Vujacic had fallen out of favor with him, effectively being removed from Kobe's list of allies. In a previous life, another player had received similar sentiments from Kobe, Jeremy Lin. Following Kobe's remarks, Lin indeed experienced a fleeting rise in prominence, yet soon faced ostracism, witnessing his status on the Lakers plummet from a starter to a mere water boy. Of course, Vujacic was oblivious to these dynamics. Even if he were aware, it would not have affected him significantly. After showering, Vujacic was the first to depart, as there was no game the following day. He merely needed to return to the team by the afternoon for practice, granting him ample freedom to arrange his time. In fact, Vujacic had declined Liv's invitation for a romantic evening not only to avoid getting too close to her, but also because he had already made plans for the night. During halftime, Avril had texted him, "Call me after the game." Vujacic harbored no particular feelings for Avril, yet he was reluctant to lose this friendship. Having a punk princess as a companion was indeed a point of pride. After changing into casual attire, Vujacic dialed Avril's number and made his way to the parking lot outside the Pepsi Center. From a distance, he spotted Avril leaning against her striking red Ferrari, her demeanor not particularly cheerful. "Hey, Avril," Vujacic called out as he approached, playfully slapping the side of the Ferrari. "Don't tell me you drove yourself here." Avril, known for her poor sense of direction, had previously demonstrated her navigational challenges, and the thought of her driving across a quarter of America was almost unfathomable. With an expressionless face, Avril replied, "Actually, I called a cab and had that unfortunate taxi driver bring me all the way here. Now that I'm here, he has to go get his car fixed." Well, such a thing could only be accomplished by Avril. Vujacic chuckled. "So, where are we headed next? Just so you know, I must return to the team before 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for practice." As soon as Vujacic finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon glancing at it, he nearly threw it away in exasperation. It was none other than Hilary Duff calling. "Hang up quickly." Avril furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is it?" Vujacic felt an overwhelming urge to express his discontent regarding your overstepping boundaries, yet the words faltered on the precipice of his lips. Ultimately swallowed back, a person he scarcely wished to encounter. The phone rang once more, only to be dismissed. It chimed again, and was met with another dismissal. Sasha Vujacic. How dare you sever our communication? Upon hearing the shout, Vujacic turned around to find Hilary Duff standing before him, brandishing her phone with an expression of palpable indignation. Vujacic was suddenly overwhelmed, as though caught in the act of infidelity. Avril, upon seeing Hilary Duff, could not conceal a look of disgust that seemed almost intentional. Hey, Sasha, how is it that this woman is here, and what exactly is your relationship? Vujacic found himself at a loss for words. Just a couple of days prior, the two of them had engaged in a playful exploration of performance art within the confines of a vehicle, undoubtedly intertwining their lives in some manner. However, when it came to defining the nature of their relationship, he encountered considerable difficulty. Logically, having shared such experiences should have fostered a sense of intimacy. Yet, in reality, they could hardly be considered friends. At best, they had shared a drink and partaken in activities deemed beneficial for their physical and mental well-being. Given Vujacic's disposition, while he would not outright deny their connection, he certainly did not regard Hilary Duff as someone of significant importance in his life. Complicating matters further, during their intimate encounter, Vujacic discovered to his astonishment that Hilary was, in fact, a virgin. This revelation added layers of complexity to their already ambiguous relationship. As Vujacic pondered how to respond, Hilary Duff's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although she may not have been the sharpest tool in the shed, she was far from foolish. She could clearly discern that Avril held a unique sentiment towards Vujacic. This presented a splendid opportunity to strike a blow to her rival. With clarity in her thoughts, Hilary stepped forward, entwining her arm with Vujacic's, leaning her delicate form against him. What kind of relationship do you think we share? Can you not see it? You foolish woman. Sasha is indeed my man. Upon hearing this, Vujacic was momentarily dumbfounded. The revelation was simply too explosive. Avril, upon hearing it, felt a surge of anger ignite within her smoky-eyed gaze. Damn that wretched woman. It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble. With that, Avril stepped forward, seizing Hilary Duff by the collar and yanking it forcefully. With a swift motion infused with rage, Avril's claw-like grip tore a gash into Hilary's blouse, instantly revealing more than intended. Hilary gasped, instinctively covering her chest and retreating behind Vujacic, feigning a startled demeanor. However, unbeknownst to Vujacic, she flashed a provocative smirk at Avril. Avril, already incensed, was further provoked and was ready to pounce for a confrontation. Vujacic could not help but furrow his brows, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. He was not one to embody the virtues of a gentleman. More often than not, he believed in resolving matters with sheer force. However, Avril's immediate inclination to resort to violence was simply excessive. Hey, Avril, calm down, Vujacic exclaimed, positioning Hilary Duff protectively behind him, effectively obstructing Avril's advance. Avril was truly exasperated. Sasha, are you really going to defend this woman? Vujacic could sense Avril's ire, however. He found it impossible to remain indifferent to Hilary Duff as the two women enacted a fierce confrontation before him. Avril, this is not merely a matter of favoritism. Is it inconceivable for you both to resolve your differences without resorting to violence upon each encounter? Avril tilted her head back, letting out a cold laugh. It seems you truly have a connection with this woman, and not just an ordinary one. Mr. Sasha Vujacic, is that correct? In that moment, Avril was genuinely furious. The notion that her friend had formed an extraordinary bond with her arch-nemesis was utterly intolerable to her. At this moment, Vujacic found himself at a loss for words. Merely likening himself to a mere Hilary Duff had simply taken a nap, and his character had not yet deteriorated to that extent. Noticing Vujacic's silence, Avril tossed her head and entered the car, which then roared to life and sped away in a flash of crimson Ferrari. As Avril initiated the car, Vujacic yearned to pursue her, yet he was firmly restrained by Hilary Duff. Now that Avril had departed, Vujacic cast a glance at Hilary, who still concealed herself behind him, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What on earth are you trying to achieve?" Vujacic currently finds himself in a dismal state of mind. He senses that Avril is genuinely infuriated this time, and he might very well lose this friend. In his rebirth, he laments the absence of the memories of his former self. He possesses little understanding of the relatives and friends of his previous life. Apart from Butler, Avril remains his sole companion. Hilary Duff releases her grip, no longer concealing her exposed chest, and gazes at Vujacic. After a considerable pause, she finally speaks. She has feelings for you, does she not? And what of you? Do you feel the same? What madness is this? How could that be possible? Vujacic exclaims. Hilary Duff observes the shifting expressions on his face and chuckles. Such matters cannot escape a woman's discerning gaze. I can sense it. Vujacic is truly on the brink of madness. In the past, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of his romantic fortune, but now that it has manifested, he finds himself at a loss as to how to navigate it. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his romantic entanglements are fraught with peril. Avril, Hilary Duff, and the esteemed Miss Liv Tyler, none of them are to be trifled with. Very well, let us put aside the matters concerning Avril for the moment. Miss Duff, what exactly do you intend to achieve? If it is merely a matter of your discord with Avril, I must express my reluctance to be utilized as a pawn in your game. Hilary Duff gazed at Vujacic, her expression one of feigned innocence. Are you truly going to engage with me in this manner? Vujacic was taken aback, glancing over and only then realizing that Hilary Duff was nearly bare. My apologies. Do you have a vehicle? Hilary Duff gestured, and the two of them entered the car. Before Vujacic could utter a word, Hilary Duff suddenly lunged forward, enveloping him in an embrace. All right. Let us not discuss Avril at this moment, Miss Duff. What is it that you truly desire? If this is merely due to your conflict with Avril, I must express my reluctance to become a pawn in your game. Vujacic was taken aback, about to struggle, when Hilary Duff spoke. Very well. I confess, initially, my intention was to use you to provoke that woman. What transpired that night was entirely accidental. However, I now swear that I have developed feelings for you. It is as simple as that. I cannot fathom why, but I find myself drawn to you. I solemnly swear that I speak the truth. Vujacic was utterly taken aback. He could scarcely fathom how the situation had unfolded in such a manner. Hilary Duff had developed feelings for him, which should have brought him joy, or so one would think. Yet, the perplexing question remained, why was Vujacic devoid of any happiness whatsoever? As Vujacic sat there, held in the embrace of Hilary Duff, the two lingered for quite some time. Can we not calm down for a moment? Hilary finally released Vujacic and returned to her seat in the passenger side. Her gaze directed at him, clearly imbued with a sense of melancholy, prompting Vujacic to exclaim, I can't bear it. Vujacic is a person who revels in the pleasures of life. In his previous existence, he had lost count of the number of girlfriends he had, and his greatest fear was being ensnared by a woman. However, the current situation before him had evidently spiraled beyond his control. Chapter 52. Rise to Fame that evening. Having missed the return trip to Los Angeles with the main group, Vujacic took the wheel, embarking on a spontaneous road trip with Hilary Duff. Halfway through, feeling utterly fatigued, they pulled over to the roadside. In a turn of events, Hilary, taking the initiative, found herself in a situation that Vujacic, being a man of wavering resolve, could not resist. With a hint of experience behind her, Hilary exhibited a wilder side, while Vujacic, to his dismay, realized he had become somewhat infatuated with the wildcat beneath him, who was fervently moaning in ecstasy. A close friend once remarked about Vujacic that if he were in a time of war, even the most formidable defenses of his heart would crumble at the mere application of a beauty's wiles. In his past life, Vujacic had scoffed at such assertions. Yet now it appeared he truly was that kind of man, a flawed individual. The following day, when he awoke, it was already 10 in the morning, a testament to the wildness of their previous night. Must we always find ourselves in such unorthodox places? Hilary complained, as she donned her clothes. Vujacic adjusted his attire, ensuring everything was in place, a typical setting, a concrete abode, and a spacious bed to complement it. Hilary Duff, with an enchanting smile, rolled down the car window, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in, invigorating both of them. Despite just awakening and lacking any makeup, her appearance was somewhat disheveled. Yet, even in her natural state, Hilary Duff radiated a brilliance that captivated Vujacic. Stretching her limbs, she leaned towards him and remarked, Anywhere is fine, as long as I am with you. With a smile from Vujacic, could this be a declaration of affection? Hilary Duff leaned against Vujacic, savoring a fleeting moment of warmth. Her heart was undeniably tethered to him. The previous day's competition had profoundly stirred her emotions, and shortly thereafter, Vujacic had further enthralled her in the car, conquering her body in a manner she had never experienced before. As someone devoid of romantic encounters, Hilary Duff was innocent in this regard. She was yet to comprehend the essence of love, merely following her instincts. She instinctively felt an undeniable attraction to Vujacic, leaving her utterly captivated. Should Hilary Duff's management agency become aware of this affair, they would surely be infuriated, for she was the cherished darling they had meticulously crafted. A super idol for American youth, now entranced by a man, rendering their previous efforts seemingly futile. Vujacic could sense the affection emanating from the beauty nestled in his embrace. Under ordinary circumstances, he would feel a swell of pride. However, at this moment, he was beset by a headache. For he was not yet prepared to commit to a woman, to truly love her. To put it in crass terms, he was not ready to share his bed with a single woman for a lifetime. "Sasha, are we now in a romantic relationship?" she inquired. The words of Hilary Duff instilled a sense of tension within Vujacic. After a prolonged moment of deliberation, he could not bear to dishearten her. "Of course," he replied. Hilary Duff beamed, tightly grasping Vujacic's arm, her expression radiating genuine happiness. "So be it. If it is to be but one tree, then let it be so." Vujacic has also resolved to accept his fate. What else could he do when he cannot restrain himself? Alas, he started the car, and following the guidance of Hilary Duff, arrived at a rest stop where he indulged in some refreshments, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Naturally, the presence of the two individuals sparked quite a commotion at the rest stop. Hilary Duff, the quintessential sweetheart of America, is undoubtedly a household name. However, it was quite astonishing that amidst such a remote location, someone approached Vujacic for an autograph, leaving him momentarily speechless. Upon seeing the news being broadcasted on television, Vujacic finally understood. After yesterday's match, he had indeed become a sensation. It would be more accurate to say he had skyrocketed to fame. Last season, Anthony had already established himself as an exceptional scorer through numerous games, yet in the previous day's match, Vujacic astonishingly engaged in a scoring duel with Anthony during the third quarter, ultimately emerging victorious. Coupled with Vujacic's handsome appearance and his electrifying playing style, his spectacular dunks could ignite a fervor in anyone. A person of his caliber not achieving fame would be utterly unjust. Vujacic's sudden rise to fame caught him off guard. Yet the newfound recognition was undeniably exhilarating. As he embarked on his journey, he was acutely aware that he must return to Los Angeles by 1 o'clock in the afternoon to attend the team's practice. Failing to do so would lead to dire consequences. While Jackson typically refrained from meddling in the personal lives of his players, an unexcused absence from practice would certainly provoke serious repercussions. "How does it feel to be a superstar?" Hilary Duff inquired, her eyes sparkling with admiration. To be revered by one's partner was an extraordinary sensation. It was akin to an intoxicating high, utterly addictive. Hilary's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she chose not to respond, secretly relishing the thrill, especially after a decade of leading a conventional life. The sudden flood of desire rendered her somewhat helpless. Accelerating down the road, Vujacic managed to arrive in Los Angeles just in time. He first dropped Hilary off at her residence, and their parting was inevitably tender. A woman in love often finds her intelligence diminished. Her thoughts were consumed by Vujacic, longing to be together every moment. After some coaxing, he persuaded Hilary to head upstairs before he took her car to the training facility. Upon Vujacic's arrival, all eyes in the gym were drawn to him, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and a few with disdain. The identity of the individual harboring disdain was easily surmised. Vujacic did not consider himself superior after a single match garnered attention. He exchanged greetings with his familiar teammates, Butler, Mims, and Medvedenko, before heading directly to the locker room. As Vujacic entered the locker room, Butler followed closely behind. "Hey, Sasha," Butler exclaimed with a sincere smile. "I ought to congratulate you, my friend. You are now a true superstar." With a smile, Vujacic playfully slapped Butler's outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Come on, Karen. Even if I truly become a major star, here I remain merely a supporting character." At this point, Vujacic felt no need to disguise his sentiments. "However, I refuse to be relegated to a minor role for the entirety of my career." Though Butler refrained from voicing his thoughts, it did not imply ignorance. Rather, he preferred to maintain an unspoken balance, aware that articulating certain truths could shatter the delicate equilibrium, a scenario Butler was keen to avoid. Truth be told, when he first learned of his transfer to the Lakers, Butler felt a twinge of reluctance. The previous season, the Heat had performed admirably, narrowly securing a playoff berth at the last moment, and excelled in the postseason, only to fall to the regular season champions, the Indiana Pacers, in the Eastern Conference semifinals. During his tenure with the Heat, Butler was an unequivocal starter, his high-level pairing with Wade garnering him significant acclaim. Now, although he was also a starting player for the Lakers, it was merely a fortunate circumstance due to Grant's injury and Odom's positional shift, which allowed him to benefit. Yet he found himself lacking in presence, primarily relegated to the role of an outside shooter. Butler was decidedly dissatisfied with his current position within the team. However, unlike Vujacic, whose exuberance led him to challenge Kobe's status after just 3 games. Indeed, less than 3, Butler's demeanor was far more restrained. He preferred to conceal his aspirations, unlike Vujacic, who was determined to carve out his future through sheer effort. Butler was inclined to embrace success alongside the team, believing that if the team thrived, his contributions would not go unnoticed. Thus, he was disinclined to see chaos unfold within the Lakers. With the team recently achieving a 3-game winning streak, there remained a promising outlook for reaching the playoffs, provided they did not err again. Yet, it seemed that some matters were beyond his control. As Vujacic's close friend, Butler understood his thoughts better than anyone else. The sudden scoring duel between Vujacic and Anthony during the 3rd quarter of yesterday's game was clearly premeditated. Undoubtedly, Vujacic succeeded in capturing external attention. If he could maintain consistent performance in the upcoming games and signal his desire to depart, the other 29 teams in the NBA would undoubtedly be eager to acquire him. However, the pressing question remained: how far could the Lakers, with only Kobe bearing the brunt of the responsibility, hope to advance this season? While Butler was still lost in thought, Vujacic had already exited the locker room and was warming up by the sidelines when Jackson arrived, his expression appearing rather grim. Jackson stood by the sidelines for a moment, beckoned assistant coach Brian Shaw to his side, and whispered a few words before departing. Shortly thereafter, Brian Shaw approached Vujacic and said, "Sasha, the boss wishes to speak with you." Vujacic was not surprised by this. In fact, after yesterday's match, he sensed that something was amiss. As the head coach, Jackson bore not only the responsibility of directing the team during the game, but also the duty of instilling confidence in his players. As expected, the moment has now arrived. Chapter 53, A Fleeting Bloom? Let us discuss. Vujacic could surmise the general nature of Jackson's intentions for their conversation. He certainly would not decline the opportunity to engage with the head coach. In truth, he had long sought a moment to converse with Jackson, as certain matters had reached the point where a candid discussion was warranted. As Vujacic approached Jackson, he noticed that the typically stoic Zen master wore a furrowed brow, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Upon meeting Vujacic's gaze, Jackson's expression grew even more intricate. Before Jackson could utter a word, Vujacic took the initiative. "Coach, I must preface this by saying that I am not particularly eloquent. If at any point during our conversation I inadvertently offend you, I sincerely apologize in advance." Jackson was momentarily taken aback by Vujacic's candor. It was indeed quite forthright. The abruptness of Vujacic's approach felt akin to encountering an unyielding patron in a brothel, where one is expected to shed their trousers upon entry, an uncomfortable sensation, to say the least. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Jackson could only nod in response. In terms of hierarchy, Vujacic was hardly his equal, yet the reins of this conversation undeniably rested in Vujacic's hands. Vujacic, unwilling to beat around the bush, addressed the matter directly. "Boss, I am quite dissatisfied with my current standing within the team. I believe I should hold significant importance to the Lakers. However, this has not been reflected on the court." Jackson's brow furrowed even deeper. "So what is it that you desire? A starting position?" Vujacic chuckled, remarking, "Had we engaged in this discourse a few days prior, I would have been most delighted. However, at this juncture, do you believe it remains necessary, my esteemed boss? Is it truly warranted?" Jackson conceded that, indeed, it no longer seemed pertinent. Following yesterday's match, Vujacic had acquired a measure of leverage, thus endowing him with a voice in the matter. Presently, occupying a starting position was evidently insufficient to quell the restlessness brewing within him. It was but a singular match, yet that one match was enough. "So, what is it that you truly desire?" Vujacic shrugged and said, "Boss, you are mistaken once more. It is not a matter of what I desire, but rather what the Lakers can offer me at this moment. I do not wish to conceal my thoughts. I have always been this way. If you were to ask me, I would say, yes, I aspire to be the cornerstone of the team. Boss, can you grant me that?" The cornerstone. What a jest. The current cornerstone of the Lakers, the leading figure, is Kobe Bryant. That position was earned through a fierce struggle with Shaquille O'Neal, and there is absolutely no chance of him relinquishing it. Likewise, the Lakers will never part with Kobe. Jackson shook his head in contemplation, saying no, that is simply impossible. However, I can assure you that within the Lakers, aside from Kobe, you will be the second in command of the team. Vujacic chuckled, a sudden sense of relief washing over him. Although Jackson's response left him feeling disheartened, there was an unexpected lightness accompanying that disappointment. Some questions, regardless of their answers, simply require a response. I'm truly sorry, boss. I cannot comply. Kobe Bryant is not Michael Jordan, and I, Sasha Vujacic, am certainly not Scottie Pippen. The conversation ended on an unsatisfactory note. Yet the Lakers maintained a facade of tranquility. However, the external adulation for Vujacic was intensifying. The media's relentless hype surrounding him stirred discontent among certain individuals. Most notably Jack Nicholson, who proudly claims the title of the Lakers' foremost fan. This gentleman is no ordinary figure. He is a renowned Hollywood actor. Having received 12 Academy Award nominations and winning 3, along with 7 Golden Globe Awards. Setting aside his private life, Nicholson is undeniably one of the most devoted fans among celebrity sports enthusiasts. He enjoys a quasi-coaching and officiating status from the sidelines, with his presence at every game being a bare minimum expectation, offering strategic insights to the Lakers, gathering intelligence on opponents, and confronting referees embody his distinctive style. Since 1970, he has held season tickets for the Lakers, occupying 2 fixed seats, one for himself and the other for his daughter or son. On a side note, his daughter is exceptionally beautiful, while his son, though somewhat lacking in charm, presents a rather robust appearance. It is not uncommon for celebrities to become ardent supporters of a particular NBA team. In fact, the NBA has become a veritable stage for Hollywood stars beyond the silver screen. Their presence is often felt courtside, particularly with the Los Angeles Lakers, a team that has garnered significant admiration due to its remarkable performance in recent years. Regardless of their knowledge of the game, Hollywood luminaries frequently grace the Lakers' home games, their attendance adding an extra layer of excitement and allure to the matches. Jack Nicholson's fervent loyalty to the Lakers has undeniably become a legend in the modern NBA, a narrative that extends far beyond the confines of the arena. His schedule is meticulously aligned with the Lakers' game calendar, resulting in an almost flawless attendance record. Moreover, tales of Nicholson's aversion to other teams abound. During the 79th Academy Awards, his film The Departed, steeped in Boston lore, allegedly featured his refusal to share the screen with anything associated with the Celtics. Whether this story holds any truth, such anecdotes only serve to deepen the legendary aura surrounding Nicholson as a Lakers fan. Frequent viewers of Lakers games are surely familiar with Nicholson, whose enthusiastic cheers for players often feature in classic NBA highlight reels. As one of the most passionate fans, he enjoys privileges akin to those of Spike Lee in New York, including the opportunity to overhear tactical discussions during timeouts, vocally challenge referees' decisions, and engage in banter with opposing players. In many respects, Nicholson has become a symbol of the Lakers' home court. From the former Forum to the current Staples Center, Nicholson's collection of Lakers season tickets could easily constitute an exhibition. His unwavering support over more than 3 decades has undoubtedly earned him the right to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award as a devoted Lakers fan. What sets Nicholson apart from other fans is the purity of his allegiance. He boldly shouts at referees, incessantly harasses opposing players and coaches, and engages in playful trash talk. He is an ever-present figure, following the team wherever they go, regardless of home or away. Jack Nicholson's seat has become a term of its own, referring to the prime location courtside, directly between the scoring table and the home team's bench. This nomenclature stems from Nicholson himself, who has consistently purchased front-row tickets. After once confronting a referee, Nicholson famously declared, "I paid a hefty sum for this seat. This is the NBA. Can you really order me to sit down and be quiet?" Former Lakers head coach Pat Riley once remarked about Nicholson, "He is a dear friend of mine, and he holds basketball in higher regard than anything else. His fascination with the Lakers is profound. He has been well known since my tenure with the team in the 1970s. Moreover, he is a genuine fan, not merely a celebrity who appears courtside and then vanishes. He is here to revel in the game, to truly enjoy the sport." As a devoted Lakers enthusiast, particularly one who exhibits a fervent passion, Nicholson's admiration for Kobe is legendary. Although he has publicly declared himself a Lakers fan rather than a Kobe fan, it is well acknowledged that Kobe is his personal favorite. During the summer, when Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal were embroiled in conflict, Nicholson boldly asserted that O'Neal should focus on playing quietly and refrain from competing with the younger generation. Now, with the emergence of a newcomer seemingly intent on challenging Kobe. The old gentleman finds himself restless once more. Sasha Vujacic? I am unfamiliar with him. All I know is that he is a rookie. It is abundantly clear that this rookie should comprehend that I have invested a considerable sum to watch the game at the Staples Center. And it is Kobe who captivates me, not those who merely flail about the court, disrupting the tranquility of the team's locker room. Have I wronged you in any way? Upon discovering that he was referred to as a clown by Nicholson, Vujacic felt a surge of indignation. Who did that old man think he was? God? The very essence of the NBA is not to serve his entertainment. It is utterly absurd. If he finds himself so bereft of purpose, it would be far more prudent for him to take the time to sort out his chaotic personal life rather than casting judgment upon others. Vujacic's remarks startled the audience once again. Although Nicholson is not a member of the NBA circle, he is quite familiar with it and enjoys a revered status among Lakers fans. It is astonishing that Vujacic would so brazenly point out the elder's shortcomings, displaying a lack of respect that borders on ignorance. Indeed, Nicholson was enraged. In a fit of fury, he directed his vitriol at the camera, declaring, "Some foolish youngsters, believing themselves invincible after a mere 2 good games, clearly have yet to grasp the true nature of the NBA. They are just at the beginning of their journey, far from achieving success. I dare wager that he is nothing more than a fleeting figure, destined not to endure in the NBA." Vujacic, smiling at the reporters, exuded an unmistakable air of disdain. "I will not last in the NBA?" It seemed presumptuous for him to make such assertions. If he wishes to dictate others' fates, he might consider a career change perhaps to that of a deity or a devil. He wants to wager, does he? Indeed, he claimed he did not know me. From this day forth, I shall strive with every ounce of my being to ensure he never forgets who I am. And let me remind you, Mr. Jack Nicholson, when I achieve greatness and dominate this league, I implore you, I beseech you, please continue to ignore me. Chapter 54. The Rockets strike in a heated exchange on media platforms. Vujacic and Nicholson engage in a war of words, each refusing to yield an inch, leaving onlookers anxious for resolution. Their mutual disdain and barbs seemed to suggest that a physical confrontation would be more gratifying than their verbal sparring. However, it is worth noting that, despite Nicholson's portrayal as the omnipotent Joker in Batman, the young and vigorous Vujacic could likely deliver a couple of punches that would leave the elderly Nicholson searching for his teeth. This spectacle captured the media's attention for several days, only settling down on November 5th, coinciding with a lull in the competition. In the new season, the Los Angeles Lakers faced their 4th opponent, the Houston Rockets, who had been their adversaries in the first round of the previous season's playoffs. The Rockets, having joined the NBA in 1967, initially called San Diego home before relocating to Houston 4 years later. Like many rookie teams, their inaugural season was less than stellar, achieving a dismal record of 15 wins and 67 losses. However, they showed improvement in their second year, making it to the playoffs with a 37-45 record. After their move to Houston in 1971, the team struggled to find its footing, a situation that persisted until the 1976-1977 season when they acquired the star player Moses Malone, alongside Tom Janovich and others, leading them to clinch the Central Division title, though they ultimately fell to the 76ers in the Eastern Conference Finals. In the following season, Malone earned the regular season MVP award, and the Rockets once again reached the playoffs, only to be eliminated in the first round. The pinnacle of the Malone era came during the 1980-1981 season when he guided the Rockets, then not particularly formidable, to the NBA Finals, where they narrowly missed victory against the formidable Celtics, losing 2-4. Subsequently, the Rockets secured the top draft pick in both 1983 and 1984, acquiring Sampson and Olajuwon, which heralded the era of the Twin Towers. In 1986, they made another appearance in the finals, but were once again thwarted by the Celtics. The Rockets' championship aspirations were finally realized in 1994 during Michael Jordan's first retirement, as they triumphed over the New York Knicks, led by Ewing, with a 4-2 series victory, thereby lifting their first championship trophy in history. The following year, they added Drexler to their roster, despite a regular season record of 47 wins and 35 losses. They navigated the playoffs with tenacity, overcoming the Jazz, Suns, and Spurs to return to the finals. There, Olajuwon outperformed the rookie Shaquille O'Neal, and the Rockets swept the Orlando Magic with a decisive 4-0, successfully defending their title. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. This phrase encapsulates the true depiction of the Rockets during that era, and has since become a classic in the annals of the NBA. Subsequently, the Rockets were unable to replicate their former glory. In 1999, the formidable lineup crafted by Pippen, Olajuwon, and Barkley was eliminated in the first round of the playoffs, leading to a prolonged decline. By 2000, after 16 seasons, they found themselves absent from the playoffs for the first time, marking a 5-year hiatus. Despite acquiring Francis thereafter, they struggled to savor the taste of the playoffs again until the arrival of the Chinese giant, Yao Ming. In the 2002 NBA Draft, the Rockets selected Yao Ming, the first overall pick and the first Chinese player in NBA history, heralding a new era. Yao's rookie season, however, did not lead the Rockets to the playoffs. The previous season saw Jeff Van Gundy take the helm, and with a more mature Yao alongside Francis and Mobley, the team adopted Van Gundy's defense-first philosophy, finally returning to the playoffs. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. They faced the formidable Lakers, who boasted the Four Horsemen, and despite the captivating showdown between Yao and Shaq, the Rockets succumbed 1-4. In their moment of reflection, the Rockets recognized the need for change. Thus, in the summer of 2004, they resolved to trade Francis for Tracy McGrady. Albeit at the cost of Mobley and Cato, they further acquired the veteran center Mutombo by trading Pietrkowski and 2 others, granting Yao a scoring partner who could distract defenses and a reliable backup. Additionally, the arrival of Howard bolstered the Rockets' rebounding capabilities. However, while the Yao-McGrady duo was met with high expectations, the series of trades had sown seeds of concern. The Rockets had sacrificed their entire backcourt depth, posing a significant challenge for the upcoming season. Lobsura could have partially filled the void at point guard, yet an injury in the preseason sidelined him until the year's end, leaving the Rockets reliant on the aging Ward and the underperforming Tyronn Lue to shoulder the responsibilities of orchestrating the offense. Although the combination of Yao and McGrady provided a balanced scoring dynamic, the overall cohesion of the team seemed diminished compared to the previous season. In games where Yao and McGrady were closely guarded or absent, the Rockets struggled to find alternative scoring options. Jim Jackson could occasionally contribute, but his dismal last shot in last year's playoff opener against the Lakers underscored the issue, while others were primarily limited to fulfilling defensive roles. How the Rockets would score, particularly in the absence of Yao or McGrady, became a pressing concern for Van Gundy. Furthermore, in the absence of a competent point guard, McGrady would need to shoulder a greater ball-handling burden, raising questions about his potential fatigue and the risk of repeating Francis's tendency towards excessive self-reliance in scoring. Everything awaits the test of practical combat. At present, Van Gundy can only pray for Sura's swift recovery and timely adjustment to form. Furthermore, the Rockets surprisingly lack any rookies, which implies that the team does not possess any standout players, leaving their success or failure contingent upon the performances of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. It is improbable that any player will emerge unexpectedly to deliver a surprise. The current configuration of the Rockets can be summarized as Yao plus McGrady or McGrady plus Yao. Nevertheless, it is believed that with this lineup, the Rockets should have no trouble reaching the playoffs. However, to ascend to greater heights or even contend for the championship, they must continue to bolster their strength in the coming seasons. Yao and McGrady charge into battle for the Rockets, strategizing and determining the outcome from afar, relying heavily on Van Gundy's leadership. Van Gundy's coaching career in the NBA is not illustrious, but certainly compelling. Beginning in the 1989 to 1990 season, he served as an assistant coach for the New York Knicks, marking the inception of his coaching journey. During the 1995 to 1996 season, after the dismissal of then-head coach Nelson due to poor performance, Van Gundy, after 6.5 years of experience, was promoted to become the 18th head coach in Knicks history. Under his guidance, drawing from Pat Riley's defensive philosophy, Van Gundy swiftly propelled the Knicks to their peak during the Ewing and Houston era. The 1998 to 1999 season was particularly remarkable, as he led the Knicks to an improbable championship run, overcoming all odds as the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference to claim the conference title and reach the finals, creating a legendary Cinderella story. Unfortunately, they fell to the San Antonio Spurs, who boasted stars like Robinson and Duncan, with a final series score of 1-4, settling for second place. In the 2000 to 2001 season, Van Gundy continued to guide the Knicks to a commendable 60-win rate, ranking 4th in the team's history. However, the following season saw a decline in performance, leading to overwhelming pressure that prompted Van Gundy to resign, temporarily stepping away from the front line of the NBA. Over his 7 seasons with the Knicks, he amassed a record of 248 wins and 172 losses, making him the third winningest coach in the franchise's history. In 2003, following Tomjanovic's departure due to health issues, the Rockets spent nearly 2 months searching for a successor, ultimately choosing Van Gundy. In his first season with the Rockets, he led them back to the playoffs after a 5-year absence, although they were eliminated in the first round by the Lakers. The starting five for the Rockets was anchored by Yao Ming, a cornerstone for the team's future aspirations. Yao's prowess is undeniable, in an era where exceptional centers are scarce. He stands as the closest player to Shaquille O'Neal and possesses the potential to inherit the mantle of the most dominant center. However, the timeline for achieving this goal remains uncertain. The challenge of playing more aggressively due to his cultural background will persist, along with the need for improved stamina and shooting consistency under defensive pressure. Tracy McGrady, the other core of the team, will find ample opportunity to shine as Yao draws defensive attention. Conversely, McGrady's scoring ability from the perimeter can alleviate pressure on Yao, justifying the rationale behind their partnership. Unlike Francis, McGrady is less inclined to prioritize self-expression, yet his instinct as a scoring leader will compel him to take numerous shots. Balancing their shooting attempts will determine how far the Rockets can advance this season. The veteran power forward Howard brings experience and stability to the Rockets, though one should not expect him to deliver electrifying performances. Comparatively, he possesses a more comprehensive skill set than Cato, albeit lacking his fervor and tenacity. Another veteran, Jim Jackson, contributes offensively with his three-point shooting and defensively with his relentless pursuit, serving as an essential piece for the Rockets, though never a leader. Especially in the absence of Yao or McGrady, the point guard position will fall to Ward and Sura's absence, yet the veteran has little to boast about, perhaps only receiving his role due to his connection with Van Gundy. The bench presents a significant shortcoming for the Rockets, with few reliable players available. And the absence of promising rookies or young talents is particularly disheartening. The capable Taylor, assuming the role of the sixth man, can play both power forward and center, becoming a primary scoring source from the bench. The aging Mutombo, while no longer in his prime, still offers contributions when he takes the court. Sura, initially slated to replace Francis, is sidelined due to injury, which will hinder his integration with the team, but his prior performances, including consecutive near triple-doubles, still instill hope for his return. Tyronn Lue, an uninspiring point guard, failed to provide substantial support to McGrady during their time with the Magic. And his most memorable moment came during the 2000-2001 finals when he was tasked with defending the dual MVP Allen Iverson. The stark contrast in their performances, Iverson averaging 31.1 points per game while Lue merely contributed 3.1, left Lue overshadowed by Iveson's brilliance. Despite their differing styles, Lue's failure to surpass this moment has led to a decline in his NBA career. Wesley, another of Van Gundy's former players, is known for his defensive tenacity and rebounding skills, earning the coach's favor despite his advancing age, limiting his appearances to sporadic contributions. Hargo, a forward with scoring potential, may serve as an unexpected asset when the Rockets find themselves in need. Nakba, perhaps the player with the most potential for breakout performance this season, faces the pressure of his contract status as the Rockets have chosen not to renew his deal, compelling him to contemplate his future postseason. This may serve as the impetus for his emergence, contingent upon whether he receives sufficient playing time to find his rhythm. This is the imminent arrival of the Rockets, poised to challenge the Lakers. If they perform well, it will undoubtedly test the Lakers significantly. However, any misstep could create an opportunity for the Lakers. Chapter 55. Minor characters. The Rockets pose a formidable challenge. In the early games of the new season, despite Yao and McGrady's still developing synergy, their potential has begun to surface, prompting some to prematurely declare the Rockets as serious contenders for the championship, likening their duo to the legendary Olajuwon and Drexler combination. Such championship aspirations are undoubtedly fanciful. One must consider the caliber of the past Rockets team. Presently, the Rockets still fall short in terms of overall strength. However, against the Lakers, they seem more than capable, as Yao's imposing presence in the paint is sure to trouble them. The Lakers are diligently preparing, having secured a 3-game winning streak, boosting their confidence. Although the Rockets are powerful, they have yet to intimidate the Lakers into submission before the game even begins. For Vujacic, who is somewhat rough around the edges, external threats have never been a primary concern. His greater crisis stems from internal dynamics within the Lakers. The media's influence is boundless. If they choose to elevate an individual, that person will inevitably gain notoriety, especially someone like Vujacic, who is inherently restless and continuously provides material. Consequently, amidst the controversies and the disputes with Nicholson. Vujacic's fame is on the rise. Vujacic's rise to prominence naturally incited discontent among certain individuals, not merely from a seemingly idle Nicholson, but within the team as well. Kobe has ceased communication with Vujacic, a situation that Vujacic seems indifferent to. Following their last conversation, Jackson has refrained from any private exchanges with Vujacic, though it has not yet reached the point of rendering him invisible, as the Lakers still require Vujacic's talents before his potential departure. However, some lesser figures in Vujacic's eyes could no longer contain their provocation, inadvertently assisting Vujacic in amassing a reservoir of resentment. The dissatisfaction among others is quite understandable. Why should Vujacic, a mere rookie who has played only 3 games in the league, suddenly gain fame? Within the competitive realm of the NBA, it is not uncommon for individuals to believe in their own capabilities, as evidenced by Byron Russell's audacious challenge to Jordan. They merely acknowledge the differing roles they play within the team. Furthermore, the discontent among certain teammates stems from the fact that, compared to the still fledgling Vujacic, Kobe undoubtedly represents a more solid pillar of support. In this struggle for influence, Vujacic's prospects are dim, with everyone rallying behind Kobe. Even Vujacic's closest ally within the team, Butler, is cautious about appearing too close, as self-preservation is paramount. The discord between Vujacic and Kobe has indeed cast its shadow over the Lakers, primarily affecting the team's starting lineup. The veteran Divac, who has always maintained a detached and nonchalant demeanor, found himself relegated to the bench, making way for Kobe's ardent admirer, Cook. Vujacic was indifferent to this shift. Divac's wealth of experience was counterbalanced by Cook's youthful vigor, and given that both players exhibited a certain lack of fortitude, the designation of starting center seemed inconsequential. It is likely that Cook was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding his ascension to the starting role. He consistently aligned himself with Kobe, taking on the role of a vanguard whenever he sought to provoke Vujacic. Bang! Vujacic fell to the ground, his shoulder striking first, the immense impact sending a tingling sensation throughout half of his body. Meanwhile, Cook, who had sent Vujacic sprawling, stood nearby with an innocent smile adorning his face. "What's wrong, rookie? Is this too much for you?" The scene unfolded during an internal training match. Vujacic had just maneuvered past Kobe and was preparing for a layup when Cook, stationed under the basket, delivered a forceful slap to his back. Were such an infraction to occur in an actual game, a chaotic brawl would be inevitable. Even in practice, it could easily provoke a confrontation. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Everyone, step aside." Brian Shaw, serving as the referee, hurried over, shoving Cook aside and pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You better behave. Kid, don't stir up trouble." Cook, aware of the authority of the assistant coach, immediately raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Brian Shaw was well aware of the internal dynamics within the Lakers and felt a sense of concern, yet he was also resigned to his position. As the team's assistant coach, he was bound to support Jackson unwaveringly, regardless of the circumstances or Jackson's decisions. Vujacic rose to his feet, and as he fell, only Butler dared to lend him a hand. After a moment of stretching, he strode over and seized the basketball. "I should take the free throws, right?" The crowd was momentarily stunned. Just moments earlier, when Cook had knocked Vujacic down, nearly everyone anticipated that Vujacic would erupt in fury and immediately engage Cook in a brawl. Cook shared this assumption. Although he was somewhat of a pushover on the court, he held no fear of Vujacic in a physical confrontation, given their contrasting weights. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Vujacic restrained himself, stepping up to the free throw line and confidently sinking both shots. He then retreated to their half of the court, his gaze fixed on Cook, the flames of ire already raging in his eyes. Restraint? Was that even conceivable? Had this been a previous life? Vujacic would have been throwing punches by now. However, that was no longer an option. He needed the Lakers as a platform. Despite the prevailing tension with most of his teammates, Jackson would still rely on him during games, as the team's success was paramount. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Vujacic would swallow his pride. If he could not retaliate against the provocation of an insignificant opponent, what was the point of living? It would be better to simply cease to exist. Yet, vengeance must be executed with finesse. On one end, the starters launched an offensive as Kobe barreled towards the basket, executing a reverse layup. Meanwhile, on the bench's side, Vujacic signaled for the ball, gesturing for his teammates to spread out, indicating his intention to go one-on-one. Kobe crouched low before Vujacic, his posture indicative of the seriousness with which he approached this confrontation. clearly perceiving it as a decisive battle between the two. As Vujacic smiled, his grin barely faded before he sprang into action. In just 2 swift steps, he maneuvered Kobe to his side, shielding the ball as he charged toward the basket. Kobe's reaction was sluggish. By the time he attempted to intervene, it was already too late. After surging forward a few paces, Vujacic leapt towards Cook. Seeing this, Cook's heart soared with delight as he too leapt into the air, both hands poised to swat down, intent on repeating his previous success. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Cook's expression suddenly froze. He realized that Vujacic was smiling. Indeed, smiling with a mocking grin. Cook, filled with frustration, believed Vujacic was merely waiting for him to present an opportunity. Vujacic's philosophy was clear. While a gentleman may seek revenge, it is best served immediately. Just as the two were about to collide, Vujacic's right leg abruptly bent, his knee crashing into Cook's chest. In an instant, Cook felt as though his ribs might shatter, his insides compressing painfully as he let out a cry and fell backward. The sound of his fall was telling. It echoed with a severity far greater than Vujacic's earlier action. Most importantly, the impact to his chest left Cook struggling to breathe. The onlookers stood frozen, mouths agape, witnessing the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, as Vujacic descended, he did not forget to release the ball. Swish. Upon landing, Vujacic shook his hands, gazing down at Cook, who lay crumpled like a cooked shrimp, and sneered with an air of arrogance. Next time you attempt tricks against me, do assess whether your head can withstand the repercussions. Otherwise, you better behave. What does it mean to be formidable? Just look at Vujacic. He had no hesitation in wanting to knock Cook down. He possessed the might to do so, having been raised in a rough environment. When it came to fighting skills, he truly feared no one. However, since this was a basketball court, matters should be resolved with the ball. That was the rule. Besides, Cook was a mere minor character, not worthy of his fists. The gains would not justify the effort. Kobe was the first to react, forcefully pushing Vujacic away, his gaze fierce and unyielding. Everyone knew that Cook was Kobe's man, and now, in front of him, Vujacic had decisively dealt with him. Given Cook's current state, it seemed he would likely lose the starting position he had just secured. Vujacic truly yearned to deliver a moment akin to Kobe's, yet he refrained. I wish to avoid any trouble, but Bryant, do keep a watchful eye on your dog. Upon Vujacic's departure, he turned and walked away, brushing aside assistant coach Brian Shaw, who attempted to intercept him. Throughout this exchange, Jackson remained silent, not even casting a glance at Vujacic. Perhaps in his mind, Vujacic was no longer a member of the Lakers, merely a temporary aide borrowed from a neighboring household. Given this context, Jackson naturally chose to side with his own. While it may not have been a matter of great significance, it was, nonetheless, a matter of principle. Chapter 56. The duo Vujacic now occupies a somewhat transcendent position with the Lakers, while Kobe is preoccupied with consolidating his influence within the locker room. Vujacic need only focus on his own responsibilities. As the evening unfolds at the Staples Center, with the game about to commence, Vujacic refrains from returning to the locker room after warm-ups. Instead, he stands in the players' tunnel, observing the Rockets on the court. His gaze is fixated on one individual, his childhood idol, the Asian basketball titan who has long since retired after several years in the national team, the towering Yao Ming. While Vujacic no longer regards Yao Ming as an idol, this does not diminish his admiration for the remarkable athlete. Yao Ming is undeniably exceptional. In terms of innate talent, he is undoubtedly of superstar caliber. Although he may not possess the athletic prowess of Dwight Howard, his height of 226 centimeters is a rarity in the world. Moreover, to be both physically robust at that height and proficient in basketball, showcasing solid skills, agility, and a high basketball IQ, is exceedingly uncommon. The contrast between Yao Ming and the even taller Bradley, who stands 3 centimeters above him, is striking. While Bradley may manage to block shots decently, he lacks any other significant skills, his basketball intelligence hovering near zero. From a technical standpoint, Yao Ming is elite, proficient in bank shots, hook shots, and post-up plays, with a remarkable free throw and shooting consistency. It is difficult to argue that such a center at his peak was not among the best. However, Yao has faced criticism for his perceived lack of aggression, a trait often linked to personality. Aside from the imposing American giants, many centers from other nations exhibit a similar deficiency in aggression, which could be seen as a flaw. This is influenced by cultural factors and the overall basketball environment. For instance, Pau Gasol also exhibits a degree of passivity, yet to claim he is not elite would be erroneous. Additionally, Yao's physique has been somewhat squandered by the Chinese national team, but this cannot be held against him, as the sense of duty to serve one's country is deeply ingrained in Chinese culture. Moreover, Yao's scoring statistics, particularly his relatively modest point totals, are not reflective of his capabilities. His shooting percentage has consistently approached 50. The lower scoring figures stem from the Rockets' failure to develop an offensive system centered around him, resulting in fewer shot attempts. Furthermore, in the NBA, statistics do not convey the entirety of a player's impact. Yao Ming's south presence on the court often necessitated the attention of two defenders, and sometimes a third player prepared to assist. Many players, like Chris Bosh, may boast impressive statistics, yet they fail to command the primary defensive focus of their opponents. When Yao Ming is on the floor, penetrating players are often relegated to taking jump shots, a crucial factor in limiting the effectiveness of many perimeter players. Vujacic has always maintained that a player's prowess, particularly that of a center, cannot be solely quantified by statistics. Rather, it is more crucial to evaluate their performance in direct competition against other elite centers. Throughout Yao Ming's illustrious career, he consistently demonstrated a commanding advantage over formidable opponents such as Dwight Howard, Bynum, Oden, Nene, and Chandler. Later in his career, when facing the aging Shaquille O'Neal and a somewhat diminished Tim Duncan, he maintained a near parity, which serves as a true benchmark for assessing Yao's genuine capabilities. However, one must acknowledge that, if one disregards the fact that Yao is of Asian descent, his professional accomplishments may not seem particularly remarkable. This is primarily due to health-related issues. When in optimal physical condition, Yao undoubtedly reached the caliber of a superstar. Those who perceive him merely as an ordinary player are either overly biased or lack an understanding of the significance of a center's role on the basketball court. They also fail to appreciate that mastering back-to-the-basket techniques is far more challenging than the aerial agility required of guards. This explains why centers of Chandler's caliber can command contracts exceeding $10 million in New York. Analyzing Yao Ming's abilities on the court reveals his strengths and weaknesses quite evidently. His offensive skills are nearly flawless, boasting an expansive shooting range and historically elite free throw accuracy among centers. His basketball IQ is commendable, and under Van Gundy's tutelage, he developed considerable strength, enhancing his stability. In defensive scenarios, he could effectively contest opponents in the paint. Aside from O'Neal, Vujacic recalls few who could physically overpower Yao. Opponents could only rely on height to compete with him, but height alone was insufficient. As for his shortcomings, they are somewhat unavoidable. God bestows certain gifts while simultaneously imposing limitations. Yao's upper body strength is comparatively weak, and his towering stature results in a high center of gravity, leading to average athleticism. His positioning during rebounds is often inadequate, and his movement to receive passes can be slow, making him susceptible to double teams. When trapped, Yao's passing instinct is undeniably strong, yet his lack of arm strength and high center of gravity can hinder his ability to distribute the ball effectively. Consequently, the precision of his passes may falter, requiring teammates to adjust, which inadvertently grants defenders time to rotate and recover. This reliance on his teammates necessitates that they possess exceptional passing skills. Even power forwards must be adept at facilitating Yao's offensive maneuvers. In summary, Yao's need for support from his teammates is substantial. A team that optimally utilizes his talents could achieve great success. Vujacic believes the Rockets only managed to fulfill approximately 65% of this potential. Yao required a versatile power forward who could create space for him offensively, deliver the ball comfortably, and swiftly compensate for Yao's defensive shortcomings. In later years, Scola barely met these expectations, while Garnett would have been an ideal fit. The perimeter players must be proficient in three-point shooting while maintaining strong defensive capabilities to minimize the chances of opponents confronting Yao directly. Battier was the only player during Yao's tenure who fully complemented his style, and at least one of the two guards must possess a well-rounded skill set or be able to complement the other. A healthy McGrady could fulfill these requirements with his ability to penetrate, score, and deliver exceptional passes, though his training attitude and injuries were regrettable setbacks. However, the point guard situation during Yao's era was less than ideal. While he may not have needed to excel at three-point shooting or return passes, he could not be consistently overwhelmed by the majority of the league as point guards. Thus, a robust physical presence was essential. Throughout Yao's time with the Rockets, none of the point guards he encountered met this standard. Furthermore, Yao's considerable size limited his ability to remain active on the court for extended periods, necessitating a strong backup, particularly on defense. Mutombo could have served this role, but his age rendered him unable to be a reliable rotation player. The absence of other tall players forced Yao to endure prolonged minutes, leading to diminished returns. In conclusion, a team structured around Yao Ming would require a specific composition, which the Rockets notably failed to achieve. Thus, they never truly built the team around Yao as a focal point, relegating him to the role of a cornerstone player instead. This represents a significant misstep for the franchise. Constructing a team with Yao as the foundation would have necessitated substantial financial investment. The Yao-McGrady duo alone required $40 million, with an additional $25 million for power forward and center backups, not to mention other costs, inevitably incurring a hefty luxury tax. The Rockets' ownership at the time was reluctant to invest. One must assemble an entire fleet to accompany a flagship vessel. Otherwise, the flagship is rendered ineffective. During the first 4 years of the Yao-McGrady partnership, the organization hesitated to spend, and by the time they recognized the necessity, it was too late. As a former NBA fan, Vujacic can only express his profound disappointment. In the realm of the NBA, towering figures akin to Yao Ming are coveted by nearly every team. It is said that in a previous life, Vujacic had heard whispers of the Lakers' intention to recruit Yao Ming to partner with Kobe Bryant. Had this aspiration come to fruition, the Lakers might have experienced a resurgence far more swiftly than the lengthy years it ultimately took. One day, Vujacic will undoubtedly carve his own path. Just the thought of having a towering presence like Yao Ming in the paint to shield him from adversities elicits a chuckle. This notion stirs a tinge of jealousy in Vujacic as he observes another luminary on the court warming up, Tracy McGrady. Despite his seemingly languid demeanor, McGrady undoubtedly ranks among the league's elite scorers, and his position on that list is assuredly not low. There has been a comprehensive comparison made between the prolific scorers McGrady and Kobe Bryant, concluding that they are neck and neck. In terms of physical attributes, McGrady's height of 206 centimeters offers a significant advantage when matched against guards and small forwards, whereas Kobe often finds himself at a disadvantage against taller opponents. Despite his commendable wingspan, in terms of strength, both athletes are comparable, though in their youth, McGrady's physical prowess may have slightly surpassed that of Kobe. Regarding speed, both exhibit commendable quickness, yet McGrady holds the edge. When it comes to offensive capabilities, Kobe's shooting is marginally superior to McGrady's. In terms of passing, McGrady's deliveries are succinct and effective, continuously evolving in technique, while Kobe's passes, though aesthetically pleasing, tend to lack velocity, distance, and precision, with the notorious Black Mamba often opting for isolation rather than facilitating teamwork. Dribbling ability. Both players exhibit commendable dribbling skills, sufficiently fulfilling the responsibilities of a point guard. In terms of penetration, McGrady possesses a slight edge. However, in the realm of dribbling alone, Bryant's flair is more exquisite, and his technique is superior. When it comes to scoring prowess, McGrady, a 2-time scoring champion, undoubtedly holds the advantage, yet Bryant's scoring capabilities are not to be underestimated. Regarding playmaking, both players, despite being primarily scorers, possess organizational talents that are often overlooked. Nonetheless, McGrady's advantages in skill and understanding are quite significant. As for competitive experience, both have traversed the NBA for a decade, rendering them quite seasoned. However, Bryant's playoff experience surpasses that of McGrady, bolstered further by years of mentorship under the Zen Master, suggesting that his wisdom in high-stakes situations is indeed superior. If one were to compare accolades and achievements, Bryant undoubtedly holds the upper hand. However, in terms of raw talent, both players possess their unique strengths, McGrady's natural gifts and Bryant's technical prowess. Upon closer examination, both still have areas for improvement, and there remains substantial room for growth in their respective games. In a matchup between their teams, the outcome would largely hinge on their performance on the day and the state of their game. Should Vujacic be tasked with evaluating their capabilities, there would be no doubt that he would deem McGrady the more formidable player. In a past era, Vujacic harbored great admiration for McGrady, viewing him as the epitome of charisma, graced with a captivating smile. Yet, cruel fate taught him to temper that smile, adopting a demeanor of calm indifference in the face of biting mockery and skepticism. McGrady often appeared groggy, his movements ethereal and dreamlike, with eyes that seemed more white than dark, sweeping over his opponents like a gaze from the heavens. Perhaps it was because his beloved friends and family resided in the afterlife, as only they could comprehend his solitude. He consistently displayed disdain for his adversaries, asserting his dominance with an unyielding resolve, whether facing the towering stone Buddha or the imposing Bryant. Rarely did he roar, but when angered, the Toyota Center, American Airlines Center, and Madison Square Garden would tremble in response. He had little affinity for the media and chose to respond to skepticism and derision with a detached indifference and a heavy silence. His life was shadowed by injuries, with no one truly understanding the lingering pain of his fragile back, nor did any robust teammates rise to his defense at his moment of need. He once relished the embrace of brothers, the warm kisses of family, a tranquil sanctuary for his spirit. Yet, within 8 years, God took them all away. The roars of the crowd in his honor were thunderous, yet to him, they felt like a distant echo. Who can decipher the gaze of a lone star? The profound loneliness within, and the shadows that envelop his soaring silhouette? He possessed a dazzling lateral drift, an indomitable dunk, breathtaking explosiveness, and an unadorned perfection in his step-back jumper. His aerial assaults were filled with tension, and his piercing breakthroughs were as sharp as a galloping steed with a lance. In terms of sheer visual and spiritual enjoyment, witnessing his lightning-fast movements charging toward the hoop is a spectacle unto itself. Adorned in a jersey that combines pure white with striking crimson accents, who could embody the Rockets' colors more fittingly than he? Whether it is the deft dribbling during movement, the grand aerial spins, or the artful rhythm changes during offense, he possesses an innate ability to decipher the intricacies of his opponent's defense, committing very few errors. Tracy McGrady is, without a doubt, a born one-on-one killer. His unparalleled agility and explosive reflexes, widely acknowledged as the swiftest first step since Grant Hill, leave one to ponder what other means, aside from fouling or double-teaming, could possibly hinder him. Some may argue that McGrady's achievements were underwhelming, citing that his time with the Magic led to early playoff exits, but such claims are utterly misguided. Are they unaware of the roster the Magic boasted at that time? With a second star unable to take the court for years, leading the team to the playoffs 3 times in 4 years is no small feat. Dismissing his contributions as mere statistical padding is a notion even Sasha Vujacic would find unfounded. What of Paul Pierce's Celtics? The Celtics languished in mediocrity far longer than the Magic. It is also patently clear that Pierce's individual prowess pales in comparison to McGrady's. Mere assertions of stat padding cannot obscure this reality. Moreover, McGrady's accolades extend beyond 2 All-Star selections, including 2 All-NBA second-team honors. The playoffs signify both the team's and McGrady's shortcomings, yet his personal performances were nothing short of spectacular. Few players elevate their postseason statistics above their regular season averages as consistently as McGrady. Astonishingly, some claim he focused on regular season success rather than the playoffs. One can only wonder how such conclusions are drawn. As for clutch scoring ability, it merely reflects one's capacity to perform in high-pressure moments and should not be conflated with overall scoring prowess. Robert Horry's clutch performances do not diminish McGrady's capabilities, nor does Allen Iverson's 2001 Finals display against the Lakers suggest superior scoring skills over McGrady, regardless of the Rockets' overall strength or their lackluster bench. The combination of McGrady and Yao Ming could unleash their full potential, rendering the Lakers defenseless. Yao's dominance in the paint would find no rival among the Lakers, while McGrady's prolific scoring from beyond the arc would remain unchallenged. Overall strength? Let's not be ludicrous. The Lakers' current cohesiveness is negligible. Their previous 3 games relied predominantly on the scoring exploits of Kobe and Vujacic, hardly reflective of team synergy. Could they truly secure victory? Vujacic first conjured a question mark in his mind. Was he nervous? Certainly not. Vujacic felt nothing but excitement. Engaging with formidable opponents was the essence of the game. It was akin to a master of the martial arts, well-versed in the intricacies of both the 9-yin and 9-yang, being pitted against a mere novice who had only grasped the basics of Shaolin long fist. What thrill could such a contest possibly hold? His adversary should at least possess the remarkable skill of the Duga 9 swords to make it worthwhile. The previous showdown against Anthony had left Vujacic exhilarated, and now, facing McGrady, he recognized that his opponent was undoubtedly of a superior caliber. Once again, it was an opportunity to test his own mettle. At this moment, Vujacic felt his body trembling, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. The Rockets' training session had concluded, and as he observed the Rockets players approaching, Vujacic showed no inclination to retreat. When Tracy McGrady passed by, he seemed oblivious to Vujacic's presence and continued on his way. Vujacic smiled, unfazed by the encounter. However, when Yao Ming approached, he paused upon noticing Vujacic, and a shy smile spread across his face. "Hi. Hello, big guy." Yao Ming did not expect Vujacic to engage him in conversation and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you." Their exchange was brief, and soon they parted ways, Yao joining the rest of the team as Vujacic returned to the locker room, stretching his arms with increasing anticipation for the game ahead. Chapter 57. The battle begins. Seated on the Lakers bench at Staples Center, Vujacic instinctively positioned himself in the corner, yet his demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed, giving no indication of the isolation he had experienced from his teammates. On the court, the starting five of the Lakers had undergone yet another transformation in just a few days. Kobe's loyal sidekick, Cook, found himself in the hospital after Vujacic delivered a flying knee that resulted in a cracked rib. Though not severe, it would require 2 to 3 weeks of recovery time. Initially, many speculated that the starting center position would revert to the veteran Divac, but in a surprising twist, Jackson opted for Mim, indicating his complete disillusionment with the seasoned Serbian player. As the game commenced, both teams prepared for battle, with Odom and Yao Ming standing at center court, ready for the jump ball. The outcome was predictable. Yao easily secured the ball with a graceful sweep, delivering it to the Rockets' point guard, Ward. Odom, humorously, did not even attempt to jump, merely raising his hand in a token gesture. The Rockets' first offensive play saw the ball transition through McGrady's hands before reaching Yao Ming in the paint. Typically, the opening play is entrusted to the team's star, and handing the ball to Yao was both a means of ensuring a strong start and a symbolic gesture, despite the acquisition of the two-time scoring champion McGrady. Yao remained the team's focal point. Receiving the ball, Yao executed a back-to-the-basket move against Mim, who had attempted to maneuver defensively before McGrady's pass but was thwarted by Yao's imposing physique. Now, Mim could only muster all his strength to hold his ground against Yao, yet appeared rather pitiful in the process. Although not short, standing at 213 centimeters, Mim was impressive by NBA standards. However, Yao's towering height overshadowed him. With a solid foundation strengthened under Van Gundy's training last season, Yao charged forward, knocking Mim off balance, before leaping for a hook shot, successfully scoring. In the realm of one-on-one defensive matchups beneath the basket, few in this league can withstand the might of Yao Ming. Players like Duncan, Garnett, and O'Neal might achieve a semblance of success, while a healthy Weber could engage in a mutual explosion of talent with Yao. As for the much-acclaimed rookie sensation, Howard, he appears utterly insignificant in the presence of Yao, as confronting him is as effortless as the daily rituals of dining and slumber. In their previous encounter, the Rockets faced the Orlando Magic, where the much-anticipated duel between Yao and Howard was fervently covered by the media. Yet the outcome was telling. Yao amassed 28 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks, with all of those blocks directed at the young powerhouse. While Howard may exhibit clear advantages against centers of lesser strength and athletic prowess, he shrinks in stature when faced with Yao. Certainly, Howard's movements in the low post are more fluid and graceful, showcasing commendable footwork and an evolving hook shot. However, Yao reigns as the premier low-post scorer in the league, possessing an unanswerable turnaround jumper, adeptly utilizing both hands for hook shots, and executing a distinctive jumper after a dribble beneath the basket, skills that Howard must gradually acquire. Once the beast is deprived of his dunking prowess, his offensive threat diminishes significantly. In terms of defensive capabilities, both players stand on equal footing. While Howard may boast a higher number of blocks and superior shot-blocking ability, many of Yao's defensive efforts are shared among teammates. Nevertheless, when it comes to pressuring opponents and disrupting their shooting, Yao excels with remarkable footwork, similarly capable of altering the opponent's shooting motions and trajectories. Even the highly regarded Howard pales in comparison to Yao, let alone the lesser player, Mim. After scoring, Yao graciously retrieved the ball and handed it to Mim before turning back to defend. Witnessing this display, Vujacic expressed disdain, likely due to Yao's commendable character. Yet, the arena is a battleground, and such courtesy towards opponents is unnecessary. It has been suggested in a bygone era that if the gentle giant were to embody O'Neal's tenacity, he would undoubtedly dominate the NBA. The game continues, with the Lakers launching an offensive. In the absence of Vujacic on the court, the others hesitate to vie for the offensive authority with Kobe. Once the ball is passed to Kobe, his teammates promptly disperse to create an opportunity for the star to engage in a one-on-one. Defending Kobe is T-Mac, still appearing drowsy, as if he can never muster the energy, giving the impression that he lacks passion for the game. However, to assume such would be a grave misjudgment. He keeps pace with each of Kobe's movements and possesses remarkable anticipatory skills. After several attempts to find an opening, Kobe, unable to locate the space he desired, resorts to passing and repositioning. Upon receiving the ball, Butler charges toward the Rockets' basket, yet, confronted by the increasingly formidable Yao Ming. He hesitates and instead passes the ball to Kobe. Kobe receives it and drives along the baseline, suddenly halting to create a sliver of space from T-Mac, and swiftly ascends for a layup. Although Yao manages to return in time, Kobe's release is too rapid, rendering Yao's attempt to block ineffective. The Rockets' offensive strategy this time centers around T-Mac, as he and Yao have yet to establish the synergy that comes with time. Most of their plays are individual efforts. Nevertheless, simple collaborations, such as pick and rolls, are certainly feasible. T-Mac adopts a unique stance, hunched over with one hand gripping the ball behind him, his gaze fixed intently on Kobe, radiating an aura of latent potential. At this moment, Yao suddenly springs into action. His speed may not be swift, but his strides are substantial. As he ambles over to Kobe's side, almost simultaneously, T-Mac bursts into motion, his drowsy eyes snapping open like a predator, emanating a fierce intensity. Kobe reacts swiftly, yet as he attempts to maneuver, he collides with Yao. The originally intended switch in defense by Mim fails to keep pace with T-Mac's rapidity, allowing him to glide past effortlessly. T-Mac sprints towards the rim and, confronted by the recovering Odom, leaps high for a one-handed dunk. Odom, having lost the initial advantage, has no choice but to concede. Following the opening, both teams have successfully completed 3 consecutive offensive plays, with each of the 3 brightest stars showcasing their extraordinary prowess. Vujacic sat on the bench, unable to resist glancing at Jackson, eager to discern when he might finally take to the court. Chapter 58. The intricacies on the sidelines. The first quarter of the match was already half over, the score standing at 20-24. With the Lakers trailing by 4 points. The unfolding scenario primarily featured Kobe single-handedly contending against the formidable duo of Yao and McGrady from the Rockets. Despite the odds stacked against him, Kobe was relentless today, driven by an intense desire to assert his rightful position as the leader of the Lakers. Even if others occasionally shone, none could eclipse his brilliance. Yao Ming and McGrady were also in fine form, alternating in their offensive assaults and consistently finding success. The camaraderie between the two was palpable, with neither displaying any intent to abandon the other for personal glory. They frequently coordinated their efforts, seeking to enhance their synergy. At this juncture, the score differential was negligible, and the Lakers still possessed the ball. However, any seasoned observer could discern that, as the game progressed, the situation would only grow increasingly unfavorable for the Lakers. No matter how formidable Kobe might be, he remained but one man, not a deity. Faced with the dual threat of the Rockets superstars, there would inevitably come a moment when he could no longer sustain the pressure. Should fatigue render Kobe ineffective, it would spell disaster for the Lakers. Conversely, the Rockets harbored no such concerns. They boasted 2 reliable scoring options. As long as they maintained prudent energy management, they could engage with the Lakers effectively, gradually extending their lead. Of course, the Lakers were not without solutions. But the answer to their predicament was currently seated on the bench. Sasha, am I late? A waft of sweet fragrance accompanied a familiar voice. Vujacic did not need to turn around to know who had arrived. No, the main event has yet to commence. The newcomer was Hilary Duff. The two had essentially established a romantic relationship, though they had not made it public. Their intimacy was evident enough to shatter the hearts of onlookers. After all, she was America's sweetheart, unexpectedly swept away by Vujacic, the robust Slovenian. Hilary was not particularly a basketball enthusiast. At least, she certainly wasn't one before meeting Vujacic. However, like many Hollywood stars who sought to bask in the ambience of NBA games, the Staples Center had become a frequent haunt for her, especially now that Vujacic was here. Let me take a closer look, Hilary chuckled as she scrutinized Vujacic from behind. Sasha, haven't you taken the court yet? Vujacic felt a sense of frustration. Although he understood that Hilary Duff did not intend to mock him, it was still disheartening to miss out on an opportunity to showcase his charm in front of his own woman. Indeed, this is precisely why I assert that the real performance has yet to commence. Vujacic could not afford to show weakness. Hilary Duff, noticing Vujacic sulking, could not help but laugh heartily. Ignoring the gazes of those around them, she moved a little closer and embraced him from behind, saying, "Don't be anxious. I know you're the best." Receiving such comforting words from the woman he cherished lightened Vujacic's spirit slightly, prompting him to cheekily retort, "Are you referring to my prowess on the field or in the bedroom?" Hilary Duff blushed at his audacious remark, but was undeterred, responding, "Well then, you shall have to prove yourself tonight." How tantalizing. Beside Vujacic, other players from the Lakers wore expressions of discontent, casting sideways glances at the two individuals. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, these two unabashedly engaged in flirtation, a display that seemed rather excessive. Vujacic, however, remained utterly indifferent to the gazes of others. He firmly grasped Hilary Duff's delicate hand, which seemed almost boneless, and nestled it against his chest. Initially, Hilary felt a tinge of shyness, but she was soon enveloped by the rare warmth exhibited by Vujacic, causing her to abandon all reservations. She embraced him from behind, resting her pointed chin on his shoulder. Gazing languidly at the court, were it not for the Lakers' uniform jacket adorning Vujacic, who would have imagined he was there to play basketball? Vujacic reclined in the embrace of a beauty, reveling in his good fortune, yet his teammates languished in agony, their eyes ablaze with envy. Unlike Vujacic, they were not so fortunate. Having just entangled themselves with the punk princess, they now witnessed him envelop the American sweetheart in his arms. These rugged and boorish fellows, while strolling down the street, could muster the audacity to whistle at passing sirens, content if their advances elicited merely a scolding for being a ruffian. The notion of courting the American sweetheart was beyond their wildest imaginings. Yet, this long-held dream was inexplicably realized by that scoundrel Vujacic. One might think that having achieved such a feat, he would discreetly seek a secluded spot to indulge in his whims, free from scrutiny. However, his brazen display in broad daylight, during a nationally televised match, seemed to disregard the impression it would leave on impressionable young minds. As their attention was drawn to this glaring spectacle, an irate figure emerged from the shadows, striding toward them with a grim countenance. "This is a place for competition," he admonished. "If you too wish to flaunt your affection, kindly retreat to the privacy of your own home." Vujacic lifted his head, a slight frown adorning his brow. "Who do you think you are?" He was well aware of the fierce-looking elderly man before him, for just a few days prior. They had engaged in a heated war of words in the media. Jack Nicholson, the self-proclaimed #1 Lakers fan. Nicholson felt as though the veins on his forehead were about to burst. Jack Nicholson. "Now both of you, rein it in a bit." Vujacic, unfazed, continued to smile, casting a sidelong glance at Nicholson, thinking to himself that this old man wasn't all that impressive. How could someone reputed to have had over 2,000 romantic partners, though nowhere near Chamberlain's legendary conquests, look so unremarkable? Perhaps it was he, the old fool, who ought to temper his exuberance. "This is our freedom, and you have no say in it." Nicholson was on the verge of apoplexy. "I paid to watch the game at Staples Center for basketball, not for you two." At this juncture, Vujacic needed no words. Hilary Duff shook the ticket in her hand. "I bought one too." Nicholson found himself utterly at a loss. He proclaimed that his hefty expenditure entitled him to divine status. Yet this young lady had also spent her money, rendering her equally divine. Both were deities in their own right. Why should he be permitted to leap and cavort by the sidelines, engaging in antics directed at the referee, while she could not simply express her affection? Referee, shouldn't such behavior be curtailed? Nicholson was left speechless, resorting to the referee for assistance. However, what could the referee do? Despite the NBA's regulations being the most meticulous in the world of basketball, there was no rule preventing players from being affectionate with their partners during the game, as long as they didn't sink to the level of a public indecency performance. Thus, he could only disregard Nicholson and remain focused on the match. "Brian, tell that kid to behave. He is a professional player. He should at least act like one." Brian Shaw, feeling vexed, questioned why he should be the one to address this. But with Jackson having spoken, he had no choice but to comply. He approached Vujacic to convey Jackson's sentiments. To his surprise, Vujacic chuckled upon hearing this. "Coach, I can certainly be very professional, but can't the boss, as the coach, act a bit more professionally too?" Brian Shaw was taken aback and promptly relayed Vujacic's words back to Jackson. Upon hearing this, Jackson laughed, realizing that this young man was employing a clever tactic against him. Indeed, Vujacic was challenging Jackson's authority. If it was deemed unprofessional for Vujacic to display affection for his girlfriend on the sidelines, then surely Jackson's treatment of Vujacic was also incorrect and unprofessional. What then was to be done? It is undoubtedly impossible to proceed without Vujacic. However, Jackson has promised Kobe that he will suppress Vujacic within the team. This is a task that Jackson undertakes without any psychological burden, as Kobe is the undisputed leader of the team. As the head coach, Jackson must rely on this leader to help him manage the sentiments of the players, naturally aligning himself with Kobe's interests. Yet, the current situation on the court is unfavorable for the Lakers. In the blink of an eye, they find themselves trailing by 8 points. After a fiery start, Kobe's shooting touch has begun to wane, and it is indeed time for a substitution to allow him a moment of respite. Thus, replacing Kobe with Vujacic emerges as the sole option, unless Jackson is willing to watch the Lakers be mercilessly dismantled by the Rockets. That is simply unacceptable. It is not that Vujacic has become indispensable to the Lakers. Rather, they are in desperate need of a reliable scoring option in Kobe's absence. Let that rookie take the court. Do not embarrass me further. Brian Shaw reluctantly approached Vujacic. Sasha, you've won. The boss wants you on the court. Vujacic chuckled. No problem. Does the boss have no further instructions? Brian Shaw shook his head, feeling an intense desire to strangle this troublemaker. Upon receiving Jackson's directive, Vujacic released Hilary Duff's hand and stood up. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted, turned around, bent down, and lifted Hilary Duff's chin, planting a kiss upon her lips. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. This madman truly dared to do anything. After an ardent kiss, as they parted, Hilary Duff's cheeks flushed crimson, her sultry gaze fixed upon Vujacic. Had it been another man, he would surely have melted under her enchanting allure. But Vujacic merely smiled, urging, concentrate, the match has only just begun. Chapter 59, The Showdown with McGrady. As Vujacic entered the court, Kobe exited, and as they brushed past one another, there was a complete lack of eye contact, a total disregard for each other's presence. Vujacic remained unfazed, having already reached a breaking point. He saw no reason to continue to suffer in silence. Whatever happened next, so be it. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith, who was commentating on the game, perked up at the sight of Vujacic. Though the previous match had been thrilling, it lacked the presence of the flamboyant Vujacic, leaving him with a sense of incompleteness. Today, he was partnered with the seasoned Walton, whose demeanor was perpetually grim. While his son played on the court, his performance was lackluster, igniting Walton's frustration. He struggled to comprehend how he, a man of legendary prowess, could father such a disappointing offspring. But wait, if the boy were truly a failure, what did that make him? Lost in thought, Walton, engrossed in his biological genetics research, found it easy to drift away. At that moment, the Lakers lineup featured center Mem, power forward Odom, small forward Walton, shooting guard Vujacic, and point guard Brown, an archetypal small lineup. The Rockets, on the other hand, made some adjustments. Yet their core players remained on the court, including center Yao Ming, power forward Taylor, small forward Nakba, shooting guard McGrady, and point guard Tyronn Lue. The Lakers had an offensive opportunity, with an 8-point deficit looming over them. As the ball crossed half-court, it landed in Vujacic's hands. Despite the cold shoulders from his teammates, aside from Mim, their disdain was tempered by Jackson's orders, which they dared not defy. However, a lack of enthusiasm was inevitable. The formation was indeed spread out, yet aside from Mim, who was still vying for position, the others merely watched with a sense of detachment, showing no inclination to support him. Vujacic smiled, a smile laced with mockery, as if to suggest that he had cornered his opponent. Standing directly before him, McGrady crouched low, the distance between them barely a meter. Even without movement, McGrady exuded an aura of pressure. He was one of the NBA's most formidable scorers, and his defensive prowess was equally commendable. During his time with the Raptors, partnering with his cousin Carter, McGrady's role primarily revolved around perimeter defense, honing his one-on-one defensive skills during that period. Previously, when matched against Kobe, McGrady had performed admirably on defense. Although Kobe managed to score significantly, he expended a considerable amount of energy and was substituted out early. Now faced with this rising rookie, McGrady was well aware of Vujacic and recalled the recent game against the Nuggets, where Vujacic had engaged in a scoring duel with Anthony. Despite his outward demeanor, McGrady held no contempt for Vujacic. At this moment, McGrady was not the version of himself that would later become disenchanted with basketball, merely coasting through games, criticized by many as a burden. Rather, he was still ablaze with passion for the game. Vujacic was probing, yet McGrady remained unyielding. His feet seemingly rooted to the floor as his arms flailed, obstructing any potential pathways for Vujacic's advance. Suddenly, Vujacic lifted the basketball, his feet together, shoulders shrugging slightly. McGrady instinctively prepared to leap for a block. After all, the pull-up jumper was his forte. However, just as his center of gravity began to rise, he realized he had been deceived. In that fleeting moment, Vujacic drew the ball back into his chest, bending forward, pressing closely against McGrady's body, denying him any opportunity to impede his progress. Although McGrady yearned to follow suit, he had already lost the initiative, his balance yet to be restored. leaving him to watch helplessly as Vujacic surged past him. McGrady's ease of being outmaneuvered by Vujacic caught the other Rockets players off guard. By the time they sought to provide support, it was too late, leaving them to rely solely on Yao Ming beneath the basket. Encountering Yao Ming for the first time on the court stirred a sense of excitement within Vujacic. While his agility and speed were unmatched by Yao, the latter's towering height presented an undeniable advantage. Merely standing under the basket, Yao exuded an ineffable aura of intimidation, even without making a move. Vujacic dared not be careless. He would never engage in the folly of confronting the towering giant head-on. As he approached Yao Ming, he executed a swift lateral slide, evading Yao's frontal defense with the finesse of a tennis player. The moment his right foot touched the ground, he leaped into the air, delivering a stunning one-handed layup that sent the ball soaring through the hoop. Magnificent! What an exquisite display! Kenny Smith was practically on the edge of his seat, exclaiming that the young man was undoubtedly a prodigy, one whom no one in the league could contain. Old Walton remained silent, his gaze steadfastly fixed on his own son, who had merely been a bystander while Vujacic faced off against the Rockets' two key players. As Vujacic sprinted back on defense, he unexpectedly pivoted and flashed a smile at McGrady, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. Those who witnessed this moment were left utterly astounded. Had he truly lost his senses, believing he could not only compete with Anthony in scoring but also challenge McGrady once more? It is worth noting that while Anthony is undeniably formidable, he is merely a sophomore with numerous flaws, whereas McGrady stands as a two-time scoring champion, widely recognized as an elite scorer in the league. Vujacic was well aware that some might deem him insane at that moment, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that engaging with a master was what truly mattered. And if he were to lose, he would simply accept defeat. After being provoked by Vujacic, McGrady initially appeared taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips, and his drowsy eyes finally opened wide, ignited by a fierce fire. As the Rockets commenced their play, McGrady reached out for the ball. Tyronn Lue, recognizing that Vujacic had stirred McGrady's competitive spirit, promptly handed him the ball. McGrady's dribbling skills were among the elite in the league, and in that regard, comparison was futile. As he crossed half court, Walton, closest to McGrady, approached him, but before he could steady himself, Vujacic barreled in and shoved him aside. Away with you. Vujacic harbored no fondness for this second-generation star, who, despite lacking substantial talent, held himself in high esteem and often looked down on others. Young Walton stumbled, ready to protest. Yet the overwhelming presence of Vujacic compelled him to bow his head and focus on his assignment against Nakbar. From the commentary booth, old Walton watched this unfold, consumed by frustration and wishing he could bash his head against the wall. In his youth, had anyone dared to challenge him in such a manner, his fists would have already been flying, determined to leave his opponent battered and bruised. But what about his son? Old Walton felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had previously dismissed the adage about a fierce father producing a timid son, yet now it seemed painfully true. His son had inherited none of his ferocity. He was not just a lackluster player, but a mere lapdog. No one noticed the old Walton lamenting on the sidelines, practically wishing for self-destruction to atone for his ancestors. On the court, Vujacic and McGrady faced off once more. Their previous encounter had seen Vujacic triumph, but now it was McGrady's turn. As a two-time reigning scoring champion, he could not afford to back down in the face of a challenge, and this particular opponent ignited an even greater desire to compete within him, stronger than that he felt when facing Kobe. Like Vujacic before him, McGrady began to probe, aware that Vujacic's defensive prowess paled in comparison to his own. Yet it seemed adequate for the moment. Suddenly, McGrady lifted the basketball, his shoulders rising in preparation. As Vujacic prepared to leap for a block, he suddenly realized that it might be a ruse, akin to the one he had just executed. However, just as Vujacic hesitated, McGrady indeed soared into the air, launching a three-point shot without hesitation. Vujacic was taken aback, instinctively turning his head to watch as the basketball gracefully swished through the net. A pull-up jumper. This was McGrady's signature offensive maneuver, a term that has emerged in recent years. A pull-up is a sophisticated type of jump shot. Akin to a sudden sprout from the ground, it occurs when an opponent applies tight defensive pressure, allowing the player to utilize their height or leaping ability to execute a forceful jump shot. Unlike a standard jump shot, a pull-up relies on the power generated from the waist to propel the player upward, with one foot explosively driving the other foot and the entire body into a sudden leap for the shot. McGrady's jump shot is nothing short of ethereal and elegant. Much like his persona, calm and collected, neither agitated nor indifferent, exuding grace and poise. Observing McGrady's jump shot is truly a delight, a genuine appreciation for the artistry of shooting. His lethal weapon is undoubtedly the pull-up jumper, which demands not only impeccable shooting technique, but also exceptional physical attributes. It requires the shooter to seamlessly transition from pushing off the ground with their feet, to generating force through their knees, to suddenly raising their arms for the shot. Moreover, it necessitates that the shooter achieves a high release point in the air, prolonged hang time, and a significant degree of lean or float. As he turned back, he caught sight of McGrady, who, with his trademark smile, was casually waving his hand, as if he had merely been playing around moments before. Noticing Vujacic's bewildered expression, McGrady playfully beckoned him with a finger. Was he ready to challenge him? Had it been someone with a more fiery temperament, McGrady's expression, gestures, and the unmistakable signals emanating from his gaze would have left no room for negotiation. If basketball wouldn't settle the score, then fist would. However, Vujacic, possessing a rebellious spirit, would not appreciate being coddled or indulged. Instead, if provoked, he would rise to the occasion. So it was a challenge then. Who was afraid of whom? The agreement was clear. Whoever falters first is undoubtedly the coward. Chapter 60. Close your mouth in his past life. Vujacic yearned to compete with two individuals, the legendary basketball icon Jordan, and the other, Tracy McGrady. Alas, whether in his previous existence or this one, fate denied him the opportunity to face the former. As for McGrady, by the time Vujacic was poised to enter the NBA, McGrady's fervor for the game had waned. Despite his continued ability to play, Vujacic had resigned himself to the notion that he would never cross paths with such elite talent again, but destiny had other plans. He was reborn and found himself confronting the peak-performing McGrady. In Vujacic's estimation, when it comes to scoring prowess, McGrady undoubtedly surpassed Kobe Bryant. As for the future sensation, LeBron James, in the realm of scoring, he paled in comparison to McGrady. Whether it was his dribbling finesse, his acrobatic mid-air maneuvers, or his adeptness at changing pace during attacks, McGrady was a master at deciphering defensive structures, rarely making mistakes. In essence, unless McGrady was experiencing an off night, it was exceedingly rare for anyone on the planet to truly contain him. He was the quintessential 1v1 killer. McGrady's physical attributes were nothing short of extraordinary, boasting remarkable leg reflexes and explosive power. His first step was not only swift, but also expansive, earning him accolades as one of the fastest explosive first steps since his former Magic teammate Grant Hill. Similar praise was also reserved for the peak-era madman Sprewell and the Flash Dwayne Wade, though injuries later limited Wade's displays of such athleticism. It could be said that McGrady required minimal dribbling skills. In one-on-one situations, his innate sense of rhythm and long strides allowed him to evade opponents effortlessly. His scoring arsenal was equally impressive. McGrady was a superb jump shooter and an exceptional penetrator, earning the title of master of the pull-up jumper. His signature move involved utilizing his explosiveness and flexibility to carve through defenses from the baseline's tight angles. During his years in Orlando, he significantly enhanced his perimeter shooting capabilities, leading to around 13% of his shots coming from beyond the arc. Given his remarkable height and wingspan at his position, blocking McGrady's shots from the outside was akin to Garnett failing to achieve a double-double. Both would make headlines. In addition to his scoring acumen, McGrady possessed an exceptional court vision, unafraid to make bold passes, especially across half-court with precision long passes. While he occasionally committed elementary errors, his passing ability was undoubtedly superior to that of most point guards, allowing him to function as both a direct offensive initiator and the primary orchestrator of plays. In summary, McGrady epitomized a rare combination of high talent, accurate mid-range shooting, and incisive drives. However, what truly set him apart was his imaginative creativity while soaring through the air. His dunks could be thunderous explosions or as graceful as willow fluff. With his lengthy arms, outstanding hang time, remarkable explosiveness, and determination to penetrate defenses, the early career McGrady was a daunting adversary for every NBA team. It was precisely because of McGrady's formidable strength that Vujacic's resolve to challenge him grew ever stronger. Vujacic held a keen interest in his opponent, McGrady, who in turn was equally intrigued by Vujacic. He had previously heard whispers that the Los Angeles Lakers had stumbled upon a hidden gem, a once-overlooked prodigy. This piqued McGrady's curiosity, igniting a fervent desire to witness firsthand the prowess of a rookie so lauded by the media. Following the Lakers' recent victory over the Denver Nuggets, The press relentlessly extolled Vujacic, proclaiming his potential to outshine the celebrated Carmelo Anthony in a scoring showdown. This only intensified McGrady's intrigue. Last season, while still with the Orlando Magic, McGrady had faced Anthony's Nuggets twice, and he remembered Anthony's blend of youth and boundless talent, foreseeing a bright future ahead. The notion that this relatively unknown Vujacic could best Anthony was astonishing. McGrady hadn't been this invested in a player in quite some time. Not even Kobe could evoke such interest. During Kobe's time on the court, McGrady felt no inclination to challenge him, finding the prospect utterly mundane. However, Vujacic, the fresh-faced rookie, represented the allure of the unknown, stirring McGrady's competitive spirit only when confronted with such uncertainties. "Come on, show me just how formidable you truly are," he thought. Regarding a rookie who had played merely 3 regular season games, as the ball crossed half-court, Vujacic received a pass from Brown, indifferent to whether his teammates would collaborate. He thought, "Let it rain, let them marry. As long as the ball reaches my hands on time, everything is perfectly fine." As soon as Vujacic seized the ball, McGrady swiftly closed in on him. Compared to their previous encounter, McGrady exhibited a heightened aggressiveness, closely shadowing Vujacic while one hand constantly sought to intercept the ball. Typically, players confronted with such tight defense would opt to pass the ball in search of a better opportunity. However, Vujacic was evidently not one to conform to that norm. Grasping the basketball with one hand, he positioned it to the side of his body, leveraging his shoulder against McGrady. In terms of strength, Vujacic was no less formidable than McGrady. Both shared a similar height, yet McGrady possessed superior explosiveness, while Vujacic exhibited greater speed and agility. As an offensive finisher, the foremost requirement is to harness every physical advantage to overcome one's opponent. In the realm of the NBA, Vujacic may indeed be regarded as a novice, with a resume so scant it could be inscribed on a single sheet of paper. Nevertheless, in his previous life, Vujacic had accumulated a wealth of competitive experience. While the standards of the CBA do not rival those of the NBA, the essence of experience remains constant. At that moment, Mims suddenly repositioned, prompting McGrady to notice and accelerate his movements. Much like Kobe, McGrady struggled against the pick-and-roll strategy, compounded by the fact that his partner, the towering Yao Ming, lacked nimbleness, rendering them vulnerable during switches. But was the ball in Vujacic's possession so easily intercepted? Sensing McGrady's intent to strike, Vujacic abruptly exerted force with his shoulder, catching McGrady off guard and nearly sending him tumbling. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Vujacic executed a swift pivot, shaking off McGrady and charging towards the Rockets' basket. At this juncture, Yao Ming positioned himself in Vujacic's path, albeit away from the basket. Yet, Vujacic had already accelerated, making it evident that even Yao would struggle to halt his momentum. Realizing that Vujacic's speed remained unabated, Yao quickly retreated in an attempt to defend the basket. Just then, Vujacic came to an abrupt halt, his body colliding with the floor as if it had struck a wall. The soles of his basketball shoes screeched against the hardwood. He leaped, took aim, and swoosh. The ball found its mark. Vujacic raised his right arm high, his fist clenched with determination, and turned to glance at McGrady as he sprinted past him, fist still elevated. McGrady possessed the art of the pull-up jumper, yet Vujacic had a countermeasure of his own, the sudden stop jump shot executed during a rapid dribble. This shooting technique demanded exceptional flexibility as well as considerable strength in the waist and legs. In his previous life, Vujacic had undoubtedly worn out countless pairs of basketball shoes perfecting this move. In the prior 3 games, he had refrained from using it frequently due to his insufficient familiarity with his current physique, but now, he felt entirely prepared. He did not resemble a rookie in the slightest. McGrady turned around, and behind him stood Yao Ming. Although their acquaintance was relatively new and their on-court collaborations few, their rapport off the court was quite amicable. Both shared a quiet demeanor, which fostered easy communication, particularly given their mutual interest in video games. Yao watched Vujacic and seemed to reminisce about his own rookie season, which had started off poorly. During those initial matches, many believed he would become yet another disappointing number 1 draft pick, and the most notorious one at that, simply because he was Chinese. It took a considerable amount of time for Yao, with the help of coaches and teammates, to gradually acclimate to the rhythm of the NBA and demonstrate his true value. However, Vujacic, this rookie, appeared blissfully unaware of the concept of nerves. Even when facing a superstar like McGrady, he remained unfazed and even issued a challenge. McGrady smiled, finding the situation amusing. "Yao, remember to set me a screen later." With that, he dashed toward the Lakers' half of the court. During the Rockets' offensive play, McGrady positioned himself to the left of the three-point line, signaling for the ball. Tyronn Lue promptly passed it to him. Vujacic quickly established his position. Opting not to apply tight pressure, McGrady's long arms would allow him to easily maneuver the ball over Vujacic's head into the paint, setting up Yao for a strong play against him. Yet, Vujacic did not believe McGrady would pass. Almost instantaneously upon receiving the ball, McGrady sprang into action, using his body to shield the basketball as he lunged forward with astonishing speed, leaving Vujacic with no time to react, forcing him to instinctively retreat. However, after only 2 steps back, Vujacic collided with Yao, just as he witnessed McGrady soar past him, leaping effortlessly to disregard him beneath the basket, and with one hand, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The Staples Center erupted in a chorus of astonishment, and fans seated behind the basketball hoop instinctively cradled their heads, dumbfounded as they gazed at McGrady, who hung from the rim with one arm. A death-defying dunk. The term death dunk refers to a breathtaking dunk executed by an offensive player in basketball as they soar to the rim and perform a slam over a defending opponent. This type of dunk is characterized by the attacking player's extraordinary vertical leap, remarkable coordination, and overall athletic prowess, leaving spectators in awe and breathless, as if they were on the brink of suffocation. The moniker originated from the stunning moment during the 2000 Sydney Olympics when Vince Carter of the USA Dream Team famously leaped over French center Frédéric Weiss to execute a dunk that has since become legendary. On September 25, 2000, during the group stage match between the USA and France, with 16 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the second half, Carter intercepted the ball and, facing the towering 218 centimeters Weiss, ascended gracefully over his head, delivering a ferocious dunk into the hoop. Vince Carter, the progenitor of the death dunk, is widely regarded as the greatest dunker in NBA history, without exception. Notably, Tracy McGrady, who had just executed a death dunk, is Carter's cousin. Upon landing, McGrady ignored the furious glare of Mims and turned his attention towards Vujacic, suddenly delivering a powerful punch to his chest and then pointing at Vujacic. Vujacic was taken aback by McGrady's spectacular display. Previously, during a game against the Trailblazers, he had executed a similar death-defying dunk over Randolph. But in terms of sheer brilliance, it paled in comparison to McGrady's feat at that moment. A chorus of furious shouts erupted from the stands. "Fool, keep your eye on your man. Is that why the Lakers are paying you? To watch your opponents flaunt their skills with impunity? With your level of play? Do you dare to compare yourself to Kobe? Dream on. You pathetic rookie. Go home and suckle from your mother." The expression on Vujacic's face darkened instantly upon realizing that the raucous individual at the sidelines was none other than the renowned #1 Lakers fan, Jack Nicholson. This old fellow was bouncing around like a spring infused with stimulants, hurling insults at him with fervor. It was evident that he sought retribution for being disregarded by Vujacic moments earlier. Being berated by an elderly man in front of such a crowd would test the patience of anyone, even one as composed as Vujacic. In his previous life, Vujacic was known for his fiery temperament. His coach had once inscribed a saying for him to hang on the wall of his living room: "When the world slanders, deceives, insults, ridicules, belittles, maligns, and betrays me, how shall I respond? Simply endure, allow, ignore, evade, tolerate, respect, and refrain from engaging. In a few years, observe the outcome." Initially, Vujacic found wisdom in these words, but he soon realized they were mere nonsense and tore the paper down, discarding it in the trash. After all, there were far too many deserving of a thrashing in this world. Failing to confront them felt like a disservice to the parents who raised them. However, before Vujacic could even make a move, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the Staples Center. "You damn clown, shut your mouth." Vujacic was taken aback and turned his gaze, only to find that the one in a rage was none other than McGrady. Chapter 61. A Bond of Brotherhood. McGrady erupted unexpectedly, his fury reaching a zenith that rendered Nicholson, who had just been exuberantly celebrating and jumping around, utterly speechless. After a moment of astonishment, Vujacic suddenly burst into laughter. A laugh that was particularly hearty. He was able to comprehend McGrady, to understand why McGrady would behave in such a manner. Many people now criticize McGrady's character as flawed, claiming his style of play is too soft. However, Vujacic has always believed that McGrady's demeanor is merely reserved, not weak. Jordan once mentioned that during a stretch of 7 consecutive defeats, he contemplated giving up. What about McGrady? He endured the agony of 19 consecutive losses during his time with the Orlando Magic, and he has faced the profound sorrow of losing many loved ones. Thus, McGrady's character is by no means weak. What of his seemingly soft style of play? After all, Tai Chi also embodies the principle of using softness to overcome hardness. Moreover, McGrady exemplifies a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. Did he not display his formidable presence when he dunked over the towering Bradley? McGrady cannot be merely assessed through the words of critics, nor does he concern himself with public opinion. He has grown accustomed to a subtle smile. Even amidst the team's struggles, a trait that seems to draw significant criticism. Many people reason thus. A gentle character equates to being a pushover. If one is a pushover, they must be detrimental to the team. If they cannot provide 100% benefit to the team, they cannot secure a championship, nor even make a mark in the playoffs. Such reasoning appears plausible, yet it lacks substance. Why? When the magician, with a smile and a wooden hook, repeatedly clinched championships, the display of teeth became a hallmark of success. When Duncan extended a hand to aid his opponent while securing the trophy, camaraderie emerged as the prevailing ethos. When the smiling assassin pierced through the defenses of his rivals, leading the bad boys to victory, the smile was depicted as a weapon. However, the notion of victors and vanquished has deeply permeated the human psyche. Thus, when McGrady smiles, he inadvertently embodies the bitter representation of defeat. A smile signifies triumph and victory and incompetence and failure. Embracing such a belief is rather straightforward. Yet, observing these gentle victors should illuminate the truth that character and competitiveness are distinctly separate entities. People may acknowledge Jordan's commanding presence in moments of banter, or the courage of Duncan and the big bad wolf in their roaring defiance. Yet it must be conceded that even McGrady's smile in times of despair bears no reflection on his competitive prowess. In Vujacic's perspective, if one were to seek a template for McGrady's playing style, it would not align with that of the airborne legend, nor could it be compared to Kobe. His perimeter offensive capabilities and methods of overpowering opponents closely resemble those of the assassin, Reggie Miller. Miller, with his jestful bow to fans on opposing courts and his exchanges of trash talk with Jordan, epitomizes a resilient character, unafraid to confront adversaries and uplift morale. Yet, this assassin has also faced criticism for an unorthodox playing style and failure to secure a championship. If one were to claim Miller's inability to win a title based on technical analysis, much of the fan critique directed at McGrady stems from a personality assessment. Nevertheless, the aforementioned examples illustrate that such character-based criticisms are unfounded. The Pacers of yesteryear bear some resemblance to the current Rockets. Focusing solely on core players, both Miller and McGrady are lethal perimeter shooters, while Yao Ming and Smith are tall centers capable of jump shots. Technically, McGrady surpasses Miller, as the latter's frail physique limits him to primarily an outside game, whereas with McGrady, expectations are considerably broader. However, an unstable variable exists. McGrady's back issues contrast with Miller's career, which, despite its slender build, has been remarkably free of significant injuries. The debate over who is superior between Yao and Smith is unnecessary. The Pacers' journey to the finals in their heyday substantiates the competitiveness of such combinations. And under conditions of even greater potential, one should anticipate a skilled coach to enhance this duo's competitive edge. Bird transformed the Pacers into a formidable team. But can Van Gundy do the same? Certainly, it is a prospect worth looking forward to. Should the Rockets advance to the Western Conference Finals, or even the NBA Finals, and ultimately claim the championship, one wonders what sort of smile T-Mac would wear at such a moment. Yet, in this instant, the signature smile has vanished from McGrady's face, replaced by a raw expression of his fury. This formidable side of McGrady instills a sense of dread, perhaps precisely because the world has grown accustomed to his jovial demeanor. When he finally reveals his anger, all that is felt is trepidation. Nicholson, bewildered, struggles to comprehend the unfolding drama, replaying each word he had uttered moments ago, convinced he had not offended the man who could fall asleep on the court at any moment. Of course, he would never truly understand, as he has never immersed himself in the realm of basketball. The Staples Center, a battleground for Vujacic, is equally McGrady's domain. How could he tolerate the intrusion of an inexplicable figure disrupting the game? The situation spirals out of control, prompting the referee to halt the match. After a few calming words to McGrady, Van Gundy swiftly substitutes him, understanding the root of McGrady's anger yet unwilling to see his star player swayed by emotion. The referee then approaches Nicholson, issuing a warning. Indeed, the old man's raucous antics on the sidelines had not gone unnoticed. This is an NBA game, not Nicholson's personal showcase. Under ordinary circumstances, Nicholson would have unleashed a tirade at the referee, as he had done countless times before, boasting about his financial contributions. However, in that fleeting moment, he sensed that uttering even a single word more could provoke McGrady to unleash his fists upon him. At his age, he knew he could not withstand the wrath of a professional athlete. Thus, he relented. For the first time, Nicholson conceded. And it was due to McGrady, the man who always wore a smile. This was indeed a significant development. After a brief pause, the game resumed. The Lakers initiated their offensive play, with Jackson opting not to adjust his lineup, while the Rockets replaced McGrady with Pargo, leaving Yao Ming to anchor the team. Though McGrady's absence might have lessened the challenge, Vujacic's thirst for scoring remained unabated. After deftly shaking off Pargo, he executed a quick jump shot, sending the ball through the hoop. Conversely, the Rockets' offense began to revolve around Yao Ming, who found himself unmatched by the Lakers' interior defense. Regardless of how many players they deployed against him, supported by the stronger and faster Taylor, Yao thrived, executing dunks, hooks, and layups with ease. The Lakers' interior defense was rendered inconsequential before the Eastern Giant, as the Lakers' front court was mercilessly overwhelmed. Their fans could not help but wonder what might have been had Shaquille O'Neal still been on the team. The clash between Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal once represented a captivating spectacle during the encounters between the Rockets and the Lakers. Alas, though this rivalry still endures, it no longer belongs to Los Angeles. The lack of strength has rendered the Lakers' attempts to employ fronting defenses exceedingly challenging, depriving them of their most effective means to contain Yao Ming. Consequently, their only recourse appears to be resorting to a strategy of fouling. Regrettably, Yao Ming is not Shaquille O'Neal. The tactic of hacking Shaq is futile when applied to Yao, whose free throw percentage ranks among the finest in the entire NBA. Not just among centers. With the offense unable to establish any momentum and the defense incapable of curbing Yao's impact, the Lakers' sole remaining hope rests with Sasha Vujacic. As the leader of the team, he must rise to the occasion when his team is in dire need of his prowess. Although Vujacic is not the leader of the team and has even been isolated by his teammates, when the moment calls for it, he will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. With three-point shots, penetrating layups, and sudden jump shots, Vujacic exhausts every possible method to not only prevent the score gap from widening, but to gradually narrow it instead. Noticing that the lead was not being solidified, Van Gundy once again sent T-Mac onto the court, replacing Yao Ming with the veteran Mutombo. The intent of the bald strategist was abundantly clear: to engage in a scoring duel with the Lakers from the perimeter. Upon seeing T-Mac re-enter the game, Vujacic smiled and exchanged a knowing glance. "Shall we continue?" T-Mac reciprocated with a smile and a nod. Indeed, Vujacic had never experienced such a feeling before. One might say that throughout his past and present, irrespective of the adversary he faced, his rebellious nature led him to dismiss all opponents as inconsequential. Yet this time, he felt a profound kinship with McGrady. This individual could undoubtedly be considered a true comrade. However, that sentiment was reserved for off the court, within the confines of competition. Their relationship transformed into one of relentless rivalry. McGrady exerted every ounce of his strength, and Vujacic reciprocated without holding back. Swish, swish. The two seemed to engage in a battle of wills on the court. For every point one scored, the other responded instantaneously, without hesitation, determined to face one another directly. The more formidable the opponent, the more it ignited Vujacic's fighting spirit. This was true when he faced Anthony, and now, with McGrady as his adversary, he felt no trepidation. Despite McGrady's stellar performance, it did nothing to overshadow Vujacic's brilliance. Kenny Smith lavished praise upon Vujacic, genuinely impressed by his display. Despite the fact that the Houston Rockets were his former team, where he had flourished in his career. However, Smith's assessment elicited derision from his partner, Walton. What does it matter how well he performs? Look at the time he's South been on the court. The other Lakers players have scarcely touched the basketball, constantly running back and forth. If that Slovenian lad wishes to make his mark, he must first understand that basketball is a collective endeavor. Walton's critique held merit. But the pressing question remained: could the Lakers players on the court provide any assistance? Walton's son, young Walton, seemed merely ornamental, lacking in drive, three-point shooting. And his mid-range attempts were barely adequate. Though touted as the best passer, each time he distributed the ball, it felt precariously uncertain. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, Vujacic had already amassed 15 points. During the Lakers' final offensive play, he held the ball, engaging in a one-on-one duel with McGrady. Observing the time, he recognized there was still ample opportunity, thus refraining from a hasty shot. Instead, he cradled the basketball behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on McGrady. 7, 6, 5. When the timer indicated only 5 seconds remained, Vujacic suddenly sprang into action, transferring the ball to his left hand while simultaneously lunging forward with his right foot. McGrady, quick to react, retreated 2 steps, positioning his body to obstruct Vujacic's direct path to the basket. Though it appeared Vujacic was being forced outward by McGrady's defense, he unexpectedly pivoted upon landing on his left foot, the soles of his shoes creating a shrill sound as they scraped against the floor. With his shoulder pressing against McGrady, Vujacic accelerated, swiftly maneuvering past him and darting towards the hoop from an angle. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the unfolding drama, Vujacic had already leaped into the air, soaring towards Mutombo. A colossal hand loomed in front of him, attempting to swat the basketball away. With a whoosh, Mutombo's enormous palm descended, but in that critical moment, Vujacic deftly retracted the ball, transferring it to his left hand. Evading Mutombo's block, he swung his left arm in a wide arc, executing a powerful dunk that sent the ball through the hoop. In that exhilarating instant, Lakers fans behind the basket erupted in jubilation, having witnessed Vujacic not only challenge McGrady but also outmaneuver the towering Mutombo. The sheer thrill was indescribable. Just moments earlier, when McGrady had bested Mim, the frustration among the Lakers supporters was palpable. This was their territory, yet they had allowed their adversary to run rampant. However, Vujacic's emphatic dunk finally provided a release for their pent-up emotions. Upon landing, Vujacic found himself confronting the excessively serious visage of Mutombo. Although it was not a face-to-face contest of death, Vujacic's maneuver undoubtedly left the venerable Mutombo in a state of embarrassment. Mutombo's mood was quite dismal. That moment, which should have been an assured block, was eluded by this nimble newcomer, allowing him to score directly above the veteran's head. Mutombo suddenly felt the weight of age upon him. In his prime, he would never have allowed a rookie like Vujacic any opportunity whatsoever. Yet, in that fleeting instant when Vujacic switched hands mid-air, he found himself momentarily unresponsive. Nonetheless, Mutombo remained defiant against the passage of time. Even though he had once contemplated retirement, his aspirations remained unfulfilled, which was why he chose to sign with the Rockets. The NBA has always been home to ageless wonders. Many players in their middle years continue to thrive on the court, often matching the vigor of their younger counterparts. Yet, if one were to speak of the league's elder legends, Mutombo stands unparalleled. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this ageless marvel, affectionately dubbed Uncle Mutombo by Chinese fans, is poised to continue playing until at least 2009, and that would only be due to injury forcing his retirement. Mutombo's illustrious career spanned an impressive 18 years, filled with both joy and sorrow, miraculous achievements, and poignant disappointments. As a player, he amassed a plethora of remarkable accolades: 8-time All-Star, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. His towering presence and defensive prowess earned him widespread admiration, contributing over 3,000 blocks to a legacy that is nothing short of immortal. He played for 7 different NBA teams, yet his age remains somewhat of a mystery, as even he is uncertain of his birthdate. Fans familiar with the NBA hold Mutombo in high regard. His rebounding and shot-blocking feats have etched themselves deeply into the annals of basketball history. Off the court, he serves as a charitable ambassador, dedicating his compassion to both his homeland and the world at large. His enigmatic age continues to be a topic of lively discussion among fans. Now, having navigated the NBA for 13 years, he has become a role model for all players. However, as time marches on, Mutombo has gradually aged. While he still competes in the NBA, it is undeniable that his era has receded. Observing his younger teammate Yao Ming rise beside him, the elder Mutombo might have come to realize that the time for his departure is drawing near. Yet, he is reluctant to exit the stage just yet. He still harbors hopes of securing an NBA championship. The current Rockets team offers him a glimmer of that cherished dream. Bolstered by the extraordinary duo of Yao and McGrady, it appears that hope has rekindled within him. In fact, prior to his decision to join the Rockets this year, he had contemplated retirement. Ultimately, however, he resolutely signed with the team. Even though the team now boasts the formidable duo, the aging Mutombo is no longer the cornerstone of the squad. Some may argue that, even if the Rockets were to claim the championship, little credit would be attributed to Mutombo. Yet, such sentiments are mistaken. While it is true that the current Mutombo does not possess the vigor of his youth, his personal statistics with the New York Knicks last season plummeted to an all-time low. one must recognize that the Rockets still rely on Uncle Mutombo at the center position. Aside from Yao Ming. Indeed, Yao is an exceptional talent, but even the most robust players experience fatigue. The seasoned Mutombo can alleviate some pressure during critical moments when Yao is off the court. This is where Mutombo's greatest value lies. To put it humorously, while Yao may manage without McGrady, he certainly cannot do without his reliable backup, Mutombo. After years of tireless effort, Mutombo has proven himself worthy of Yao's trust. Even if Mutombo has little left to teach Yao, he deserves respect for being a steadfast pillar while Yao basks in the adulation of the fans. It appears that the narrative has slightly veered off course. Let us return to the game. Vujacic did not seek to provoke Uncle Mu. He had no desire to experience the iron elbow strikes of the African mountains. After exchanging a glance with Mu, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the Lakers' half of the court. With just over a second remaining, there was no room for complacency. Ultimately, McGrady's long-range shot grazed the rim as the first quarter concluded, with the Rockets still in the lead, albeit with only a 4-point margin. Upon returning to the bench, Vujacic noticed that Kobe's expression was rather grim. While on the court, Kobe had been besieged by the Rockets' Yao-McGrady duo, resulting in an 8-point deficit. However, after Vujacic entered the game, he managed to score 17 points in the same duration, having the score gap. Statistically, Vujacic had outperformed Kobe, which was a bitter pill for the fiercely competitive Kobe, who had already regarded Vujacic as a rival. Kobe now harbored a thought in his mind to hastily persuade the Lakers management to trade Vujacic away, thus allowing him the opportunity to teach this inexperienced rookie a lesson in their direct confrontations, while simultaneously asserting his dominance. Unbeknownst to Vujacic, had he been aware of Kobe's sentiments, he would wholeheartedly agree that departing from the Lakers would benefit all parties involved. Jackson was preoccupied with devising strategies for the second quarter, and Vujacic was substituted out, his task completed. The stage was now set for a rejuvenated Kobe to showcase his talents, a matter of no concern to Vujacic. He had long since come to terms with this reality. He believed that his current performance would inevitably attract the attention of other teams. What he required now was patience. As the second quarter commenced, Vujacic found himself forgotten on the bench. In the past, he would have displayed his dissatisfaction plainly on his face. But now he was engaged in playful banter with Hilary Duff. Those familiar with his character would understand that this was Vujacic's way of expressing discontent, a method to draw Jackson's attention. However, those unfamiliar with him might perceive Vujacic as unprofessional, lacking due respect for the game of basketball. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Is there anyone who truly plays in the NBA out of a fervent passion for basketball? The majority of individuals here, 90%, are driven by financial incentives. While 9% seek fame, it is only the remaining 1% who embody the ideals of romanticism. On the court, a reinvigorated Kobe displayed an even greater fervor. Yet he encountered the equally fervent duo of Yao and McGrady. In this match, Yao's shooting was remarkably on point, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of their adjustment period. From the very onset of the second quarter, their synergy blossomed. The Rockets concentrated their offensive efforts within the paint, with McGrady contentedly assuming the role of facilitator for the team. Ward and Tyronn Lue had been thoroughly evaluated and deemed unsuitable for the Rockets, prompting Van Gundy to shift McGrady to the point guard position. In this new role, McGrady excelled, leveraging his innate height and wingspan to deliver passes that traversed the entire court, facilitating numerous assists for Yao's effortless scoring. The Rockets grew increasingly comfortable in their play, while the Lakers' interior players were utterly incapable of posing any threat to Yao beneath the basket, igniting discontent in one individual, Kobe Bryant. To Kobe, McGrady's actions were a blatant affront. He perceived McGrady's reluctance to engage in direct competition as a dismissal of his prowess. Perhaps McGrady did not harbor such intentions, yet the stubborn Kobe was convinced otherwise. After all, McGrady had just reveled in a scoring exchange with Vujacic, only to retreat to a supporting role when faced with Kobe, stepping back to become the team's organizational nucleus. Kobe's expression darkened with increasing intensity, his offensive resolve fully unleashed, as if he aimed to compel McGrady into a confrontation. Unfortunately, McGrady remained disinterested. Vujacic watched from the sidelines, his heart blooming with joy. Sometimes, overthinking can be more of a hindrance than a blessing. What are you laughing at? Hilary Duff inquired, puzzled. Vujacic observed the court, still in pursuit of a one-on-one encounter with McGrady, chuckling as he remarked, "I see a child throwing a tantrum for not receiving his toy. Does that fellow not resemble one?" Hilary Duff found herself utterly perplexed, completely at a loss regarding Vujacic's words. However, such matters were of little consequence to her. Her sole concern lay with Vujacic, as she leaned upon his shoulder, seemingly engrossed in the match. Yet, what thoughts occupied her mind remained a mystery known only to herself. As the second quarter progressed for 7 minutes, Kobe, having exhausted himself to the brink of collapse, finally managed to equalize the score. Seizing the opportunity while Yao and McGrady rested, Kobe sank consecutive three-pointers, elevating his personal score to an impressive 30 points. Yet, the cost of such audacity was steep. Following a shot, his legs could no longer support his weight, and he sank directly to the floor. Jackson shook his head in dismay. Kobe's recklessness was evident. His current state clearly indicated that he was ill-prepared for the responsibilities of a team leader. "Sasha, the boss wants you on the court." With a shrug, Vujacic rose to his feet, feeling increasingly like a hired fighter, summoned only when necessary, while in moments of tranquility, merely an observer of the scene. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Vujacic re-entered the game. Yao Ming and McGrady also returned, the three of them standing before the statistics table, awaiting their substitution. "Buddy, my big guy just remarked that you don't resemble a rookie at all." Vujacic turned in astonishment to look at McGrady. Previously, when they encountered each other in the player tunnel, McGrady had not even deigned to cast a glance in his direction. Yet now, he was initiating a conversation with him, clearly indicating that McGrady had come to acknowledge his abilities. Vujacic chuckled. "It would be more fitting for you to utter those words after I have triumphed over you." Now it was McGrady's turn to be taken aback. Gazing at Vujacic, he suddenly broke into a smile, for he had never encountered such an intriguing rookie. His words seemed to be laced with gunpowder. "Oh, really? If that is the case, I am genuinely looking forward to it." Chapter 62. Unleashing Power. Provoking and firing shots at his adversaries was as effortless for Vujacic as eating and drinking. It required no deliberate restraint whatsoever. Vujacic understood that no matter how much he behaved like a model citizen, as long as he remained with the Lakers, he would inevitably find himself at odds with Kobe. When the media caught wind of this, their first instinct would be to malign him. The notions of freedom and equality in American society apply solely to Americans. Note, Americans. Not merely white individuals, especially not to Slavs like Vujacic. Americans revel in the tales of grassroots heroes, yet when such a hero surpasses their expectations, admiration swiftly gives way to jealousy and defamation. Unless Vujacic could somehow overpower the media, he would only be met with derision as long as even a single voice remained to jeer at him. During a game, Rockets power forward Howard missed a mid-range shot, and in the ensuing scramble for the rebound, Uncle Moo swatted the ball out of bounds. Up to that point, he had yet to contribute a single block. Perhaps out of frustration, he seized the opportunity to deliver a forceful slap. There were many players even less reliable than Uncle Moo, such as the recently shot Juwan Howard. This fellow occupied a starting position with the Rockets, yet up to this moment in the game, Vujacic had failed to discern any semblance of excellence from him. If one were to compile a list of NBA frauds, Juwan Howard would undoubtedly feature prominently. Upon entering the league, buoyed by the reputation of the Fab Five from Michigan, his performance was undeniably all-star caliber. In his second season, he astonishingly averaged over 20 points, earning an early invitation to the All-Star game. Few power forwards in history could rival the maturity and prowess he displayed in that sophomore year, drawing immense attention from the league. Initially, the Bullets were poised to offer him a staggering 7-year, $89 million contract, which was already quite generous. However, Pat Riley intervened with a $100 million offer. Resentful, the Washington Bullets took the Heat to court, alleging that the Heat had exceeded the salary cap. They ultimately won the lawsuit, and Howard was re-signed for $105 million. Yet he never replicated the performance of his second year. It was evident that Howard's market value had been inflated. And the reason was simple. Riley's penchant for selecting players while appearing to be the only one with clear vision led to inflated prices. The sum offered was fitting for a player of Duncan or Garnett's caliber, rendering it a disservice to Howard. To say that Howard was unworthy of such a contract is to acknowledge that he was a commendable second option. Yet he was compensated as if he were the primary star, despite his comprehensive skill set and solid fundamentals. While Howard may not have been capable of carrying a team alone, he was undoubtedly suited to be a reliable and steady second-in-command, deserving of a maximum salary in today's market. Unfortunately, he was continuously treated as the core player, which was to be expected given the price at which he was acquired. Naturally, he was expected to perform the duties of multiple players. Indeed, Howard possesses commendable awareness and solid fundamental skills, and he can be regarded as a legitimate interior player, capable of backing down power forwards while displaying a tenacious defensive approach. In the current landscape, exceptional power forwards either excel in both offense and defense or possess a versatile offensive arsenal, including three-point shooting, speed, and agility. Lacking three-point shooting and exhibiting only mediocre defensive capabilities, Howard finds himself at a mid-tier level. Fortunately, he plays with diligence and maintains a positive attitude, providing decent protection for the center and facilitating interior passing. This is precisely why the Rockets signed him, to serve as a protector for Yao Ming. However, therein lies the dilemma. He has aged, his speed has diminished, his physique has weakened, and most critically, his shooting percentage has been on a steady decline. As the game progresses, it appears that Howard's once diligent attributes have evaporated. Of course, Vujacic pays him little heed, as his sole focus is on McGrady. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, he substitutes in. As the Lakers embark on their offensive foray, Vujacic eagerly anticipates the ball as it crosses half-court. McGrady has been closely shadowing Vujacic, and upon seeing him receive the ball, he swiftly closes in, leveraging his long reach to nearly envelop Vujacic in an embrace. Witnessing this, Kobe on the sidelines seems to radiate fury, as if his very eyebrows might ignite. Just moments before, while on the court, McGrady's defense had been far from assertive, appearing lethargic and disengaged. Now, witnessing a newcomer, he seems overly animated. On the court, Vujacic, with his back against McGrady, feels the latter's forearm incessantly nudging at his waist, rendering him unable to pivot effectively. It's no surprise given his blue-collar experience with the Raptors, as his defensive acumen is quite robust. If Vujacic were to come across the online critics disparaging McGrady as a defensive liability, he would undoubtedly be inclined to silence them with a single swift motion. Focus. Should I inform you of my intended breakthrough? McGrady smirks. No need. Before McGrady could finish his thought, he was taken aback as Vujacic, previously under his control, suddenly pivoted, using his shoulder to forcefully create space, advancing 2 steps, and just as Yao Ming approached to contest, he unleashed a swift shot, scoring. The Lakers take their first lead of the game. As Vujacic returned to defend, he couldn't help but shrug at the astonished McGrady, relishing the moment. McGrady's defense was commendable, yet his focus was easily swayed, a fact Vujacic had long been aware of from his previous life, and he intended to exploit it. Once McGrady caught sight of Vujacic's smug expression, he realized he had fallen for the trick. That little rascal. The Rockets initiated their offense, the ball making its way into the paint. Yao Ming chose not to take the shot himself, instead passing it to McGrady, who was calling for the ball. Their camaraderie was evident. The towering giant understood that his friend had just been outsmarted and felt compelled to support him in seeking retribution. Glaring at Vujacic, McGrady felt a surge of annoyance. His earlier performance had been nothing short of farcical, and while he generally maintained a good-natured demeanor, being mocked by a rookie was intolerable. Even if the mockery was sweetened with chocolate, it was time for vengeance. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady moved without warning. His first step during a one-on-one was unparalleled in the league, catching Vujacic off guard. Instinctively, Vujacic reached out to steal the ball, but his grasp met only air. As he regained his balance and attempted to block, McGrady had already swept past him like a gust of wind, driving toward the basket. With a resounding thud, Divac fell to the floor, while McGrady hung triumphantly at the rim, a picture of arrogance. "Get back on defense, kid. That's how it should be done," McGrady declared, casually shaking his hands, though his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Under normal circumstances, McGrady would never have behaved in such a manner. He had faced numerous high-pressure situations. Yet today was different. He could sense that he was not himself, evidently ignited by Vujacic's provocation. That little brat. The one truly incensed was Kobe, who sat on the sidelines. Just moments ago, while on the court, McGrady had appeared disinterested in scoring, taking on the role of facilitator instead, despite being a scoring machine. Now that he had exited the game and Vujacic had entered, McGrady seemed revitalized, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. What was this? A slight against the Black Mamba? Kobe had misinterpreted McGrady's intentions. His lack of interest in a scoring duel stemmed from their familiarity. Engaging in a competition would yield nothing more than mutual destruction, devoid of excitement. Vujacic, however, was an enigma, a newcomer whose potential intrigued McGrady, igniting his curiosity to witness firsthand what this rookie was capable of. There was still ample time left. Vujacic beckoned, and Medvedenko promptly delivered the ball into his hands. Just as he was preparing to retreat on defense, McGrady immediately rushed over, applying tight pressure, seemingly determined to afford Vujacic no opportunity whatsoever. Vujacic sensed the impending danger. He deftly transferred the ball to his left hand and, as he received it, propelled it forward with a ground pass, delivering it seamlessly into Butler's grasp. After making the pass, Vujacic pivoted on the spot, evading the approaching McGrady, and charged towards the Rockets' half-court. "Karen, over here," Vujacic shouted a reminder, and Butler did not hesitate. As Vujacic crossed midcourt, he promptly passed the ball. At that moment, there were no defenders from the Rockets in sight, allowing Vujacic to receive the ball, make a quick adjustment, and unleash a shot from beyond the arc. His shooting percentage on unguarded three-pointers was notably high. But was he truly unguarded? Just as Vujacic was about to release the ball, he suddenly sensed someone lunging at him from behind. Before he could devise a countermeasure, the basketball was swatted away from his hands with a swift motion. It was McGrady. As Vujacic finally regained his senses and turned around after landing, he discovered that McGrady was indeed right behind him. With a swift motion akin to a bolt released from a crossbow, McGrady pivoted and dashed towards the Lakers' half of the court. The basketball, having been deflected by McGrady, was on the brink of going out of bounds when the seasoned Ward salvaged it, hurling it forcefully towards the front court. McGrady caught the pass, accelerated for 2 strides, leaped, and executed a powerful one-handed dunk. The resounding crash echoed through the arena. The Rockets had seized the lead once more. Following the basket, McGrady appeared exhilarated, pounding his chest with his fists and roaring loudly, his gaze fixed intently on Vujacic. The message conveyed in his eyes was unmistakable. "Kid, I am just getting started." McGrady's recent block was nothing short of spectacular. Initially, I believed Vujacic had performed admirably. However, in comparison to McGrady, he evidently lacked a touch of experience. Kenny Smith could not help but express his admiration for McGrady's performance. Even the usually reticent Walton chimed in, affirming, "Indeed." Chapter 63. The sacrificed Vujacic could sense that the Rockets were about to unleash their full potential, signaling the end of his personal showcase and the commencement of the official competition. T-Mac no longer fixated on his duel with Vujacic, which is why many at this juncture deemed him superior to Kobe. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly compose himself, shifting away from the obsession of individual scoring to genuinely lead his team towards triumph. Without a shadow of a doubt, Yao and McGrady began to assert their dominance, and Vujacic was immediately overwhelmed. Despite contributing to the scoreboard, his efforts seemed futile. After Vujacic sank another mid-range jumper, the Rockets orchestrated a swift 7-0 run in a mere minute. During halftime, Vujacic remained isolated in the corner, disconnected from the animated discussions of his Lakers teammates, which left him feeling disheartened. He had considered integrating himself and compromising for the sake of harmony, but upon realizing that he had never been afforded fair treatment, he relinquished the effort. "We can conquer them. Those weaklings are no threat. Focus, gentlemen. I urge you to concentrate, and we must be more aggressive in our defense." Kobe passionately rallied his teammates, while a cadre of supporters cheered him on, lending an air of authenticity to his exhortation. In the third quarter, Vujacic languished on the bench for nearly 8 minutes before being substituted in for Kobe. During that interval, Kobe had ascended to the status of a deity among Lakers fans, exhibiting an almost superhuman prowess as he scored incessantly, made steals, and even stormed the paint for blocks and rebounds. His presence ensured that the score differential did not widen. In fact, it narrowed to 11 points. Now, Vujacic was tasked with confronting the Rockets bench players. Despite harboring intense dissatisfaction and even anger, he took the court with a fervent intensity, seizing every fleeting moment to capture the attention of other teams and facilitate his departure from the Lakers. Certainly, Vujacic once contemplated the possibility of remaining with the Lakers and achieving success, yet the odds were insurmountably daunting, nearly approaching 0. To put it plainly, as long as Kobe lived, his chances of emerging into the limelight were bleak. It seemed as though he was venting his frustrations. Vujacic believed that his performance was no less commendable than Kobe's, yet the time he was afforded on the court paled in comparison, being less than half of Kobe's. He felt like a victim of circumstance, and this realization ignited a simmering anger within him, which he channeled directly onto the court. Upon entering the game, he swiftly sank a three-pointer, and during an offensive play, he found himself embroiled in a confrontation with the opposing team's backup small forward, Nakba. Had the referees not intervened in a timely manner, Vujacic could not guarantee that he would have restrained himself from resorting to violence in a moment of emotional upheaval. Ironically, it was precisely this ferocious temperament that instilled a sense of trepidation among the players of the Rockets towards him. Vujacic's relentless efforts gradually narrowed the score gap for the Lakers, rekindling the team's hope for victory. However, as the third quarter dwindled to a mere minute, both McGrady and Yao Ming took to the court. In that fleeting minute, they orchestrated an 8-3 mini-run against the Lakers. Had it not been for Vujacic's last-second three-pointer, the disparity in scores might have swelled to over 10 points. Regrettably, Vujacic's endeavors seemed to lack the respect they deserved. From the very onset of the fourth quarter, he found himself relegated to the bench, igniting a sense of anger within him for the first time during the game. With the team trailing, he felt that as a valuable member, he should remain on the court to contribute. Yet, Jackson stubbornly adhered to his strategy when Kobe was on the floor. Another player had to rest. It was evident that Vujacic was the one sacrificed. Kobe, as the team's leader and star, naturally commanded the majority of the playing time, leaving Vujacic with only fleeting moments to prove his worth whenever Kobe took a breather. It was profoundly unjust. Hilary Duff whispered softly into Vujacic's ear, her character preventing her from engaging in the outrageous antics of Avril Lavigne, and she certainly would not dare to raise a finger in defiance towards Jackson. Vujacic yearned to exude an air of indifference, yet in truth, he was unsuccessful. He could not help but care. As a player, he longed to showcase his abilities on the court, and he was far from prepared to assume the role of a mere waterboy. The game was fiercely contested, with Kobe Bryant valiantly confronting the Rockets' formidable duo, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. His performance was indeed remarkable, exhibiting a high-scoring efficiency. However, the overall strength of the Lakers was woefully inadequate, particularly as Kobe lacked a towering presence akin to Yao Ming at his side. Yao and McGrady, having developed a seamless synergy, continually sought to collaborate, igniting sparks that rendered the Rockets' offense fluid and dynamic. The two core players relentlessly assaulted the Lakers' basket. Despite Kobe's impressive scoring feats, he could not single-handedly contend with two adversaries, especially against a team brimming with confidence. Even the aging Ward managed to assist Yao with a no-look pass, culminating in a powerful dunk. Though the pace was slow, the scoring gap gradually widened. Kobe's frenzied scoring could not avert the inevitable unfolding of events. Vujacic wished to remain an observer, as none of this was his responsibility. During his limited time on the court, he performed exceptionally well, exceeding the expectations of many. In his direct exchanges with McGrady, he held his own admirably, which was commendable. However, the game was perilously close to slipping away. Good grief. Vujacic suddenly found himself overwhelmed with the urge to vent his frustrations. This was unequivocally not the match he had envisioned, nor were the Los Angeles Lakers the team he desired. At this moment, he felt an intense longing for an agent, one who would take a 10% cut and promote him vigorously. Surely, that would be preferable to languishing in this waiting game. Sasha, the boss wants you on the court. Vujacic was taken aback as he indulged in his errant thoughts. He realized that less than 3 minutes remained in the fourth quarter. And what did the score? Damn it. The Lakers were trailing by a staggering 13 points. Vujacic expression changed dramatically. Coach, what did you just say about me taking the court now? Brian Shaw nodded, his demeanor reflecting his own predicament. At that moment, Jackson spoke up. Of course, you can refuse. Chapter 64. A deluge of three-point shots were it not for his future prospects. Vujacic would undoubtedly have declined to play. However, he felt he had no choice. Despite any bravado, as a rookie, he lacked the authority to refuse. Observing the current lineup of the Lakers, he noted the aging center Divac, who was likely contemplating an early retirement. Initially, he had returned to the Lakers with hopes of a resurgence, only to realize that the landscape of talent had shifted, leaving little room for him. The power forward Medvedenko, a towering Ukrainian, was filled with spirit, yet lamentably deficient in skill. Even if Vujacic had a good rapport with him, he could not deny the truth. This Ukrainian was woefully inadequate, particularly in rebounding and defense. The small forward Walton had little to commend him. Were it not for his illustrious father, his identity would remain obscure. The point guard Derek Brown was even less reliable than Atkins, relegated to merely transporting the ball from the backcourt to the front, then retreating to a corner where he was nearly invisible. On the other side, the Rockets boasted a lineup that included center Mutombo, power forward Taylor, small forward Paget, shooting guard Gannis, and point guard Tyronn Lue. Clearly, the game had entered garbage time, a term coined by the NBA to describe moments when the score gap is insurmountable, prompting coaches to substitute starters with reserves to finish the game. In his previous life, Vujacic had never had the chance to play during such a period. Yet now he found himself presented with the opportunity. Trailing by 13 points with 2 minutes and 42 seconds remaining, it would indeed be premature for Jackson to concede. The Lakers still had a chance for a comeback, but Kobe's exhaustion and cramping had visibly disheartened Jackson, leading him to contemplate surrender. Yet, if he had already decided to concede, what was the purpose of bringing Vujacic onto the court? To take a gamble? Indeed. That was Jackson's true intention, to take a chance. Given the dire state of the game, rather than allowing the Rockets to gradually dismantle the Lakers, it would be wiser to show a semblance of weakness and let Vujacic take the court in hopes of a miraculous turnaround. Did Van Gundy not see this? Certainly not. Van Gundy, after all, is a disciple of the astute strategist Riley. He is undoubtedly aware of Jackson's intentions. However, with merely 2 minutes remaining in the game, there is little need to exert his primary players further. Even though the Lakers may show signs of a comeback, a 13-point deficit is not easily surmountable. Moreover, should the momentum shift unfavorably, he can always reintroduce his starters. As the game resumes, the Rockets seize their offensive opportunity. Tyronn Lue cautiously dribbles the ball past half-court, deliberately opting to delay the attack. Vujacic, of course, would not allow him to fulfill his desires, although he reluctantly took to the court during garbage time. He understood that once on the floor, he must contribute in some capacity. Otherwise, this precious opportunity to play would be squandered. Upon witnessing Taylor set a screen, Vujacic promptly dashed over, leaving Ganis to Medvedenko's defense. It appeared that Vujacic aimed to counter the Rockets' pick-and-roll strategy. However, as he approached, he unexpectedly pivoted and lunged at Tyronn Lue. Tyronn Lue bore a striking resemblance to Iverson, yet it had long been established that he was utterly inept. Faced with Vujacic's sudden onslaught, his mental fortitude clearly faltered. In his attempt to evade, he inadvertently struck the ball against his own foot. A stroke of fortune. Vujacic naturally did not refuse, taking a lateral step to catch the soaring basketball in his grasp, and then directly charging towards the Rockets' half. Defend! Van Gundy shouted hoarsely from the sidelines. But was there anyone on the court capable of keeping pace with Vujacic? Tyronn Lue was swift. Yet his defensive experience and skills had deteriorated significantly, compounded by his unfortunate height. Even if he could keep up, Vujacic would hardly regard this minor player with any respect. Lue was acutely aware that his pursuit would yield little effect, yet he could not remain idle. For Van Gundy, who maintained a strict regime, a lackadaisical performance during the game was an unforgivable sin. Not wanting to jeopardize his future, Lue could only trail behind Vujacic, sprinting desperately. Just as he was about to catch up, Vujacic suddenly appeared to slam on the brakes, pausing momentarily before adjusting his rhythm, leaping, and shooting. Swish. A three-pointer executed flawlessly. The gap between the two teams had dwindled to 10 points. They say that those with great skill possess great audacity. Vujacic chose to forsake the opportunity for a fast break dunk in favor of a risky three-pointer. It must be noted that had he missed, there would undoubtedly be those ready to criticize Vujacic for his recklessness, yet he succeeded. Due to his body's momentum, Lue, who had just been chasing back, found himself ahead of Vujacic. By the time he regained his bearings and turned around, Vujacic's three-pointer was already on its way, leaving him with no choice but to watch the basketball swoosh through the net. There were 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. Van Gundy furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at the eager McGrady on the bench, hesitating over whether to substitute him in. The Rockets' offense remained focused on stability, still under Lue's control, though this time he dared not hold on to the ball too long. After crossing half-court, he passed it to the interior player, Tyler. Currently, among the Rockets' bench, Tyler was indeed the most reliable scoring option. Once upon a time, adorned in the number 23 jersey of the Los Angeles Clippers, Tyler was regarded as a versatile forward whose skills were thought to rival those of Chris Webber. After joining the Rockets in the 2000 to 2001 season, he was regarded as the cornerstone of the team's future in the paint. However, injuries altered this trajectory. A torn Achilles tendon in his right ankle sidelined Taylor for the entirety of the 2001 to 2002 season, rendering his six-year, $48 million contract a source of lingering regret for the franchise. In the 2002 to 2003 season, Taylor made his return, yet his basketball philosophy clashed with that of Van Gundy, relegating him to the bench. Now, the versatile power forward once hailed as the Rockets' linchpin has been reduced to playing only during garbage time. As Taylor received the ball, it was evident that his mind was elsewhere, reflecting his dissatisfaction with his current circumstances. Medvedenko quickly sprang into action, aware of Taylor's impressive mid-range shooting skills. Despite his gradual decline, Taylor's talent remained undeniable. Before Medvedenko could establish his position, Taylor dribbled forward, executed a lateral step to evade the overly aggressive Ukrainian big man, leaped, and scored, only 12 points behind, with 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. Van Gundy, witnessing this, felt a slight sense of reassurance, though his sole frustration lay in the rapid conclusion of the Rockets' offensive possessions. "Hurry!" Vujacic shouted emphatically, asserting that there was no time to dawdle. Allowing Brown to leisurely advance the ball into the frontcourt was nothing short of a waste of precious time. Divac paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of discontent at Vujacic's lack of respect for his elders and the commanding tone in which he spoke, yet he still passed the ball over. Upon receiving the pass, Vujacic surged forward, dashing towards the Rockets' half of the court. As Giannis approached to intercept, he was effortlessly outpaced by Vujacic's speed. The other defensive players of the Rockets, witnessing this, quickly fortified their defense near the basket, with both Uncle Moo and Tyler standing ready. Having experienced Vujacic's previous aggressive incursions into the paint, they were acutely aware of the threat he posed and were not inclined to underestimate him. However, just as the Rockets had established a solid interior defense, Vujacic abruptly halted at the three-point line. His previous momentum was so fierce that the sudden stop produced a jarring screech of his shoes against the court. What was he planning to do? Vujacic swiftly provided an answer for everyone, leaping and shooting. Swish. Another basket. Oh my God. He is nothing short of a madman, an absolute lunatic. Kenny Smith exclaimed with fervor, as he had just made 2 consecutive three-pointers, both executed while dribbling at a rapid pace, utterly insane. Following his remarkable shots, Vujacic chose not to retreat on defense, but instead urged his teammates, who were returning to the Lakers' half, to apply aggressive pressure on the Rockets. With a 9-point deficit and only 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining, it is noteworthy that Vujacic's recent fast-break three-pointer took a mere 4 seconds to execute. While his initial three-pointer may have been a gamble, the second was undoubtedly intentional. He realized that his shooting touch today was exceptionally sharp, and to neglect it would be a grave waste. Indeed, absolutely. Upon his entry onto the court, Vujacic had no intention of merely allowing the clock to run down during garbage time. He had never been one to sit idly by and watch his opponent seize victory, especially when it lay within his grasp. The thought of surrendering was intolerable to him. Despite the formidable challenge ahead, Vujacic was determined to make an attempt. His consecutive three-point shots were a strategic move to compel Tracy McGrady back into play. Otherwise, if time dragged on, even if he could narrow the gap for the Lakers to a suspenseful level, McGrady would return revitalized after a sufficient rest, and the momentum of the game would effortlessly revert to the Rockets' control. Van Gundy began to waver. He was not a decisive individual. After Vujacic sank another three-pointer, the first thought that crossed his mind was to substitute McGrady back onto the court. However, the exhausting battle with Kobe had left McGrady's stamina compromised, making the decision to reintroduce him after less than a minute's rest questionable. On the court, the Rockets, under the Lakers' relentless defensive pressure, nearly made a critical error. Fortunately, Tyronn Lue's speed allowed him to recover the ball just as it was about to go out of bounds, enabling Pargo to score with a layup. The deficit was reduced to 11 points with just 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. Although the Lakers' full-court press had not yielded the desired results, it successfully accelerated the Rockets' tempo, denying them the luxury of time. That young man is quite astute. The experienced Jackson immediately discerned Vujacic's intentions, causing his resolve to waver between Kobe and Vujacic. In terms of overall strength and influence, there was no doubt that Kobe dominated. His impact far surpassed that of the rookie Vujacic. Yet, Jackson found himself increasingly drawn to Vujacic, the unpredictable newcomer. His remarkable skill, composed demeanor, and undeniable intelligence, combined with his youth and limitless potential, made him a rare find in the NBA. The Lakers' offense once again centered around Vujacic as the ball was inbound. The Rockets swiftly transitioned into defense, setting up their line. If the players on the court for the Rockets were their starters, it would not be an easy feat for Vujacic to attempt another three-pointer. However, against these substitutes, resolving the issue seemed far simpler. With the ball in hand, Vujacic accelerated forward. As he crossed half-court, Giannis could no longer resist the urge to intercept, attempting to steal the ball. Yet, Vujacic's exceptional skills allowed him to deftly maneuver the basketball from side to side, leaving Giannis with no opportunity to make a play. All he could do was retreat. Then, Vujacic suddenly leaped into the air, executing a pull-up jump shot. Giannis was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, His reflexes were sharp. He too sprang upwards, leaning forward in an attempt to block the shot. Upon witnessing the scene, Vujacic felt a surge of joy within, channeling strength into his waist as if his body were elevated in midair. Only after Gannes had touched down did Vujacic's descent commence, leaning toward Gannes, whose face was etched with despair, and releasing a three-point shot. Swish! Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul. In an instant, the entire Staples Center erupted with fervor. The remaining fans leapt from their seats, unleashing a chorus of cheers, with some even embracing one another in exuberance. The rapturous applause that once belonged to the legendary Kobe now resonated solely for Vujacic. Vujacic was exhilarated as he watched the basketball gracefully swish through the net, raising his fist in triumph and letting out a jubilant shout. This commanding spectacle captivated Hilary Duff, a young woman who had just begun to experience the sweetness of love, as her eyes sparkled with hearts, utterly enchanted by Vujacic. At that moment, McGrady could not restrain himself and rose from his seat, gazing at Vujacic with a look of disbelief. That young man had acted deliberately. Indeed, Vujacic had intended to lure Gannes into blocking, thereby deceiving him into committing a foul. With the three-pointer valid, he was awarded an additional free throw, and after sinking the free throws, Vujacic had amassed 4 points from that offensive play. The score gap remained at 7 points, with only 1 minute and 58 seconds left. Once seated, McGrady observed the solemn expression on Van Gundy's face and suddenly said, "Boss, do you require my assistance?" Van Gundy was taken aback. In his recollection, McGrady had never before proactively sought to engage in battle. Slightly stunned, he replied, "No. Let us wait. Let us wait." Van Gundy was still hesitant. Vujacic's performance was indeed astonishing, 3 offensive plays resulting in 3 scores, accumulating 10 points in less than a minute. Yet, he was reluctant to disrupt his strategy. "Let us wait. Just wait a bit longer." The Rockets' offensive play ensued, with Paget missing a three-pointer, returning possession to the Lakers. MVP. 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 As Vujacic drove towards the basket, he suddenly heard the crowd erupt in cheers, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. At that moment, in the eyes of the fans, Vujacic was their MVP. While most believed the Lakers were destined to lose, Vujacic had stepped up, despite the 7-point deficit. His recent electrifying performance had already satisfied the spectators. Those fortunate enough to remain and witness the Lakers' battle to the end would relish the experience, while fans who had left early would undoubtedly regret their decision upon learning of the unfolding drama. The outcome of the game had become secondary. What the crowd yearned to witness had already unfolded before them, and now they were eager to see just how long Vujacic could continue his dazzling display. This time, however, Vujacic refrained from attempting another three-pointer, realizing that after his previous 3 successful shots, the Rockets had tightened their defense against him. Power forward Taylor had even stepped out to closely guard against his three-point attempts. Thus, Uncle Moo, I must apologize. As Vujacic suddenly accelerated, he swept past Gannes like a gust of wind, then dribbled and spun, leaving the defending Taylor nearly tumbling to the ground. With a powerful stride forward, he leaped high into the air, while Uncle Moo raised his massive hand. Yet Vujacic denied him the chance to contest, soaring ever higher and completely overshadowing Moo, before delivering a thunderous one-handed dunk. A death-defying slam. The crowd, already ignited by Vujacic's earlier 3 consecutive three-pointers, erupted in fervor as they witnessed this spectacular dunk. The arena was engulfed in madness. MVP. 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 The chants reverberated, threatening to lift the very roof of the Staples Center. Tracy, get out on the court and take that kid down. Let him know that the NBA is not as easy as he thinks. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Van Gundy could no longer remain seated. He leapt up, bellowing at McGrady, "Wait. What are we waiting for? Do we want tomorrow's headlines to read that the Rockets were careless and allowed the Lakers to stage a comeback in garbage time?" McGrady chuckled, rising to stretch his arms, and casually replied, "Boss, as you wish." Although he had only rested for a little over a minute and was yet to fully recover, a fierce flame ignited within him, fueled by Vujacic's extraordinary display. Simultaneously, another individual on the bench was equally stirred, Kobe. In the preceding match, he had exerted every ounce of strength, yet still could not bridge the gap against the Rockets. Yet Vujacic had achieved what he could not. Despite the absence of the Rockets' main players during that brief minute, his consecutive three-pointers and the recent thunderous dunk were impossible to overlook. Vujacic was undeniably the real deal. Kobe realized that if this young man were willing to embrace his role as a supporting player, the re-establishment of a purple and gold dynasty would be within reach. However, he sensed that Vujacic was not one to remain in the shadows for long, and the rookie's ambition rivaled his own. Kobe yearned to return to the court, but his legs simply would not permit it. In his time on the floor, he had withstood the relentless onslaught of the Rockets' two core players, doing his utmost. Yet he had not emerged as the hero of the team. Vujacic paid no heed to Kobe. He was a man who lived life unfettered by the opinions of others. In that moment, his entire focus was on McGrady. The recent series of performances had finally coaxed out this formidable adversary. As soon as McGrady took the court, he swiftly reclaimed the offensive leadership for the Rockets. The other players immediately spread out, creating opportunities for their core player to isolate and dominate. One dribble, then another. McGrady moved the ball with a deliberate ease, his eyes fixed intently on Vujacic, akin to a predatory wolf poised to pounce. Vujacic understood that McGrady's offensive prowess had been fully unleashed. This scoring virtuoso, once he entered his frenzied state, became an unstoppable force. Vujacic's defensive prowess can only be deemed average. In most instances, he relies on his speed advantage to obstruct his opponent's path. However, when confronted with McGrady, this advantage seems to dissipate, primarily due to McGrady's lightning-fast first step. 12 seconds have elapsed on the shot clock, and the game time steadily dwindles. Yet Vujacic hesitates to make a move. Suddenly, McGrady lunges forward with his left foot, prompting Vujacic to instinctively shift his weight to the right. At that very moment, McGrady retracts his left foot and leaps into the air to take the shot. Swish. Vujacic merely had time to turn his head, just in time to witness the basketball swish through the net. It was yet another three-pointer. The deficit was instantly restored to 8 points. With only 1 minute and 38 seconds remaining in the match, with a hint of despondency, Vujacic exhaled deeply and turned to look at McGrady. His opponent had already retreated to his half of the court, gesturing towards Vujacic as if to say, "You can do it. So can I." McGrady's prowess was indisputable. He was the extraordinary player who, in Vujacic's previous life, had achieved the miraculous feat of scoring 13 points in 35 seconds. Vujacic had been fortunate enough to witness that astonishing moment live, having been an eager participant in an NBA promotional event in Asia, attending his first ever NBA game. Though much time had elapsed, that moment remained vividly etched in Vujacic's memory. When Parker's final three-point attempt missed, the arena's DJ exclaimed, "My goodness, the Rockets have stolen victory." Subsequently, the Rockets players surged onto the court, embracing one another and exclaiming, "A miracle. We have created a miracle." Even the usually stoic Van Gundy could not suppress his mirth when encountering reporters, remarking, "Let these fellows revel in their joy. This is even more exhilarating than the playoffs." In stark contrast, the Spurs appeared utterly stunned. After the game, Spurs head coach Popovich could only sigh resignedly, as if he had truly glimpsed the divine. It seemed that fate had conspired against them that day. Devin Brown of the Spurs expressed incredulously, "Is this even possible?" The moment he released the ball, "I knew it would go in. It was as if the heavens had orchestrated it." Standing at the entrance of the visiting team's locker room for an interview, Popovich's expression remained inscrutable. What can you do? In times like this, you must simply wait to be remembered by history. This is not the first time we have played the role of the woeful antagonist. When asked by reporters whether he felt more despair over McGrady's performance or Fisher's zero, for seconds, Popovich could only offer a wry smile. That was a heart attack. This time, it was as if I were watching someone stab me repeatedly with a knife, and I could do nothing to stop it. McGrady had crafted an irreplicable miracle, one that, even decades hence, would elicit admiration from all who spoke of it. As the supporting character in this extraordinary narrative, the Spurs, surely defeated by such brilliance, would find no emotions beyond admiration, devoid of any lingering regret. Meanwhile, McGrady, the protagonist, did not appear overly elated post-game. He sat quietly in a corner, speaking softly, asserting that he had merely fulfilled his duty. "This is my role. When the game is tight, the best player on the team must step up," just as McGrady was doing now. The contest had seemingly entered garbage time, approaching its conclusion. But Vujacic, unwilling to concede defeat, sought to challenge the status quo. Naturally, McGrady, as the Rockets' linchpin, was poised to accept that challenge. Shaking off the memories of McGrady from his previous life, Vujacic received the ball and charged towards the Rockets' half. The Spurs had been pierced by McGrady's miracle. Yet Vujacic refused to accept such a fate. Whoosh! With the weight of the world upon him, Vujacic executed a seemingly impossible three-point shot, even as McGrady's defense was impeccable, leaving no room for error. Yet, against all odds, Vujacic's shot found its mark. The score was still 5 points apart, with merely 1 minute and 20 seconds left. However, just 5 seconds later, the gap widened once more to 8 points. It was McGrady again, stepping back a mere foot from the three-point line, launching another shot before Vujacic could even attempt to block. My goodness! Those two men on the court were in a frenzy, pushing the limits with consecutive three-pointers. Such a spectacle may never grace my eyes again. Kenny Smith found himself at a loss for words. The Rockets were his beloved team, and he yearned for their victory. Yet, as a staunch admirer of Vujacic, he could not bear to see him falter against McGrady. It was a true conflict of loyalties. In the ensuing moments, the Lakers faltered in their coordination, a pass intercepted, yet Tyronn Lue surged forward only to be met with a thunderous rejection from Vujacic, who sent the ball soaring off the backboard. Seizing the moment while the Rockets were momentarily disoriented, he executed a swift dunk. The score now stood at a 6-point difference. But only 1 minute and 5 seconds remained on the clock. With an 8-point deficit, the Lakers' opportunities were rapidly dwindling. After completing a spectacular slam dunk, Vujacic found himself gasping for breath. Although he had been on the court for merely a minute, the pace of the game had shifted so rapidly that he scarcely had the opportunity to adjust. McGrady was similarly affected, having not yet fully recovered. He was forced to sprint back and forth across the court. His stamina had never been exceptional, and it was only natural that he felt fatigued. Yet, the game must go on. Once again, McGrady initiated an offensive play, with Vujacic tasked with defending against him, their fierce rivalry continuing unabated. Vujacic has successfully made 4 three-pointers. Along with 2 two-point shots and a free throw, his performance has been commendable. Yet, in the face of McGrady, it seems that all his efforts have become somewhat insipid. The subtle shifts in Vujacic's expression did not escape McGrady's keen observation. Are you contemplating giving up? Vujacic was taken aback and scoffed, saying, "What a joke. Are you afraid?" As Vujacic spoke, he suddenly made his move, catching McGrady off guard and swatting the basketball from his hands. A fast break. Vujacic seized the basketball and embarked on a swift advance. He was acutely aware that T-Mac was hot on his heels, yet he pressed on, reaching a point just a meter shy of the three-point line. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, his body gliding forward as he prepared to release the ball. T-Mac, too, soared from behind Vujacic, one hand reaching above his head, attempting to swat the basketball from his grasp. In the air, Vujacic slightly drew the basketball downwards. Once McGrady's hand swept by, he took another shot. Swish. Another one in. The score gap had diminished to 3 points, merely a single basket-esque difference. The arena erupted once more. Just as McGrady entered the game, he had consecutively sunk 2 three-pointers, leaving the Lakers fans in despair. Despite Vujacic's remarkable performance, McGrady was equally exceptional. The match had transformed into a duel between two scoring maestros, yet it appeared that the outcome was already determined. However, Vujacic's steal and subsequent three-pointer reignited the flicker of hope among the fans. 5 three-pointers in a mere 2 minutes. Vujacic had netted 5 three-pointers, including a rare 4-point play. Even more astonishing, since re-entering the game in the fourth quarter, he had not missed a single shot. A miracle. If the Rockets were to emerge victorious in this contest, it would undoubtedly be deemed a miraculous event. A miracle? McGrady's gaze grew ever more resolute. Although this was the Staples Center, it was his game, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt it. "Give me the ball." McGrady beckoned to Taylor, who was about to inbound from the baseline. Chapter 65, I'm doing quite well. As he observed the red lights flashing, Vujacic understood that the game had concluded, causing the tension in his nerves to finally ease. So close. Vujacic could only manage a wry smile as he shook his head, realizing how close he had come to becoming the savior of his team. Yet, success remained tantalizingly out of reach. In the final moments, the Lakers resorted to a tactical fouling strategy, and Vujacic responded by hitting shot after shot, narrowing the score to a point where a single offensive play could turn the tide. Just before the red light illuminated, Vujacic had a golden opportunity to completely alter the outcome of the game with a shot from beyond the arc. In that fleeting moment, the hearts of all the Rockets players hung in the balance, for Vujacic had previously demonstrated his formidable prowess by sinking consecutive three-pointers. The ball ricocheted off the rim multiple times, while the players below dared only to gaze upward, none brave enough to leap for a potential tip-in, aware that even the slightest contact could result in a goaltending violation. In those brief 2 seconds, Everyone present, both on and off the court, seemed to be awaiting a final judgment day, their hearts entwined in anxiety. Ultimately, fortune favored the Rockets. Well, Vujacic resolved not to dwell on it any longer. After all, to have engaged in such a fierce contest against a team boasting the likes of Yao and McGrady was, in itself, a source of satisfaction. Nevertheless, he harbored a deep disdain for failure. It was an exhilarating match. Vujacic turned his head and glanced at McGrady standing beside him, revealing a smile laden with significance. Indeed, for you, it may be so, but for me, not necessarily. The outcome was utterly disheartening. McGrady chuckled, stepping forward, and Vujacic, sensing a mutual understanding, embraced him briefly. Neither had ever experienced such a feeling before, genuinely admiring the formidable opponent before them. Keep striving. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. At that time, I shall gladly accept your challenge once more. I hope the outcome will be different then, even until the very end. Vujacic had no intention of conceding defeat. If only he could have been granted a bit more playing time in this match. Vujacic was confident that he could lead the Lakers to victory. McGrady turned to celebrate with his teammates. This match had been incredibly challenging, even surpassing his expectations, its intensity rivaling that of the playoffs. Watching the Rockets celebrate their triumph with high fives, Vujacic felt a deep sense of regret. Perhaps, if given just a little more time, the result could have been different. He turned to exit the arena. This was the Staples Center, but today, it did not belong to the Lakers. You performed admirably. Assistant coach Brian Shaw approached, placing a comforting hand on Vujacic's shoulder. There is no need for dismay. Your career is just beginning. Vujacic chuckled and replied, Coach, are you planning to console me? Brian Shaw was taken aback, gazing at the beaming Vujacic, unsure of how to respond. Typically, one would expect a rookie, after exerting considerable effort yet receiving no just rewards, to feel disheartened. However, on Vujacic's face, there was not a trace of disappointment to be found. Did he not feel it down? Vujacic paused, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, disappointment? Indeed, to some extent, but not to the point of utter despondency. Enough of this. Coach, I must take a shower. I find this quite uncomfortable. As Vujacic prepared to depart, there were those unwilling to let him slip away, notably the ace correspondent from ESPN. Miss Liv Weatherspoon, how does it feel to have lost your first match? Is it absolutely dreadful? Liv's expression bore a hint of schadenfreude. Perhaps fueled by Vujacic's previous rejections and his current fervent engagement with Hilary Duff, igniting her ire. Vujacic wore an expression of indifference as he remarked, Indeed, it was quite disappointing. We had the potential to secure a victory, yet certain aspects of the match evidently faltered. Nevertheless, this is merely a single game. I shall not allow one defeat to undermine my confidence. Vujacic was reluctant to offend this woman. In any society, those who wield the power of discourse are untouchable. In the final moments of the match, you nearly turned the tide of the game. Are you satisfied with your performance? Vujacic shrugged, his expression one of resigned acceptance. As you mentioned, we were merely a step away from an exceptional performance. Of course, I would be delighted. But the fact remains that the outcome of the match is unalterable. With a professional smile, Liv asked, Do you think there are areas in which you could improve? Upon hearing this, Vujacic furrowed his brow. He sensed that a trap lay ahead. Nevertheless, he was willing to plunge into it. The myriad issues revealed in this match were far too numerous to ignore. If this trend were to persist, the Lakers' performance would only deteriorate further. In such a scenario, no matter how stellar his individual performance might be, he would merely be perceived as a mere scorer, a player who inflates statistics without contributing to the team's success. I believe that certain players on the court ought to exhibit greater selflessness and learn to trust one another. Basketball is a game of 5. No matter how formidable one individual may be, they cannot dictate the outcome alone. Vujacic's words were crystal clear. He urged for selflessness and trust in teammates. A pointed critique directed at Kobe. In the latter half of the third quarter, had it not been for Kobe's excessive isolation and reluctance to pass, the outcome of the game might have been drastically different. In contrast, Tracy McGrady of the Rockets, while also taking on a solitary role in the fourth quarter, made a concerted effort to integrate himself within the team, fervently seeking opportunities for his teammates even as he racked up points. In this regard, Kobe fell notably short. Liv had already received the answers she sought. She turned slightly, indicating that Vujacic could take his leave. Vujacic exuded an air of indifference, for he dared not provoke this woman, as he had no desire to become merely a stamp in her illustrious record. My friend, you have once again turned down that stunning beauty. Butler approached, gazing at Vujacic with envy. before suddenly realizing, of course, you were already involved with Hillary. Vujacic gazed at Butler's face, which was evidently troubled by an excess of male hormones, and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Hey, Karen, do you truly have a fondness for that woman? Upon hearing this, Butler glanced at Liv, who was interviewing McGrady, wearing an expression imbued with desire. Of course, who wouldn't be enamored by her? Sasha, are you not aware? Countless NBA players dream of sharing her bed, and yet you are the only one who repeatedly rejects her. Vujacic turned his eyes and said, if you truly harbor affection for her, then muster the courage to express your feelings. Otherwise, refrain from merely standing idly by, glaring, and subsequently coming to me to voice your jealousy and admiration for that woman. Butler was taken aback, initially feeling anger, then excitement, and ultimately despair. Oh, come on, Sasha. She has no interest in me. Vujacic is now overflowing with mischief. Don't be foolish, Karen. I am speaking earnestly. Do not underestimate yourself. That woman might actually be fond of your type. As long as you express your feelings boldly, she may not reject you. Butler, having just finished a match, felt somewhat dizzy from Vujacic's provocative words, and with a hint of skepticism replied, Buddy, are you serious? With a sincere expression, Vujacic gently patted Butler's shoulder. Of course. Go ahead without worry. I will support you. The flame of confidence within Butler was completely ignited by Vujacic's words. Bolstered by this encouragement, he steeled himself just as Liv concluded her interview with McGrady and began to approach them. Resolutely, he strode forward, brimming with determination, and called out, Miss Liv, I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you for a drink today? Vujacic concealed himself nearby, although he could not discern Butler's expression. The tone of his voice was enough to imply that the young man was undoubtedly wearing a cheeky grin, behaving like a rogue, playfully toying with a virtuous woman. Liv was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the towering figure before her. It took her a moment to regain her composure. She neither acquiesced nor declined, but merely lifted her chin with regal poise, her voice seemingly frozen in the air. Speak. What emboldened you? With that, Liv tossed her hair and strode away, leaving Butler in a state of utter disarray amidst the wind. Upon witnessing this scene, Vujacic could not help but burst into laughter, which instantly lifted his spirits that had been dampened by the recent defeat. After heading to the locker room for a shower, he emerged to find Jackson engaged in a post-match analysis, while the old man had just departed to attend the press conference following the game. Vujacic remained silent, diligently drying his hair with a towel while organizing his belongings. Jackson observed Vujacic intently, his gaze imbued with complexity. In the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, Vujacic nearly single-handedly turned the tide of the game. Although they ultimately fell short, his prowess was splendidly showcased. What impressed Jackson most was Vujacic's composure and confidence under pressure, a quality that even Kobe could not rival. How wonderful it would be if Vujacic and Kobe could coexist harmoniously. Alas, such musings were mere fantasies. Jackson was certain that, following this match, the rift between Vujacic and Kobe would only deepen. It seemed prudent to prepare for the inevitable. As Jackson concluded his thoughts, the others dispersed, leaving only Kobe, who remained motionless in his seat. Moments earlier, during the press conference, Kobe felt an immense sense of humiliation. The reporters, who typically buzzed around him like flies, had dared to ignore him, directing all their inquiries towards Vujacic. Did I perform poorly? With 32 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals, my performance was undeniably all-star caliber. Yet, their interest lay solely with Vujacic. If they wished to understand him better, they should seek him out directly instead of using me as a mere conduit. Of course, should they desire his autograph, I would gladly oblige. Throughout the entire press conference, Kobe uttered but this one remark, retreating into silence for the remainder of the time, just as he was now completely enclosing himself within. Vujacic cast a glance but said nothing, departing the locker room with his belongings. As he exited, a throng of reporters surged in, eager to interview him. Yet he outright declined their advances. Just moments ago, he had received a call from Hillary Duff, with a rendezvous with a captivating lady on the horizon. He had no inclination to entertain those pesky journalists. Is it you? As Vujacic turned, he beheld Liv standing beside him, her countenance radiating fury. A smile broke across his face, and without uttering a word, he waved his hand and departed, leaving the answer for the stunning beauty to ponder herself. Watching Vujacic's retreat, Liv's expression soured considerably. Throughout her life, she had always been the object of affection and adoration. Never before had she endured such profound humiliation. Before the eyes of numerous colleagues, she had been approached by an inexplicable giant, seeking her affection, a situation so absurd it was almost laughable. Everyone knew Liv was the proud swan of ESPN. Her admirers could easily fill an entire street in Wall Street. When had it come to this? That an unknown novice dared to cut in line? It was utterly insane. Sasha Vujacic, just wait. You'll see what's in store for you. As Vujacic entered the subterranean parking facility of the Staples Center, he found Hilary Duff awaiting him beside his vehicle. Upon noticing his approach, a sorrowful expression graced Hilary's face as she advanced towards him, and in a moment of surprise for Vujacic, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Sasha, your performance today was truly outstanding. I swear, it was remarkable. The defeat is not your fault. Listening to Hilary's comforting words echoed in his ears. Vujacic felt a genuine sense of frustration. He gently patted the pert dairy of the young woman in his arms, exclaiming, "Hey, Hilary, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Taken aback, Hilary released her hold on Vujacic and, with a look of confusion, replied, "Isn't that the case? You lost the match, so I should come to console you." It appeared that Hilary had genuinely immersed herself in her role, even going so far as to empathize with Vujacic's predicament. Yet, it seemed somewhat excessive to rush over to offer consolation merely because of a single loss. Vujacic forced a smile and said, "Hey, listen, Hilary, I do not require consolation. In fact, I am perfectly fine. Yes, indeed, I am well, although I am somewhat disheartened by the loss. It has not reached the point of feeling as though the world is ending, thus I do not need comfort at all, not in the slightest." Hilary Duff remained perplexed. Did the loss of the game truly not matter at all? Vujacic is truly on the verge of being defeated by the naivete of Hilary Duff. Losing a game, of course, is not inconsequential. However, as an NBA player, I am required to compete in 82 regular season games each year. If I were to become disheartened by a single loss, I would certainly be deemed excessively fragile. Upon hearing Vujacic's words, Hilary Duff suddenly exhaled, her previously empathetic expression of sorrow dissipating without a trace. "Damn it, I knew it would turn out this way, you know. I have been standing here for half an hour, pondering how to console you, and it appears I may have been making a mountain out of a molehill," Hilary Duff remarked, offering a self-deprecating smile, though her demeanor suggested a hint of disappointment. Vujacic smiled as he embraced Hilary Duff, confessing that although he had declined her comfort, it would be impossible to claim he was unaffected. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered a myriad of women, yet none had ever considered him in the way Hilary did. Of course not. In truth, I am deeply touched. Hilary gazed up at Vujacic, her eyes wide with surprise. Really? Without uttering a word, Vujacic poured all his emotions onto Hilary Duff's cherry-red lips. The two engaged in a fervent kiss, which continued until it was interrupted by Butler's whistle. "Hey, buddy, it seems you need my company for drinks tonight, will you?" Vujacic gazed at Butler, who appeared to have recovered from the blow dealt by Liv Weatherspoon. With a bold gesture, he raised a conspicuous middle finger towards Butler, before proceeding to enter the vehicle with Hilary Duff, leaving in a cloud of dust. Having just emerged from the underground parking lot, Vujacic and Hilary had yet to determine their destination when they were suddenly besieged by a throng of reporters. Before Vujacic could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, he was momentarily blinded by a flurry of flashing lights. "Hey, hey, hey," Vujacic exclaimed, rolling down the window and casting a disgruntled glance at the reporters, who seemed as eager as hounds to a bone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please clear the way. And for heaven's sake, do not point your cameras at me. Mr. Vujacic. Miss Duff, are you truly in a relationship? How long have you been dating?" They clamored. "Mr. Vujacic, what is your connection with Miss Levine?" Vujacic found himself increasingly agitated by the cacophony of inquiries from the surrounding journalists. "Listen," he exclaimed, "I have just concluded my work, and this is my personal time. I shall not entertain any form of interview. Now, please step aside, or I shall be compelled to contact the authorities." However, Vujacic evidently underestimated the tenacity of the reporters. None of them budged, and some even attempted to pry open the car door. Upon witnessing this, Vujacic could not help but feel a surge of frustration. He revved the engine of his car, the roar causing the reporters to instinctively retreat a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, Vujacic made his escape. Although he had managed to flee, his spirits remained dismal. However, when he turned to glance at Hilary Duff, he was taken aback to see that the American sweetheart, whom he had expected to be frightened, displayed no signs of anxiety whatsoever. Instead, she was smiling. "Listen, Hilary, my mood is quite bleak at the moment, while you seem rather cheerful. Could you perhaps align your demeanor with mine? With a playful shrug, Hilary Duff replied, as much as I would love to, I simply cannot. Sasha, you are correct. I am indeed happy, for by tomorrow, the entire nation will know of our union. Vujacic was taken aback as he suddenly realized that this seemingly innocent child was not entirely devoid of cunning. Is this what you have been hoping for? Hilary Duff gazed at Vujacic, her smile sweet as honey. Indeed, I have long anticipated this moment. Yearning for the day we could openly walk together and completely eradicate that wretched Avril from your heart. Upon hearing the words, Vujacic could not help but furrow his brow. Hilary, please do not say that. Avril is merely my friend, one of the few I have after coming to America. In truth, Vujacic harbored no particular feelings for Avril, aside from that singular moment of impulsiveness in the car, which remained an exception. Beyond that instance, he had never entertained any improper thoughts in her presence. He simply admired Avril, finding the girl adorned with smoky eye makeup to be exceptionally cool, undeniably so. What are you thinking? Vujacic was taken aback and shook his head, exclaiming, No, it's nothing. Clearly, Hilary Duff was dissatisfied with his response. Suddenly, she reached out and grasped his collar firmly. Listen, she declared, from this day forth, I want you to harbor only me in your heart. Only me. Faced with the unexpectedly assertive Hilary Duff, Vujacic found himself at a loss for words, and for reasons unknown, he nodded in acquiescence. Hilary Duff smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of allure, which caused Vujacic's heart to flutter uncontrollably. The car came to a halt. There was no turning back now. With Hilary Duff holding on to him, he realized that if they didn't stop soon, the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers across America would surely be sensational. As Hilary Duff turned to glance, she discovered that the vehicle had conveniently parked right beneath her apartment. The two were face to face, their noses nearly touching, and they could distinctly feel each other's warm, moist breath. Care to try out my bed? She teased. Vujacic smiled. This woman truly possessed an enchanting allure. Would the match affect your performance? Hilary Duff endeavored to present herself as more alluring, employing the seductive glances and suggestive words she had just recently acquired. Despite being a novice, her efforts proved remarkably successful, evident from Vujacic's reaction. No, I'm perfectly fine. In the car, their passionate entanglement continued, and upon exiting, they embraced as they entered the building. Hilary Duff resided in a standalone apartment, although still young. Her background as a child star ensured her worth far surpassed that of Vujacic, the NBA rookie. The moment they crossed the threshold, a throng of reporters, frantically clicking their cameras, rushed to the entrance, capturing every moment of Hilary Duff's residence. It was monumental news. An NBA superstar and a Hollywood sweetheart together. How dramatically compelling. Throughout the night, Vujacic remained within the confines of the apartment, and although the reporters could not witness the events unfolding inside, their imaginations ran wild, becoming increasingly tantalizing.